Chapter 171. Okay. Let's continue. Who can resist an enhanced version of Miss Lin? Luo Qingzhou squatted on the ground and continued to massage Miss Lin. No. Miss Qin Air. And reviewed everything he said and did when he met the princess today. Brother-in-law. Thank you. Miss Qin Air looked at him softly and thanked him softly. Luo Qingzhou rubbed her leg seriously and said, It's okay. It's just a piece of cake. Miss Qin Air smiled and said, Brother-in-law. Wei Mo didn't say that you were rubbing your legs, it was about meeting the princess today. Luo Qingzhou looked up at her. Miss Qin Air whispered, Brother-in-law did not hide his incompetence anymore, and told the princess about the 36 stratagems. I believe the princess will not watch our Qin family get into trouble. Isn't that what brother-in-law meant? Luo Qingzhou paused and sighed. That's what I meant. But there's another thing. I can't hide it anymore. Miss Qin Air's eyes flickered, and she chuckled, Yes. Brother-in-law's talent is like the bright moon in the sky. How could he be kept secret? Luo Qingzhou was surprised and said, Second miss. Why did the princess suddenly let me go? Miss Qin Air pondered for a moment and whispered, The princess is very smart. She probably knows that the story of the three kingdoms was not written by me. And the poems that night. The princess should have sent someone to investigate brother-in-law. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked directly about the Song of Water melody today. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, I think so too. On the way here, the girl named Yuewu has already tested me. Miss Qin Air lowered her head, with a trace of worry on her face. Brother-in-law. Seeing how the princess treats you today, Wei Mo feels. Speaking of this, she lowered her voice, frowned, and murmured in a low voice, The princess may want to snatch brother-in-law away. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but smile. What the princess needs is the story of the three kingdoms, the 36 stratagems, and other useful things. It's very simple. I just need to say that only in the Qin mansion can I write it completely. And she will naturally not force it. She is so smart that she will not be unaware of the consequences of a subordinate who has a grudge in his heart. Qin Weimo's beautiful eyes were full of autumn waves. And she chuckled, Brother-in-law is right. The princess is so smart that she will definitely not snatch brother-in-law away by force. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he always felt that Miss Qin Air's words were ambiguous. After rubbing her thighs and calves for a while, he stood up and said, Second miss. It should be okay now. Qin Weimo tried to lift his legs and smiled. Well, thank you, brother-in-law. Luo Qingzhou took a step back and sat down opposite him. Then he turned around, opened the curtains and looked outside. The night had enveloped the entire city. Lanterns were hung at the doors of the shops on the street, and there were still many pedestrians. There are night markets these nights. Luo Qingzhou stretched his head and looked behind the carriage. 10 steps away, the thin figure holding a sword followed alone at the back, lonely and silent, which was a bit distressing. The two people's eyes met on the street in the dark night. One was on the carriage, and the other was behind the carriage, with a distance of 10 steps between them. Silence. No one spoke. Luo Qingzhou looked at her for a while, then retracted his head and sat in the carriage, his heart inexplicably blocked. Miss Qin Air sat opposite, watching him silently. The carriage soon stopped in front of the Qin mansion. On the steps, Song Ryue, Mayor and other maids had been waiting eagerly. She was relieved when she saw the carriage coming back. But when she saw someone helping her second daughter out of the carriage, her face darkened again. Wei Mo. Come! Be careful. She walked down the steps quickly and helped her daughter down from the carriage in person to prevent someone from taking advantage of her daughter in public. Thank you, Miss Yuewu. Song Ryue thanked the girl riding on the white horse. Yuewu nodded in response, turned the horse's head, and returned with the carriage. Before leaving, she suddenly looked at the young man on the steps and said, Mr. Luo, do you have time tomorrow night? I heard that there will be a poetry meeting in Yuanyang Tower tomorrow night. All the talented men and women in Mo City will go. I wonder if Mr. Luo can accompany me to see it. Without waiting for Luo Qingzhou to answer, Song Ryue immediately said with a smile on her face, Miss Yuewu, my Qingzhou has been busy recently. He has been studying at home and has no time to go out. Miss Yuewu should go find someone else. Yuewu glanced at her, smiled slightly, and said nothing more. Okay. I am a little abrupt. After that, she left with the carriage. Song Ryue stood on the steps, watching her graceful figure swaying gently on the horse's back. Her eyes flickered, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. She turned her head and looked at someone next to her. She wanted to scold him with a stern face, But she held back and said in a slow tone, Qingzhou, you study in the house all day. You don't know how chaotic it is outside. And you don't know how many scammers there are outside. And that kind of poetry meeting is attended by people who have nothing to do and are idle. You are an ambitious person. It's almost the new year. And the autumn exam is getting closer and closer. You should know in your heart that you can't slack off at this time. Qingzhou, it's not that I'm strict and don't let you go out to play. I just think about you. So that you don't go out to make some bad friends and be led astray by others. When that happens, it will affect your autumn exam. Wouldn't it be a waste of all your efforts? Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, mother-in-law is right. Qingzhou didn't want to participate in the first place. He only glanced at the mother-in-law and heard what the other party was thinking. Damn! That little slut actually seduced that stinky boy in front of me and my YMO. If that stinky boy goes out with her, she might seduce him into bed with her that night. If he gets seduced and runs away, our Qin family. Qingzhou, why don't you come in? Song Ryue was worried, supporting her daughter, and walked into the gate. When she turned around, she saw that the stinky boy was still standing outside the door. Her heart sank immediately, and she said with anger, why? Can't bear to leave Miss Yuewu? Luo Qingzhou had to say, mother-in-law, you help the second lady in first. I'm waiting for Miss Xiachan. She's still behind. Song Ryue finally reacted, turned her head, and looked at the lonely girl still standing on the road outside, frowned, and said nothing more, supporting her daughter to go in first. Waymo, why did Xiachan follow? Walking into the yard, she whispered, didn't the princess send guards? Qin Waymo was silent and didn't answer. When she walked into the backyard, she stopped and suddenly said softly, Mother, I want to try to get close to Xiachan for a while. Maybe I won't reject her anymore. Song Ryue was stunned for a moment, then immediately rejected, no. It's not like we haven't had contact before. Every time I get close to her, you cough up blood. Don't joke with your body. Why are you getting close to her? She doesn't talk, and she won't chat with you. It's totally unnecessary. Qin Weimel whispered, no. Mother, it's necessary. Song Ryue was stunned for a moment. Where is it necessary? Qin Weimel didn't answer, and a hint of stubbornness appeared in his eyes. For my brother-in-law? On the steps outside the mansion, the lights on both sides swayed with a dim light. Luo Qingzhou stood there, thinking about things in his heart, while waiting for the thin figure on the side of the road. But after waiting for a while, he suddenly found that she was standing there without moving. Xiachan, what are you doing? He woke up and shouted. Xiachan stood on the roadside not far away, looking at him. Her pretty face was cold. She didn't respond, and she didn't move. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to walk down the steps. Walked over, came to her and said, what's wrong? Why don't you go home? The girl looked at him with cold eyes. Still without speaking, Luo Qingzhou looked at her for a moment, and suddenly slapped his head and remembered, Tengyulu. He turned around quickly, with his back to her, took out a string of Tengyulu from his arms, and handed it to her. Sorry. I was thinking about something just now, and forgot about it. Eat it. There's more. Humph. The girl grabbed the Tengyulu and walked quickly to the door. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and followed her. The two entered the mansion together, and walked towards Lingchan Moon Palace together. Xiachan slowed down her pace, lowered her head, and ate the Tengyulu in small bites. Whenever he approached her to look at her, she would turn her face away so that he wouldn't see her eating. Luo Qingzhou saw her holding a sword in one hand, and a candied hawes in the other. When she walked to the gate of Lingchan Moon Palace, he suddenly said, Chan, is the candied hawes of my uncle delicious? Xiachan suddenly stopped, as if she wanted to turn around and look at him coldly to intimidate him, but suddenly remembered that there was still shiny sugar juice on her lips, and her cheeks were slightly puffed, and there was still half a candied hawes in her mouth. She stood there, sideways, turning her face away, holding the sword and candied hawes in her hands tightly, a little at a loss. Luo Qingzhou held back his laughter and deliberately walked in front of her and said, Chan, I'm asking you a question. Why don't you speak? Xiachan twisted her body and turned her back to him, immediately swallowed the candied hawes in her mouth with force, and then wiped her lips directly with her sleeve. Then Fang twisted her body, turned around, held the sword in her hand tightly, looked at him with a cold face and cold eyes. But there was nothing behind her. Someone had disappeared. She froze there for a long while, then puffed up her cheeks and muttered, Bad guy wait. She didn't eat the remaining candied haws. Went in. And went straight to the back garden. At the entrance of the garden, Bailing was wearing a pink dress, holding half a flower in her hand, tearing the remaining petals out of boredom. She moved her mouth, walked over with a cold face, then raised the remaining candied haws in her hand and put it to her mouth. Bailing heard the footsteps, looked up at her, and then fixed her eyes on the candied haws in her hand. She still had a cold face, as if she didn't see her, while sticking out her pink little tongue to lick the last one, and walked past her as if no one was around, and walked into the garden. Bailing was stunned for a few seconds, and finally reacted, and immediately shouted angrily, "Chan Chan! Shut up! Be merciful! Leave one for me!" Chapter 172. In the courtyard, the moon was bright. Luo Qingzhou sat at the stone table, eating the sumptuous dinner brought back by Xiao Dai while thinking about tonight's action. The little girl held the teapot and stood beside him obediently to serve. Luo Qingzhou had just finished eating halfway when the little girl whispered, "Sir, Sister Bailing is here and is standing at the door." Luo Qingzhou looked up. The pretty girl in a pink dress stood at the door, looking at him angrily. She didn't come in, and she didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment, then understood, and turned around and said, "Xiao Dai, go to the house and get a string of candied haws." Xiao Dai agreed and hurried into the house. Bailing immediately stamped her feet and said, "I'm not here for candied haws. Just now, the madam asked Mir and Zir to come over, saying that they want to be the concubines of the son-in-law." "Is it the son-in-law who asked the madam?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, "No." "Humph!" Bailing snorted, put her hands on her waist, and stared at him angrily, as if she didn't believe it. Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, "You know, I don't need it at all. I have Xiao Dai here. And as for sleeping together, don't I have Miss? Once a month. I think it's good. I'm very satisfied." The two looked at each other. Bailing snorted again, avoided her gaze with a guilty conscience, and looked at Xiao Dai, who came out of the room. Luo Qingzhou stood up, took the candied haws from Xiao Dai, and walked over to hand them to her. "Don't be angry. I won't take them." After a pause, he said, "How about you come to my room tonight, and I'll apologize to you." Bai Ling's face changed. She snatched the candied haws from his hand, turned around and ran. And after running 7 or 8 meters, she turned around and put her hands on her waist, snorting, "Stinky uncle. If you scare me like this again next time, I won't come." Luo Qingzhou said again, "Then I'll go to your place tonight to find you." Bai Ling ran away, and while running, she turned back and threatened, "Stinky uncle. Slutty uncle. Come if you have the guts. I'll sleep with Chan Chan tonight." Chan Chan is not easy to mess with. Luo Qingzhou smiled, turned back to the courtyard, and continued to eat. Xiao Dai hesitated for a moment, and then couldn't help but say, "Master, I feel that you have been so gentle and kind to Sister Bailing recently, and you dared to joke with her casually." Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her and said, "Are you jealous?" Xiao Dai pouted and said, "No, I won't be jealous. I am just your concubine, not your wife, and I have no right to be jealous." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly stretched out his hand to hold her slender waist and pressed her into his arms. Xiao Dai exclaimed, and the teapot in her hand almost dropped. She whimpered, "Master, what are you doing?" Luo Qingzhou reached out to take the kettle from her hand, put it on the stone table in front of him, lowered his head, and kissed her little mouth. Then looked at her seriously and said, "Silly girl. Next time don't say you are a concubine's maid or you are not qualified. You are the first girl to sleep with me, the first to warm my quilt, the first to let me touch your little feet, and the first girl to take a bath with me. There are many firsts, you know. So, how can you not be qualified? You are the most qualified. Speaking of my wife, in my heart, our Xiao Dai is." Master Xiao Dai lay in his arms, looking up, and suddenly stretched out her hand to cover his mouth. Her eyes red as she said, "Master, stop talking. I won't let you say that you are good to me. I am already very happy, satisfied, and happy. Your wife is the eldest lady. I am just a little girl. I am very happy if I can serve you to your satisfaction. Master, please don't say that again. I am scared. And the eldest lady is really good if the eldest lady is not good to us. Sister Bailing, Sister Xiaochan, Sister Chiu, and other people in the Qin mansion can be good to us, so, young master, We must respect the eldest lady, must be grateful to the eldest lady, and must be twice as good to her. Luo Qingzhou pinched her little nose and said softly, "My Xiaodai is so good. In order to reward you, this young master decided tonight." The little girl's eyes lit up. Her cheeks blushed, but she was full of expectations, and said shyly, "Young master? Tonight? Tonight, the young master will give you farts to eat. Okay? Woo woo. Ha ha ha." The little girl whimpered and struggled to leave angrily. Luo Qingzhou hugged her tightly, suddenly lowered his head, and kissed her little mouth. The little girl resisted a few times at first, and then slowly softened. Finally, her whole body collapsed softly in his arms, with her blushing and hot little face raised, her eyes closed, her eyelashes trembling, her little mouth slightly open. A shy and cute look ready to be picked by you. Luo Qingzhou held her and kissed her for a while, then let go, helped her up, and said, "Okay, don't delay this young master's meal." The little girl's eyes were blurred and her lips were wet. She had just been put down by him in a daze, and her body softened and fell into his arms again. Her little face was hot and she was panting, as if she had not recovered from the kiss just now. Luo Qingzhou had to continue to hold her in his arms, lowered his head to eat, and fed her with his mouth. The little girl had a silly look on her face, subconsciously opened her mouth, ready to catch it, and suddenly woke up again, finally recovered some strength, struggled to stand up, blushed her little face, pouted her little mouth and said, "Young master. Bad guy." Luo Qingzhou raised his eyebrows and said, "Why? Do you dislike the young master?" The little girl snorted. No. She was just shy, and had never been fed mouth to mouth by the young master. Luo Qingzhou didn't tease her anymore, and after finishing his meal quickly, he went into the house to take a shower. The little girl helped him take a bath, washing his hair, rubbing his back and body, and she was just short of entering the bathtub to bathe with him. Luo Qingzhou did not hide it from her. He dripped the tendon-strengthening potion into the tub in front of her, and it was quickly absorbed. After taking a bath and pouring out the water for the little girl, he said, "Xiaodai, you sleep by yourself tonight. I will lock the door later. If anyone comes, just say I'm asleep. Don't let anyone in. Understand?" The little girl nodded obediently and said, "Well, I know." Luo Qingzhou entered the room and locked the door. First, he took out the martial arts stone from the storage bag, held it in his palm, and checked the data. Strength, 1800. Speed, 15. Resistance to impact, 900. Mental strength, 35. All the data increased. Strength increased by 200 points directly, and speed increased by 2 points. This battle with the monster in the Blackwood Forest had a very obvious effect on the growth of strength. The book said that if you want to advance to the bone refining realm, your strength must reach at least 2,500, and your speed must reach 20. He must continue to work hard. There are still 15 days before the Chinese New Year. I hope that he can break through to the bone refining realm within these 15 days. In that case, his cultivation speed will definitely be amazing. At first, I hope to break through to the muscle refining realm before the Chinese New Year. But I didn't expect that the muscle refining realm would break through so quickly. Now he has set the goal of the bone refining realm again. The combination of the sun and moon treasure mirrors spiritual liquid, and the potion has a significant effect, making his cultivation twice as effective with half the effort, or even many times more. He can't slack off. There is another chance tomorrow, and he decided to continue to go out of the city to hunt monsters in the Blackwood Forest. Even if he doesn't encounter monsters, he can practice there. The practice of muscle refining is perfect in such an open and secluded place. Put away the martial arts stone. He took out the porcelain bottle again and dripped 2 drops of spiritual liquid on his index finger. 1 drop of black liquid, 1 drop of dark blue liquid. Tomorrow night, he needs to use it on Miss Jean Eyre again. It seems to be effective. Miss Jean Eyre knelt for a long time at the princess place today, and it seems that she didn't cough. He put away the porcelain bottle and looked at the sky outside the window. He returned to the bed, calmed his mind, and his soul left his body. His soul penetrated the roof and rose into the air. He first scanned the mansion carefully. After seeing nothing unusual, he flew out of the Qin mansion and flew towards the Zhang family mansion. As one of the 4 major families in Mo City, the overall strength of the Zhang family is much stronger than that of the Song family. The ancestors of the Zhang family served as officials in the court. The head of the Zhang family, Zhang Song still holds a nominal position in the court and enjoys the court salary and official honor. But for some reason, this time they dared to secretly hide the Song family fugitives who were accused of treason. If they are found out, they will also be confiscated and punished. I don't know what huge benefits make them so bold. From the words of the princess today, Luo Qingzhou vaguely heard that this case is not simple. In addition to the Zhang family, there may be other families that shelter the criminals of the Song family and target the Qin family. There is even the City Lord's Mansion. Today, the City Lord's Mansion and the mansion where the people of Mingjin and Mansion are temporarily living next to it are surrounded by silver-armored soldiers. Obviously, the princess already knows something. However, she only sent soldiers to guard there, which seemed to make some people afraid to act rashly. But she did not take direct action. I don't know if she is afraid of being involved in the case of treason, or she is concerned about her identity and is unwilling to take care of these things, or she is very happy to see the struggle and consumption between the noble forces. A few years ago, she proposed to abolish the title and reduce the interests of the nobles, etc., and was opposed and attacked by nobles in the court. Therefore, if a noble with a title and a nominal position commits a crime, she is probably willing to see such a scene, and then write it down and fight back at that time. Judging from her personality, she would never admit defeat in this matter. So Luo Qingzhou felt that his father-in-law, although he looked lazy and unwilling to work hard for the family, was actually very smart. The current eldest princess is very powerful, and she is different from the past. If she wants to force reforms, I am afraid that many stubborn nobles will suffer. And, from today's contact, Luo Qingzhou feels that the eldest princess is not satisfied with the title of the current leader of Huiyue Kingdom. She may want to go further. That would be terrible. The small Mo city is undercurrent. I am afraid that the entire Great Yin Empire will also set off a bigger storm at that time. Therefore, in addition to keeping a low profile, he must also strengthen his strength as soon as possible. He is not alone now. At that time, he will not only protect himself, but also protect more people around him. Thinking about things in his heart, he flew all the way to the Zhang family mansion. At this time, the streets are still brightly lit, but the people visiting the night market are obviously much less than the previous 2 days. Huh? While flying in the air, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd below. She was wearing a light green dress, with a slender figure, black hair down to her waist, holding a sword in her hand, and was walking through the crowd with a cold expression. Entering a secluded alley. Xia-chan? Why did she come out alone? Isn't she a road idiot? Where are you going so late? Luo Qingzhou was puzzled and immediately followed behind. Xia-chan held the sword and walked through the alley. She stood at the entrance for a while, looking around, as if she was trying to find the way. Then, she continued to walk forward. Luo Qingzhou floated in the air, following silently behind. After crossing 2 more streets, he suddenly found that the road ahead was becoming more and more familiar. Not long after, the thin figure holding the sword stopped in an alley, looking into the depths of the dark alley, standing in the darkness, and never moved again. This is Chunghua Mansion. This alley is the alley leading to the back door of Chunghua Mansion. Luo Qingzhou still clearly remembers that it was a snowy day. He opened the back door and found 2 little beggars in the alley, shivering in the sobbing snow and wind. Dying? Strange. What is she doing here? Chapter 173, Become His Disciple. In the alley, there was silence. The figure stood there for a long time before continuing to walk deeper into the alley. Luo Qingzhou became more and more confused and followed in midair. The houses on both sides were towering, with eaves and corners. The bright moonlight fell and was blocked outside. Deep in the alley, it was pitch black. She walked a few steps and stopped again. She clenched the sword in her hand, and her expression looked a little nervous. After hesitating for a long time, she continued to walk inside. Luo Qingzhou knew that she was afraid of the dark. But why would she, a person with poor sense of direction and timidity, come to this secluded and dark alley alone in the middle of the night? The girl continued to walk forward until she saw the end of the alley and the back door of Chunghua Mansion. And then she stopped. The back door was tightly closed, and it seemed that it had not been opened for a long time. She stood in the dark, looking at a certain place. After a long silence, she turned around and walked out of the alley. Are you bored? Or do you want to enter Chunghua Mansion from the back door? Luo Qingzhou couldn't understand, so he had to continue following. The girl walked out of the alley, but did not leave. She turned around and walked directly to the gate of Chunghwa Mansion. Luo Qingzhou immediately became nervous. What exactly is this silly girl going to do? There are many warrior guards in Chunghwa Mansion. And even Luo Yanyan is a martial arts master. Even if her sword is fast, it will definitely not be able to withstand the opponent's siege. What is she going there for? The girl held the sword, with no expression on her face. She walked straight to the gate of Chunghwa Mansion, stood at the bottom of the steps, raised her head, and looked at the plaque on the gate of the mansion. The two stone lions squatting on both sides of the gate seemed to be staring at him covetously under the lanterns. There were two guards standing at the door. They looked at her in confusion at first, and then seemed to recognize her, and became nervous immediately. One of them immediately opened the door, and went in to call for help. The other one held the knife tightly in his hand, and stood close to the door behind him with a nervous expression, staring at her vigilantly and anxiously, his whole body tense, as if ready to retreat into the door at any time. Hua la la. Not long after, Wang Chung, the second housekeeper of Chunghwa Mansion, hurried out of the door with 7 or 8 warriors. Then they lined up on the steps, ready for battle. Wang Chung looked at the girl at the bottom of the steps with fear, and bowed on the steps and said, "Miss Xia-chan, why do you visit my Chunghwa Mansion late at night?" The girl stood at the bottom of the steps, holding a sword, with a cold expression, and her eyes were still looking at the plaque on the gate. She seemed to turn a blind eye to them. She seemed not to hear his question. The gate of Chunghwa Mansion suddenly fell into a strange silence. One side stood on the steps, with a sword drawn, a nervous expression, ready for battle, while the other side stood at the bottom of the steps, as if he was just a passerby, motionless and silent. Luo Qingzhou was floating in the air, confused and anxious. This silly girl. Why are you standing here in a daze? Hurry up and leave. When Luo Yanyan, Luo Yu and others come out later, if they think of what happened that day and see that there is no one around, and suddenly attack her together, she will definitely be outnumbered. And that will be dangerous. Luo Qingzhou was anxious and wanted to rush down to blow a gust of cold wind on her to wake her up. But as soon as he approached, he suddenly felt a piercing chill. The girl was surrounded by light blue ice crystals, as if a layer of ice covered her. It was hard to see with the naked eye, but the eyes of the soul saw it clearly. Luo Qingzhou was secretly anxious, but he was powerless to urge. Suddenly, he looked down from above and saw a familiar figure walking out of the inner courtyard, exuding a strong blood color, as if a ball of fire was burning. Luo Yanyan. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly rose and retreated, and glanced at the girl under the steps, ready to go back to the soul to ask for help immediately. But at this time, the girl suddenly turned around and left. Luo Yanyan walked out of the door, and saw only a cold figure, gradually going away, and soon disappeared in the darkness ahead. Luo Qingzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and followed the figure. He saw her walk out of the alley, stop and go, as if she had forgotten the way she came. She walked back and forth in the streets and alleys several times before she found the way back to Qin's house. She walked to the steps of the Qin's house gate, but did not go in immediately. After staying at the steps for a while, she turned around and walked to the darkness on the side of the road and sat down. She sat for a while. She got up again and walked to the secluded alley behind, standing blankly at the alley. Luo Qingzhou became more and more confused, wondering what this silly girl was going to do. Could it be that she couldn't sleep, was bored, and came out to wander around? He looked at it silently in the air for a while, and seeing that the night was dark, thinking that there was something important tonight, he had to leave with a puzzled mood. So stupid. But thinking about it carefully, the girl was indeed pitiful. A lonely person, wandering around the streets in the middle of the night holding a sword, like a wandering soul. Silent, not talking, not doing anything, just walking and stopping, dazed everywhere. Luo Qingzhou suspected that she must have a serious psychological problem. As for the brain, he didn't dare to say it, for fear of being beaten to death. Riding the wind all the way, he soon arrived at the luxurious Zhang family mansion. He didn't dare to float too low, nor too high. After calculating the height, he floated into the mansion and looked down from above. In the dark night, the vision of the soul was very clear. The corridors, gardens, courtyards in the mansion, as well as the guards and servants standing guard in the middle of the night, were all seen clearly. But after observing for a long time, no traces of the Song family hiding were found. He guarded for another half an hour. He had to leave. He decided to go to Miss Qin Air tomorrow and ask her to find a way to get him a map of the Zhang family's industry and each house. As for the people of the Zhang family, he also wanted to know. The Zhang family should not be so stupid as to hide the Song family members who committed treason directly in the mansion of the patriarch. They should be hidden in some hidden house or property. More than 20 people, including many warriors, are not so easy to hide. Just a day's food and drink requires a lot of consumption. So, it should not be difficult to find. After leaving the Zhang family mansion, he did not go directly back to the Qing mansion, but rushed all the way and floated to the Yuannong Tower. I hope that the Soul Senior can help him quickly advance to the realm of controlling objects. In that case, if he encounters a situation like the silly girl who was in a daze at the gate of Changhua Mansion tonight, he can completely use physical objects to interfere and remind her. Huh? When he arrived at the Yuannong building, he saw two tall figures standing on the two adjacent eaves of the roof from a distance. One figure was wrapped in a moon-white halo, and it was Senior Yu. The other figure was wrapped in a fiery red halo, and it should be the friend of Senior Yu that he met that night. Luo Qinggo hesitated for a moment, slowed down, and flew over. Tonight, the fiery red figure just stood there, looking at him quietly, and didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Luo Qingzhou flew closer and said to the moon-white figure, Senior Yu. With outsiders around, he still didn't call her sister. Feeling that this title was a bit shameful, he looked at the fiery red figure, but still couldn't see her face and figure, and couldn't even tell whether she was a man or a woman. However, after looking at him for a few times, the fiery red figure took the initiative to say, Your apprentice? The voice was ethereal and cold, not like the voice of a real person, and somewhat similar to the voice of the moon-white figure. The moon-white figure said lightly, No. The fiery red figure said again, Then they are lovers. The moon-white figure seemed too lazy to answer, and looked at Luo Qingzhou and said, Tell a story. Luo Qingzhou floated to her side, glanced at the red figure on the eaves next to her, and hesitated. Isn't it said that Journey to the West is a very profound practice method? How can you just talk about it in front of outsiders? I want to hear what story is that makes you wait here on time every night. The red figure turned around and said in an imperative tone, Tell me. Start from the beginning. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and said to the white figure, Senior Yu. Last time we talked about the 7th chapter. The great sage escaped from the 8 trigrams furnace, and the monkey calmed under the 5 elements mountain. Today we will talk about the 8th chapter. The Buddha created the sutra and spread the extremely optimistic sound to Chang'an by order. The red figure frowned. I'll let you start from the beginning. Luo Qingzhou pretended not to hear it and recited, Ask about the Zen gate. There are countless visits, and often the end is empty and old. Grinding bricks to make mirrors. Snow is food. How many years have you lost? A hare swallows the sea. A mustard seed contains Mount Sumeru. The red figure was stunned for a moment, and then with a whoosh, the red halo on his body suddenly burned like a flame. The flames were surging. The black hair behind him was flying. The whole body was fierce and murderous. The moon-white figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of him, with a moon-white halo on her body, her black hair flying behind her, her clothes fluttering, her aura as cold as the moon, but with a majesty that frightened people's souls. Luo Qingzhou's heart jumped, thinking that the two would fight immediately, and hurriedly prepared to retreat, fearing that innocent people would be hurt. Who knew that the red figure, who had just been domineering, only confronted the moon-white figure for a moment, and then suddenly retreated, and the voice instantly weakened. Humph. She turned around and looked away, sneering, to protect him like this. You must be treacherous or greedy. The moon-white figure ignored her, and said lightly to the back, Continue. Luo Qingzhou breathed a sigh of relief, and secretly said, It seems that this Senior Yu is still powerful. That person has a domineering aura and speaks sharply. But in front of Senior Yu, he was instantly timid, like a mouse seeing a cat. It seems that he has to work harder to hold Senior Yu's long legs tightly. Buddhism refers to the 10 realms that bodhisattvas go through in their practice. Namely, the realm of joy, the realm of purity, the realm of radiance, the realm of blazing wisdom, the realm of extreme difficulty, the realm of presence, the realm of long journey, the realm of immovability, the realm of good wisdom, and the realm of the shock of the Dharma. Luo Qingzhou continued to read aloud. The moon-white figure looked solemn and held his breath. The red figure listened angrily for a while, and then calmed down. No! This story, how come it seems to be mixed with Buddhist cultivation methods? Her heart was shocked, and she immediately pricked up her ears. and the expression on her face began to change gradually. She listened for a while. Hey, why does it seem to be mixed with Taoist cultivation methods? Her face became more solemn. After a while. Strange. How come there is also a method of body training? Her face changed again. At this moment, she held her breath. Her heartbeat accelerated, and pricked up her ears, listening carefully and remembering every word, not daring to miss anything. She felt her head buzzing, as if a new door to the road of cultivation had suddenly opened. No wonder she was able to advance so quickly. No wonder. Luo Qingzhou finished 2 rounds. The white figure said calmly, "That's all for tonight." The red figure was still not satisfied. Her heart was beating fast, and she turned around and said, "No. Let's talk for a while." At this moment, she no longer had the aggressive and domineering aura she had before, as if she had suddenly become a good student who was willing to learn, and her tone became softer. The white figure glanced at her, and suddenly her eyebrows moved, and she said coldly, "Okay, then you can worship him as your master." As soon as these words came out, the top of the attic was suddenly silent. The red figure seemed to think that he had heard it wrong, and stared at her for a while, then blinked and asked, "What did you just say?" "Let him worship me as his master, Luo Qingzhou." The white figure looked at her coldly, and said nothing more. Chapter 174 Bad Guy. The rooftop was silent again. Although neither of them spoke, they seemed to be confronting each other again. Silent confrontation. Finally, the red figure said, "Why bother? If I accept him as my master, I'm afraid it will be a disgrace to him. It's not good for him to die young." The moon white figure still didn't speak. The red figure was silent for a moment, and then said, "Senior sister, if I take him as my master, then he is also a generation older than you. You are asking for trouble." The white figure's mouth moved slightly. "That may not be the case." "Maybe?" The red figure frowned and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" The white figure turned around and looked at the darkness in the distance, and said lightly, "We are no longer sisters. You take him as your master. It has nothing to do with me." The red figure was a little angry. "He calls you senior. If I take him as my master, don't I have to call you ancestor? You are going too far." The white figure was silent for a moment, turned his head, and looked behind him and said, "What did you call me?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, lowered his head and said, "Sister." The red figure. The white figure glanced at her and said nothing more. The red figure said angrily, "Call me senior one moment. Call me sister the next moment. Will I call you something else next time?" The moon white figure's eyes moved, and he ignored her again, saying to the person behind him, "Sit down. I will teach you the method of cultivating the soul. As for the story, wait until she is gone." The red figure. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly sat down cross-legged, holding his breath, concentrating, and listening attentively. The heart contains the spirit. The lungs contain the soul. The liver contains the soul. And the spleen contains the mind. Cleanse the soul and wake up. And relax your mind. The cold and ethereal voice of the moon white figure sounded on the roof, as if it had directly penetrated into his entire soul, and every word and sentence was imprinted in his soul. The red figure was silent for a long time beside him, and then he flicked his sleeves and disappeared in a flash. The moon white figure continued to teach as if he had not seen it. Half an hour later, the sound on the roof stopped. Luo Qingzhou memorized it in his mind, and watched it over and over again in his mind several times, then stood up and said, thank you, sister you." The white figure said lightly, "Your mental power is growing very fast. Remember to practice this mental method twice every night, combined with the daily practice method I taught you. You should be able to advance soon." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and thanked again. The white figure looked at the darkness in the distance and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou said, "Sister you, do you want to tell a story?" The white figure said, "Not tonight." Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and asked respectfully, "Just now, why did sister you suddenly ask her to worship me as her master?" The white figure fell silent and did not answer. Luo Qingzhou did not ask any more questions, seeing that she seemed not to want to talk. He bowed and said goodbye, "Then I will go back first." The white figure looked into the distance and nodded slightly. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, turned around and flew away quickly. He had to go back and see that silly girl Xia Chan as soon as possible. That girl should not go to the gate of Chunghua Mansion alone to provoke others again. He flew all the way at lightning speed. When he flew back to Qing Mansion, he found that the girl was still standing at the entrance of the alley outside the mansion, as if waiting for something. After a while, she changed her place and stood on the road opposite the gate of Qin's mansion. After another moment, she crossed the street and stood under a big tree farther away. Luo Qingzhou was puzzled and kept looking at her. When it was almost dawn, she finally turned around and entered the mansion. Luo Qingzhou floated in the air and followed all the way. When she passed Lingshan Moon Palace, she paused for a moment, but soon continued to move forward. She stopped at the door of the small courtyard where he lived. Then, she turned and leaned against the door, holding the sword, and began to be dazed. Luo Qingzhou observed for a while, floated back to the small courtyard, got in through the window, and returned to his mind. Then he opened the door and went out of the house, and walked silently to the door of the small courtyard. Squeak! He suddenly opened the door and looked outside. But it was empty outside. The cold figure holding the sword had disappeared. Gone? Luo Qingzhou stood at the door, stunned for a moment, walked out, looked around, and didn't see it. What a strange girl, he muttered, turned around and went into the house, locked the door, and returned to the house. He thought about it. He went over and pushed open Xiaodia's door and walked in. Then he took off his shoes and clothes, climbed onto the bed, got into the warm quilt, and hugged the little girl's soft and warm body. Naked. This little girl is not wearing any clothes. Sir, you are here? Xiaodai woke up, her hot little face and delicate body pressed tightly against his arms. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Don't turn your back." As he said that, he forcibly turned her over and let her turn her back. His heartbeat accelerated and said, "Why don't you wear clothes?" The little girl's smooth and delicate back was close to him, and her face blushed and said shyly, "Comfortable." Luo Qingzhou. For some people, sleeping naked is indeed comfortable. No, it's even worse from behind. The jade back is smooth, the buttocks are upturned, and the hair is fragrant. Luo Qingzhou found that he could not control himself, so he quickly got up and slept on the other side, saying, "Remember to wear clothes next time. Don't sleep naked. It's not good." The little girl pouted and said, "I slept alone, and I didn't ask you to come." Luo Qingzhou held her slender and delicate jade feet, stroked them a few times, closed his eyes and said, "You talk too much. Go to sleep. I'm sleepy." "Oh." The little girl said, "Oh." Stop talking, and put the other little foot in his arms obediently. Luo Qingzhou calmed down his emotions for a while, then calmed down and gradually fell asleep. The little girl couldn't sleep. With her clear eyes open, she was thinking about random things in the dark. She looked at the window, and her heart suddenly shrank in fear. Is it an illusion? Just now there seemed to be a black shadow standing outside the window, but now when I look closely, there is nothing. She opened her eyes wide and looked for a while. She was a little scared and quickly huddled under the quilt. She crawled into the arms of the young master and curled up there tightly. Only then did she feel at ease. Outside the window, the night gradually faded away. A white line appeared in the distant sky, and then it gradually dyed half of the sky white. When the sky was bright, a figure holding a sword silently left the door outside the courtyard. The lonely and thin back soon disappeared in the light of dawn. She returned to the room and stood in the darkness for a long time before she put down her sword and took off the wooden hairpin on her head. Her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Then she untied her belt, took off her dress, and stood naked in front of the bronze mirror. Her silky hair was scattered behind her, almost covering her entire slender snow-white body. She had thin bones, but was tall, with a bumpy body, long and straight legs, a slender waist, a straight back, and a proud chest. She had a great figure, but the skirt she wore was always wider, as if to deliberately cover up this charming body. She stood quietly in front of the bronze mirror for a long time, until the light from the window gradually fell in and fell on her flawless body. She murmured to the body in the mirror, "Will it be boring?" Outside the window, the morning sun gradually rose. First, the clouds on the horizon were dyed red, and then slowly, the whole world was dyed red. She returned to the bed, wrapped in the quilt, stared blankly for a while with her dark and pure eyes, then fluttered her eyelashes, slowly closed her eyes, and murmured in a low voice, "Bad guy." Luo Qingzhou only slept for an hour. When he woke up, Xiaodai was already outside cleaning the yard. He didn't dare to stay in bed, and immediately got up and put on his clothes. After a simple wash and breakfast, he left the house through the back door, put on the mask, and went to the treasure pavilion. When he came to the treasure pavilion, the waiter Fong told him, Sister Dao has something to do today. The mission is cancelled. Mr. Chu, come again tomorrow. Luo Qingzhou was a little disappointed. But he didn't ask much. He went upstairs and spent 750 gold coins to buy 3 bottles of Tendon Refining Potion before leaving. Although it was a bit painful, the potion must be bought. If he wanted to advance as soon as possible, he must not be stingy with these things, even if they only have a little effect. On the way back, he suddenly met the girl named Nangong Meiju again. But this time, she was just about to go to Jubao Pavilion. Today she was still wearing a black skirt and black stockings, with a thin leather whip wrapped around her slender waist, as if it was her belt, and there was no extra. Tied there perfectly, the pair of slender legs wrapped in black silk was extremely eye-catching. But Luo Qingzhou took a look and looked away. He decided to take revenge on her a little. And when he passed by her, he took the initiative to say, I feel a little uncomfortable today, so I won't go. Sister Dao and the others are waiting for you. Go quickly. Nandong Meiji glanced at him coldly, ignored him, and prepared to leave. Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked again, by the way, girl, what's your name today? Nandong Meiji paused, turned around and said, Lu Qitu. Luo Qingzhou, seeing her proudly curling her lips, her tall and sexy body twisting her hips and leaving. Luo Qingzhou was a little confused. Did Miss Qin Air tell her the story of the 3 kingdoms? Lu Qitu? Lubu riding Qitu? Back to Qin's house. He entered the house, ground ink and spread out paper, pondered for a moment, and wrote 2 more stories about the 3 kingdoms, ready for Miss Qin Air to hand in. Look at the sky outside. At this time, Miss Qin Air should have finished her lunch break. Take advantage of the daybreak to send the story over, and give Miss Qin Air 2 drops of spiritual liquid, so she doesn't have to go over at night. He had something to do tonight, so he didn't want to be left there by Miss Qin Air again. After blowing the ink off the rice paper and carefully rolling it up, he went out and went to Meixiang Garden. When passing Lingchan Moon Palace, he couldn't help but think of the silly girl wandering around with a sword in the middle of the night last night. He had to find a chance to ask her, or tell Bailing. Otherwise it would be too dangerous. Let's see tonight. If she is still like last night, he can't ignore it. Came to Meixiang Garden. Zhuer was cutting flowers in the flower bed of the courtyard, preparing to take them in and put them in the vase. Seeing him coming, she hurriedly said to the house, Zhuer, the son-in-law is here. Put on your clothes quickly. Luo Qingzhou paused. Zhuer smiled and said, Son-in-law, Zhuer is trying on clothes in the house. Shall I designed a belly new clothes? Belly band? Luo Qingzhou thought to himself, could it be the style he taught that little girl? He looked into the house. Not long after, Zhuer came out of the room with a red face and neatly dressed, saying, Son-in-law, come in quickly. The young lady is a little tired and is still sleeping. Luo Qingzhou heard this and hurriedly said, Then I won't disturb the second young lady. Wait until night. Squeak. At this moment, the window of the study was suddenly pushed open. A girl in a snow-colored gauze nightgown, with her long hair slanted and a little messy, appeared in the window with sleepy eyes and a hint of anxiety on her pale face. Brother-in-law, don't leave. Cough, cough, cough. The cold wind blew in from the window, and the girl suddenly coughed again. Zhuer hurried over to close the window and said, Young lady, go to bed quickly. Son-in-law won't leave. Zhuer also hurried out of the flower garden, came over with open arms, blocked behind Luo Qingzhou, and shouted, Son-in-law, don't leave. Come in quickly. Squeak. Zhuer quickly closed the window, but the girl in the window seemed worried, still standing there, and coughed a few more times. Zhuer turned around and said, Son-in-law, go in quickly. Otherwise the young lady won't go to bed. Luo Qingzhou didn't hesitate anymore, took the rice paper in his hand, and went into the house. Zhuer hurried over to open the door of the study, then squatted on the ground, hugged his feet, and helped him take off his shoes obediently. Luo Qingzhou entered the room, and a faint fragrance of a girl came to his nose. Squeak. The door behind him closed. The girl was holding a snow-white gauze nightgown, with a pair of white and slender jade feet, pursing her pink lips. Her eyes were full of autumn waves, and she ran over from the window with a happy face, and called softly, Brother-in-law? Just this one word. Luo Qingzhou's heart was shaken. His soul was soft, and his body was weak. Chapter 175. In the study, cigarette smoke curled. Miss Jean Eyre was wearing a light gauze and came with a wisp of fragrant wind. The word brother-in-law seemed to hit people's souls. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, and quickly calmed his mind. He seemed to be afraid that she would pounce on him. He lowered his head, and held the rice paper in his hands with both hands, handed it over, and said, "Miss Eyre." The moment he lowered his head, his eyes fell on the snow-white jade feet under her skirt, and his heart couldn't help but waver again. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to think about it anymore, and raised his head and said, "Miss Eyre, go in and put on your clothes for the story of the 3 kingdoms I just wrote. I will copy it later." Miss Jane Eyre was stopped by the rice paper in his hand. She pouted her mouth slightly, and her bright eyes were dim. "Brother-in-law, are you afraid of Wei Mo?" Luo Qingzhou said. "No. Why should I be afraid of Miss Eyre?" After speaking, he turned and walked into the inner room, picked up the snow-white fox fur from the soft chair at the head of the bed, came over and draped it on her body, and helped her wrap it tightly. "Humph! You still say you're not afraid." Miss Jean pouted again. "You don't even dare to look me in the eye." Luo Qingzhou walked to the table, put down the rice paper in his hand, picked up the ink block, and helped her grind the ink and said, "Miss, I came here today, and I have something I want to ask you for help." Seeing his serious expression, Qin Weimao didn't dare to joke anymore. He walked to the table and sat down, spread the rice paper on the table, looked at him softly and said, "Brother-in-law, you say, as long as Weimao can do it, I will definitely help you." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the closed window, lowered his head, and approached her and said, "Miss, I want to know Mo Chung, all the residential addresses and business addresses of the Zhang family, one of the 4 major families. I also want to know about the people in their house, the guards, etc." "Zhang family?" Qin Weimao frowned, thought for a while, turned his head, and said to the outside, "Zhu, go to my father's place. He should be at home now. You must talk to him in person, without anyone else around, and ask him to bring the distribution map of the Zhang family's industry, the address map, and the introduction of the Zhang family's personnel, all of which I want to see." "Yes, Mississippi." Zhu agreed and hurried away immediately. Luo Qingzhou was surprised and said, "Second miss, you have already prepared it?" Qin Weimao smiled slightly. "Not only the Zhang family, but also the information of other families in Maching. We have it. In fact, other families also have this information. After all, we are all competitors. However, there must be many omissions." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and studied the ink, and fell into thought. Qin Weimao hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Brother-in-law, are you going to find those people from the Song family?" Luo Qingzhou did not hide it and nodded, "Yes. It is better to strike first." Qin Weimao showed a trace of worry on his face. "Brother-in-law, are you going alone? Do you want to take Xiaochan with you? I will also let you command my second brother." "Okay." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said softly, "It's okay. I just check where those people from the Song family are hiding first, and I haven't decided to take action yet." Qin Weimao was silent for a while and sighed. "I didn't expect that our Qin family has been standing in Maching for many years, and now we can only rely on my brother-in-law. If my brother-in-law hadn't come to marry into the princess's family, I'm afraid we would have been plotted against at the princess's dinner party that night. And the spy that night, brother-in-law. You are the lucky star and savior of our Qin family." After a pause, she whispered again, "Sister is so lucky." Luo Qingzhou said solemnly, "Second miss. In fact, in this situation, no matter which family, I am afraid they can't resist. The several major families in Maching, and even the Chunghua mansion may have joined forces. Who can resist? Father-in-law should have noticed it a long time ago. So as you said, he began to give up various industries a long time ago. But I don't know why they are still chasing after it." Qin Weimao frowned and said, "Brother-in-law, do you think it's about Daddy's resignation?" Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and nodded. "It's possible. After all, this is related to the interests of all nobles. In fact, the eldest princess wants to move only the nobles who have been conferred titles for 3 generations, and no one in the family has come out to contribute to the country. Many nobles are corrupt and incompetent. Every generation only inherits the title and enjoys the state salary. But no one in the family is useful to the country. Over time, the whole country will be dragged down by them. The annual expenditure on these nobles alone is estimated to be a large part." Qin Weimao looked at him quietly, listening to him talking, and whispered, "Brother-in-law has only met the eldest princess once, but he understands the eldest princess so well. If the eldest princess hears what brother-in-law said, she will probably regard him as a confidant and admire him. At that time, I am afraid she will find ways to kidnap brother-in-law. Luo Qingzhou saw that he had said too much. So he stopped talking and said, "Second miss. Copy it." "Oh." Qin Weimao looked worried, picked up the pen, paused, and raised her beautiful face to look at him. "Brother-in-law, you really won't leave our Qin family?" "Leave me, sister?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head to grind the ink and said, "No." The girl smiled and nodded. "Well, Weimao believes brother-in-law. He will definitely not." She raised the pen to dip the ink, shook her white hands lightly, and began to copy with her head down. One by one, the beautiful black characters soon covered the snow-white rice paper and her bright eyes. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her snow-white feet exposed under her skirt and couldn't help saying, "Second miss, do you want to put on socks?" The girl was slightly startled, looked down, then retracted her feet and hid under the snow-white soft skirt. 2 blushes appeared on her fair cheeks, and she whispered, "Well, brother-in-law?" Luo Qingzhou turned his head and shouted to the outside of the door, "Chior, come in quickly." Cough, cough, cough. The girl suddenly started coughing again. Luo Qingzhou patted her back quickly, then remembered that he hadn't given her the spiritual liquid yet, and quickly took out the porcelain bottle from the storage bag, reached out and took her little hand, and said, "Second miss, 2 more drops. First the black spiritual liquid, then the dark blue spiritual liquid." As soon as it landed on the girl's slender white index finger, it merged into it and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou let go of her little hand and put away the porcelain bottle. After a moment, Fong asked with concern, "Does the second young lady feel better?" The girl looked at the place where the spiritual liquid disappeared on her fingertips and asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, have they entered Wei Mo's body?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Yes." "How does the second young lady feel?" The girl thought about it, shook her head slightly, raised her beautiful little face and looked at him and said, "I don't feel anything. Only 2 drops. Maybe too little." Luo Qingzhou explained, "It's not a small amount. It can't be too much at one time. The second young lady is weak and can't bear too much. Although it is said that in troubled times, severe punishments are used, and strong medicines are used for serious illnesses. But this thing of mine, second young lady, don't look at it as only 2 drops. In fact, the medicinal effect in it is very powerful." The girl looked at him with her eyes and said, "Brother-in-law, in fact, Wei Mo thinks that the best medicine for Wei Mo's body is not these medicines." Luo Qingzhou looked into her beautiful eyes, paused, and changed the subject. "Second young lady, I'll call Chior to come in and help you put on socks, so as not to catch a cold." He turned his head and said to the door, "Chior, come in and give your family son-in-law. I suddenly have to go to the bathroom." After that, the footsteps hurried away. Luo Qingzhou, the room fell into silence. It was quiet for a while. Second young lady Qin bit her pink lips and whispered, "Brother-in-law, second young lady." "Wait a minute." Luo Qingzhou didn't hesitate anymore, went directly to the inner room, and took out a pair of snow-white silk stockings. "It's just a pair of socks. There's no need to think too much." He held the soft stockings, squatted in front of the girl, held her tender ankles, lifted her snow-white feet, and gently put them on. The girl lowered her head, her cheeks slightly red, and quietly looked at his gentle eyes and appearance. Outside the window, the sun was shining. The red plum blossom that leaned into the eaves had already withered, but the branches were still proudly standing, full of vitality. Just wait for the ice and snow season next year to bloom again. The flower bed in the yard was full of flowers of this season. Colorful, but only it had lit up the most brilliant colors for the window lattice in the eaves in that pale season. Chior and Ju, who came back with something, stood in front of the flower bed, silently looking at the window of the study. After a while, the two of them discussed in a low voice. "Chior, do you think the uncle will put socks on the young lady?" "Of course. The uncle will not bear to see the young lady suffer from the cold." "Chior, I remember that the young lady just got up and didn't change her clothes. Didn't the uncle see her naked? You are so talkative. The young lady is willing." "Chior, then are you willing? I don't want to bother with you." "Hee hee. You must have been thinking about it day and night. And you can't wait for the uncle to see you naked, and then serve the uncle. Isn't the shameful bellyband of yours that can't even cover your chest specially prepared for the uncle to see? Silent girl, if you keep talking nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart." The two little girls were playing in the yard. In the house, cigarette smoke curled and it was silent. Chapter 176. Oh. Time seems to stand still. The sun shines brightly, passing through the exquisitely carved window lattices in the corridor and falling on this closed window. The soft light shines through the curtains and falls into the house, illuminating the entire room. The red candle is still burning on the candlestick in the corner. The rice paper on the table. The ink that has just been used has dried. The room is silent. I don't know how long it has been. It seems very long. And it seems very short. Second miss. Luo Qingzhou quickly stood up, poured tea, handed it to her lips and said, "Drink some water." Drinking water diverts attention and dispels the emotions in her heart. Miss Qin's face has turned pale at this moment, and her breathing has become rapid. She lowered her head and drank a few sips of water, closed her eyes, and the fluctuating emotions in her heart slowly calmed down. After another moment, she just opened her eyes, lowered her long eyelashes, bit her pink lips, and apologized in a low voice, "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry Wei Mo is so useless." She couldn't breathe just by wearing a pair of socks. Then, Luo Qingzhou put down the water cup, helped her to lie on the couch, and said softly, "Second miss, don't say that." The girl's face was pale, and tears in her eyes said, "But, Wei Mo's body." Luo Qingzhou said softly, "Second miss, don't think too much. Don't worry. Your illness will definitely get better. Nothing will happen. Brother-in-law? Okay. Don't talk. Have a good rest. Brother-in-law? Don't leave. No. I'll sit here and accompany you. Go to sleep quickly. Don't think too much. Your body is important." I don't know how long it took. The girl finally closed her eyes slowly and fell asleep. Listening to the sound of deep sleep, Luo Qingzhou stared at the delicate little face with tear marks for a while, frowned, and sighed slightly. The sun outside the window gradually set in the west. The room was quiet and silent. There was no sound outside the room either. Zhu, who went to get something, seemed to have gone forever, without any movement. Unconsciously, the sunset was setting and it was dusk. Chior knocked on the door gently outside and whispered, "Uncle." The two maids had been waiting at the door for a long time, and only at this time could they not help knocking on the door. Luo Qingzhou said, "Come in." The door was gently pushed open. Chior walked silently into the inner room and whispered, "Uncle, is the young lady asleep?" "She has slept for more than an hour." Luo Qingzhou stood up and said, "Miss Chior, take good care of her. I should go back." Chior looked at him, hesitant to speak. Luo Qingzhou left the room. Zhuer stood in the corridor, outside the door, holding a stack of rice paper in her hand. When she saw him come out, she handed the things to him and reminded him, "Uncle, these things are very important. The master said that no one can see them except the second lady and the uncle, so you must keep them carefully." Luo Qingzhou took it in his hand and asked in confusion, "Did the master mention me too?" Zhuer nodded and said, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou said nothing more, thanked him, and walked down the steps. When he walked to the small courtyard, Zhuer suddenly asked, "Uncle, did you take advantage of my lady in the house just now?" Luo Qingzhou paused, thought for a moment, turned around and said, "No." Zhuer looked unconvinced. He added, "But your young lady took advantage of me. Let me put socks on her." After that, he left quickly with his things in his arms. Zhuer was stunned for a moment, looked at his back, and pouted, "Humph. You're still being ungrateful after getting the advantage. I'd wake up laughing in my dreams if my young lady took the initiative to take advantage of you." On the bed in the room, Miss Jean Eyre had a smile on her face, as if she was having a sweet dream, and she murmured in her sleep, "Brother-in-law." Luo Qingzhou was holding his things, and he was distracted all the way. When passing by Lingchan Moon Palace, Beiling, wearing a pink dress, stood at the door and looked at him and said, "Son-in-law, are you coming to pay respects to my young lady tonight?" Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses and looked at her and said, "Did the young lady ask about me?" Beiling's eyes were dim. "No." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and immediately understood, and said, "Okay, then I'll come tonight." Beiling's mouth moved, revealing a smile, and said crisply, "Son-in-law, then remember to come early tonight." Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, walked over and took a look at the yard, and whispered, "Beiling, is Miss Xiaochan here?" Beiling narrowed her eyes and said, "Chan is sleeping in the room." "What's wrong? Son-in-law misses her. Do you want to go to the room and sleep with her?" Luo Qingzhou frowned and said seriously, Don't joke. Bailing. I want to ask. Has Xia-chan been sleeping in the room during the day recently? Bailing nodded and said, yes. Chan-chan is afraid of the dark. And she dare not sleep alone at night. So she can only sleep during the day. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, why don't you sleep with her at night? Bailing shook her head and said, no. Chan-chan doesn't want me. She always has nightmares when she sleeps at night. And sometimes she will draw a sword, which is very scary. I dare not sleep with her. Luo Qingzhou felt a little sad when he heard it. Is it because of childhood? Bailing sighed and said, it should be. For so many years, Chan-chan has not been able to walk out of those shadows. Luo Qingzhou thought about the lonely and silent figure of the girl wandering around the streets in the dark last night, and whispered Bailing, you could accompany her more at night in the future. If she doesn't sleep, she should walk around. Right? It's lonely alone. It's better for you to accompany her. Bailing said helplessly, son-in-law. It's not that I don't accompany Chan-chan. I have to take care of the young lady. And Chan-chan doesn't want me to follow her. Luo Qingzhou frowned, was silent for a while, and said, Bailing, I couldn't sleep last night, so I walked around for a while, and saw her outside the mansion. She was alone on the street outside, standing there in a daze, looking quite pitiful. When Bailing heard this, a trace of doubt gradually appeared on her face, and then she gradually became solemn and whispered, Uncle, did you say anything to Chan-chan? Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Bailing frowned tightly and said solemnly, even if Chan-chan can't sleep, she usually won't go out alone. She is a road idiot. Can't tell the direction. Can't recognize the road. And is very resistant and afraid of the unfamiliar environment and people outside. She must have a reason to go out last night. Are you sure you didn't say anything to her? Luo Qingzhou pondered for a while, carefully recalling what he said to her in the past few days. After a while, he suddenly felt a shock in his heart, and seemed to remember something vaguely. Chapter 177 Silly Girl. In the evening, the setting sun is slightly intoxicated. In the Tingyu garden on a moonlit night, the sky is full of red clouds, and the lake is full of green leaves and red lotus roots. And the clouds are sparkling. On the moon-watching tower in the center of the lake, Luo Qingzhou's soul is bathed in the sunset and sunset. He sits cross-legged on the roof, closes his eyes and concentrates, practicing the soul cultivation method that Senior Yu taught him last night. The evening breeze blows softly. The sunset enters his body, as if injecting a layer of gorgeous light into his soul. The whole soul is warm, as if swimming in the warm lake. Strands of strange light, as he practices, begin to flow back and forth from his head to his feet. Time passes quietly. In the Tingyu garden on a moonlit night, there is no sound. Unconsciously, the sunset has quietly hidden in the green mountains in the distance. The night falls, darkening the entire garden. Then, another bright moon rose. The bright moonlight fell down and quietly fell into the lake. The night wind blew, the mist curled, and the clear water sparkled. When Luo Qingzhou woke up, the sky was full of stars. He stood up, feeling unsatisfied. His whole soul seemed to become lighter, and his vision seemed to see farther and clearer. He breathed in the gentle moonlight on the roof again, and then he floated down and fell into the bamboo forest, his soul returning to his body. When he returned to the courtyard, Xiao Dai was heating up the food in the kitchen. The weather was cold, and the food brought from the kitchen had already been cold. The master and servant had dinner, took clothes, and took advantage of the night to sneak into the lake to take a bath. Sir, this afternoon, I and Sister Xiao have made the belly band you mentioned. When we go back later, do you want to see it? What kind? The kind that only covers the chest, not the belly, and the middle of the chest is exposed. Xiao Dai, I am a serious scholar, and I don't care about such shameful things. If you don't want to see it, forget it. See it. The master and servant quickly took a bath and went ashore to go home, back to the room. After seeing it, Luo Qingzhou gave a few sincere suggestions. In fact, this kind of thing can be thinner, more transparent, and use less cloth. Frugality is the virtue of housekeeping. Little girl. Luo Qingzhou returned to the room and changed his clothes. Then he went out and went to Lingshan Moon Palace to pay his respects to Miss Qin. When he arrived at the door, Bailing was leaning against the door waiting for him. Seeing him coming, she hurriedly said, Son-in-law, the eldest lady went to the second lady's place and will probably be back later. Son-in-law, you don't have to come to pay your respects tonight. Luo Qingzhou heard this and was a little curious. Bai Ling. If the eldest lady and the second lady are together, will there be anything to say? Bai Ling thought for a while and said, "It seems not." Luo Qingzhou shrugged and didn't ask any more questions. He glanced into the yard and said, "Is Miss Xia-Chan here?" Bai Ling turned his head and looked inside, saying, "Chan is practicing sword in the garden at the back. She has been practicing since the evening. Do you want to go and see?" Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Forget it. I won't disturb her." Bai Ling turned his head and looked at him and said, "Son-in-law, do you already know why Chan suddenly went out alone last night?" Luo Qingzhou fell silent and did not answer. Bai Ling looked at him and did not speak again. The air suddenly became quiet. After a while, Luo Qingzhou suddenly approached her, stretched out his hand and held her little hand, and said directly, "Bai Ling, if one day I choose to separate from the eldest lady, uncle." Before he finished speaking, Bai Ling interrupted him softly, looked at him with complicated eyes for a while, suddenly took a step closer, lowered her head, and leaned gently in his arms, her pretty pink cheeks against his chest, and whispered, "No matter who uncle chooses in the future, in Bai Ling's heart, uncle will always be the best. Bai Ling will not blame uncle." After a pause, she murmured in a low voice, Chan will not." Luo Qingzhou looked down at her pretty little face, and his heart suddenly softened. This was the first time she took the initiative to lean in his arms. He stretched out his arm and hugged her gently. With his other hand, he held her tender little hand in his palm, caressing it gently, and said softly, "Bai Ling, what I'm asking is, if that day really comes, will you?" "No." Bai Ling raised her other arm and hugged him, her cheek still pressed against his chest, and whispered, "Son-in-law, Bai Ling will not follow you. Bai Ling will always follow the young lady, and will never be separated from the young lady." Luo Qingzhou fell silent. The moonlight was like water, and the night was quiet. The two held hands, hugged each other, and snuggled together, standing quietly at the door of Lingchan Moon Palace for a long time, until Luo Qingzhou's sight suddenly saw the figure in the courtyard. Xia-Chan stood there holding a sword, motionless, her cheek hidden in the shadow of the eaves, and her expression could not be seen clearly. I don't know how long she has been standing there. Luo Qingzhou looked at her, stunned, and then let go of the girl in his arms. "Uncle, hold me for a while longer. I want to cry." Bai Ling opened her arms and took the initiative to hug him, with a hint of tears in her voice. Luo Qingzhou looked at the lonely figure in the courtyard, and after a moment of silence, he whispered, "Xia-Chan is watching. Uncle, don't hold me. You're bullying me again. You want to be naughty with me again." Woo woo woo. Bai Ling's face suddenly changed, twisting and struggling in his arms, whimpering. Then she pushed him away fiercely and ran into the courtyard. "Ah! Chan, when did you come? Why didn't you save me? Uncle just held me forcibly and wanted to be naughty with me. Woo woo. Fortunately, I would rather die than surrender," and struggled desperately, so that uncle didn't succeed. Woo woo woo. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the figure in the courtyard, didn't listen anymore, and turned to leave. It took a long time after he left. The courtyard was quiet. Bai Ling lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong, and drew circles awkwardly with 2 fingers in front of her body, and said timidly, Chan, don't be angry." Xia-Chan looked at her coldly, and was silent for a long time before she said, "Bai Ling, Chan, what do you want to say? Do you want to forgive me?" Bai Ling quickly moved closer to her, held her little hands with both hands, and gently rubbed them on her face, with a flattering expression on her face. Xia-Chan was silent for a while, and then whispered, "You follow him." "I follow Mississippi." Bai Ling paused, then shook her head vigorously. "No, Chan, I won't. I said that I will always be a pure and tender flower, and I don't want to be dirtied by my son-in-law. I want to follow Miss, and always follow Mississippi. You should leave with him. Neither Miss nor I welcome you." Xia-Chan lowered her head slightly, clenched the sword in her hand, and whispered, "But I, the second Miss." Bai Ling fell silent. Then he suddenly hugged her, held her tightly in his arms, and said softly, Chan, my good Chan, it's okay. Miss will definitely help you, and the second Miss believe in Mississippi. Miss may have met a master recently, or a great opportunity, and her cultivation has been advancing by leaps and bounds." Luo Qingzhou returned to the house and locked the door. Then he dripped the spiritual liquid and his soul left his body. First, he practiced the soul and heart method on the bed for a while, and then practiced the thunder fist in the room for a while. Wait until midnight. He passed through the roof and left the mansion, rushing all the way, and floated straight to the Zhang family mansion. He first observed the Zhang family mansion for a while, and after finding nothing unusual, he went to the mansions of the second and third masters of the Zhang family, and observed them one by one from a high position for a while, remembering the layout of the house, and even the places where the guards and servants often appeared. Then, he went to the Zhang family's dock, tea house, cloth shop and other places, and observed all the places where people could live one by one, and forcibly engraved all the information he saw in his vision in the depths of his mind. In the early morning, he rushed all the way back to the Qin mansion. At the alley in front of the Qin mansion gate, he saw the lonely and thin figure again, standing there alone, in a daze. I don't know where the sword that rarely left her hand went. Luo Qingzhou floated in the air, and after searching carefully for a while, he saw that the sword was actually placed by her in the shadow under the corner of the wall next to her. She stood there motionless with empty hands, looking blankly at the empty street, like a wandering soul without consciousness. Luo Qingzhou flew into the mansion quickly with mixed feelings. Back to the room. His soul returned to his body. He walked out of the backyard, ran all the way, and directly climbed over the wall at the back door of the mansion, and then walked out of the alley quickly. Standing at the entrance of the alley, he saw the cold figure from afar. He walked over quickly. The moonlight was bright, falling on the bluestone slabs on the ground, but she stood in the shadow all the time, as if she was afraid to face this gentle light. When Luo Qingzhou came closer, without concealing his footsteps, she turned her back to him, suddenly moved, and picked up her sword from the corner of the wall next to her. Clang! A flash of cold light. The sword was unsheathed. Her slender body was still standing in the shadow, but the sword in her hand was shining with cold light under the moonlight. Her eyes were as cold as a blade. Xia Chan! Luo Qingzhou spoke in time and stopped. The sword that was almost at his throat suddenly stopped. The girl held the sword in her backhand. Her body stiffened, and she slowly turned around to face him, looking at him with some surprise. Then, she put away the sword. With a clang, the sword was sheathed. She looked at him coldly, turned around and prepared to leave. Luo Qingzhou suddenly grabbed her hand. The girl paused, and the little hand he held seemed to tremble slightly, then turned her face and stared at him with cold eyes. Just like when they first met. She saw his eyes. But now, Luo Qingzhou was not afraid of her. He still held her cold little hand tightly, facing her cold eyes, and was silent for a while, and said softly, "Silly girl, even if you want to help me kill someone, you shouldn't use yourself as bait like this. Waiting here stupidly? Do you think the killer is stupider than you?" The girl clenched the sword in her hand, staring at him with more cold eyes. "Are you going to kill me?" Luo Qingzhou asked softly, then suddenly approached her, stretched his neck and said, "Kill. It's an honor to die under Miss Xia Chan's sword. To die in front of Miss Xia Chan. Even if I die, I will die with no regrets. Kill. Kill the good brother-in-law in front of you who once jumped into the water to save you without hesitation, who once protected you under the bridge on a stormy night, and who once accompanied you in the flower garden in the cold night. Kill him, and you can find someone else in the future." Luo Qingzhou leaned forward, tilted his neck, and almost stuck to her body. It looked a bit arrogant. The girl clenched the sword in her hand and looked at him coldly. There was a moment of silence. She suddenly stretched out a slender finger and gently scratched his stretched neck as if it was killing him, so that he would get what he wanted. "Kill him," she whispered. Chapter 178. The night was silent. In the alley, there was a whistling sound of wind. On the steps outside the gate of the Qin mansion, a man and a woman sat there, staring at the night in a daze. Luo Qingzhou sat with her for a while before saying, "Go back. You won't be able to wait for the killers. Don't worry. I'll find you when I need you after I find them." The girl held the sword in her arms and remained silent. Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, "Then, you come back with me and sleep at my place. If someone accompanies you, you won't be scared." As soon as these words came out, the girl suddenly tightened her sword in her hand, turned her pretty face, and looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou explained, "What I mean is that you can sleep with Xiao Dai, or you can sleep alone in Xiaoda's room. Our house is relatively small, and my room is just opposite. If you sleep alone, you won't be scared, and you can light a candle." The girl did not respond. Luo Qingzhou said. Can't sleep? You shouldn't sleep during the day. So, you should bear it during the day tomorrow. Don't sleep. And sleep at night. Adjust your schedule. And you should be able to change it slowly in the future. The girl turned her head away and looked at the street in the distance. Still ignoring him. Let's go. Go back. Luo Qingzhou stood up directly, patted the dust on his butt, looked at her and said, have a good rest. I may need your help soon. If you don't keep enough energy, I dare not look for you. The girl snorted, and finally spoke, whispering, who? Rare. After speaking, she stood up, holding the sword, quickly walked up the steps, and entered the mansion in front of him. When Luo Qingzhou walked into the gate, she could no longer be seen. Butler Zhou looked at him from the side, wanting to say something but stopping. Luo Qingzhou shrugged. I didn't open the door. She opened it, and I followed her out. Butler Zhou smiled and said, son-in-law. I opened it. When Miss Xia-chan walked to the door, I opened it for her. Although I don't know what she is going to do. The master and the mistress have told me that no matter what Miss Xia-chan does, we must fully support her. Luo Qingzhou was surprised and said, why do you dote on that girl so much? Butler Zhou sighed and said, it's not dote. It's respect. It's gratitude. Without Miss Xia-chan guarding the mansion, I guess those assassins would have come in long ago. Luo Qingzhou's eyes showed a trace of thought. Son-in-law, go back quickly. It's dangerous outside and in the mansion. It's best not to run around alone. Butler Zhou said respectfully. Yes. Luo Qingzhou entered the mansion. When passing Lingchanyu Palace, he paused. When he was about to leave, the door opened with a creak. Bailing came out and said, Uncle, were you with Chan-chan just now? What did you say to Chan-chan? Luo Qingzhou said. What happened? Bailing said with a strange look on her face. As soon as Chan-chan came back, she went back to her room to sleep and even lit a candle. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything else. Bailing said, but she must not be able to sleep. She slept all afternoon today. Uncle, how about you come in and talk to us here tonight? Okay? Luo Qingzhou's expression moved. Is the eldest lady not back yet? Bailing nodded. Zhuer just came and said that the young lady will not be back tonight, and will stay at the second young lady's place. Then she asked in confusion, this is the first time that the young lady has stayed overnight at the second young lady's place. I wonder if she has anything to say to the second young lady. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, forget it. I have something to do tomorrow, so I have to go back to bed early. Bailing pouted her lips and said, oh, a little unhappy. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, thought about it, and said, go back and accompany Xia-chan. When the eldest young lady is here tomorrow night, I will come and tell her. Bailing pouted her lips and said, what? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, don't I have a chance to sleep with the eldest young lady once a month? I will tell her tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, I want to sleep with her. Is it okay? After saying this, Bailing was stunned for a moment, then avoided his gaze and whispered, oh. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more, glanced at her again, waved his hand, and left quickly. Bailing stood at the door, watching his figure gradually disappear in the darkness in the distance. With a dazed look, after a long time, she returned to the room. She sat on the bed for a while, then left the room, pushed open the door opposite, and walked in. Chan-chan, the son-in-law just said that he thought about it. Are you feeling better? If not, as your good sister, there are actually some things I can help you. Don't worry. I will just do it with my hands and feet, and I will never say anything. Luo Qingzhou returned to the room. He got on the bed, calmed his mind, and his soul left his body. Then he passed through the roof, floated into the air, and flew towards the Yuannong building. The effect of this evening's practice was very fast. Now the soul feels more solid, but lighter, and the flying speed seems to be a little faster. The soul method taught to him by Senior Yu is obviously a good thing, which makes his practice speed faster. So tonight, he has to continue to tell stories to Senior Yu. By the way, take a leave. Tomorrow night, he will stay at home and make love with his wife. So he will not go thinking about things in his heart. He followed the wind all the way, as if flying in the wind, floating like a fairy. When he came close to the Yuannong building, he suddenly found that the moon-white figure that had been standing on the eaves of the roof had turned into the red figure. Senior Yu seemed not to have come yet. It was her friend who came. Luo Qingzhou stopped in midair, glanced at the red figure, And when he was about to turn around and leave, the red figure on the eaves suddenly flashed and appeared in front of him in an instant, looking at him coldly and said, "Why? Don't you want to see me?" Luo Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat, and he had to say respectfully, "Senior, I just don't dare to go over, for fear of disturbing you." The red figure stared at him for a while, and said, "Let's go. Follow me back." Luo Qingzhou was stunned and floated in place without moving. The red figure looked at him again, and said in a slow tone, "Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. I have many soul cultivation methods, which can be passed on to you. What she can give you, I can give you. What she can't give you, I can still give you." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "Sorry, Senior. I have to wait for Senior you here." The red figure stared at him, was silent for a while, and said, "What is your relationship with her? How did you know each other?" Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Junior and Senior you met by chance, but we hit it off right away. Senior you once saved me. I treat her as an elder, sister, and friend." The red figure sneered, "Elder, sister, friend? Will she become my wife in a few days?" Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "Senior, I already have a wife." The red figure showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. "Isn't it better to have a wife? Coincidentally, she also has a husband. Wouldn't it be more exciting for you to have an affair outside?" Luo Qingzhou looked up at her and said, "Senior seems to have a deep grudge against Senior you. Is it because Senior you is better than you?" As soon as these words came out, the red figure's whole body suddenly whooshed, and red light burst out, like a burning flame, fierce and murderous, and said coldly, "Are you looking for death?" A hot breath came to my face. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to retreat, a ray of moonlight suddenly fell in front of him, and then a soft light covered his front, and he instantly turned into a moon-white figure. The hot breath and surging murderous aura that hit him also disappeared immediately. The moon-white figure stood quietly in front of him, without saying anything or making any movements, just looking at each other quietly. The red light and the burning flames on the red figure gradually faded away. Soon, calm was restored. "Is it a hard feeling?" "As expected. You are a friend and brother of the soul intercourse. He was in danger, and you came here in an instant." "Tut tut," the red figure said sarcastically. The moon-white figure still did not respond, turned around, and said lightly, "Let's go." The voice was still cold and ethereal, but in Luo Qingzhou's ears, it was gentler and kinder than ever. "Yeah." Luo Qingzhou followed her and floated to the Yuannong building. "Sister Yu, do you want to tell a story tonight?" When he came to the top of the building, he took the initiative to ask. At this time, the red figure also followed shamelessly, floating on another ease next to him, and said coldly, "Go ahead." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but look at her, secretly thinking in his heart, "This person is so shameless." He ignored her and looked at the moon-white figure in front of him. After a moment of silence, the moon-white figure said, "Wait until she leaves." The red figure snorted, turned around, and looked at the dark night in the distance like her, saying, "I won't leave tonight." The roof fell into silence. The night wind sobbed, blowing the flags downstairs. Luo Qingzhou didn't want to waste time, so he sat down on the roof and began to practice the soul method silently. The moonlight fell down, as if he had been coated with a thin layer of moon clothes. A strange light began to flow slowly in his soul, like an airflow, running up and down over and over again. Time passed quietly. Another half an hour later, the red figure finally couldn't help it, turned around and looked at her and said, "Senior sister, my soul has been stuck in this state for a whole year. I hope you can give him to me. In the beginning everything good was yours, and I was never as good as you. Now, I hope you can give this person to me. I can make an exception and help your family this time." The white figure was silent for a while, and said in a cold voice, "I don't care about the mortal world anymore. What they do has nothing to do with me. As for him, he doesn't belong to me, so I can't give him to you." The red figure narrowed his eyes. "Since he doesn't belong to you, can I take him away?" The white figure said, "No." The red figure said coldly, "Why?" The white figure was silent and didn't answer again. The roof fell into silence again. After a long time, the red figure nodded and said, "Okay. You say a condition. As long as I can do it, worship him as a teacher." The white figure said lightly. The red figure said angrily, "Accept this." The white figure was silent for a while, and then said, "Then call him brother." Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 179 Showdown with her. The rooftop was silent again. The red figure fell silent, looking at her suspiciously. Others might think she was joking after hearing this, but she knew clearly that this was definitely not a joke. This cold senior sister never joked. Worship him as a teacher. Or call him brother. Why did she make such a request? With her personality, it was definitely not aimless. And there must be some purpose that she had not thought of for the time being. Is there a third choice? She was silent for a long time, and felt that these two choices were unacceptable to her identity. The moon-white figure said directly, "No." The red figure stared at her for a while, turned around, and looked at the figure wrapped in fluorescent light behind her. She also couldn't see his appearance or his body. From his voice, she couldn't tell his age. "Senior sister, do you know him?" "I'm not talking about the soul," she asked suddenly. The moon-white figure was silent for a while, and said, "I don't know him." The red figure moved his lips, as if he wanted to say something, but held back. Since they don't know each other, then the other party certainly won't know her either. In this case, the two of them will never have any intersection in reality, and they will never meet. In that case, shame, embarrassment, and embarrassment should not happen in reality. Think about it carefully. In order to break through the bottleneck of the soul, in order to continue to advance in the future. In fact, calling a master or brother is not a big deal, and it is definitely worth it. Many people even risk their lives and sell their bodies and souls for cultivation resources. She just wants to call master or brother, which is actually very worthwhile and very advantageous. Just move your mouth. She looked at the figure in front of her, but she was constantly persuading herself in her heart. But after hesitating for a while, every time she was ready to compromise and ready to shout out, she felt her face burning and ashamed in her heart. The nobility and dignity of her status, like a shackle, locked her throat and thoughts, making her unable to hold back the two shameful words. "Can I trade it with my skills? Or, I can give him what he wants. In reality, I can give him more." She finally managed to say these words. The white moon figure still said lightly, "No." She was a little annoyed. "Why? Why do you insist on me calling him master or brother? Are you deliberately humiliating me?" The white moon figure was silent for a while, and said, "No." "What is it? Why?" Her heart was full of uncontrollable resentment and anger, and she seemed to have lost her mind. The white moon figure looked at the darkness in the distance, and still did not answer. "I would rather not practice." She gritted her teeth and threw down this sentence, and the red shadow flashed and disappeared. The white moon figure still stood there quietly, motionless, as if nothing had happened. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help asking, "Senior you, why do you insist on letting her call me like that?" The white moon figure was silent for a long time, and then said three words lightly, "For your own good." "For my own good?" Luo Qingzhou was puzzled and full of doubts. But seeing that she obviously wouldn't say anything more, he didn't ask any more questions and said respectfully, "Senior, do you want to tell a story?" The white moon figure turned around and looked at him and said, "Is it a bit embarrassing to call me sister?" Luo Qingzhou, to be honest, it is a bit. His cheeks were a little hot, and he lowered his head and said, "But if Senior likes it, then no matter who is present in the future, I will call Senior sister." The white moon figure didn't say anything else. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and couldn't help asking, "That can I ask? Sister you, how old are you this year?" The white moon figure was silent for a moment and said, "Tell a story." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and didn't dare to say anything more. He said, "Oh," and continued to tell the story from last night. In the year of GC, the world was at peace. Tributes were paid from all directions, and all corners of the country were loyal. But the body of the servant killed by Lu Hong floated down the river. But the body of Chen Guangrui sank to the bottom of the water. A night demon patrolling the sea at Hongjiangku saw it, and reported it to the Dragon Palace. It was just when the Dragon King was ascending the throne. The night demon reported, "Today, someone in Hongjiangku beat a scholar to death, and left his body at the bottom of the water." At this point, the white figure's eyes suddenly moved, looking at the river in the distance, muttering, "Dragon Palace." At this time, the King of Tang was dreaming of leaving the palace, walking under the moon and flowers. And suddenly the Dragon King changed into a human form, knelt down and shouted, "Your Majesty, save me! Save me!" But Prime Minister Wei Zheng was in the mansion, watching the Xinjiang at night, burning precious incense, and heard the cry of a crane in the sky. It was a fairy messenger sent by heaven, holding the Jade Emperor's golden decree, telling him to kill the old dragon of Jinghe in his dream at 3/4 of noon. The Prime Minister thanked the heaven for his grace, fasted and bathed, tested the sword of wisdom in the mansion, and exercised his soul. At this point, the white figure's expression condensed. The soul enters the dream, slays the dragon in the dream, the soul leaves the body. Luo Qingzhou finished the story twice in one breath, hearing her mumbling in a low voice. He did not dare to disturb her, and stood quietly. After a while, the white figure said in an ethereal voice, "Your story." Luo Qingzhou's heart tightened, thinking that she was going to ask about the origin of the story. When he was thinking about how to make it up, she paused and said only 2 words lightly, "Very good." Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Sister Yu likes to listen. As long as I have time in the future, I will come to tell Sister Yu every night." The white figure was silent for a while and asked, "The confidant you mentioned last time, how is her condition?" Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned and replied, "She is in better health recently." The moon-white figure looked into the distance and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and saw that the time was almost up. He had to go out of the city to hunt and practice tomorrow. So he bowed and said goodbye, "Sister Yu, I'll go back first." Then he said, "By the way, Sister Yu, I may not be able to come tomorrow night. I have to stay at home with my wife." The moon-white figure nodded slightly. Luo Qingzhou said goodbye and left, and soon disappeared into the night. The moon-white figure stood alone on the eaves for a while, and then the figure flashed and disappeared. Qin Mansion. Luo Qingzhou returned to the house, and his soul returned to his body. Then he pushed the door open and went out into Xiaoda's room, got on the bed, got into the quilt, held the little girl in his arms, and closed his eyes. Soon she fell asleep. Plum Fragrance Garden. On the candlestick in the study, a thick red candle was still lit. On the table, incense balls were roasted in the incense burner, and the smoke was curling. The room was filled with warm air. On the bed in the inner room, Miss Qin Air was already asleep. On the beauty couch outside, Qin Jinzhou was sitting there quietly in a snow-white dress, with a cold and indifferent look on her flawless face, like the cold moon outside the window. I don't know how long it took. She moved her body, moved her jade feet in snow-white silk stockings and straight legs, slowly got off the couch, and walked into the inner room. Her long black hair, like satin, fell on her slender waist, and swayed gently like water waves with her silent footsteps. Even in the dim room full of fireworks, she was still noble and elegant, with a fairy spirit curling, not causing dust. She came to the bed and stood quietly, as if she was not tired, until the night outside the window faded, and the morning sun rose. Luo Qingzhou had breakfast, then climbed over the wall from the back door and left the house, and put on a mask in a quiet alley. When he arrived at Jubao Pavilion, only Sister Dao and the young man named Zhou Boyue were there. Others had something to do today, so they didn't come. This is better. Luo Qingzhou didn't want to see the girl named Nangong Meiju again. Sister Dao took the two out and got on the carriage. After leaving the city, the carriage began to run on the road. Not long after, they arrived outside the Blackwood Forest. After getting off the car, Sister Dao asked again if anyone wanted to hire her today, and looked at someone and added, "If you hire her in advance now, the price will be lower. If you have something to do later, come to me, and the price will double." Zhou Boyue bowed and said goodbye, and went into the woods alone. Luo Qingzhou said, "It's okay. Even if the price doubles, it's worth it to be able to hire Sister Dao. I'll see what happens later." After that, he left. He still took the same path as last time. This time, he directly tightened his fascia, accumulated strength, and began to search and practice in the woods. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He jumped and shuttled between dense and tall trees, sometimes on the ground, sometimes on the trees, as agile as a monkey. Although he was practicing, his mind was highly tense, and he was always paying attention to the slightest movement around him. Not long after, he had searched all the woods he searched last time, and did not see any monsters. He did not move forward, but turned back and continued to use this natural practice treasure land to temper his fascia. When he returned, he jumped onto a big tree, and his fascia muscles were first tightened and accumulated strength. And then he suddenly ejected and jumped to another big tree next to him. Sometimes it was light, like a dragonfly touching the water and leaving. Sometimes it was fierce, and fell on the tree trunk with a bang, exercising his arms and legs. He jumped all the way and did not land. At first, he was a little clumsy, and occasionally slipped down, but slowly he became proficient, faster and more agile. The fascia and muscles of the whole body quickly beat and heated up, and the internal force in the body quickly flowed through them to nourish and temper them repeatedly. Until noon. He stopped with sweat all over his body, and sore all over. However, he was the weakest at this time, so he did not fall to the ground, but climbed up to the top of the tree, enjoyed lunch and water on the branches, and took a short rest. 2 more drops of liquid were dripped. The cold liquid penetrated into the body, and turned into a trace of cold air flow, quickly moisturizing and watering his sore fascia muscles. He rested for a whole hour. When he closed his eyes, and looked at the method of refining tendons in his mind, he suddenly thought of the boxing method shaking the mountain tyrant fist he got last time. Then, he thought of the Plum Blossom treasure book that he accidentally got in Chungwa Mansion. There is also a set of boxing methods in it, called Plum Blossom's Flying, which happens to be a boxing method that can be practiced in the realm of refining tendons. After carefully looking through the 2 boxing methods in his mind several times, he roughly understood them. The boxing method of shaking the mountain tyrant fist can be practiced in every realm, and various qualitative changes can occur with the promotion of the realm. The moves are fierce, direct, and domineering, good at attacking. At the same time, this domineering power seems to be able to make the fist suddenly grow bigger, and the power is even more terrifying. The Plum Blossom's Flying boxing method can only be practiced after reaching the tendon refining realm. The moves are fast, accurate, and numerous, and various fist shadows will be produced, which are so realistic that people can't defend against them. Both offensive and defensive. Both boxing methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. However, the shaking mountain tyrant fist can only be practiced in a secret place, because the punches are heavy and powerful, fierce and domineering, and the movement is too quiet. When practicing the Plum Blossom's Flying boxing method, it is much quieter. You can practice it in the house, in the front yard, and in the backyard. Luo Qingzhou carefully looked at the picture moves and basic points of the shaking mountain tyrant fist for a while, then got down from the tree, found a secluded valley, and began to practice slowly. Boom, 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 boom. Because he had the experience of practicing the thunder fist, it was much easier to practice this shaking mountain tyrant fist. After practicing several times according to the picture in his mind, he gradually became proficient. The moves were simple, but each move required the greatest amount of strength to be used. Although fierce and powerful, it consumed internal strength and strength. After practicing for half an hour, he was sweating profusely, panting, and most of his internal strength was consumed. After stopping and taking a short break, he drank some water from the kettle, then jumped onto the tree, looked around carefully, and after finding nothing unusual, he jumped off the tree and continued practicing. Boom! Until the evening. His fist finally made a slight sonic boom sound, and at the same time, the fist seemed to suddenly grow a little bigger at the moment of hitting, but when it was retracted, it returned to its original state. Bang! He hit a big tree in front of him. The hard trunk burst open with a click, and a deep dent appeared on the thick trunk. At the same time, this punch was like hitting a bull across a mountain, and the overbearing force suddenly penetrated the thick trunk, directly hitting the wood and bark on the opposite side and bursting out. Luo Qingzhou walked behind the tree and took a look. The trunk also exploded, and a small hole appeared, as if it was caused by a sharp weapon that penetrated the whole tree. This tyrant fist is really tyrant. Luo Qingzhou stroked his stiff fist, and was secretly surprised. Boom! 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 He took a stance and couldn't help but punch a few more times. Then he took a short break, wiped the sweat off his face, and walked out of the valley quickly. Although he was tired and sore all over, he felt extremely excited. With these 2 sets of boxing techniques, I believe his strength will be further improved. By then, he thought about revenge, the Qin mansion, and the future. Then, he thought about sharing a room tonight. Miss Qin who married him, Miss Qin who was as gentle as water, and the girl who was actually married to him, when he really has the strength. Will these become different? By then, he should be able to make many decisions without hesitation. Right? Chapter 180 White Chanshan. In the evening, the carriage entered the city and stopped in front of the Jubao Pavilion. Luo Qingzhou entered the shop and first read the newly released books on the Blackwood Forest monsters on the first floor. Then he went upstairs and spent 5 gold coins to participate in the next mission. The next mission is 3 days later. This mission costs 5 gold coins, but in exchange for more than 1,000 gold coins and storage bags and other items. The most important thing is that he not only honed his practical skills, but also got the shaking mountain fist boxing. It can be said to be a great harvest. I don't know what I will gain from the next mission. Even if I don't hunt monsters, don't pick up gold coins in boxing, etc. As long as I can practice in the Blackwood Forest, it is worth it. Just 5 gold coins. For him now, it's not too much. Thinking of Xia Chan, the girl who worked hard to plant flowers in the garden every night, but only got some monthly silver every month. He couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. With that girl's strength, it would be a waste to dig the soil and plant flowers. So he planned to invite the girl to kill people together after he found out the whereabouts of those members of the Song family. At that time, he would give her some rewards. It is estimated that the girl has never seen gold coins. Thinking about it, it is really pitiful. He bought a few strings of candied haws on the street and prepared to go back home. Just as he was about to cross a secluded alley, a black shadow, like a venomous snake, suddenly flew from the corner next to him and shot directly at his neck. Luo Qingzhou's body suddenly leaned back, and his left arm was instantly raised to block the neck in front of him. At the same time, the tendons and muscles of both legs suddenly tightened and stretched, and bounced back. Snap! A crisp sound rang in the quiet alley. Luo Qingzhou instantly jumped back and landed 5 or 6 meters behind him. There was a burning pain on his left arm. Looking down, a red whip mark appeared on it. He is now in the realm of tendon training, and his skin and flesh are extremely tough. Even if he hits the wall or rock, he will not be easily injured. But now, just a whip left a painful mark on his skin. Obviously, the other party is a warrior, and his realm is higher than his. And the whip is even a magical weapon with some runes added. He stood in place, holding a candied haws in one hand and clenching his fist in the other hand, looking at the corner in front. First, a long leg wrapped in black silk stretched out. Then, a tall and sexy figure came out, holding a whip in his hand, staring at him coldly. I didn't follow you, nor did I want to rob you of your money and sex, Luo Qingzhou said directly. The whip girl shook the shortened black whip in her hand, walked with straight and sexy long legs, twisted her round and beautiful buttocks, walked sideways a few steps, and then stood still and looked at him, saying coldly, Why did you lie to me yesterday? Luo Qingzhou did not answer, and the pain in his arm gradually disappeared. He took a step back and prepared to leave. The whip girl suddenly said coldly, You haven't asked me my name today. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, looked at her strangely, and said, Girl, what's your name today? The whip girl's towering chest slightly lifted, and her chin slightly raised. Chow chow. Luo Qingzhou. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times, and he said, Miss, I suggest you change your name. The whip girl narrowed her eyes. Why? Isn't this name nice? In fact, this name is very nice. If there were no later explanations, Luo Qingzhou explained, I remember a story recorded in a book. The protagonist in it was named Chow Chow. He was a short and sturdy man who loved married women. The whip girl's eyebrows jumped, and she looked at him suspiciously and said, What story? Luo Qingzhou said, It's just a short story. I forgot it. When the whip girl wanted to ask again, he immediately waved his hand, turned around and left, saying, Miss Chow, next time you take this alley, I will take another way. I hope we don't meet again. The whip girl narrowed her eyes, watching his back walking away quickly, and stood there for a while, then frowned. She frowned and said to herself, Chow Chow. Love other people's wives? Then my name is Chow Chow. Doesn't it mean love other people's husbands? Bah! Bah bah bah! What am I thinking? She stamped her feet, turned around, and walked away with straight long legs, saying, I have to ask Wei Mo when I go back later. Maybe Chow Mingda wrote it based on Chow Chow, who loves other people's wives. If that's the case, the son-in-law in the Qin mansion is probably up to no good. I have to tell Wei Mo and my aunt immediately. Luo Qingzhou didn't know that his casual ridicule had accidentally caused trouble for himself. He took a detour and returned to the mansion through the back door. In the small courtyard, Xiao Dai had already brought back dinner. After the master and servant finished dinner, it was already dark. Luo Qingzhou went to the kitchen to boil water first, took a medicine bath in the room, and took Xiao Dai to take a bath in the lake at night. After practicing all day today, many impurities in the body were tempered out, but the muscles still felt a little sore. It was very comfortable to soak in the hot spring. He had to recover quickly, because he had to serve a pink, tender, cunning and naughty little lady tonight. lying on the rocks in the shallow water. He was thinking about all sorts of things. The little girl stood beside him, naked with her snow-white body, rubbing his shoulders and back. Although her two soft little hands had no strength, they were combined with the warm lake water, which was a special feeling. Luo Qingzhou squinted his eyes, and almost fell asleep in comfort. After taking a bath, the master and servant went ashore to dress, and then sneaked back in the night. Back to the room. Luo Qingzhou changed into a wide Confucian robe. Then he dried his hair, tidied up, and went out. Before leaving, he reminded Xiaodai again, "Remember to clean up my room and light some incense tonight." Looking at the pink and tender little girl who had just come out of the bath and looked at him with big eyes, he suddenly felt guilty and embarrassed to say it. He felt guilty saying in front of his wife, "You clean up the room tonight. I want to have sex with other women." "Sir, is the young lady going to sleep with you tonight?" The little girl guessed it at once, but she didn't seem to be jealous or sad at all. Instead, her eyes lit up and her face was full of joy. She was happy for her own master. Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly felt sour and guilty. He opened his arms and gently hugged her petite body in his arms, stroking her soft hair and delicate back, and promised softly, "Xiaodai, after the new year, the young master will want you." The little girl's shy face pressed against his chest. Her arms tightly hugged him, and whispered, "Hmm." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, held her delicate and tender little face, kissed her forehead, cheeks, and mouth, and then went out with a gentle mood. The little girl stood in the small courtyard, with a dazed look on her face and a silly smile on her face. She stayed there for a long time, and suddenly woke up, hurried into the house to clean up the room, and couldn't help humming a song happily. After cleaning for a while, she picked up the young master's soft pillow, pressed her whole cheek against it, sniffed deeply a few times, and murmured sweetly with a face, "Young master, I love you, I will love you forever." The moonlight was like frost, sprinkled all over the courtyard. When Luo Qingzhou came to Lingshan Moon Palace, Beiling was wearing a pink dress, leaning lazily against the door, her slender body slightly bent, and a small foot wearing pink embroidered shoes was kicking and swinging boredly under the skirt, looking like she had been waiting for a long time and was very bored. When she saw him, her eyes lit up immediately. She stood up straight and said sweetly, "Uncle." Luo Qingzhou walked closer and said, "Is the eldest lady here?" Bai Ling nodded and said, "In the backyard." "Chan Chan is also in the backyard." "Uncle, ah." Luo Qingzhou suddenly reached out and pinched her pink face, then walked in. "I'll go tell the eldest lady." Bai Ling froze at the door for a moment, touched her little face, followed quickly, and whimpered, "Uncle, you're taking advantage of me again." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else and walked towards the back garden. Bai Ling pouted her little mouth, walked briskly, and followed behind with a swaying pink skirt. Her posture was like a butterfly picking flowers. Schwa, 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 schwa. As soon as Luo Qingzhou arrived at the door of the back garden, he heard a burst of sword practice coming from inside. Beiling followed behind and whispered, "Son-in-law, Chan Chan has been very diligent these days. She is either sleeping or practicing sword." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he thought of what the silly girl had done these 2 nights. He walked in through the round door, under the peach tree near the pond. A slender figure in a white dress was holding a sword and dancing lightly in the moonlight. Her sleeves were fluttering, her skirt was like a flower, and her long black and smooth hair was flying like a waterfall between her slender waist. The pretty cheeks were still as cold as ice and snow under the bright moonlight. Luo Qingzhou stood still. His expression was slightly stunned. In a trance, he suddenly felt that this white and light figure was inexplicably kind. His eyes looked at the pavilion next to him. The snow-white figure was still sitting there quietly. Tonight, she did not read a book, but looked at the figure dancing with a sword under the peach tree outside the pavilion. Her expression was still cold, and I don't know what she was thinking. Beiling whispered in his ear, "Son-in-law, does Chan Chan's dress look good?" The second lady asked Chior to send it over. She said several sets, all new. Then she whispered, "Chan Chan never wore other people's clothes before." But this time, she didn't refuse. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, his eyes still fixed on the snow-white and cold figure, and his mind tried hard to recall the sudden sense of intimacy just now. Chapter 181. Schwa schwa schwa. Under the peach tree, swords danced like rain. The girl was dressed in a plain white dress, like a fairy under the moon, with eyes as bright as water, a smooth face, flying black hair, and floating like a god. The graceful figure under the moon was even more graceful, like a startled swan. Graceful like a swimming dragon. Soft and moving. Luo Qingzhou had seen her sword dance several times before, all of which were sharp and cold. Aggressive. But today it seemed like she was dancing in the moonlight. Elegant like a fairy. Intoxicating. Clang. Just when it was exciting, the white figure suddenly stopped, and the sword in her hand flashed in the moonlight and returned to the sheath. Then, the cold eyes looked at him. Her pretty face was still as cold as ice and snow. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, then woke up and praised, "Miss Xia Chan's swordsmanship is so beautiful. I admire you. I admire you." Suddenly, Beiling's surprised voice came from behind. "Ah, Chan. The uncle actually said you are so beautiful." "Uncle, where is Chan beautiful? The front or the back?" Luo Qingzhou ignored her, walked to the pavilion, bowed his head, and bowed to Miss Qin in the pavilion, saying, "Mississippi." Qin Jinjiao still looked outside the pavilion, as if she didn't hear it. After a moment of silence, she turned her head to look at him and said, "I heard that you want to divorce me?" As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat, and his face changed. "No! How could it be possible?" He immediately denied, "Miss, I never said it. How could I say such a treasonous word? Who slandered me? I want to confront her face to face." After speaking, he turned his head and looked at Beiling beside him. Beiling looked up at the bright moon in the night sky, with a thoughtful look on her face. Luo Qingzhou stared at her. Miss Qin looked at him coldly for a while, then retracted her gaze and said lightly, "Go." Luo Qingzhou finally put down his worry a little, and did not dare to stay any longer, let alone mention the matter of sleeping together tonight, and immediately bowed and left. Before leaving, he looked at someone threateningly. After the person made eye contact with him, he immediately looked up at the moon and pondered. When Luo Qingzhou was about to walk out of the round door, she hurriedly shouted, "Son-in-law, did you forget to say anything to the young lady?" Luo Qingzhou paused, turned his head, and looked at her and said, "No." After that, he left quickly. "Oh, miss, my son-in-law is mean to me." When he walked out of the round door, he heard this, then suddenly stepped back and looked at her and said, "Miss Beiling, come out for a moment. I have something to tell you." When Beiling heard this, she immediately ran into the pavilion and hid behind Miss Qin. She pouted and said, "Does my son-in-law think I'm a fool?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, said nothing more, and left quickly. The garden became quiet. After a long time, Beiling said, "Miss, were you testing the son-in-law just now? Did you talk about this matter with the second lady last night? What did the second lady say? Did she agree?" Qin Jinjiao's eyes fell on the pond outside the pavilion. After a moment of silence, she said, "No." Beiling sighed and guessed. The second lady should be worried about the reputation of the eldest lady, and also worried about her health. She is afraid of hurting the son-in-law and getting the young lady involved. Qin Jinjiao was silent for a while, then retracted her gaze and looked at the moon-white figure outside the pavilion, and said, "Are you going tonight?" The girl outside the pavilion lowered her head slightly, with two faint blushes on her cheeks. She was beautiful and lovely in the moonlight, and shook her head slightly. "No." Beiling explained beside her, "Miss, Chan wants to recuperate, and Chan also wants her son-in-law to recuperate. They have important things to do." The girl outside the pavilion clenched the sword in her hand, walked away quickly, walked into the house, and hid in a dark corner. After a long time, she returned to the room, took off her moon-white dress, and put on the light green dress again. Then, she clenched the sword in her hand, walked to the front yard, and stood in the shadow under the eaves, like a sculpture, never moving again. Luo Qingzhou returned to the house, told Xiao Dai, locked the door, and left his body. Since tonight's room sharing was ruined, there was no need for him to waste time at home, so he should hurry to search for those people from the Song family. If those people were not found, I'm afraid something would happen to the Qin family soon. His soul flew to the roof and quickly left the Qin mansion. Under the dark night sky, he rushed all the way and searched all the places of Zhang's family marked on the map, but still found nothing unusual. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, when he was about to return and go to Yuanan Tower. He suddenly had an idea and turned around and flew to the mansion of the second master of the Qin family. Then, he went to the mansion of the fourth master of the Qin family. However, he did not find any suspicious people or things. However, When passing the empty mansion of the third master of the Qin family, he suddenly found a trace of abnormality. In a house in the backyard, there seemed to be a faint light. All the people in the mansion of the third master of the Qin family were killed, and the gates here were closed. The mansion was full of blood and dead souls. Who dared to be in it in the middle of the night? He was suspicious and immediately floated down to the backyard silently. When he floated closer, the light became more obvious. Looking through the window, a candle was burning in the corner. Maybe it is hard for mortals to see it, but in this dark night, the sight of the soul can see it clearly. He was about to float towards the window, but after thinking about it, he immediately floated to the roof, passed through the roof of the room, landed on the beam inside the house, and looked down. The windows in the house were closed. A candle was lit in the dark corner. The weak light illuminated several hideous faces. 5 men in black clothes were standing in front of the candlelight, looking at a map on the table. One of the men said, "This is the backyard. Qin Wensheng and his wife live in this yard. The flower garden behind leads to the back door. There is a lake here. The closest to the lake is the small yard where the bastard of Chengwa mansion lives. He lives in it with a maid, and there is no guard around him. This is where the eldest daughter of the Qin family lives. You must not go here. The master named Xia Chan lives here, and it is said that she never sleeps at night. This is where the second daughter of the Qin family lives. Here is our target this time. The second daughter of the Qin family Humph. That little bitch. Don't look at her weak body. She is about to die. In fact, she is our biggest threat. We must kill her first. Here, the bastard of Chengwa mansion lives here. The defense here is the weakest. You two can go directly to kill him, then bypass the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Go directly to meet up with Brother Sun and others, and go together to kill the second daughter of Qin. Don't move Qin Wensheng and the eldest lady of the Qin family for now. There are masters there. Let them suffer for a few days. After we kill the people in other Qin's mansions, we will deal with them together. Come! Let's take a look at the people and residences in other Qin's mansions." The 5 men had untidy beards and hatred on their faces, and spread out the second map. Luo Qingzhou didn't listen anymore, and took another look at the faces of several people illuminated by the candlelight, then flew onto the roof and out of the house. Swoosh! Riding the wind, he rushed all the way back to the Qin mansion, flew into the house, and his soul returned to his body. Then he went out and came to Lingshan Moon Palace and pushed the door directly in. Just as he was about to go to the back garden, he suddenly saw a familiar figure standing in the shadow under the eaves, staring at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou hurried over and said directly, "Xia Chan, I need your help." After a pause, he said, "There is a reward." The girl looked at him, and this time she didn't act up. She held the sword tightly in her hand, walked out of the eaves, and walked out of the door. Luo Qingzhou followed her out of the door and led the way in front, saying, before doing anything, "I have something to tell you. Don't tell others about what happened tonight, including your lady and Bailing. Is that okay?" The girl was silent for a while and nodded slightly. Luo Qingzhou took her to the back door and told her carefully what he was going to do later. The two went out of the back door. Then, they walked side by side in the dark alley. Out of the alley, bathed in the white moonlight, Luo Qingzhou turned his head and glanced at the girl beside him, and couldn't help asking, in the middle of the night, "I went to find you and said I would take you out to kill people, but you didn't say a word. Don't you have anything to say?" The girl looked ahead, her pretty face cold, and did not respond. Luo Qingzhou said, "Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad guy? A spy hiding in the Qin mansion, just like those guys last time? Then, I'll take you out and kill you, or sell you." The girl still ignored him. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her again and said nothing. The residence of the third master of the Qin family. The air seemed to still be filled with the smell of blood, and the blood on the bluestone slabs was still there. The tragedy that night seemed to have happened just yesterday. The courtyard and the house were in a mess. The door of a house in the backyard suddenly opened. Then, a figure flashed out and rushed to the door of the small courtyard. He looked around in the dark outside, and then waved to the house. Then, for more figures in black clothes, with short knives on their waists, came out one after another. They stuck to the corner of the wall. Their feet were silent, and they walked through the garden behind the mansion with ease and walked towards the back door. Remember, if you succeed, chop off the bastard's head and take it back. They helped us a lot this time, and we must send this gift back. Brother, What secrets are hidden in the Qin family? How come even that person is secretly helping us and wants to catch all the Qin family members? Don't ask too much. Complete the task and take revenge. When the time comes, when the princess leaves here, we will have a way to survive. Okay. Let's kill them tonight and make them pay with blood. Several people came to the back door and were about to open it. One of them immediately said, "Wait. It's better not to move the door. Be careful of the trap set by the government. I'll jump over the wall first and take a look. And you all will jump over the wall later." Okay. After the man finished speaking, he immediately jumped over the wall and landed lightly on the ground. Then, the alley was silent. "Brother?" The 4 people in the wall held their breath and waited for a moment, but did not hear any response from outside. The 4 people's faces suddenly changed. One of them hurriedly winked at the other 3 and gestured. Then deliberately said to the outside, "Brother, let's go out from the door." As he said that, he silently pulled out the knife from his waist, then took off his clothes, and walked to the door with the other 3. Wow! He suddenly opened the door, threw the clothes in his hand out directly, and then rushed out with a knife in an instant. The 3 people behind were about to rush out, and suddenly saw a few blood flowers blooming in front of his neck. Then, a cold sword blade silently pierced his neck. He blocked the door. The knife in his hand was still raised, but he stood there, motionless. The 3 people were instantly frightened and retreated in a hurry. Bang! A loud bang suddenly sounded behind the last person. Then, the man was directly knocked out by a strange fist, and hit the 2 people in front of him heavily. Caw! A sound of broken bones sounded. The figure at the door whose throat was pierced by a sword finally fell down. Then, a cold sword blade suddenly came in from outside the door, and instantly pierced the throat of the figure in front. Accurate. The figure who was hit on the back just fell to the ground. And with a bang, his head was smashed by another punch. In a blink of an eye, only the last person was left among the 5. The last person held a short knife and stuck to the corner of the wall next to him, his face full of fear, trembling as he looked at the strange man and woman who appeared in front of him. Luo Qingzhou looked into his eyes, reached out and held the cold little hand of the girl next to him, and said softly, "Wait, I want to ask him a few questions." As soon as these words came out, a cold voice suddenly came from behind the 2 of them. "I want to ask you a few questions too." Chapter 182. Swoosh. Who would have thought that as soon as the sinister voice behind him fell, Luo Qingzhou flashed without any hesitation, and passed in front of the girl next to him, and instantly disappeared at the back door next to him. Then a voice sounded in the alley outside, "You hold on first. I'll go call someone." The footsteps quickly faded away. Xia Chan, the middle-aged man in black robe, who suddenly appeared behind him, was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect that the other party didn't even have the courage to turn his head and look, and just slipped away. He hurriedly said to the 2 young men behind him, "Go chase." The 2 young men immediately rushed to the back door. Swish! A cold light flashed, and the sharp sword stabbed, as fast as lightning. But the middle-aged man in black robe was prepared, and he punched out, but he didn't avoid or give way, and directly collided with the stabbing sword tip. On his fist, there was a faint metallic cold light. Ding! A sound of metal collision sounded, and sparks flew. Xia Chan's sword was blocked. At the same time, the fist, carrying a huge force, rushed towards her thin and fragile body like a wave. Like a leaf in a huge wave. She was blown away directly. At this time, the 2 young men holding knives had quickly rushed to the back door and rushed out together, ready to chase the cowardly boy who left his companions and ran away. Wow! Who knew that just as the 2 jumped up from the door and jumped out, a puff of white powder suddenly flew in the darkness in front of them. The 2 were caught off guard and were instantly sprayed all over their faces. Their vision suddenly turned pale. Shwa! Before the 2 feet landed, a cold dagger suddenly pierced in from the flying white powder and instantly pierced the throat of one of the young men. At this time, the 2 feet landed. A fierce burning pain suddenly came from the eyes of the 2. One opened his mouth wide, covered his bleeding throat, staggered forward a few steps, and suddenly fell to the ground. The other man rubbed his eyes in pain and retreated, waving the short knife in his hand in fear to protect his chest, shouting, "Uncle Jiang! Uncle Jiang!" A figure suddenly flew towards him, and was chopped on the neck by the short knife in his hand. But it hit him hard and knocked him to the ground. Before he could stand up, a cold warrior dagger suddenly stretched out from the side silently, stabbed into his throat with a puff. and then pulled out, and disappeared in a flash. Ah! He opened his mouth wide. His face was covered with white powder, and he waved the short knife in his hand wildly, and blood gushed out from his neck. But soon, his whole body twitched a few times and stopped moving, and the figure who had just hit him hard and was chopped on the throat by him also lay beside him, completely dead. The alley was quiet again. The middle-aged man in black robe named Uncle Jiang heard the cry for help outside, but he did not dare to risk going out. His black robe fluttered, his fists waved, and he aggressively pushed the sword-wielding girl in front of him into the corner. He had a thin layer of silver gloves on his fists, and was not afraid of the sword in the girl's hand. Every punch brought a terrible force and air wave. Shwa! At this moment, a black shadow suddenly pounced on him from behind. The black-robed man was well prepared, and suddenly turned around, as fast as a ghost, and punched the black shadow with a bang. Caw! The sound of a bone breaking was clearly heard in the silent night. At the same time, the black shadow's chest was directly punched and burst, and the whole body sank. But the black-robed man's face changed, and he hurriedly retracted his fist and retreated. Wow! Who knew that at this moment? A white powder suddenly flew out from behind the corpse that he had blown up, and instantly covered his entire face and body like a flower scattered by a fairy. The black-robed man hurriedly waved his sleeves, raised a wave of air and pushed away. Shwa! A cold light flashed, and the girl behind him stabbed out with a sword. The black-robed man spread out sideways, closed his eyes, and punched behind him, and his movements and strength were still perfectly coordinated. But at this moment, another black shadow pounced directly on him. Then, the second, third, and fourth. Even the black shadow whose chest he had just smashed flew up and pounced on him. Luo Qingzhou kept throwing corpses at him. When he punched the corpses open or dodged, he kept throwing lime powder picked up from the black woods at him. And behind him, Xia Chan's sword was silent and elusive, and every sword made the black-robed man deal with it with all his strength. The constantly flying corpses and lime powder not only made his hands overwhelmed, but also made him dare not open his eyes. Bang! Boom! Boom! When he punched 3 more flying corpses, a stream of lime powder finally fell on his face. He just opened his eyes and closed them again in a hurry. Shwa! A sword stabbed out from behind. He hurriedly dodged when he heard the sound, but he was still a step slower. The sword pierced his right arm with a swish sound. He roared, bent his legs, and leaped forward, directly at the despicable boy in front who only dared to throw corpses and lime in the distance. He tried his best, like a hawk swooping down on a rabbit, and pounced on him in an instant. Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed, and he hurriedly jumped out to the back door next to him. The black-robed man was furious. As soon as he landed, he suddenly jumped again and jumped out to the door, and punched out with a bang. Bang! As soon as he jumped out of the door, a black shadow suddenly rushed towards him, and was punched away by him. Hua! 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 Then, more white powder was thrown at him like a storm. He hurriedly closed his eyes, and waved his sleeves, retreated backwards, kicked forward with his legs in a series, and soon retreated to the corner. Xia Chan rushed out of the door, with her eyes closed. Just as she was about to rush forward with a sword, a hand suddenly grabbed her and said quickly, "Let's go. We are no match for him." After that, he immediately pulled her and ran quickly out of the alley. Bang! The black-robed man punched again, and the air wave rolled, finally blowing away the white powder floating in front of him. He opened his eyes. His body and face were all white, and blood was flowing on his shoulders. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he was shocked and angry. He jumped out with a whoosh and chased after the 2 figures in front. All the Song family members he brought out today died tragically, and they were all beaten to death by him. If he didn't kill those 2 despicable and shameless dogs and men with his own hands, he would be unworthy of being a member of the Song family. His black robe fluttered, his long hair flew, and he was as fast as lightning. He accumulated all his strength in his fists and rushed to the alley in an instant. Just as he was about to jump up and continue chasing, a figure suddenly flew out from the corner nearby and rushed directly to him. Bang! He was furious, and his fist, which had already accumulated all his strength, suddenly smashed at the head. But the moment his fist touched the head, his face suddenly changed drastically. This head turned out to be the head of his nephew who had just died, and under the body of this head, there was only an empty robe without a body. Bang! But at this moment, he had no time to retract his fist. With one punch, his nephew's head suddenly exploded and broke into pieces. Just as the splashing blood and flesh blocked his sight, a large bag of lime powder suddenly poured down on his head with a puff. His whole body was instantly covered by a huge amount of lime powder. At this moment, he had just punched out with all his strength, and was in a period of power vacancy. When he reacted, the bag of lime powder suddenly poured all over his body, and he instantly turned into a white lime man. Shwa! A cold light flashed, and a sharp sword pierced his throat. Even in such a situation, he still reacted quickly, and his fists immediately blocked the sound. And at the same time, he stepped back quickly. Ding! The tip of the sword was instantly blocked by the metal gloves on his fists. But just as he fell backwards to the ground, a cold dagger suddenly appeared behind him silently, and with a puff, it stabbed into his back accurately. His body stiffened immediately. His mouth opened wide, and his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened and widened subconsciously. Ah! A shrill and hoarse scream suddenly trembled from his throat, breaking through the silent night and rushing into the sky. Puff! At this moment, another pile of lime powder took the opportunity to fall into his wide-open mouth and eyes. This time, he could no longer avoid it. Shwa! The girl who followed closely flashed a cold light in her hand, and the sharp sword finally pierced his throat with a swish sound. Luo Qingzhou rushed up again, pulled out his warrior dagger from behind him, stabbed him several times in a row, and stabbed him hard in the back, and then jumped away quickly. Let's go! The patrol is coming. He hurriedly put away the dagger, grabbed the girl next to him, and ran away. In a blink of an eye, the two of them held hands and quickly disappeared into the dark night in the distance. And disappeared. Noisy and hurried footsteps came from the street. Soon, a warrior patrol rushed over, looking at the middle-aged man lying on the ground in a pool of blood, all with stunned expressions. Hey, isn't this the third master of the Song family? What the H.L. is third master? He's a fugitive who plotted treason. Hurry! There's a strong smell of blood over there. There should be a corpse. The faces of several people changed, and they immediately ran into the alley in front. Luo Qingzhou dragged Xia Chan along the corner of the wall and ran until they ran into the dark alley behind the Qin mansion, and then heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, both of them were panting heavily, and their hair, clothes, and even faces were covered with white lime powder, looking quite embarrassed. Don't rub your eyes. Let's go back and take off your clothes first. Use oil to wipe off the ones on your face and hands, and then wash them. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the girl beside him, and didn't dare to delay, and immediately pulled her back to the mansion. After entering from the back door, he reminded her again, be sure to rinse quickly with plenty of water. It's best to go to the lake in Yueyetingyu Garden and jump in directly. Wash quickly. Otherwise it will be bad if your skin is burned. How about I help you? The girl's fingers holding the sword beside him suddenly tightened. Chapter 183 I Would Rather Die. The moonlight is bright. The lake in Tingyu Garden on a moonlit night is misty and sparkling. Luo Qingzhou took off his clothes and soaked in it. The lime powder on his hair and body has been washed off. He is lying on a rock in the shallow water, replaying tonight's battle in his mind. Of course, it was Miss Xia Chan who was fighting from beginning to end. He didn't even throw a punch. The large bag of lime powder picked up in the Blackwood Forest has been used up. If there is time tomorrow, I will replenish it. I tried that thing tonight, and it worked quite well. As long as it is not a master of the great martial master realm with a gas shield around his body, that thing should work. It is especially suitable for unexpected attacks and assisting another person's attack. I don't know what realm the middle-aged man is tonight, but his strength must be very strong. It is estimated that he is at least a martial artist, and he also wears metal gloves on his fists for cutting weapons. So Xia Chan's sword is difficult to work for a while. Xia Chan is not a warrior. She relies on speed and the sharpness of the sword, as well as the simplest and most direct throw-blocking sword technique. Although she kills quickly, she also has many flaws. As long as the opponent is on guard at the beginning, uses airwaves to prevent her from approaching, and at the same time carries a weapon that can block the sword in her hand, it will be difficult for her to exert her strength. Therefore, she'd better have someone to cooperate with her to attract the opponent's attention and interfere with the opponent's sight. Am I going to become a Nani in the future? When Luo Qingzhou was looking at the bright moon in the night sky and thinking about things, he suddenly saw a figure on the shore. His heart jumped, and he sat up hurriedly. With a swish, his butt slid down along the stones in the water. hiding his lower body in the deep water. And then he looked up at the shore. Xia-chan stood there holding the sword, with white powder all over her head and body, staring at him coldly. I invited you just now. Didn't you not come? Luo Qingzhou stood up and asked after making sure that she couldn't see his lower body. Xia-chan stood there, motionless and silent. Luo Qingzhou stared at the expression on her face for a while, and then carefully invited her again. Do you want to come down and take a shower? It's very comfortable. Then he quickly added, I won't look at you. My vision is not very good at night, and there is fog everywhere here. Even if I want to see, I can't see clearly. After that, he turned around, with his back to her, and comforted her. It's okay. Come down quickly. It's very shallow here. You won't drown. And I'm here to protect you. Seeing that she didn't move for a long time, he said again, don't worry. The son-in-law is a scholar and a gentleman. Don't look at you inappropriately. I will never peep or bully you. After a while, he couldn't help but turn his head to look. There was no figure on the shore. The girl had left without knowing when. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, muttered a few words, and quickly washed his whole body, then went ashore, dressed and went home. It was already 3 o'clock at this time. After thinking about it in the room, he immediately locked the door and left his body. Then he left the Qin mansion and quickly flew towards the place where the murder took place. In addition to the patrol team and government officials who would go to the scene, I'm afraid that other people from the Song family, or those who tipped off the Song family, would also be unable to resist going to take a look. 8 people were killed tonight, and there are still 15 people. He must find them as soon as possible to prevent trouble before it happens, and cut the grass and root it out. He rushed all the way, and soon arrived at the residence of the third master of the Qin family. He landed on one of the attics, and looked down from a high place. His eyes were fixed on the back door, and the alley where the battle had taken place before, as well as other streets and alleys around. Qin Mansion. Moonlit night listening to the rain garden. Shortly after Luo Qingzhou got up from the lake, the girl who had just left suddenly came in from the door again and returned to the lake. But the lake was empty. She stood on the shore, holding a sword in one hand and holding the clothes she had just brought home in the other hand. She stared blankly at the empty lake and the rock where he had just been lying. She stood there for a long time. A long time. The alley was lit by torches. The back door of the residence of the third master of the Qin family was full of corpses and blood. Those corpses were smashed to pieces by heavy punches, which was horrible to look at. And the ground and walls inside and outside the door were covered with white powder. The patrol team and the personnel sent by the government immediately blocked the scene and began to piece together the bodies one by one. They were all serious criminals of the Song family who were conspiring for rebellion. Every body must be confirmed clearly, and no negligence is allowed. Luo Qingzhou floated in the air in the dark night and observed carefully for a long time. But no other suspicious people came to spy. Not long after, those people carried away the bodies on the ground and began to disperse. Luo Qingzhou was about to leave, but suddenly his heart moved, and he looked down at the patrol team members and government personnel in the alley, and then followed them silently. All the bodies were transported back to the government. After those government personnel entered the yamen, they never came out again. Luo Qingzhou immediately caught up with the patrol team again. Half an hour later, the patrol team seemed to start changing shifts, and the 7 personnel dispersed in 2s and 3s. Some went home to sleep, and some went to the restaurant to drink. One of them, after entering an alley, suddenly quickened his pace and looked back a few times. Luo Qingzhou watched in midair and immediately followed him. He was a burly young man with a broad knife on his waist and a scar on his temples. He walked through the streets and alleys and soon came to a brothel with bright lights and luxurious decorations, the famous Tianxian building in the inner city. He first walked to the main gate, looked around, and suddenly turned into a small alley on the side and came directly to the back door of Tianxian building. Dong dong dong. He walked quickly to the back door, raised his hand and knocked on the door, his eyes always looking at the direction of the alley vigilantly. Soon, a woman's delicate voice came from the door. Who? The man immediately whispered, I. Zhang Yu. Squeak. The back door opened, and a slender arm suddenly stretched out from the door, pulled him in, and whispered, no one is following. No. Take me over quickly. Something big happened outside. The young man named Zhang Yu immediately closed the door and whispered. Luo Qingzhou followed and flew into the backyard. Looking down from above, A woman in an emerald green dress immediately led the way, passing through the garden at the back, turning left and right, and entering an elegant courtyard in the bamboo forest at the back. The young men followed behind, and the two of them walked quickly into the house and closed the door. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to land and follow into the courtyard, he suddenly felt a dangerous breath coming. He almost didn't hesitate, and hurriedly whooshed and flew up into the air again, turning his head to look at the dangerous breath. On the roof of the Tianxian building, there was a transparent round bead, which flashed a few times and returned to calm. There is actually a magic weapon that restrains the soul here. Luo Qingzhou was still frightened and didn't dare to get close. He looked at the courtyard in the bamboo forest again in the air, and had to leave. That man is from the patrol team. His surname is Zhang. I'm afraid he is from the Zhang family. He just sneaked in from the back door, and said that something big happened outside. He also asked the brothel girl to take him there quickly. I'm afraid there is really a problem. Are the remaining Song family members hiding in that courtyard? Luo Qingzhou flew in the air, and looked back at the brightly lit and bustling Tianxian building. He thought secretly for a while, and decided that if there was nothing to do tomorrow, he would come here to explore with his physical body. He was originally a scholar, so it was reasonable for him to come here, and no one would suspect him. If he wrote a few poems casually at that time, he might be able to please a certain courtesan and let her take him to the back garden for free to play around. He would act according to the situation at that time, and he might have a chance to find out the situation of the small courtyard behind. Thinking about things in his heart, he did not fly back to the Qing mansion, but went to the Yuanan Tower. He was not sleepy tonight, so he decided to talk to Senior Yu and practice there for a while. That soul and soul method is indeed a good thing. I hope that Senior Yu can give him a few more good skills, and guide him well, because he tells her stories every night. He rode the wind all the way, and it was as fast as lightning. Soon, he arrived at the Yuanan Tower. On the roof of the attic, in addition to the moon-white figure, there was also a red figure. Luo Qingzhou took a look and flew over. The eyes of the two figures on the roof looked at him together. Luo Qingzhou floated behind the moon-white figure and bowed, saying, Sister Yu. The red figure beside him turned around and looked at him, and said coldly, Why are you here now? Luo Qingzhou ignored her, and didn't look at her. It's almost dawn. Tell a story, the red figure said directly. Luo Qingzhou felt that this person was really thick-skinned, and couldn't help but glance at her, but still ignored her. Practice. The moon-white figure spoke in an ethereal voice. Luo Qingzhou stepped aside, sat cross-legged, bathed in the bright moonlight, and began to practice the soul and mind method. A strange light shone from his abdomen. The red figure's chest seemed to rise and fall a few times, and he suppressed his anger and said, I'll trade it for the skills. I can give him any skills he needs. The moon-white figure looked at the dark night in the distance, and still said the same words, Worship him as a master, or call him brother. The red figure glared at her, and was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he flicked his sleeves and floated away with a swish. A cold voice came from a distance, Dream on. Then, the red figure flashed and disappeared. The roof fell into silence. After a moment, the moon-white figure said lightly, Tell a story. Luo Qingzhou immediately stopped the skills, stood up, walked behind her, and after a moment of hesitation, he prepared to start from the plot of that night. The white figure said, Start from the beginning. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and did not say much. So he had to start from the beginning again. Before the chaos, the world was in chaos, and no one could see it. Since Panga broke the primordial chaos, he has been clear and turbid since then. He has supported all living things and admired his benevolence, and created all things for good. I have heard that the number of heaven and earth is 129,600 years per yuan. 1 yuan is divided into 12 periods, namely Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Qin. After the first chapter, he was about to talk about the second chapter when the white figure suddenly said, If you still want to listen, come up and become my disciple. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, his face full of confusion. Shua. At this moment, a red shadow suddenly flew out from under the eaves next to him, and then snorted coldly, and the red shadow flashed and flew away. I would rather die. Chapter 184. When the sky was dark, Luo Qingzhou said goodbye to Senior Yu and returned to the Qing mansion. His soul returned to his body. Then he entered Xiaoda's room and got into her quilt. Holding the little girl's petite and soft body, he fell asleep quickly and had a beautiful dream of flying through the world with a sword. When he woke up, it was noon. Xiao Dai was drying clothes in the yard. When she heard the noise, she ran in and said, "Sir, Sister Zhuer came to see you just now." While Luo Qingzhou was putting on his clothes, he asked, "What's the matter?" Xiao Dai said, "Sister Zhuer asked you to get up and go to the second lady." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to delay and immediately got dressed and washed. He had a simple lunch and went out. When he arrived at Meixiang Garden, he happened to meet Zhuer, who had hurried back from outside. When Zhuer saw him, she said quickly, "Sir, Miss Yuewu just came. She is in the living room. Madam asked me to come and call you and Miss to come over." Luo Qingzhou frowned and stopped. Did the princess ask her to come? Zhuer shook her head. "I don't know." After that, she ran into the courtyard and said, "Sir, wait a moment. I'll go and call Miss out." Luo Qingzhou hesitated and decided not to call Xia Chan to follow. That girl must not have slept well last night. Let her sleep a little longer. Soon, Xior helped Miss Qin, who was dressed in a plain white dress, out of the courtyard. "Brother-in-law?" Miss Qin smiled softly when she saw him. Luo Qingzhou said, "Second miss, did the princess call us over?" Qin Weimo raised the rolled rice paper in her hand and said softly, "It should be. Weimo has already copied the story. Brother-in-law's 36 strategies. Haven't you written it yet?" Luo Qingzhou shrugged. "Not yet." Qin Weimo smiled and said, "It's okay. If the princess asks, brother-in-law will say that he has been unwell these 2 days. You can write it directly there later." Luo Qingzhou nodded. The two walked towards the living room together. No words along the way. When they arrived at the living room, the girl from Baiwa country in a purple dress stood up and said with a smile, "I am here to disturb Miss Qin and Mr. Luo again. His Highness is calling you two over." Song Ryue stood up from the chair and said, "Go quickly. Don't keep the princess waiting for too long. Qingzhou, take good care of Weima. Remember to come back early at night. Don't be as late as last time." Yue heard this and smiled slightly, but didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Yes, mother-in-law." Several people went out. Outside the gate, there were carriages and guards waiting. Yue walked to the white horse, and suddenly turned around and looked at the young and beautiful woman on the steps and said, "By the way, Madam Qin, I heard the news this morning that many people died in the alley over there where the third master of the Qin family lived last night. They seem to be fugitives from the Song family, and they seem to have been killed. Have you got the news?" Song Ryue's eyes flashed, and she said in surprise, "No. Where did Miss Yue get the news from? How come we don't know?" Yue smiled, got on the white horse lightly, turned her head and looked at her and said, "I don't know whether the news is true or not, but Master Qin should know." After that, she squeezed her legs together, and the white horse walked forward. Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin got on the carriage and sat opposite each other. The carriage drove out slowly, and soon disappeared at the corner of the street in front. Song Ryue stood at the gate, looking at the place where the carriage disappeared. After a long silence, she said, "Zhou Tong, did Xia Chan go out again last night?" Butler Zhou bowed his head and said, "I didn't see her last night, but if Miss Xia Chan didn't go out through the gate, we wouldn't know." Song Ryue frowned and said, "Although that girl is powerful, her brain seems a little stupid. What happened last night didn't seem like something she could do alone." The third son of the Song family and his nephews and nieces actually hid in the mansion of the third master. Who would have thought that? Xia Chan would never have thought of it. Butler Zhou said respectfully, "Husband, people, could it be that the second lady or the master revealed the news to her?" Song Ryue pondered for a moment, shook her head and said, "No, master. If the master knew about this, he would not let her go alone. As for Weimo, I will ask her when I come back tonight. By the way, has the letter to Kyoto been sent? Langer's letter doesn't matter, but the princess's letter must be sent. Now our Qin mansion is in danger, and she must leave as soon as possible. I told her many times, but she didn't listen. I can only write a letter to her mother and ask her mother to send someone to take her away. Madam, don't worry. The letter has been sent. The streets are bustling with pedestrians." Yue rode a white horse and drove the carriage slowly. In the carriage, Luo Qingzhou was thinking about something. Miss Qin sat opposite him, looking at him tenderly. When they walked 2 streets away, she suddenly asked, "Brother-in-law, What kind of person is Chao Mingde in the story of the Three Kingdoms? Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses and answered casually. A hero. Miss Jean Eyre said softly. Brother-in-law. What else? For example, his personality. Hobbies. What he likes and what he hates. Have you thought about these? Brother-in-law? Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said. Personality. Hobbies suspicious. Good at making plans. Cherishing talents. And liking to write poems. Miss Jean Eyre Xiao? Sister whispered, brother-in-law. Does he have other hobbies? Hobbies? Luo Qingzhou thought about it carefully and said, I don't know about this. Miss Jean Eyre couldn't help but remind her, brother-in-law. Is he very lustful? Then, the women he likes are all. Luo Qingzhou blurted out subconsciously, married women? After saying that, he suddenly thought of something. And his mouth twitched. Second miss. That why do you suddenly ask such a question? Could it be that the little cousin told her something? Qin Weima's mouth moved slightly. Brother-in-law. Have you read a story in which there is a person named Cao Cao? His hobby is so. Brother-in-law wrote that person into stories of the Three Kingdoms? Luo Qingzhou. I haven't read it. He denied it immediately. Sure enough. The little cousin told her. But did they misunderstand something? Brother-in-law Qin Weima looked at him and whispered. Brother-in-law. Is he also no? How is that possible? I don't like married women. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly denied it. Although he was telling the truth. Why did he sound a little guilty? He suddenly thought of the Qiao and Xiao Qiao in the story of the Three Kingdoms. If he talked about the sisters? Would Miss Qin think too much? Miss Qin. I saw Xia Chan wearing the clothes you gave her last night. She looked pretty. He immediately changed the subject. Qin Weima smiled and stared at him for a while before asking. Does my brother-in-law like it? Luo Qingzhou's face froze. Miss Qin. Can we not talk about wives? Miss Qin held back her laughter. Brother-in-law. Weima asked. Do you like the clothes Xia Chan wore? Luo Qingzhou. The carriage stopped quickly. Yuo's voice sounded outside. Miss Qin. Master Luo. We're here. Miss Qin. I'll help you down. Luo Qingzhou quickly got up and went over to help her up. After getting off the carriage, Chior and Zhuer helped Miss Qin. Luo Qingzhou followed behind, thinking in his heart. Should he not have explained the 36 stratagems in detail to the princess in front of Miss Jean Eyre last time? Making something out of nothing. Hiding a dagger behind a smile. Playing hard to get. Beauty traps. Etc. Miss Jean Eyre seemed to have used them very skillfully. Yuewu led the two into the palace. In the study, Nandong Huiyue, wearing a fiery red dress, was leaning on the soft couch with a pair of white and beautiful jade feet, reading the military book gracefully. Even though the red dress was wide, it was still difficult to cover her charming figure. Yuewu led the two to stop at the door, whispered to them to take off their shoes, and then respectfully reported, Your Highness, Miss Jean Eyre and Mr. Luo are here. Nandong Huiyue immediately put down the military book in her hand, sat up and said, Let them in quickly. Yuewu stepped forward and opened the beaded curtain. Luo Qingzhou supported Miss Jean Eyre and walked in slowly. Then bowed and saluted, Greetings. Your Highness. Nandong Huiyue stood up from the couch, her long black hair falling softly around her waist. She dragged her fiery red dress and walked straight to the desk. Her pair of snow-white and beautiful jade feet were faintly visible under the fiery red skirt, adding a touch of moving color to this red study. Sir, come here quickly. I have also conceived and summarized several strategies based on the marches and battles in the past few years. Please help me see if they can be included in your 36 strategies. Chapter 185 Catching an Adulterer. The window was closed lightly, and the sun was shining. The afternoon breeze, with a hint of flower fragrance, blew slowly from the window. Inside the house, the red curtain swayed, and the atmosphere was harmonious. In front of the table, Luo Qingzhou and the eldest princess sat opposite each other and talked freely. Miss Qin, dressed in a plain white dress, stood beside her, quietly grinding ink, and in her ears and heart, she was filled with the confident and sonorous voice of the young man beside her. The princess's battle was brilliant, and can be represented by 8 words. Attack when the enemy is unprepared, and take advantage of the enemy's surprise. 36 strategies are more than enough. Attack when the enemy is unprepared, and take advantage of the enemy's surprise? Sir, you are indeed very talented. These 8 words are indeed the best summary of this battle. Sir, do you have any stories about these words? The stories of the Three Kingdoms actually has a story about it, and it is similar to the battle of Your Highness. 1 year. Sun Tzu sent the navy to attack Guling on the south bank of Chiantang River, but failed to capture it. Sir, this Stories of the Three Kingdoms is indeed a magical book of military affairs, and it contains so many wonderful battles. If you can finish reading it, this book will be a masterpiece of the military. In the future, the palace will be more powerful and victorious in the battles. Sir, please update quickly. I can't sleep at night. Your Highness is too kind. No. Your Highness, this Story of the Three Kingdoms was written by my second daughter. Oh, it's the same. You are family anyway. Sir, please listen to another plan of mine. Your Highness, this battle is indeed wonderful, but if it can be improved, it may be better, and the chance of winning may increase more. Oh, sir, please tell me quickly. Nandong Huiyue's eyes lit up, and she took the kettle herself, knelt straight, pulled up her sleeves to show her white wrists, and poured tea for him. Your Highness, in this battle, you have many more soldiers and generals than the enemy, and you can set up an ambush from all sides. A dragnet. In this case, the enemy's main general may not be able to escape. Ambush from all sides? A dragnet? The method of using troops is to surround them if they are 10. Attack them if they are 5. Divide them if they are twice as many. Fight them if they are the enemy. Escape if they are fewer. And avoid them if they are not as good as them. Luo Qingzhou's speech lasted another half an hour. The sunlight outside the window gradually shifted. Time passed quietly. The two asked and answered each other tirelessly, and never stopped except for drinking water and memorizing words. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Luo Qingzhou turned his head to look at the sky outside the window, then glanced at the weak girl beside him, stood up and bowed, saying, Your Highness, it's getting late. Let's stop here today. Nandong Huiyue was still not satisfied, and wrote a few big words on the rice paper. The fox borrowed the tiger's power, and made a feint, then sighed, looked up at him and said, I feel that time has passed so quickly while talking with you, and I am really reluctant to let you go. Miss Jean Eyre, who was standing by, slightly clenched the ink block in her hand. Nandong Huiyue sighed again, stood up and said, I have only talked with you twice, but I feel that I have benefited a lot each time. I feel that I have lived in vain for more than 10 years, and read military books in vain. Even Taizu's Qilin strategist is probably inferior to your talent. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, Your Highness is too kind. I am just talking about military affairs on paper, and I have no practical experience. Compared with your Highness, I am still thousands of miles away. How can I compare with Taizu's Qilin strategist? Nandong Huiyue said, Sir, please don't underestimate yourself. Although your current status is a bit awkward, and you haven't become famous yet, I believe that as long as you give you a chance, you will be able to soar to the sky and make a name for yourself. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to answer, bowed his head and said, Your Highness, it's getting late. I will say goodbye to the second lady first. Nandong Huiyue stared at the expression on his face, paused, and sighed, I don't know when I can chat with you at night. I always feel that the time I spend with you is really not enough. After speaking, she suddenly said, Sir, can you stay tonight? I asked Yuewu to send Miss Qin back to the Qin mansion, and go to the mansion to explain to Lord Qin and others. Okay? Miss Qin, who was standing aside, slowly clenched her fists with her jade hands in her sleeves. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, Your Highness, I am flattered by your kindness, but there is a wife waiting for me at home, and I really can't stay out all night. Miss Jean Eyre, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but look up at him. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes. Is there really a wife waiting for you at home? But according to the news I heard, your wife doesn't seem to live with you, but lives separately. As for sharing a room, I'm afraid it's even worse. You stayed alone in the empty room all night. How could your wife be waiting for you? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and saluted, with a calm face, Your Highness, the rumors outside are not true. Nandong Huiyue looked at him for a moment, without saying anything more, nodded and said, Then I won't force you. Yuewu, send you and Miss Qin Eyre back. Yes, Your Highness. Luo Qingzhou supported Miss Qin Eyre and left. The study became quiet. The setting sun passed through the window lattice and fell on the red carpet on the ground. The evening breeze swept across the windowsill, bringing the fragrance of the flower garden. The sky was red, and the mountains were green. Nandong Huiyue stood in front of the window for a while before speaking, Yuying, if one day I put down all my dignity and face to achieve my goal, will you look down on me? A respectful voice came from outside, Your Highness. If you really want that, Mr. Luo, I am willing to. Not this matter. Nan Donghuyue looked at the clouds in the sky and said lightly, this matter cannot be forced for the time being. I am talking about something else. Forget it. I will decide for myself. No more talking outside. Master brother. Which one is more embarrassing and more difficult to say? The evening breeze blew. The black hair danced. And the beautiful and arrogant face, under the reflection of the sunset, showed a hint of humiliation. I would rather die. In the carriage, Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Er sat opposite each other. The two of them were thinking about their own things all the way, and didn't say anything. When they were about to reach Qin's house, Qin Weimo said softly, brother-in-law, has my sister slept with you recently? Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, not knowing why she suddenly asked this question. This kind of thing shouldn't be asked by a sister-in-law to her brother-in-law. Right? I forgot. Luo Qingzhou answered perfunctorily. Qin Weimo sighed inaudibly. It seems that it's gone. I didn't expect that even the princess knew about this matter. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. Qin Weimo looked at him sympathetically, with a trace of guilt on his face, and whispered, brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, why does the second lady want to apologize? Qin Weimo lowered her head slightly, with two blushes on her cheeks, and whispered, actually Weimo can replace, unfortunately, Weimo's body. Second miss, let's talk about Chao Wei's love for his wife, Dongwu's love for Lolita, and Shu Han's gaze. Ah? Second Miss Qin opened her eyes wide. After returning to the Qin mansion, the sun had already set. The night began to gradually cover the entire city. Luo Qingzhou returned to the courtyard, ate the dinner brought back by Xiao Dai, and then went to the back garden to practice the plum blossom flying boxing for half an hour. After it was completely dark, the master and servant went to the lake to take a bath. After Luo Qingzhou came back, he changed into a loose Confucian robe, dressed up in front of the mirror, and then went out. Tonight, he decided to go to Tianxian Tower to explore the truth. Of course, before leaving, he had to greet Miss Qin and find out what was going on, lest someone wanted to sleep with him tonight, which would be troublesome. When he arrived at Lingchan Moon Palace, the gate was open, and there was no one in the front yard. He walked in directly, and went to the back garden with ease. Before he reached the door, he heard the sound of sword dancing from inside. This time, just by listening to the sound, he could feel the sharpness and horror of the sword moves. When he walked in from the round door, he immediately felt a chill. The figure dancing with a sword under the peach tree seemed to look at him with a cold gaze, and the sword moves in his hand became faster and sharper. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, walked to the pavilion, and whispered to Bailing, who was leaning on the railing, what's the matter? That girl seems to be in a bad mood tonight. Did you provoke her again? Bailing immediately pouted and said, no. Uncle is wronging people. Chan has been unhappy since she got up at noon. She must be angry that Uncle didn't buy us candied haws to eat. Luo Qingzhou was too lazy to pay attention to her, walked into the pavilion and said respectfully, Mississippi. Qin Jinzhou was reading quietly, and nodded slightly when she heard it, but didn't say anything. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to disturb him again. When he was about to leave, Bailing hurriedly asked, Sir, do you have anything to say to the young lady today? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, no. Seeing that he was about to leave, Bailing hurriedly said, but sir, you clearly told others secretly yesterday that you wanted to sleep with the young lady. Are you embarrassed to say it? It's okay. The young lady won't be angry. Swish, swish, swish. The girl under the tree made faster and faster sword moves. Luo Qingzhou had to say, I feel a little uncomfortable tonight. I will go back later and read a book. And then I want to rest early. When he said this, he did not look at Miss Qin in the pavilion. Bailing met his eyes and frowned slightly, saying, ah, sir, are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want to go see a doctor? The sound of sword dancing under the tree gradually became quieter. Luo Qingzhou said, it's okay. Just rest for a night. He said nothing more and left. After he walked out of the round door, the sword dancing figure under the tree suddenly moved faster. Chan, why are you working so hard? Your body is not suitable for practicing such a domineering sword technique. It will tire you out. Miss, please persuade Chan. The snow-white figure in the pavilion slowly raised her head and looked at the girl dancing with a sword under the tree outside the pavilion. She was silent for a long time, but did not speak. Shwa shwa shwa. Under the tree, the cold air was everywhere, and the sword light filled the garden. Bai Ling looked for a while, and suddenly left quickly. She left Lingshan Moon Palace, and went straight to someone's courtyard. But only Xiao Dai was making clothes in the room. And someone had disappeared. Liar! She came out immediately, thought about it, and went to Meixiang Garden again. After a while, she came out of Meixiang Garden again, and a look of suspicion suddenly appeared between her eyebrows. Then, she sniffed in the dark, and suddenly walked quickly outside the mansion. Stinky son-in-law. I want to see where you are going to have fun tonight, if you don't sleep with the young lady. She walked for a while, and suddenly stopped again. No. I have to let Chan Chan go with me. The stinky uncle is so cunning. What if he refuses to admit it if I catch him doing something bad outside? Or he bites me back and says that I did something bad with him outside? Humph! With Chan Chan here, I don't think he dares to quibble. Thinking of this, she immediately turned around and returned to Lingshan Moon Palace. Chan Chan. Chan Chan! It's bad. It's a big deal. The uncle sneaked out to visit a brothel alone. Although she didn't know what the stinky uncle went out to do. If she wanted to trick Chan Chan into going out with her, she had to say the most serious thing. Although the stinky uncle had never gone out to visit a brothel, and would never go there, Chan Chan was so stupid that she would definitely believe her lies. Chan Chan. I didn't lie to you. I swear. Xiao Dai said it herself. She oversaw it with her own eyes. And Zhuer heard it with her own ears. Let's go catch the adulterer. Chapter 186. I'll order you to stay overnight. Hey. Silly girl. Although the stinky son-in-law loves to play tricks on people, even if he has 100 guts, he dare not go to a brothel. Everyone in the Qin mansion knows that the son-in-law only likes to study at home and never goes out to have fun. As for going out of the mansion to hang out with other women, that's even more impossible. Unless the sun rises from the west. Unless the son-in-law is blind. There are so many beauties in the mansion. Who is not better than the rouge and powder in the brothel? So the son-in-law is absolutely impossible to go to a brothel. But I didn't expect that this silly girl really believed it. On the way out of the mansion, Bai Ling secretly glanced at the face of the person next to her, secretly laughed in her heart, and hurried to comfort her. Chan Chan. Don't be angry. It may just be a misunderstanding. Maybe the son-in-law is bored at home recently, and just wants to go to the brothel to drink tea, chat with the brothel girls, and recite poems. It is reasonable for a scholar to go to a brothel. I heard from the second lady that those talented men who are particularly good at writing poems are the most popular among the brothel courtesans. Many talented men can enter and play for free. And some even live in brothels all year round and are kept by those courtesans. Chan Chan. Walk slowly. Don't worry. Although our son-in-law is particularly good at writing poems, he will definitely not be kept by the courtesans. At most, he will be played by the courtesans. Oh, wait for me. The two walked out quickly from the gate, one in front and one behind. When Butler Zhou saw them from a distance, he quickly asked someone to open the gate and stepped aside, not daring to ask more questions. Miss Xia Chan looks murderous. So scary. Those people from the Song family died tragically in the alley last night. It should be Miss Xia Chan who killed them. I wonder who she will kill tonight. Butler Zhou and the servant who opened the door said secretly in their hearts. The street was lit up with bright lights and bustling with pedestrians. For some people, the nightlife has just begun. At this time, on the street outside the main entrance of Tianxian building, Luo Qingzhou stood under a sycamore tree, just like a thief, looking at the several charming women welcoming guests at the door. He was not afraid of killing people, but at this moment, he was a little timid and scared, looking at the colorful and gorgeous decorations at the door, and the women wearing light gauze and seductive postures. He did not dare to take another step forward. Forget it. Let's sneak in from the back door. After struggling for a long time, he had to give up the idea of swaggering in from the main door. He went around the alley next to it and walked in quickly. The alley was dark and quiet, and no one was interested at this time, which saved a lot of embarrassment and trouble. Generally, only guests who are familiar with a woman in the brothel will make an appointment with her at a certain time and then sneak in through the back door. But he was not here to date a woman today. When he came to the back door, he reached out and gently pushed the door. The door was locked from the inside. He did not knock on the door, but listened to the movement inside for a while, then walked forward a few steps, then tightened the fascia muscles of his legs, suddenly jumped, and lightly jumped onto the courtyard wall. He squatted on the courtyard wall, looked around, and then jumped down lightly. This is a garden. He hid in a bush and waited for a while. After seeing that there was nothing unusual around, he got up and sneaked towards the bamboo forest at the back by sticking to the corner of the wall. A pond suddenly appeared in front of him. A winding, exquisitely carved bridge was built over the pond. 2 lanterns were hung on the bridge, which were now burning with a dim light, reflecting in the water under the bridge. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to walk along the edge of the pond towards the bridge. Ready to cross it, the bamboo forest not far away had already come into view. The elegant courtyard hidden in the bamboo forest was his target tonight. Ah! It's coming! Just as he was crouching, sticking to the edge of the pond, and preparing to walk onto the bridge leading to the opposite side, he suddenly heard a woman's voice coming from the flowers beside the bridge. Then, a heavy gasp and some kind of sound came. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately stopped and hid in the flowers next to him, holding his breath and concentrating his eyes. The branches in front of him were shaking, and 2 figures were hiding in them and moving quickly. After another moment, the 2 finally stopped. LV. LV. At this time, a woman's voice suddenly came from the back door where Luo Qingzhou had just passed. Why did you take so long? Did you fall into the toilet? Go to the front to receive guests. Mr. Han called your name. There was a sudden movement in the flowers. The figure that was pressed down hurriedly got up and began to put on clothes quickly. Panting, Mr. Zhang. I have to go. You should go back quickly. Another figure also began to put on clothes. Laughing, LV. Remember to come back later. Oh! Hate it. Mr. Zhang is so bad. Oh! It's a pity that I have to guard here. It's really unlucky. Mr. Zhang. Who lives in the back? Why do you have to guard outside in person? Don't ask more questions that you shouldn't ask. Go quickly. Humph. All men are the same. Not good things. At this time, the voice from the back door sounded again. The woman named LE didn't dare to delay and immediately ran out of the flowers. Another man stood up from the flowers, stared at her back for a while, then turned around and walked onto the small bridge. After crossing the bridge, he did not continue to move forward, but sat down behind the big tree next to him, and his whole body merged with the big tree in the night. Even standing on the bridge, it is difficult to find a person sitting there. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingzhou secretly called himself lucky. If it weren't for the 2 people just having sex and letting him meet accidentally, I'm afraid he would have been discovered as soon as he walked onto the small bridge. I don't know what the other party's cultivation is, but there must be other helpers. Luo Qingzhou stared at the bamboo forest. Although the moonlight was bright, the bamboo forest was lush and green, covering it tightly, and nothing could be seen. There is definitely no chance tonight. He did not stay any longer, turned around and bit his body, hiding in the flowers, and quietly returned. He looked up at the magic weapon on the roof of Tianxian building that restrained the soul, and thought to himself, why not go to that senior Yu sister tonight and ask her for help? He didn't expect her to do anything, but only asked for her handkerchief that could cover the magic weapon. If he could borrow the handkerchief to cover the round bead on the top of Tianxian building, maybe he could use his soul to float into the bamboo forest and spy on the situation inside. While thinking about things in his heart, he bent down and slowly moved forward in the flowers. Who knew that just as he was about to move to the corner of the back door, a hand suddenly stretched out from the flowers next to him and grabbed his wrist. This shock was really extraordinary. His heart shrank, and he almost jumped up from the ground in fear. And then he clenched his other hand into a fist, ready to punch. At this moment, the person who grabbed his wrist suddenly said shyly, Sir, isn't there a toilet over there? Why are you here? Humph. Did you see someone going to the toilet and deliberately follow to peek? Luo Qingzhou. He was stunned for a moment, and his clenched fist slowly loosened. Turning his head, a woman in a green dress was squatting in the flowers, holding his wrist with one jade hand and covering her with another jade hand in front, looking at him with flowing eyes. Seeing him looking at her, the woman said shyly, Young master, you are a bad boy. You must have followed me here on purpose to spy on me. Right? As she said that, she let go of his wrist, stood up in front of him, pulled up her pants, and snorted, Young master, you have taken advantage of me. You are not allowed to leave tonight. You must spend the night with me. Otherwise I will not agree. After that, she pulled him again and started to act coquettishly by sticking to him. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to stand up and look around. Just as he was thinking about whether to punch her, he suddenly saw a burly figure appear at the back door, looking at this side motionlessly. He was startled and quickly took the opportunity to hold the slender waist of the woman beside him, and said with a smile, "Okay? Then I will ask you to spend the night with me tonight." Hee. "Thank you, young master. Tonight, I will serve you well, and make sure that you will be comfortable, and don't want to go home." The woman's whole body was almost stuck to him, twisting her slender waist and hips, hugging his waist with both arms, and walked into the house, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Luo Qingzhou took another look at her in the moonlight. The woman had a good figure, but her face was covered with too much rouge and powder, so her true appearance was almost invisible. The two of them hugged each other and walked towards the house together. When they passed the back door, the burly man looked at the two of them and muttered, "It's so cold. But you don't have fun in the house. But run outside to have fun in the flowers." Humph. The scholars nowadays have so many quirks. He had just gone to the toilet and saw the two of them sticking together in the flowers. He thought they had just come out of the house, played in the flowers once, and were over. There are often guests in the building who like all kinds of quirks, especially those scholars who seem to be gentle on the surface. They play more tricks. Even if they see it, they call it an expert. However, most scholars are as weak as chickens and finish in a few strokes. It is probably for this reason that they invented other tricks to prolong the time. When Luo Qingzhou entered the house, she turned her head to look at him again, and then looked at other places, but did not see any other guards. "Sir, let's go upstairs to my room. I hit it off with you right away, so I'll be cheaper tonight and make friends with you. I hope you won't be too rude tonight and be kind to me." After entering the house, the woman could see the man next to her clearly with the light in the house. Although he looked ordinary, he looked very young, much better than those old and ugly men. She was immediately overjoyed and secretly said, "I can pick up a little baby just by going out to pee. I'm so lucky." In fact, she hasn't opened the shop for 2 days, and she was almost scolded to death by her mother. Fortunately, she can open the shop tonight. If she serves well, she may get some rewards. Luo Qingzhou wore a mask, and was forcibly taken upstairs by her in her arms. She pretended to be a veteran in the brothel, with a calm face, and secretly observed other women in the building. "I wonder if that woman last night was also in the building." Huh? As soon as he went upstairs, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Chapter 187. "Sir, my name is Ying," the woman in his arms said delicately. Luo Qingzhou's eyes fell on the young man, wearing a Confucian robe and holding a folding fan at the railing. Tang Jiasong, the great talent Tang who wanted to approach Miss Qin Air on the pleasure boat, but was scared away by his 2 poems. At this time, he was hugging a woman's slender waist, waving a folding fan, and watching the artist playing the piano in the hall downstairs. Looking at him, he was still gentle and elegant. Luo Qingzhou was hugged by the waist by the woman named Ying in his arms, and forcibly dragged to her room. When he passed the railing, he looked down. This look made him sweat coldly. At the door of the hall, 2 familiar figures walked in as if no one was around, surrounded by the female guests. One of them was wearing a pink skirt, looking cute and lovely, with 2 shallow dimples on her face. The other person was wearing a green dress and looked equally pretty, but she held a sword in her hand. Her pretty face was as cold as ice, and her eyes were coldly scanning the men in the hall, as if searching for something. The welcoming woman hurried forward and said, "2 girls, this is a brothel. We are here to visit the brothel." Bailing interrupted her, took out a silver ingot from her arms, and said generously, "Call out all the girls who haven't received guests here. We will choose a few of them, and stay here tonight." However, no one paid attention to her. Several burly brothel guards, with broad swords hanging on their waists, suddenly rushed in from the door in a hurry and stopped the 2 men at the door aggressively. The receptionist twisted her waist and said with a smile on her face, "Ladies, I'm sorry. We have a rule in Tianxian building that we don't receive female guests. Please go back." They have seen such scenes many times. Women often come in with people, saying that they are here to have fun, but in fact they are here to catch adultery. So in order to ensure the privacy and safety of the guests, there are already rules in the building that women must not be allowed in. Ladies, I understand your feelings now, but sister tells you the truth. Men can't be too strict. Otherwise they will lose everything, and you will get nothing. Occasionally, you can be confused and live in harmony, and have a happy family. That's right. All men are like this. Which man doesn't cheat? A man who doesn't cheat is not a man, or he is not in good health. Ladies, go back. Your men will go back naturally after they have fun. You come here to catch people with such a big fanfare. And you will lose his face and your own face. Why bother? The brothel women next to them all persuaded. The male guests who were watching were also discussing. Whose wife and concubine are these? With such beauty serving you. Why would you come to a brothel? Wild flowers are always more fragrant than domestic flowers. No matter how beautiful they are. You will get tired of them. But these two little beauties are really pretty. TSK. I don't know which guy is so lucky. Guess which of the two is the wife, and which is the concubine. Is there any need to guess? Didn't you see that the little beauty holding the sword turned pale with anger? She looked like she was about to draw her sword and kill someone. She was obviously the wife. The one next to her, smiling, was obviously a heartless and stupid concubine. Beiling's ears were sharp. After hearing this, the smile on her face froze. And then she glared. Who is farting? Upstairs. Luo Qingzhou was pulled into the room by the woman named Ying. As soon as he entered the room, the woman laughed softly and knelt in front of him. Just as she was about to reach out. Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched her on the chin and knocked her out. Then he dragged her to the bed and covered her with a quilt. Squeak! The door opened and he slipped out. There were more and more people watching in the hall downstairs. And the railings upstairs were also full of people, all watching the excitement with great interest. He saw that the doors of many rooms were open, and several men in pajamas stood at the railings and looked downstairs with interest. He immediately slipped into a room, took out a robe from inside, put it on, and quickly went downstairs. Then he mixed into the crowd and walked quickly towards the door. Clang! A cold light flashed, and Xia Chan suddenly drew her sword. The brothel guards were not to be outdone, and immediately drew their knives. The brothel madam was still persuading them with a smile on her face. But she would not let them in no matter what. Luo Qingzhou quickly slipped from behind the crowd to the door. And just as he was about to walk out of the door, a cold shout suddenly came from behind him. Stop! Bai Ling suddenly turned around and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou paused, and his heart almost stopped beating. But just a moment later, he continued to stagger towards the door, then turned his head and looked at the hall, with a silly smile on his face. Bai Ling looked at his appearance, stunned for a moment, and then looked at his clothes again, with a hint of suspicion in her eyes, and then retracted her gaze and looked upstairs. Chan. The smell is upstairs. The stinky son-in-law must be, eh? No! She suddenly moved her nose, then turned around and sniffed along the place where the man just left. She walked to the door, looked at the empty street outside, was stunned, and suddenly her face changed. Chan. Go! The son-in-law ran away. She immediately ran out. Xia Chan was stunned for a moment, and with a clang sound, the sword was sheathed, and she turned and went out. TSK. Sure enough, he came to catch the adultery. Everyone laughed when they saw the scene. Luo Qingzhou ran all the way, thinking secretly in his heart how he was discovered. When he came out, the two girls were still in the back garden, and there was no time to follow him. After he came out, he put on a mask and became another person. How did they find Tianxianlu? And just now, he came out of the door wearing someone else's clothes and a mask. How did Beiling find it? No, there must be something strange. Did the girl leave some smell on him? Thinking of this, he immediately took off the clothes he was wearing and threw them into an alley. He then took off his Confucian robe and threw it into the storage bag to isolate the smell. Then he took out another Confucian robe from the storage bag and put it on. Thinking about it carefully, when he went to pay respects to the eldest lady tonight, Beiling did approach him. She was holding a fresh flower in her hand, but he did not touch her body. Could it be the fragrance of flowers? That girl always held flowers in her hand, so she must be familiar with the fragrance of various flowers. If the pollen fell on his clothes tonight, would she follow him all the way to Tianxian Tower by smelling the fragrance of flowers? If you think about it carefully, it is really possible. Swoosh! He quickly ran into the alley, took off the mask on his face, and then jumped directly from the back door of the courtyard wall. But at this time, he couldn't go back to his own courtyard. That girl would definitely take Xia Chan with her. When she questioned him, although he didn't do anything, it would be difficult to explain. If Xia Chan drew her sword in anger, it would be troublesome. He had to calm their emotions. After thinking about it, he went straight to Meixiang Garden. Miss Jean Eyre was reasonable, and she should be able to guess what he was going out for. So he went to her for shelter first. He rushed all the way to Meixiang Garden. He didn't knock on the door, but jumped from the courtyard wall and fell in, and then walked quickly to the window of the study. Swoosh! Who knew that at this moment a cold light suddenly flew out from the eaves next to him, and instantly shot from his side. Luo Qingzhou was startled and hurriedly dodged to the side. The cold light brushed past his face with a chi sound, and Ding was nailed into the wall next to him. Zhu! It's the uncle. The figure under the shadow of the eaves flashed a cold light in his hand. When he was about to continue firing, he was suddenly stopped by a voice in the house. The figure under the eaves was startled and hurriedly ran out of the shadows. Looking at the young man standing in the yard, he said with a frightened face, "And uncle, why is it you?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her with a surprised face. At this time, another figure ran out of the house and said with concern, "Uncle, are you okay?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the two little girls in front of him, and then looked at the flying knife in Zhuer's hand. He was frightened by the flying knife just now, and broke out in a cold sweat on his back. "Zhuer, you? Wu sir, I was wrong." Zhuer bent her knees and knelt on the ground with a thump, crying, "I didn't know it was you, I was just practicing. And suddenly I saw a black shadow jumping in from outside the courtyard wall. I thought it was an outsider. Wu sir, don't tell the young lady. Don't tell the eldest young lady. Don't tell the lady." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and quickly helped her up, saying, "Zhuer, I'm fine. Did you throw that flying knife just now? Who taught you?" Zhuer shook her head with tears in her eyes, and said nothing. Xiao whispered, "Sir, are you here to find the young lady?" The young lady just lay down on the bed. "Sir, please go in quickly." Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed. It would be fine if he sneaked in, but now he was caught on the spot by two little maids. It was really a bit. Squeak! At this moment, the window suddenly opened. Miss Jean Eyre, wearing a light gauze nightgown, appeared in the window, bathing in the white moonlight, looking at him with joy. "Brother-in-law, come in quickly." "Son-in-law, come in quickly." Xiao directly pulled his arm and pushed him in. Xiao was still standing in the small courtyard, her face pale, obviously frightened by what had just happened. Luo Qingzhou walked to the door. Xiao quickly squatted down, hugged his legs, helped him take off his shoes, then stood up and whispered, "Son-in-law, I and Zhuer will not tell anyone. You stay here tonight to accompany the young lady. You don't have to go back." After that, she gently pushed the door open and pushed him in directly. Squeak! The door closed. A red candle was burning on the candlestick in the room. Under the moonlight in front of the window, a soft and beautiful girl in a snow-white gauze stood, looking at him softly. "Brother-in-law," she called out softly, then ran towards him with her white skirt in hand, her snow-white feet bare, her hair flying, and a happy face. Chapter 188. Brother-in-law. Second Miss, there is something I want to ask you for help. Brother-in-law, if you ask Second Miss for help, you have to pay. But if you ask Wei Mo for help, you don't have to pay, and Wei Mo will take the initiative to pay you. Second Miss, the matter is urgent. Brother-in-law. Speak. Second Miss, I went to the brothel tonight. Then, it seems that Bai Ling and Xia Chan found out. Second Miss, can you help me? No. The girl looked at him dimly. Luo Qingzhou had to explain, "Second Miss, I didn't go there to look for flowers and willows. I found a suspicious person in the patrol team, who might be a member of the Zhang family. He went in from the back door of Tianxian building last night. I don't know who he went to meet. I suspect that there may be someone from the Song family hiding in there." The girl's expression became solemn. "Who?" At this moment, Zhuer's voice suddenly came from the small courtyard outside. Then, the voice of Bai Ling sounded outside the door. "Zhuer, open the door." In the silent night, the crisp voice of the lark sounded particularly clear. Zhuer hurried over to open the door. Luo Qingzhou's face changed slightly. "Second Miss, call Wei Mo. Wei Mo, help brother-in-law." "Yes." The angry voice of Bai Ling suddenly came from the yard. "Son-in-law. Son-in-law." Zhuer hurriedly said, "Sister Bai Ling, son-in-law is not here. My lady just fell asleep. Don't wake her up." "Humph. The stinky son-in-law is here. Did you hide him? Tell the truth." "No. Really not." Xiao also walked out of the house and whispered, "Sister Bai Ling, it's so late. How could the son-in-law be here?" Bai Ling said angrily, "Xiao, even you want to lie to me? Do you know where the stinky son-in-law went just now?" Xiao and Zhu looked at each other, shook their heads, and both showed curiosity on their faces. Brothel. Bai Ling was furious. The stinky son-in-law refused my young lady to sleep with him, saying that he was not feeling well and wanted to go back to rest. As a result, he secretly ran out and went to the brothel. Do you think it's abominable or not? When these words came out, Xior and Zhuer suddenly opened their eyes wide, with expressions of astonishment on their faces. Bai Ling took a look at the expressions on their faces, and immediately said, just think about it. How dirty are those brothel women? After the stinky son-in-law played with them in the brothel, he came back directly without even taking a bath. If the second young lady touched him, the faces of the two maids changed. Bai Ling's mouth curled up slightly, and continued to add salt and vinegar. I heard that many women in brothels have very dirty diseases. If the son-in-law was infected and came back to touch the second young lady, Zhuer didn't wait for her to finish, and hurriedly turned around and ran into the house. Squeak. At this time, the window in the study suddenly opened. The moonlight poured in, and Miss Qin too, wearing a white veil, stood in the window, looking at the angry girl in the yard and said, Bai Ling, my brother-in-law is not here. Bai Ling looked at her and unconsciously lowered her voice and said, Miss Tu, my brother-in-law went to a brothel tonight, and he was very dirty. I will take him back and wash him clean, so as not to dirty our Qin mansion. Miss Qin Air smiled slightly. Did my brother-in-law go to Tianxian Tower? I asked him to go. When this was said, not only Bai Ling was stunned, but Xior and Zhuer were also stunned. Qin Weima explained softly, there are some things at home that need to be done there. My brother-in-law is a scholar, so going there will not arouse suspicion. So I asked my brother-in-law for help. Bai Ling, you and Xia Chan should not misunderstand my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law went there, and did not provoke any women there. Don't you know what kind of person my brother-in-law is? What's more? She smiled at the girl in the yard. What's more? My sister is so beautiful. How could my brother-in-law go out and cheat? Bai Ling grumbled, but... Second miss. People say that wild flowers are more fragrant than domestic flowers. People also say that which man does not cheat. People also say that if a man does not go to a brothel, he is not a man. Qin Weima chuckled and said, Okay, Bai Ling, go back quickly. I will explain this matter to my sister clearly, so that she will not blame my brother-in-law. Although Bai Ling was unwilling and wanted to catch the stinky son-in-law and question him now, since the second lady helped him, he had to give up. Oh! Then the second lady, you can rest. She turned away unhappily. After leaving the house, she looked at the silent little wooden man standing at the door, and she was immediately disappointed. If you go in and talk, the second lady will definitely not dare to stop you, and will definitely drive the stinky son-in-law out immediately. You are standing in the yard, so far away. What are you afraid of? The girl leaning against the wall lowered her head and was silent for a while, then raised her head and looked at her, whispering, Bai Ling, we shouldn't go there. Where to go? The brothel? Bai Ling snorted coldly. Why shouldn't we go? The stinky son-in-law lied to us and went to the brothel to be played with by those dirty women. It's so hateful. But, Bai Ling, you said that he won't go there. I humph. It's my fault for trusting the stinky son-in-law too much. I thought the stinky son-in-law would never go there. I didn't expect him to go to that kind of place. Damn it. Maybe he has something to do, and you didn't see him. Chan, why are you like the second lady? Defending him in everything? I said he went. And he went. Even if he really had something to go there, he should have told us in advance when he went to Lingshan Moon Palace, instead of lying to us that he was going home to sleep, and then sneaking out alone. He is just guilty, and he must want to degenerate and be played by those dirty women. The girl lowered her head and was silent for a while, then whispered, Bai Ling, no. It's okay, men can't be controlled. Too tight. Bai Ling looked at her as if she was looking at a fool. In the yard, Zhuer and Qior looked at each other, as if they wanted to say something, but held back. Forget it. I'll continue to practice my flying knife. If someone dares to bully our young lady one day. Humph. My Zhuer's flying knife is not vegetarian. Swish. Look at the knife. Zhuer's flying knife. Cut it off with one knife. Qior's mouth twitched, turned back to the house, and her eyes fell on the shoes at the door. After thinking for a while, she took the shoes to the yard, went over to get a brush, squatted there, and began to brush them carefully. Zhuer came over to take a look and snorted coldly. The shoes are so dirty, and there is mud on the soles. He must have gone out to do something bad. Qior, why are you so nice to him? You kneel down to help him take off his shoes. And you secretly help him brush his shoes. It turns out that you covet his body. Right? Xiaoer lowered her head to brush his shoes and ignored her. Schwa. Xiaoer threw another flying knife and snorted, anyway. I'm not as pretty as you. Nor as gentle and considerate as you. If the son-in-law really humph, he will definitely only love you and will not pay attention to me. No. He may even deliberately abuse me. So you have to work hard to practice throwing knives. Just like Sister Xia-chan. Just look at him coldly. And he can be scared. Xiaoer held back her laughter, looked up at her and said, "Zhu, don't talk nonsense. The son-in-law is not that kind of person. Humph. He hasn't succeeded yet. Men are not all the same. When they succeed, their true nature will naturally be exposed." Xiaoer smiled and didn't argue with her anymore. The young lady is so smart. She knows exactly what kind of person the young master is. Otherwise she would not fall in love with him at first sight and be devoted to him. Lingshan Moon Palace. After Bailing returned, she hurried to the back garden to complain. "Young lady, the young master just went to the brothel. And after returning, he hid in the second young lady's room. I just went to find him. But he didn't dare to come out." The snow-white figure in the pavilion was silent for a while, and said, "Where is Xia-chan?" Bailing sighed. "Chan-chan didn't come back. I guess she went to practice sword again. Or stood in a daze at the young master's place again. Young lady, Chan-chan is so pitiful. I want to tell the young master." The night wind blew, and the girl in the pavilion swayed in her white skirt, her black hair slightly raised, and she didn't speak again. The pond outside the pavilion, a pool of ripples, broke the moonlight. There were stars in the girl's eyes. On the eaves of the roof of the Yuanyang building, the red figure stood there motionlessly, and had been standing there for a long time. The red halo enveloped her whole body and cheeks. Her eyes were full of contradictions and humiliation. Master brother. Brother master. Master and brother. Boom. Suddenly, her whole body burst into red light. Her red skirt fluttered. Her long hair danced. A flame mark appeared between her eyebrows. Her whole body seemed to be burning with flames. And her momentum was terrible. I would rather die. Chapter 189. Boom. 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 Yulingya Garden on a moonlit night. In the stone room at the bottom of the lake, Luo Qingzhou was practicing the shaking mountain fist with heavy force and fierce movements. It was just dawn. Boom. Luo Qingzhou punched out. And a sharp sonic boom sounded faintly in the air. And a surge of hot blood suddenly surged in his chest. Bang! The rock in front of him broke into pieces. His footwork began to get faster. And his speed also began to get faster. The force of his punches became more fierce, heavier and more powerful. The punch fist began to have phantoms. And at the same time, the whole fist seemed to suddenly become a circle bigger. Boom! 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 The stone room was full of air waves and heavy fist shadows. The morning sun rose slowly from behind the green mountains, illuminating the entire Mo city. Unconsciously, it had risen to the sky. At noon, Luo Qingzhou stopped. At this time, he was sweating profusely. His muscles and fascia ached all over his body, and his internal and physical strength had been exhausted. The moves of the tyrant fist were fierce and domineering, and the punch was the peak. But it also consumed a lot of strength. Compared with the thunder fist, the moves of the tyrant fist were simpler and more direct. Each punch contained extremely explosive power, but each punch would draw a large amount of internal force and other energy from the body. And the internal strength, physical strength, and mental strength of the practitioner, as well as the entire physique, were very demanding. Even though he often took black and deep blue spiritual liquids, and his physique and mental strength were stronger than those of ordinary warriors, he could not hold on for too long. This kind of boxing method is best to kill the enemy with one blow, or to fight quickly. The longer it drags on, the more dangerous it is. If the enemy has amazing defense or is agile, then when using this set of boxing, you must be careful and cautious to prevent being deliberately consumed by the opponent. As for the plum blossom flying boxing method, it is a light group attack skill. The damage is not as high as the tyrant fist and the thunder fist, but it has both offense and defense, and does not consume much energy. If the opponent has many people, this set of boxing is very suitable. The inner strength mental method, body training method and boxing method in Plum Blossom collection seem to be some very basic training methods, which are only suitable for the martial arts realm. When he continues to advance, he will have to find a better training method. So now he not only has to work hard to practice, but also save more money, so that he can buy training methods or go to learn from a master. If he wants to go further and get more training resources, he must not rely on himself alone. Whether it is the Dragon and Tiger Academy and other academies, or some sects, they have a deep foundation, and they collect all kinds of powerful skills and accumulate a lot of training resources. That's why so many warriors are trying their best to get in. If there is a martial arts master to guide the training, it will definitely be much better than stumbling and groping in the training alone. Just like the soul training. If he hadn't met Senior Yu to guide and teach the skills, he would probably still be slowly groping in the Night Tour realm. And he didn't even have a soul mental method. Thinking about things, he left the stone room, passed through the secret passage, and entered the bottom of the lake. Soaking in the hot spring at the bottom of the lake, scrubbing his body, he thought about his future plans. Solve the current troubles first, and get rid of the threats from the Song family. Then, study hard and practice, waiting for the autumn exam next year. If he could pass the exam, his identity would no longer be just a humble son-in-law. He would win glory for the Qin family, have his own honor, and maybe even an official position. At that time, he would have more freedom, and could do many things he wanted to do. Luo Qingzhou lay at the bottom of the lake. Thinking secretly, he washed his body again, and floated to the surface of the lake. The midday sun fell on the water, reflecting the sparkling water. Under the mist, the Tingyu garden on this moonlit night was like a fairyland. Luo Qingzhou saw that there was no one around. So he went ashore, dressed and left. He had to copy stories of the 3 kingdoms and 36 strategies in the afternoon. So he had to go back early to avoid embarrassing Miss Qin when the princess needed it. When he returned to the courtyard, Xiao Dai was not there. He ate some beef and drank some tea, then returned to his room to prepare to grind ink and write. Just as he was spreading out the rice paper, Zhuer suddenly walked in from the door in a hurry and said, "Son-in-law, Miss Yuewu is here again, and she wants you and the second lady to meet the eldest princess. Also, the housekeeper Wang from Chunghua Mansion just came and sent an invitation, saying that he would like to invite the master and the lady, as well as the son-in-law and the lady, to Chunghua Mansion for a gathering in 2 days." Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, put away his pen and ink and walked out, asking, "How did the master respond to the invitation from Chunghua Mansion?" Zhuer said, "The lady originally refused, but the master agreed. But the master and the lady are still discussing whether to go or not." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "Wait a minute. I'll change my clothes." He returned to the room, changed into a white Confucian robe, and then followed her out the door, secretly thinking about the purpose of the invitation from Chunghua Mansion this time. The relationship between the two families has long dropped to the freezing point. And as for the relationship between the in-laws, it has long been in name only. It must be very embarrassing to sit together for dinner. "Sir, I'm sorry for last night. Can you please not tell Madam? Madam will sink me into the well if she knows." Walking on the road, Zhuer suddenly begged pitifully, and then whispered, "Sir, I secretly spent the night in the young lady's room, and no one went to complain to Madam." Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses, looked at her, and asked curiously, "Zhuer, who taught you that flying knife? You didn't know how to do it before, did you?" Zhuer immediately said, "Sir, I knew how to do it before, but I just couldn't do it accurately. I used to be very accurate at hitting birds with stones. So don't underestimate me, sir." Seeing that she didn't seem to want to say it, Luo Qingzhou asked again, "Zhuer, have you practiced martial arts?" Zhuer shook her head and said, "How can I be qualified to practice martial arts? In our mansion, only the eldest and second sons are qualified to practice. Even if others want to practice, they don't have the talent." As they talked, they came to the Meixiang garden. Chior had already supported the second Miss Qin, who was wearing a plain white dress and a snow-white fox fur, and was waiting at the door. "Brother-in-law, second Mississippi. Brother-in-law, second Mississippi." Zhuer couldn't help but say, "Miss, son-in-law, Miss Yuewu and Madam are still waiting in the hall. Wait until you get on the carriage. Then call slowly. No one will disturb you. Second Miss, let's go." Luo Qingzhou showed a hint of embarrassment on his face, and walked in front. The two soon arrived at the hall. Yuewu, wearing a purple dress, stood up from the chair and said apologetically, "Sorry, Miss Qin Air. Mr. Luo, I'm here to bother you again. It's just that His Highness will leave after the new year, and there is not much time. So I want to find you two to chat more." Song Ryu immediately stood up and said with a smile on her face, Miss Yuewu. What are you talking about? It is their honor to be received by the princess. Qingzhou. Weimo. Remember to chat with the princess. And remember to come back early. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and suddenly saw what she was thinking. Sure enough. It can't be exposed. This brat always dresses up so handsomely. I'm afraid that the little hoof of Baiwa country and the princess have coveted him. Otherwise, why do they call him over to serve every few days? Letting Weimo accompany him is probably to cover up the truth. Right? Damn it. They must not succeed. We must quickly tie up this brat tightly. Luo Qingzhou. The group walked out of the door. Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin Er to get on the carriage. After entering the carriage, he suddenly lifted the curtain and looked at the beautiful young woman on the steps and said, Mother-in-law, is there anyone from Chunghwa Mansion today? Is there anything? Song Ryue frowned and said with a gloomy face, Nothing. It's just that the new year is coming soon. And they invited us to have a meal together and explained to us what happened at the princess' dinner last time. The eldest lady of Chunghwa Mansion has been released. And it has nothing to do with that matter. Qingzhou, you have left there and are now a member of our Qin Mansion. So these things have nothing to do with you. As for inviting us to dinner, don't worry. Even if we want to go, we won't take you with us. Yuewu got on the horse and looked at her, with a thoughtful look between her eyebrows. Yes, mother-in-law. Luo Qingzhou lowered the curtain and entered the carriage. The expression on his face changed, and he clenched his fists. Then he remembered that Miss Qin Er was still sitting next to him. Chapter 190. Palace. In the study, the sunlight shines through the window lattice, falling on the red carpet. The red curtain sways beside, and the cigarette smoke curls. Nandong Huiyue is wearing a fiery red dress, with a pair of bare white jade feet, frowning slightly, sitting in front of the desk and looking at the notes she wrote yesterday. Attack when they are unprepared. Take them by surprise. Ambush from all sides. A net of heaven and earth. The fox is pretending to be powerful. A feint. After a long time, she couldn't help but sigh. Such a talent is wasted in the Qin Mansion. She tapped the table with her slender fingers, paused, and narrowed her eyes, and said to herself, Why don't I test her attitude tonight to see if I can ask her to come over? I'm afraid she got married out of necessity to stop that man's thoughts. How could someone like her find someone to marry casually? She doesn't even like that man. So how could she like a lowly bastard? No matter how talented that young man is, he is just a mortal after all. And she may not take it to heart. While thinking about tonight's plan, footsteps were heard outside. Then, Yuewu led the young man and girl in and said respectfully outside the door, Your Highness, Miss Qin Er and Mr. Luo are here. Nandong Huiyue stood up and said enthusiastically, Sir, please come in. Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Er took off their shoes and entered the house. They bowed and worshipped before walking over. Sir, I thought about it all night last night and added a few more tactics. Please help me see if there are any loopholes. Nandong Huiyue personally picked up the teapot and poured tea for the two. After Luo Qingzhou sat down, he said respectfully, Your Highness, please speak. Nandong Huiyue spread out the rice paper on the table and couldn't wait to speak. One of the 36 strategies mentioned by the teacher last time is called luring the tiger away from the mountain. The strategy one we'll use today is called releasing the tiger back to the mountain. Releasing the tiger back to the mountain may not cause endless troubles. In the 22nd year of the previous emperor, there was a battle in the north. The general leading the army of my great yin was King Bei Gu. She was not present at the battle at that time, but she described it vividly, as if she was there, with an excited look on her face. After listening, Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, King Bei Gu's strategy is indeed ingenious. First, release the tiger back to the mountain, then lure the snake out of the hole, and then catch it all in one net, cutting the grass and eradicating the roots. The words summarized by the teacher are very good, and I have to write them down. Miss Qin Er was grinding ink on the side. Nandong Huiyue was excited and quickly took up the pen to write. This conversation lasted for another whole afternoon. It was not until the evening, when the sun was about to set, that Luo Qingzhou stood up and bowed for the second time to say goodbye, Your Highness. It's really late. We should go back. Nandong Huiyue was still not satisfied. Looking at the ink written on the rice paper, she recalled for a moment, then looked up at him and said, I always felt that time passed too slowly before. Until now after meeting you. I feel that time is like a white horse passing by, fleeting in the blink of an eye. You haven't said a few words to me. You are leaving. I wonder when you can stay here and talk with me for 3 days and 3 nights. And have a good chat? After that, she looked at the weak girl next to her and asked, Miss Jean Eyre, can you let you stay in the palace and stay with me for a few days? Not much. 3 days will be enough. Miss Jean Eyre bowed her head and said respectfully, Your Highness, this matter must be asked to Sister Wayamo. Mother, father, and brother-in-law. Wayamo cannot make the decision. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, then looked at the young man in front of him and asked, Are you willing? Sir? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and saluted, Your Highness. I am very grateful for your kindness. But I have a wife waiting for me at home. I am really sorry. Nandong Huiyue saw that he said this again. His eyes flashed. And he didn't say anything more. He nodded, stood up and said, Okay. Then I won't force you. Yuewu. Send you and Miss Jean Eyre back. Yes, Your Highness. Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Jean Eyre leave. The study became quiet. The smile on Nandong Huiyue's face gradually disappeared. She sat down again, looking at the ink on the rice paper, and read it over and over again, and then said, Yuing, this person. I want. There was silence outside, and a woman's voice came, Your Highness. Do you want to use the beauty trap? Nandong Huiyue was slightly stunned when she heard this. Beauty trap? Why did you think of this trick? Yuing said respectfully, Your Highness. There is news outside that the son-in-law of the Qin family may have gone to the brothel to find a girl last night, and was blocked by the 2 maids of the eldest lady of the Qin family. After hearing this, Nandong Huiyue's expression was stagnant for a while, and it seemed a little unbelievable. Yuing, is the news true? Although I haven't seen that Mr. Luo. The girl with the sword is very easy to identify, so it shouldn't be wrong. Nandong Huiyue's mouth suddenly showed a smile, and a hint of excitement appeared in her eyes. Senior sister, you have been humiliating me these nights, and I will pay you back tonight. She looked out the window, and for the first time, she was so eager for it to get dark. Your Highness, do you need to use the beauty trap? Not for now. Yes, Your Highness. The carriage drove slowly on the street. The 2 people in the carriage sat opposite each other, looking at each other, and did not speak. When they were about to reach the Qin mansion, Miss Jean Eyre said, Brother-in-law, guess what Wayamo was thinking just now? Luo Qingzhou shook his head, not wanting to talk. Just talk for an afternoon. And now he was a little dry-mouthed. Miss Jean Eyre sighed and looked at him dimly. Wayamo was thinking, brother-in-law is so outstanding and looks so good. If the eldest princess takes a fancy to him and snatches him to be her husband, what should Wayamo do? Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing and said, The eldest princess is arrogant and noble. How could she possibly take a fancy to me? At most, she would let me be a counselor, and it is impossible for her to have any thoughts about me between men and women. Miss Eyre is worrying too much. At this time, the carriage stopped. The voice of Yuewu came from outside. Miss Jean Eyre. Mr. Luo, we are here. Luo Qingzhou immediately helped her get off the carriage. Yuewu said Lo, turned the horse's head, and left with the carriage. Song Ryue had been waiting at the door for a long time. Luo Qingzhou kept a distance from Miss Jean Eyre, thinking about the affairs of Chunghua Mansion. After greeting the mother-in-law, he returned to his own courtyard. The moonlight was bright in the courtyard. A girl in a pink dress, holding a pink flower in her hand, was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, squinting her eyes and sniffing gently. Under the flower tree next to him, a girl in a light green dress, with arms folded across her chest, holding a sword in her arms. Her pretty face was as cold as ice, and she looked at him coldly. Xiao Dai hid in the house, and did not dare to come out. She felt that Sister Bailing and Sister Xiaochan were not quite right tonight, and a little scary. Thinking of what Sister Chior secretly said to her today, she felt that the young master might be in trouble tonight. That I suddenly remembered that I forgot something at the second lady's place. I'll go get it. Luo Qingzhou keenly smelled the dangerous atmosphere in the courtyard, and turned around to run away. Bailing immediately said coldly, within 10 steps, Chan Chan will kill him with one sword. Luo Qingzhou paused, turned around and looked at her and said, I thought about it. I didn't seem to do anything wrong. Why did Miss Bailing say this to me? Then he looked at the sword-holding girl under the tree, and Miss Xiaochan is a reasonable person. She won't use a sword on an innocent person casually. Son-in-law. Leniency for confession. Severity for resistance. Bailing snorted coldly. Where did you go last night? Tell the truth. Luo Qingzhou calmed down and said directly, Tianxian building. The second lady asked me to do something, and I came back after I finished the business. Bailing immediately looked at the girl under the tree and said, see, Chan, I didn't lie to you. Son-in-law really went to the brothel to find those dirty women and was played by them. Luo Qingzhou said seriously, girls, please make sense. And I see and let others know. So Miss Air helped me compose a lie. If you do it believe, you can ask Miss Air. /S quickly chased up and chased the door at the door. It's not just said. Come to find my aunt? Bailing was stunned at the door for a while, and decided to fight alone. She turned around, put her hands on her waist, and was about to continue questioning angrily, when Luo Qingzhou suddenly walked towards her and said, okay, stop talking. I admit it. Bailing, let's go to the room to talk, and I will tell the truth. Bailing was stunned for a moment. Then she ran away with a whoosh. While running, she turned back and said angrily, stinky son-in-law. Bad son-in-law. You scare me again. I don't want to go to the room with you. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door and said, then I will find you later? Bailing's face changed, and she didn't dare to speak anymore. She ran faster and soon disappeared. Luo Qingzhou shrugged, felt bored, and turned back to the house. At this time, on the roof of the Yuanan building, the red figure had already stood on the eaves, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, waiting expectantly. Sister, you don't want your lover to know that your husband would rather go to a brothel to have fun than touch you, right? You don't want him to think you are incompetent, right? You don't want him to look down on you and laugh at you in his heart, right? Then, let's shake hands and make peace. Please take back those words you said before to humiliate me. Let your lover tell me a story. I can reluctantly ask him to call me sister. You are sister you, and I am also sister you. How about you be the elder, and I be the younger? Thinking about what she was going to say later, the sneer at the corner of the red figure's mouth became more and more intense. Compared with master and brother, sister can still be barely accepted. After all, she needs help. The night wind blew, and her long hair fluttered. Time passed so slowly. Just when she was getting a little impatient waiting, the familiar moon-white figure finally flew over from a distance. Chapter 191. The moon is bright. On the roof of the Yuanan building, a red and a white figure stand on the eaves. The black hair dances, and the sleeves flutter. Sister, how about we make a deal? Please worship him as your master, or call him brother. Oh, since you are so stubborn and ruthless, then I have nothing to be polite about. I heard that your husband, the bastard of Chunghwa Mansion, left you alone in the empty room last night and went to the brothel to have fun with other women. Is that true? The white figure did not speak. Sister, your longtime lover calls you senior and sister, respects and worships you, regards you as his goddess, and thinks you are omnipotent. If he knew that your husband is so miserable, not only is he a lowly and abandoned bastard, but he is also just a mortal scholar who can only read and write, and he would rather go to a brothel to find other women than stay at home with you. What do you think he would think of you? Sister, you don't want him to see your miserable appearance now, do you? You don't want him to think you are incompetent, do you? You don't want him to feel that you are incompetent, do you? I look down on you and laugh at you, right? Then, let's shake hands and make peace. Please take back those words you said to humiliate me before, and I will forgive you for what you did before. I can also take a step back and let your longtime lover call me sister. You know my status and position. Letting him call me sister is my biggest concession. Don't even think about the rest. He doesn't have the qualifications. After the red figure finished speaking, she hid the red light on her body, revealing a fiery red dress, as well as her tall and graceful figure and beautiful and majestic face. With a sneer on the corner of her mouth, she looked at her with burning eyes. The white figure looked at her true face, and her voice was still cold and ethereal. Worship him as your master, or call him brother. The red figure's eyes twitched. Do you really want to fight to the death? The white figure turned around and looked at the darkness in the distance, and said lightly, do you think I care? The red figure's expression stagnated, and the fist in his sleeve slowly clenched. He took a deep breath, and the towering chest rose and fell. He sneered, of course you don't care. But he may not. In his heart, he should admire you very much, right? If he knew these things, I'm afraid he would look down on you in his heart. Who knows? He might change his mind and follow me at that time. The voice of the white figure was still cold and flat. You can try. Try it. Boom. 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 I would rather die. Qin Mansion. After Bailing and Xiaochan left, Luo Qingzhou told Xiao Dai and went to the backyard to continue practicing the Plum Blossom flying boxing in the Plum Blossom collection. For a moment, the backyard was filled with falling leaves and heavy fist shadows. This set of boxing requires footwork and body movements, fast speed, and swift punches. After one punch is thrown, another punch is thrown before the fist shadow is dispersed. At the same time, up, down, left, right, front and back must all be taken into consideration. It is watertight when defending and overwhelming when attacking. Although its power cannot be compared with the Thunder Fist and the Mountain Shaking Fist, it does not have the disadvantages of too much energy consumption and weak defense. Schwa, schwa, schwa. Under the moonlight, the figure was getting faster and faster, and more blurred. At first, the fist shadow was only in front, and gradually, it began to appear in front, behind, left and right. Xiao Dai closed the front door and embroidered in the yard to prevent anyone from coming in to disturb. At this time, in the back garden of Lingshan Moon Palace, under the peach tree, Xiaochan was also practicing sword. The sword moves were more fierce and domineering than before. She attacked directly without defending. Every move was a killing move. In the pavilion next to it, Miss Qin, dressed in a snow-white dress, sat there quietly, staring at the moonlight in the pond in a daze. Bailing leaned lazily on the vermilion railing, holding a flower in one hand and shaking the 5 fingers of the other hand. A snow-white flying knife turned flexibly between the green jade fingers and flew back and forth. Schwa, schwa, schwa. In the garden, there was only the sound of wind except for the sound of sword practice. In the early morning, Luo Qingzhou returned to the house with his clothes soaked. Xiao Dai had already boiled hot water. Luo Qingzhou went into the room to take a bath and drip tendon refining potion, black spirit liquid and dark blue spirit liquid into the bucket. The clear water in the bucket quickly changed color, but it soon became clear again. Luo Qingzhou leaned against the bucket. After absorbing the potion and spirit liquid, the muscle membranes and fascia of his whole body began to heat up, as if there were many air currents flowing and washing back and forth all over his body. He couldn't help but moan in comfort. Xiao Dai, who was rubbing his back from behind, looked at him strangely, stretched her neck, secretly looked into the bucket a few times, and her cheeks were slightly hot. The young master was so big that I was afraid that 2 small hands couldn't hold it. She remembered that the young master's fist was not so big before. Luo Qingzhou picked up his fist from the water and took a look at the back of his hand. The membrane was smooth and firm, and it felt very tactile and elastic. Under the light, it flashed with a strange luster. It seemed that it was not much different from before, but the hardness and toughness now were not comparable to before. Xiao Dai, guess how long you will cry after this punch from the young master. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fist and said with some pride. The little girl looked at the fist fearfully and said, I might faint from the pain, young master. I am weak and can't bear it. Luo Qingzhou took the other fist out of the water and gently collided it, making a crisp sound, as if metal hit each other. After taking a bath, the little girl helped him change into a new set of clothes. Young master, this is the Confucian robe that I sewed for you. Do you think it fits? Luo Qingzhou put it on, looked at it in the mirror, moved his limbs, and praised, not bad. It's very comfortable to wear, and the size is just right. Xiao Dai, very good. The little girl heard the compliment and immediately went out to pour water happily. After cleaning the room, Luo Qingzhou saw that it was getting late, explained to the little girl, and returned to the bed, his soul out of his body. Tonight, he had to ask Senior Yu for help, or borrow the handkerchief from him. Otherwise, there was a magical instrument that restrained the soul on the top of the Tianxian building, and he couldn't get close. The soul passed through the roof and floated into the air. He first looked down at the entire Qin mansion for a while, and when he saw nothing unusual, he left the mansion and flew towards the Yuannong building. He rode the wind all the way. The speed of the soul seemed to be getting faster and faster. Soon, the Yuannong building came into view. On the eaves on both sides of the roof, there stood a figure, one red and one white, both shrouded in a hazy halo, and it was impossible to see inside. As soon as Luo Qingzhou flew closer, he suddenly felt that the air around him was a little wrong. The air was a little hot and chaotic, as if the air in this place had just been suddenly emptied and then rushed in from all directions, making it difficult to breathe after entering. Obviously, a big battle seemed to have just happened here. Luo Qingzhou looked at the two figures with doubts, and saw that both of them stood there motionless, seemingly uninjured. He floated over carefully, stood behind the white figure, bowed his head, and said respectfully, "Sister Yu, go ahead." The red figure on the eaves next to him took the initiative to speak with a thick face. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, ignored her, and still stared at the white figure in front of him. The moon-white figure was silent for a while, and Fang Qingling spoke, "Do you want to be a master or a brother?" Luo Qingzhou. He looked at the red figure on the eaves next to him. The red figure stood next to him, with no expression on his face, and he didn't say anything, but his eyes seemed to be looking at him coldly. "It's okay." Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and lowered his head. "In fact, it doesn't matter whether to call her or not. But since senior you want him to accept a disciple or sister, then he should fulfill her wish. He won't lose anyway." "Then master," the moon-white figure said lightly. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Well, listen to Sister Yu." The roof suddenly fell into silence. The moon-white figure looked at the red figure next to him. The red figure was silent for a moment, and said coldly, "At least tell me more. Let me see if he is qualified." The moon-white figure was silent for a moment, turned his head, and looked at the young man behind him. "Start from the second chapter." Luo Qingzhou agreed, raised his head, and after a moment of hesitation, he spoke aloud, "Understand the true and wonderful principles of Bodhi. Cut off the devil, and return to the original spirit. The sky is full of flowers, and the ground is full of golden lotus. The three vehicles are wonderfully performed, and the subtle dharma is complete. Slowly shake the whisk to spray pearls and jade, and the sound is thunderous. Jiodian, talk about Taoism for a while. Talk about Zen for a while. The three schools cooperate as they are. The word enlightenment converts to the truth, guides the mysterious nature of the unborn." The red figure's expression condensed, and he said secretly, "The three schools cooperate as they are. The word enlightenment converts to the truth, guides the mysterious nature of the unborn." Luo Qingzhou said again, "In the Liuzi sect, there are Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, Yin-Yang school, Moism, and medicine, or reading scriptures, or chanting Buddha, and worshipping the truth and descending saints." The red figure's eyes lit up, holding his breath and concentrating. Luo Qingzhou said again, "The moon hides the jade rabbit, and the sun hides the crow. And there are turtles and snakes intertwined." Intertwined? The life is strong, but it can plant golden lotus in the fire, gather the 5 elements and use them upside down, and become a Buddha and immortal after the work is completed. Hearing this, the red figure suddenly breathed quickly. The red halo on his body flickered slightly. 2 blushes surged on his face. His heartbeat accelerated. His head was buzzing, and his beautiful eyes were shining, as if he was about to open a new door. "That's it. Who would have thought that at this moment?" The white figure suddenly spoke. The story in Luo Qingzhou's mouth suddenly stopped. The red figure was stunned for a moment, then looked at him and said, "What else? What about the next one? Keep going. Don't stop." Luo Qingzhou looked at the moon-white figure without saying a word. The red figure was stunned for a moment, then reacted, and immediately suppressed his anger and said, "If you are a man, you should have your own opinions, instead of being submissive and obeying a woman you have just met for a few days. Are you so afraid of her?" Luo Qingzhou held back for a moment, but couldn't help it, looking at her and said, "Aren't you afraid?" The red figure paused, did not answer, and said coldly, "Continue telling the story. At least finish this time. Men should do things from beginning to end, and cannot give up halfway." Luo Qingzhou ignored her. The red figure's fists in his sleeves gradually clenched, staring at him coldly for a long time, and then gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know, if I really call you master, how many years of your life will be shortened? She is harming you. Do you know?" Luo Qingzhou stepped back to the side, sat cross-legged, and prepared to practice. The red figure began to breathe heavily, her towering chest heaving violently. She stared at him for a while, then looked at the moon-white figure, and suddenly said, "What do you want me to call him?" The moon-white figure was silent for a moment, and said, "Master." The red figure sneered. "Okay, then I'll call him brother." Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, and looked at her. The red figure suddenly turned around, walked in front of him, looked at him and said, "Take off the halo on your body. I want to see what you look like first. If I like you, I can call you what you look like." Chapter 192 Brother. The air suddenly stagnated. As soon as the red figure approached, Luo Qingzhou felt a burning sensation. At the same time, breathing was a little uncomfortable. This person's soul seemed to have a domineering aura that made people nervous and timid. And the tone of his speech was also commanding. But Luo Qingzhou's mental strength was strong. And his soul was different from ordinary people. How could he be scared by her? What's more, his Thai sister Yu was still standing in front. He turned his face away, looked elsewhere, and ignored her. She obviously needed him. But she was still so aggressive. Did she really think of herself as a person? He didn't owe her anything. Seeing that he was ignored again, the red figure gradually revealed a touch of humiliation and anger in his eyes. The fist in his sleeve slowly clenched again. And he said coldly, "You will regret it." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "I didn't force you. You can leave." Red figure. The roof fell into silence. The moon-white figure stood on the eaves, looking at the dark night in the distance. The beautiful face shrouded in a halo was still as cold as the moon. It seemed that nothing in this world could stir her emotions. The red figure suddenly turned around and stood on another eaves, looking at the dark night in the distance. After a long silence, Fong said lightly, "The moonlight tonight is so beautiful, brother." The sound of the last two words was almost as thin as a mosquito, barely audible. After she finished speaking, she immediately turned her head and looked at the moon-white figure next to her, and said coldly, "Can he speak?" The moon-white figure retracted his gaze from a distance, stared at her for a while, and said coldly, "Okay." She did not embarrass her anymore. The red figure was slightly stunned, snorted, turned his face away, looked away, and did not speak again. The cheek hidden in the red halo seemed to be faintly stained with two blushes, slightly hot. Damn it! So shameful. She clenched her fists in her sleeves, feeling humiliated. Then she secretly comforted herself in her heart. It doesn't matter. To achieve great things, one must give up something. Anyway, that person doesn't know who I am, so there is nothing to be ashamed of. After I finish listening to this story and use him, I will get back the dignity and face I lost. At that time, let him call me sister, no. Call me master? The Monkey King returned to his hometown in glory. He defeated the Demon King and took away a big knife. He practiced martial arts every day and taught the little monkey to cut bamboo for flags and carve wood for knives. Although Luo Qingzhou didn't hear the word brother, he still started to talk. In fact, for him, brother, master, etc. didn't matter. The red figure heard him talk and immediately waved away the chaotic emotions in his heart. He held his breath and listened attentively. This was what she sold her dignity for, so she must listen carefully and not miss a word. He shook the treasure in his hand and called, "Little, little, little." He immediately made a small one similar to an embroidery needle that could be hidden in the ear. The monkeys were shocked and shouted, "My king, take it out and play with it." The Monkey King really took it out of his ear, held it in his palm and shouted, "Big, big, big." Then he made another one as thick as a bucket and 2 feet long. The red figure was so excited that she couldn't help but turn around and look at him and said, "I also have a fiery gun, which can be big or small, but it can't be changed to the size of an embroidery needle. The golden cudgel in your story must be an extraordinary magic weapon. If it really exists in the world, I must find it no matter what." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and ignored her, and continued to speak. The Monkey King gradually sobered up and suddenly looked up. There was an iron plate on the city with 3 big characters on it, which were the netherworld. The red figure heard this, and his expression suddenly froze. Holding his breath and listening carefully, "I, old son, have cultivated the Tao, and have a long life equal to the heavens. I have transcended the 3 realms, and jumped out of the 5 elements. Why do you want someone to arrest me?" Hearing this, the red figure suddenly couldn't help looking at the moon-white figure next to him, and said, "Senior sister." The monkey's soul left his body in his sleep, and went to the underworld. Is there really an underworld in this world? Why can our souls leave our bodies, and go to the sky, but cannot go to the earth? Does this mean that there is really another world under the ground, with formations and prohibitions that prohibit our souls from entering? Then he said, "If you cultivate deeply, you can really live as long as the heavens, transcend the 3 realms, and jump out of the invisible." Luo Qingzhou stopped and looked at the moon-white figure. The moon-white figure looked at the dark night in the distance, and was silent for a while before saying, "There is indeed a ban underground, and ordinary spirits cannot enter. As for what it is, I don't know." The red figure was surprised and said, "With your realm, you can't enter?" The moon-white figure said lightly, "My realm is actually very low. There is still a long way to go on the road of cultivation. This world is not as simple as you think. The red figure was silent for a while and sighed. Sister, I actually understand you a little now. You want to cut off. You can go back. The moon-white figure turned around and interrupted her. The red figure hurriedly said, I haven't heard enough. Then he looked at the figure and said, Continue. Luo Qingzhou didn't continue, saying, I have something to do tonight. So let's stop here. He still needs to ask Sister Yu for help tonight, so that he can go to Tianxian Tower to investigate. The red figure narrowed his eyes, and was a little angry. I just talked about it once. Continue. Luo Qingzhou ignored her. Anyway, he didn't hear her call brother just now. The white figure looked into the darkness in the distance, as if she had not heard the argument between the two. The red figure glared at him, clenched her fists in her sleeves, as if she wanted to lose her temper, but had to endure it. Then she turned around and looked at the white figure and said, He only tells it once a night. It's not fair. As if she was complaining and complaining. As if she had spent a lot of money, but didn't enjoy the service she deserved, and was very indignant. The white figure looked into the distance, was silent for a while, and then said, This story is not ordinary. Each chapter contains a secret method of cultivation and enlightenment. Go back and think about this chapter tonight. When you have figured it out, he will tell the next chapter. The red figure's anger gradually calmed down after hearing her say this. After carefully recalling the content just now, he felt that it was indeed unfathomable, and seemed to hide a lot of things. Well, I'll come again tomorrow night. She did not stay any longer. Nor did she say hello to anyone. The red shadow flashed and appeared in the distance. Then, the next second, it disappeared. The white moon figure turned around and looked at the figure behind him and said, It's getting late. Do you want to go back to accompany your wife? Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Sister Yu, I have something I want to ask you for help tonight. The white moon figure looked at him, was silent for a while, and then said lightly, You teach me the way to enlightenment, and I help you practice. You and I don't owe each other anything. I won't do anything for you. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou felt a little disappointed, but he didn't force it anymore. He bowed his head and said, Oh, then Sister Yu, let's talk about it first. The white moon figure suddenly said again. Luo Qingzhou immediately said respectfully, I want to go to a place. But there is a magic weapon that restrains the soul upstairs there. That magic weapon is much more powerful than the magic weapon in Yuanyang Tower. I can't get in. So I want to ask Sister Yu for help. After listening to it, the white Yu figure said coldly, I won't help anyone. Luo Qingzhou had to bite the bullet and said, Can you lend me Sister Yu's handkerchief? Just use it for one night. But I don't know if the handkerchief can be used at his level. The white Yu figure frowned slightly and moved her lips, as if she was ready to refuse. But looking at his figure, she suddenly hesitated, as if she remembered something. After a while, she looked at the darkness in the distance, and the hair in front of her moved, and a snow-white handkerchief floated out from the moon-white halo and fell in front of him. She said coldly, Don't give it back to me. Just think of it as reward. Luo Qingzhou was immediately delighted, and hurriedly reached out and grabbed it carefully, and actually grabbed it in his hand. The handkerchief was soft and silky to the touch, with a hint of coolness, and a faint fragrance wafted into the nose. I don't know what material it was made of, but it must be a good thing. Otherwise, he couldn't touch it with his current day travel realm. Thank you, Sister Yu. If Sister Yu has any errands in the future, just tell me. Luo Qingzhou was full of gratitude, and secretly said in his heart, Sure enough, I followed the right person. This magic weapon was given as soon as it was said. It's so generous. The white figure of Yu said lightly, Hold it in your hand. Input a little soul power, and use the soul power to pull it. Luo Qingzhou tried it as he said, and his mind moved, and the handkerchief really floated up from the palm of his hand, as if he was controlling an object. His mind immediately had some kind of very wonderful induction with it. He was happy and thanked again. The white figure of Yu looked into the distance and didn't say anything. The expression on his face seemed to have never changed. Luo Qingzhou reached out and grabbed the handkerchief back, put it away, and saw that she seemed to be thinking about something. So he didn't dare to disturb her anymore, and bowed and said goodbye, Sister Yu. I'll leave first. Looking at the sky, it was estimated that it would be dawn in half an hour. It's too late to go to Tianxian Tower tonight. Wait until tomorrow night. He flew towards Qin's mansion, thought about it, took out the handkerchief again, and used his soul power to pull it. floating in front of him. Practicing all the way, he became more and more proficient. Chapter 193. Back to the mansion. Luo Qingzhou floated into the courtyard and placed his handkerchief on the windowsill. He then passed through the window, and his spirit returned to his body. His body got off the bed, opened the window, and brought the handkerchief from the windowsill in. He held it in his hand and touched it. It was still silky and soft. He put it under his nose and sniffed it. It was still that faint fragrance. I wonder what sister you looks like, and how old she is, I asked her last time. But she didn't answer. Luo Qingzhou held the handkerchief, and thought to himself. Back to bed. He was not sleepy at all. I wonder if Miss Qin will cough again tonight. After thinking about it, he went out and walked towards the Meixiang garden. In the room, the red candle was dim, and the curtains were covered. On the bed, Miss Qin was sleeping soundly. Luo Qingzhou took off his shoes in front of the window, and walked over silently. Came to the bed. Through the curtains, he looked at the person on the bed. In the haze, there was another kind of beauty. The air was filled with the smell of incense, and the unique fragrance of the girl on the bed. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the bed, and watched quietly for a while. Then gently lifted the curtain and gently fell on the sleeping face. She was beautiful and gentle, but with a very obvious unhealthy paleness. Her breathing in sleep was also obviously heavier than that of ordinary people. Her thin eyebrows were slightly frowned, and I don't know if it was because of physical discomfort or a nightmare. Luo Qingzhou watched quietly for a while, and after seeing that she was sleeping soundly and no longer coughing, he took out the porcelain bottle from the storage bag, drank 2 drops of spiritual liquid for her, and then stood up and prepared to leave. But just as he turned around to leave, a lazy voice of someone who had just woken up suddenly sounded behind him. Brother-in-law. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and turned around to look. The girl who was still sleeping on the bed just now had opened her eyes, and was looking at him sleepily. Luo Qingzhou was surprised and asked, "When did you wake up?" The girl smiled faintly. "I won't tell you." Then she raised her beautiful face and frowned slightly and said, "Brother-in-law, Wei Mo just had a dream. I dreamed that my brother-in-law was taken away by the princess and taken to the military camp, and was bullied by Miss Yue and others." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing. "What are you thinking about, Miss Second? Even if your brother-in-law was taken away by the princess, he would be respectfully served. How could he be bullied by others?" The girl laughed. Her eyes were bright, and her teeth were white. "Brother-in-law is so narcissistic." The two looked at each other. The room suddenly became quiet. Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Miss Second, I want to go to the brothel tomorrow." The girl was stunned when she heard the words, and stared at him blankly. Luo Qingzhou continued, "Second miss, if Bailing and the others come looking for me, can you help me cover it up?" "Girl," Luo Qingzhou said again, "I secretly went to the brothel last night, and met a woman in the back garden there." "Second miss, what do you think she was doing at that time?" Luo Qingzhou told her what happened in the brothel last night. The two whispered something. The night passed quietly. Unconsciously, the sound of birds chirping sounded outside the window. A ray of light rose from the distant green hills and illuminated the sky. The night had quietly retreated. When the sky was dawning, seeing that the girl on the bed was already asleep, Luo Qingzhou prepared to continue to climb out of the window. Just as he walked to the window, he suddenly heard a puff sound in the small courtyard outside, and heard the sound of a flying knife piercing into a tree trunk. He froze, picked up his shoes from the window, turned around and walked to the door, and opened the door. Outside the house, the fragrance of flowers was fragrant, and the birds were chirping. Shuer was standing under the eaves, holding a throwing knife, looking at him coldly. Chapter 194. A gift for Chanshan. Boom, 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 boom. It was just daybreak outside. In the stone room at the bottom of the lake in Yueyatingyu Garden, Luo Qingzhou was bare-chested and began to practice the shaking mountain tyrant fist with sweat pouring down his face. In the dim light, the skin and flesh of the arm that was storing power were tense. The muscles were bulging, and the surface of the membrane was shining with a metallic luster under the soaking of sweat. The punches were getting stronger and stronger, and the wind was getting stronger and stronger. In the silent stone room, a sharp sonic boom began to sound faintly. The membrane, muscles, and fascia all changed from cold to hot, and from hot to hot under the fierce moves of the tyrant fist. Then they jumped slightly and became sore. He gritted his teeth and persisted in practicing until noon, when Luo Qingzhou stopped because his whole body was sore and exhausted. Eating beef and drinking water. Take a short break. Then he sat cross-legged again and dripped 2 drops of spiritual liquid to replenish the energy in his body. Then he began to practice the inner strength method. An hour later, all the internal strength and physical strength that had been consumed were restored. He stood up and continued to practice. Boom, 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 accumulating strength, punching more and more fiercely. Sweat flowed down his cheeks like water, and his whole body was sweating like rain. The only shorts he was wearing were soon soaked. In the afternoon, he left the stone room and went to the middle passage, continuing to split stones to open the way and temper his fascia and skin. Bang, bang, bang. In the passage, gravel soon rolled down and stone chips flew. In the evening, he pushed the block passage forward another 7 or 8 meters. Out of the passage, after taking a bath at the bottom of the lake, he went ashore, entered the bamboo forest, and his soul left his body. Then, his soul floated out of the bamboo forest and landed on the roof of one tower. Bathing in the sunset, he operated the soul and mind method. A strange light in his body slowly flowed all over his body. Unknowingly, the night had fallen. When a silver moon rose to the sky, he returned to his senses and left Yueting garden. Back to the courtyard. Xiao Dai was boiling water in the kitchen to heat up the food. Luo Qingzhou was already hungry. After wolfing down his food, he began to take a bath in the bathtub with a drop of tendon refining medicine. Lying comfortably in the hot water, he felt a trace of energy penetrate his skin into his body, slowly moisturizing his tired and sore fascia, and his whole body trembled slightly with comfort. The light green potion in the water was quickly absorbed. Xiao Dai stood behind him, rubbing his back while stretching her neck and looking into the bucket with wide eyes. The water in the bucket gradually became clear. Her eyes widened. Wow! Just as she was about to see clearly, Luo Qingzhou suddenly stood up, gave her a butt with water drops hanging on it, picked up the bath towel next to him and said, "Look at your butt. Go get your clothes." Oh. The little girl obediently looked at his butt again and ran over to get her clothes. After cleaning up the room, Luo Qingzhou closed the door, took out the martial arts stone, held it in his palm, and checked the current physical data. Strength 2000. Speed 17. Resistance 1000. Spirit 40. The effect of training is obvious. Strength increased by 200. Speed and resistance increased a little. The most obvious is the spirit, which increased by 4 points directly. It seems that as long as he continues to cultivate his soul, he may soon break through. Just as Senior you said, starting tomorrow, he decided to cultivate his soul in the morning when there is sunrise, in the evening when there is sunset, and at night. In a few days, when the sun is at its hottest at noon, he will try it. He hopes to break through to the realm of controlling objects before the new year. He put away the martial arts stone. He told Xiao Dai and went out. When he arrived at Lingshanyu Palace, the gate was closed, and the sound of sword practice came from the front yard. He hesitated for a moment, and went forward to knock on the door. The sound of sword practice stopped for a few seconds, and continued to ring. However, no one came to open the door. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and continued to knock on the door. Still no one came to open the door. "Bai Ling!" he shouted while knocking on the door. After shouting a few times, Bai Ling's cold voice came from inside. "Bai Ling is not here." Luo Qingzhou. "Miss Xia-chan, open the door." "Miss Xia-chan is not here either." Bai Ling snorted again. In the yard, the sound of sword dancing became louder and louder. "Is the eldest lady here?" "No." Luo Qingzhou stood at the door for a while, and had to say, "Okay, I'm going back." He was about to leave, hesitated for a moment, and said, "If it's because of going to the brothel, then I apologize. I should have told you in advance. But I can guarantee that I didn't mess around with any of the women there. I swear." After that, he turned and left. After a while, the door of the yard opened with a creak. Bai Ling stood at the door, stretched her head out, looked around, and pouted her little mouth and said angrily, "Stinky son-in-law. You really left. Can't you say a few good words to me?" "Bah. Bah. Chan-chan?" Disgusting. The sound of sword dancing in the yard stopped. Under the bright moonlight, the girl in a light green dress, her chest heaving slightly, sweat flowing down her cheeks, a few strands of hair sticking to it. The sword in her hand is cold, and her pretty face is still as cold as ice. "Stupid Chan-chan. Stop practicing. What's the use of practicing well? I don't care about you at all. I will take the top exam in the future, and when I get an official position, I will be surrounded by guards. So I don't need your protection. Bailing was indignant when she saw her practicing sword hard. The girl under the tree clenched the sword in her hand, panted in silence for a while, and continued to practice. Swish, swish, swish. The figure under the moon, with flying black hair and dancing skirt, was dotted with cold light, illuminating the entire courtyard. Luo Qingzhou returned to the courtyard, talked to Xiaodai for a while, went to the backyard, and continued to practice the plum blossom flying boxing. Near the early morning, he returned to the room, locked the door, took out the handkerchief from his arms, and placed it outside the window. Then he closed the window and went to bed. He concentrated his mind, and his spirit left his body. His spirit passed through the window, took the snow-white handkerchief, floated into the air, and quickly flew towards the Tianxian building. Soon, the brightly lit Tianxian building appeared in sight. He approached carefully from a high altitude, and slowly floated down towards the transparent round bead on the roof. When the round bead suddenly began to flash, he immediately used his soul power to pull the handkerchief and floated down quickly. Puff! Just as the transparent round bead was about to burst out with light, the handkerchief suddenly fell and covered it. The flashing light in the round bead was extinguished in an instant, and it fell into the initial calm. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and became more grateful and respectful to Senior Yu. Then, he quickly floated from midair to the backyard of Tianxian building. When passing the back door, he lowered his head and stared. The burly figure was leaning against a big tree not far from the back door, dozing off. Luo Qingzhou took another careful look in the garden and found no one else. So he continued to float forward. Soon he came to the pond and the small bridge. He stared at the other side of the bridge, floated over carefully, and looked down. Under the big tree at the end of the bridge, a figure was sitting there, and it seemed that he was practicing internal skills with his eyes closed. Luo Qingzhou carefully observed other places again, and after seeing nothing unusual, he continued to float forward silently. Soon, he came to the bamboo forest. He floated into the bamboo forest and came to the sky above the small courtyard. Looking down, the small courtyard was quiet and no one was there. The few rooms were also dark and there was no movement. He was not in a hurry. He waited in the air for a while before floating down carefully. The closer he got to the small courtyard, the more vigilant he became. His whole body was tense and his mental power was highly concentrated, ready to jump into the air at the fastest speed at any time. But until he landed on the roof, there was still nothing unusual. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and listened to the house. The house was silent, and there seemed to be no one. Strange. Has it been moved? Or did it just go out at this time? He was puzzled. Then, he penetrated the roof, floated into the house, landed silently on the beam, and looked down. The house was very simple. There was nothing except the chair and the bed. All the houses were empty and covered with dust. There was no one and no trace of anyone living there. This made him even more confused. That night, he clearly saw the woman in green dress bringing the man named Zhang Gongzi in. And there was a warrior guarding under the big tree at the bridge head. How could there be no one in this house? Luo Qingzhou searched all the rooms, but found no trace of anyone living there. He was puzzled. He floated out of the house, observed in the courtyard for a while, and then floated all the way to the door along the place where the two people walked that day. Then, he floated in from the door again. His eyes suddenly looked at the ground through the darkness. Several footprints appeared clearly on the ground. The room was covered with dust everywhere, so the footprints were very clear in the sight of the soul. His heart moved, and he immediately followed the footprints to the room in the inner room. Then, he stopped in the corner in front of the window. The footprints disappeared here. His eyes focused, and he floated to the ground, and suddenly found that he seemed to be able to penetrate the ground directly. He had tried several times before, even in his own room. He could not penetrate the ground. And last night, he heard from Senior Yu that there was some kind of restriction underground, and ordinary spirits could not enter. But now he could enter. That means that there is a dark room underground. His mind suddenly brightened, and he immediately lowered his body, carefully penetrated the floor, and floated down. It was indeed empty below. First there was a dark passage, and then there was a faint light at the corner in front. He floated along the top of the passage silently. When he came to the corner, he suddenly found that the front was suddenly open, and it turned out to be a spacious stone room. At this time, the stone room was lit with oil lamps. and a group of people were talking together. In the corner next to it, there were 2 young women sitting, also talking in a low voice. Luo Qingzhou counted carefully. There were 6 people talking around the table, including 4 young men and 2 middle-aged men. There were several maps on the table. One of the middle-aged men pointed at the map and spoke with a gloomy face. The blood in the room was vigorous, like a burning flame. Obviously, the people in the room were warriors. Luo Qingzhou observed intently and found that 3 young men and 2 women were quite similar to some of the fugitives of the Song family. There were not only portraits of fugitives in the city, but also portraits and identity information of each member of the Song family in the Song family information that Zhuer brought to him. It seems that his guess was correct. Hidden here are the fugitives of the Song family. In addition to the children of the Song family, the others may be the guards of the Song family. Now they have all become treason criminals, and they will surely die if they are caught by the government. So they get together and prepare to fight to the death to retaliate against the Qin family. Luo Qingzhou approached carefully, wanting to hear what they were saying. But just as he floated in from the door, he suddenly felt a hot blood rushing towards him. One of the middle-aged men frowned, seemed to have noticed something, raised his head and looked at the door. Luo Qingzhou was startled and hurriedly got into the wall next to him, holding his breath and concentrating. Motionless, the middle-aged man looked at the door suspiciously for a few times, and then looked at the map on the table again. Luo Qingzhou's whole body was tense, and he didn't dare to move forward any further. The room was full of warriors with strong blood and qi. He was only a spirit in the sun to realm now. If someone punched him out of thin air, he would probably be seriously injured. If he was discovered, they would fight together, and his blood and qi would be like a rainbow, and he might be killed on the spot. Just as he was about to leave, 2 figures suddenly walked in quickly from the entrance. A man and a woman. The short man was holding a sack in his hand, and the sack was oozing with scarlet blood. The woman followed behind, holding a sword in her hand, and there were a few pools of blood on her clothes. As soon as the man and woman entered the door, they attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Zibo, what's wrong? Is everything okay? The middle-aged man who was just pointing at the map and talking asked. The short man stopped under the light at the door, grinned, and suddenly opened the sack in his hand and poured out the contents. Gulyalu 5 bloody heads suddenly fell out of the sack and rolled on the ground. The woman holding the sword behind him sneered. 2 shopkeepers, 2 manor housekeepers, and a woman in a clothing workshop, all with the surname Qin. The people in the room looked at the heads on the ground with a look of relief on their faces. Good. Good kill. Were we not followed? The short man sneered. We originally wanted to go to the mansion of the 4th master of the Qin family, but we were discovered by the guards in the mansion. We got rid of them in the alley, and they didn't dare to continue chasing us. Don't worry. No one is following us. Very good. We must assassinate them again and again, so that they live in fear every day. Zibo, Huan Yu, come and look at the map. There is a good opportunity tomorrow night. Someone from Chunghua Mansion will notify you during the day that Qin Wenjin and his family may have to go to Chunghua Mansion for a banquet tomorrow night. At that time, there may be only their second daughter and other maids in the Qin Mansion. I don't know if the son-in-law will go. It is said that the son-in-law and their eldest son-in-law will go. My daughter should go at that time. Let's go together and wash away the whole Qin Fu. How could it help Qin Wenjing? Rest assured, our purpose and interests are consistent. His head then quietly exited the wall and quietly left from the channel. When he came out of the ground and floated to the ground, he took a few deep breaths, then penetrated the roof and floated out. When the round bead on the roof was flashing, he immediately took the handkerchief and left as quickly as possible. He rushed against the wind all the way, and the bloody heads lingered in his mind. He did not go to the Yuanan building again, but went straight back to the Qin mansion. Just as he was about to float into the courtyard, he suddenly saw a familiar figure standing at the door of the courtyard. She was wearing a green dress, thin, holding a sword in her arms, standing at the door like a sculpture, her soft long hair swaying in the night wind, and the look on her cheeks was still as cold as snow. Luo Qingzhou looked a few times in the air, returned to the house, and his soul returned to his body. He opened the door directly and walked out. Squeak. When he opened the door, he immediately said to the outside, Xia-chan, I need your help. The cold girl who was standing at the door just now was already 10 steps away at this time, standing behind a big tree, and seemed to be preparing to hide in the flowers next to her. But Luo Qingzhou's words made her stop suddenly. Luo Qingzhou walked out of the door, looked at her motionless figure and said, Xia-chan, I did go to the brothel that night, but I was looking for people. Those people from the Song family. I went there tonight, and I found them. So, I want to ask you for help. The girl stood behind the tree, silent for a while, then turned around and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou walked over, took out a hairpin from his arms, handed it to her, and said, I bought it for you when I went to the night market last time. But you didn't want it. Maybe you felt that you didn't want it. This time, I hope you will accept it. The girl's eyes fell on the jade hairpin in his hand. The look in her eyes was trance for a moment. Before she could reply, Luo Qingzhou approached her, gently inserted the jade hairpin in his hand on her head, stepped back and took a look, and said, very beautiful. After a pause, he said, Miss Xia-chan is already very beautiful. After wearing this jade hairpin, she is even more beautiful. He hesitated for a moment and added, prettier than Bailing. The girl looked at him, as if she wanted to reach out and take off the jade hairpin on her head. She hesitated for a moment and did not move. In her other hand, she clenched the sword in her hand. Let's go to my room. I want to tell you about tomorrow's plan. Luo Qingzhou invited softly. The girl stood there without moving. Luo Qingzhou suddenly walked in front of her, grabbed her cold little hand, and turned around and walked towards the courtyard without saying anything. The girl followed him, looking at the two people holding hands, lowered her head slightly, did not speak, did not struggle, and was pulled into the yard and into the house obediently by him. After the gate was closed, behind a big tree outside, a slender figure in a pink dress walked out slowly. She looked at the closed gate, stunned for a while in the moonlight, then turned around, alone, lowered her head, and left silently. Chapter 195. I call you Chan-chan. You call me Brother Zhou. The night was cold and windy. Luo Qingzhou pulled the icy Miss Xia-chan into the house to talk. Xiao Dai was still awake. After hearing the noise, he hurried out to light the oil lamp and make hot tea. Then he brought 2 plates of snacks. Then he returned to the room and closed the door. The lights were dim. The heat from the stove slowly drifted in the room. Only the sound of Luo Qingzhou's voice was heard in the room. Xia-chan sat at the table with a sword in her arms, looking away, her pretty face still as cold as ice. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he took a piece of snack from the plate and handed it to her. Seeing that she didn't take it, he stuffed it directly into her hand and said, It's very sweet. Eat one. Xia-chan looked down and didn't say anything or eat it. Of course, she didn't give it back to him. She just held it in her hand, motionless. Luo Qingzhou looked at her still young face and said, Xia-chan, I agreed to give you a reward last time. Do you want gold coins or silver? Xia-chan clenched the sword in her hand and still didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou took out a small bag of silver from his arms. But before he could hand it over, she suddenly stood up and looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and didn't dare to hand over the silver again, and asked, Then what do you want? The two looked at each other. The room fell into silence. After a long silence, Xia-chan suddenly turned and walked towards the door, and the piece of dessert in her hand had been shattered. When she was about to walk out of the door, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said again, Xia-chan, actually I don't want to give you silver. We are all family. I don't think it's necessary to be so formal. Besides, you and I are more than just a family. Xia-chan suddenly stopped at the door. Luo Qingzhou continued, I am the good uncle who jumped into the water to save you without hesitation, protected you under the bridge on a stormy night, and accompanied you in the flower garden on a cold night. So, it is my duty to order you around. Don't you think? Chan-chan? Of course. It is also my duty to order me around. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. I will do my best to help you. Xia-chan turned around, looked at him coldly, and finally said, No. Call me Chan-chan. Luo Qingzhou looked at her dark and cold eyes and delicate face, nodded and said, Oh, Chan-chan. Xia-chan clenched the sword in her hand. Luo Qingzhou looked at her calmly and said, To be honest, I have never heard you call me uncle. Do you dislike calling me uncle? Otherwise, why don't you call me something else? Let me think about it. Then he said, Call me Brother Zhou. Okay? In front of others, I call you Miss Xia-chan. And you don't have to pay attention to me. When it's just the two of us, I call you Chan-chan. And you call me Brother Zhou. Okay? Xia-chan clenched the sword in her hand, glared at him coldly, then turned around and walked out the door. leaving quickly. Obviously, she didn't want to pay attention to this shameless person. Luo Qingzhou followed her into the courtyard, looked at her thin figure walking away quickly and said, Chan, go to bed early tonight. Drink more hot water and cover yourself with more quilts. Don't catch a cold. Otherwise Brother Zhou will be distressed. Xia Chan's footsteps paused at the door of the courtyard, then walked out the door, and quickly disappeared into the night in the distance. Sir, you are so brave. How come you dare to flirt with Sister Xia Chan? Xiao Dai came out of the house, with an incredible expression on her face. Luo Qingzhou looked at the door where the figure disappeared, and looked at it for a while before retracting his gaze and looking at her and said, It's not flirting. It's teasing. That girl is quite pitiful. No one talks to her. No one plays with her. And her heart is always so calm and lonely. I will often tease her like this in the future. And slowly, she will naturally know what is interesting and fun. Xiao Dai, do you believe it? Your master will be the first to make the girl smile? Xiao Dai still said strangely. But sir, I remember that you were very afraid of Sister Xia Chan. Why are you not afraid now? Luo Qingzhou smiled, walked in front of her, hugged her petite body, walked into the house and said, Because the master has become friends with her. Close friends. Just like the master and you. We have such a good relationship. If the master strips you naked and bullies you now, will you beat the master? The little girl immediately hugged his neck tightly, raised her pink face, and looked at him shyly and expectantly with her watery eyes, saying, Sir, if you don't bully me, I will beat you. See, that's it. I am a good friend of hers. If I am polite and reserved with her, she will be angry. Just like when I wanted to give her silver before. She was angry. So, the more casual and relaxed I am in front of her, the happier she is in her heart. And the more she feels that I don't treat her as an outsider. Of course, there must be a limit. Some things and some words cannot be done or said. Sir, I don't need to be moderate with you if you don't bully me again. I will be really angry. Luo Qingzhou carried her into the room, put her on the bed, helped her take off her shoes, socks and outer clothes, and only left her with a small underwear. Then he took off his clothes, shoes and socks, got on the bed, and got into the quilt. The little girl's petite and smooth body immediately pressed against his arms, her face burning, her voice trembling. Sir, I want nothing. There are still more than 10 days before the new year. Sir, can't you be flexible? No. Woo-woo. I want it. Sir. Tonight. Snoring. Sir. Snoring. Hissing little girl. What are you doing? Sir. Keep snoring. Don't worry about me. I want to study for a while. Outside the window. The moonlight is cold. The whole mansion is silent. The girl came out of the yard, holding a sword, and walked silently in the dark night. After walking for a while, she stopped, raised her hand, and spread her palm. The piece of dessert had already been crushed into powder. She looked dazed for a moment, slowly lowered her head, and ate it in small bites. Then she stretched out her pink little tongue and licked all the crumbs in her palm clean, leaving not a single grain behind. She never wastes any food. What's more, it was given by him. He didn't lie to her. It's really so sweet. She stood in the moonlight, stunned for a while, then murmured something in a low voice, then tightened her sword in her hand and walked away quickly. Her hair swayed and her footsteps were brisk. The night was silent. It seemed that only the passing wind could hear her soft whispers. Back to the house. She lit a candle and lay down on the bed. Although she couldn't sleep, she still had to lie down and cover herself with a blanket. That's right. She got up again, drank some hot water, and then went back to the room, laid down again, and covered herself with a blanket. She wanted to be an obedient Chanshan. Tomorrow. He still needed her. Outside the window, the moonlight was bright and gently sprinkled on the windowsill. Her heart was originally dark, and at this moment, it seemed to be sprinkled with brightness. She closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she whispered softly, Joe, brother. In front of the stone table in the courtyard, a girl in a pink dress sat there, holding a flower that she had just picked in someone's backyard, squinting her eyes and sniffing it gently. Under the moonlight, she was calm and her face was as beautiful as a flower. I want to be a pure and tender flower forever. I don't want to be dirty by you. Humph. Stinky brother. She whispered softly. A night passed quietly. Just as dawn broke, Luo Qingzhou told Xiao Dai and left the house from the back door. He put on the mask in the deserted alley behind. He turned into a stranger. Then he walked onto the street and went to the grocery store near the outer city and bought a lot of things. 5 bags of lime powder, 5 bags of flour, and many other miscellaneous things, all put into the storage bag. Then he went to the warrior shop and bought a few books. It was almost noon. He bought a few strings of candied haws and returned to the Qin mansion. As soon as he returned to the courtyard, Mayor followed him and said, "Son-in-law, the master and the lady asked you to go to the hall. The second son of Chunghwa Mansion and the housekeeper Wang are here. They just gave us an invitation to tonight's dinner and said they wanted to meet you." Luo Qingzhou frowned when he heard this. Mayor took a look at his face and explained quickly. Madam originally refused, but the second son of Chunghwa Mansion had something to say. He said that you will take the autumn exam next year and need proof of your household registration or something. So he wanted to talk to you. And he also wanted to invite you to go to Chunghwa Mansion tonight for a banquet, saying that he would help you get this done. Before Luo Qingzhou could reply, a cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. No. Then, Beiling, who was wearing a pink skirt, walked in coquettishly and said with a cold face, "Son-in-law is now a member of our Qin mansion. They are not qualified to manipulate him anymore. If they want to manipulate him, it should be our lady. Mayor, you just refused directly and told the villain of Chunghwa Mansion that it was me." "No. It was said that. I said that I wouldn't believe it. They would dare to stop my aunt go to the autumn and try." Meyer was in a dilemma. Sister Beiling, the old man and his wife let the slaves call aunt. Instead of taking away my aunt is from Our Lady. Do you know? Meyer's face changed and hurriedly bowed his head to admit, Sister Beiling, slavery at the same time. This girl was secretly doubtful. Looking at someone, he said expressionlessly, "Grandpa, do you want to go? If you don't want to go, I told Meyer in the past." Luo Qingzhou was silent, saying, "Let's go and see what he wants to say." Tonight, of course, he was going to the banquet tonight. Moreover, he will bring them a very valuable gift. Chapter 196. Send him 2 maids. Waiting room. Luo Yu, wearing a white robe, sat there with a smile on his face, talking to Qin Wenzheng, looking gentle and polite. Wang Cheng and a maid stood behind him with their heads down. Song Ryue sat next to Qin Wenzheng, with a cold face throughout the whole process, eating her own melon seeds, ignoring them, and rolling her eyes from time to time when she heard them talking. Uncle Qin, no matter what misunderstandings our 2 families have, after all, we are in-laws and old friends. My nephew came today, firstly, on the orders of my father, to invite Uncle Qin and his family to Chunghwa Mansion for a banquet. After all, it's almost the new year, and our 2 families have not eaten together since they became in-laws. Secondly, my nephew wanted to come and see Qingzhou. A few days ago, my nephew went out and bought some exam preparation books. I happened to come here today and wanted to give them to Qingzhou. Song Ryue snorted and rolled her eyes. At this point, Luo Yu sighed again, and said with a heavy face, "Uncle Qin, I am very angry and sad to hear the bad news about what happened in Uncle Qin Sen's family. Those traitors of the Song family are really cruel and inhumane. It's a pity that I didn't meet them. If I had met them, if you had met them, you would have been lying down." Song Ryue finally couldn't help but say something to him, and then looked at him coldly and asked, "What is your current cultivation level?" Luo Yu frowned and closed his mouth. Butler Wang behind him smiled and said, "Madam Qin, why hasn't my 3rd son come yet?" He muttered in his heart, "What is my 2nd son's cultivation level? How could I tell you? In the Dragon and Tiger Academy exam next year, your son is the biggest competitor of my 2nd son." Song Ryue said sarcastically, "Look, you don't even know what your cultivation level is, and you still brag about dealing with those traitors in the Song family." Second young Master Luo, what is your cultivation level now? With your talent and the cultivation resources of Chunghwa Mansion, you should have broken through the bone refining realm long ago. Right? Luo Yu forced a dry smile on his face, picked up the teacup, lowered his head to sip the tea, and continued to remain silent. Ahem. Qin Wenzheng coughed, breaking the embarrassment in the living room, looked at his wife with dignity, and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense," but secretly said in his heart, looking at the appearance of this little bastard, "It is estimated that he should have broken through. Hack him." Song Ryue rolled her eyes at him and turned away. At this moment, Mayor's voice came from outside, "Master, Madam, the son-in-law is here." Luo Yu was annoyed and embarrassed by the question. He was about to say goodbye. But when he heard the voice, he immediately stood up, walked to the door with a smile on his face, stretched out his hand and said kindly, "Qinzhou, long time no see." Luo Qinzhou walked into the hall and saw him extending his hand enthusiastically. He immediately stopped and bowed his head and said, "Second young master." Luo Yu grabbed his wrist and said with a smile, "Why be polite to the second brother? We are all family. How are you recently? Is the preparation for the exam going well? If there is anything you don't understand, you can go to the second brother. The second brother will find a good teacher to help you explain it, which is better than memorizing it by rote at home. By the way, the second brother also brought you some books this time, all of which are good books for exam preparation." After saying that, he immediately said to the courtyard, "Bring all the books in." A servant immediately came in with a basket of books, bent over, and respectfully placed them in front of the two people, then bowed and left. Luo Yu smiled and said, "I don't know what books you need now, so I bought some. Take a look first. If you need anything else, just go find me." Luo Qinzhou bowed and said, "Thank you, second young master." Luo Yu's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, "Qinzhou, can I go to your place to see you? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Today, I want to go to your place to talk to you. By the way, I went out to buy you books the day before yesterday, and I also bought a pair of gold bracelets. I can give them to my sister-in-law later. Hey, when you got married, I didn't know the rules and didn't express anything. Today I'm making up for it. Is my sister-in-law at home?" Luo Qinzhou said respectfully. "No." Luo Yu's eyebrows twitched, narrowed his eyes, looked at him deeply, and smiled. "Not here? Okay. Then this pair of gold bracelets. When you go to Chunghwa Mansion for dinner tonight, I will give it to my sister-in-law, so that my father and mother won't say that I, the second brother, am ignorant." Luo Qinzhou lowered his head and said nothing. Luo Yu smiled and said, "Qinzhou, can you take my second brother to see where you live?" Song Ryu immediately said with a cold face, "My Qinzhou has to study and prepare for the exam. He doesn't even have time to eat. So how can he have time to chat with others? If you have anything to say, you can tell me directly, and I will tell him when the time comes." Luo Yu frowned slightly and looked at the young man in front of him. Luo Qinzhou lowered his head, his face full of respect, and did not speak. Luo Yu paused, patted his shoulder, and smiled. "Okay, Qinzhou, you study hard at home, and your second brother will not disturb you. Remember to go to the banquet in the evening. You will need some certificates for the autumn exam next year. I asked my mother to prepare them for you, but you still need to confirm it in person. After all, when you and your mother went to Chunghwa Mansion, there was only a certificate from the village. This matter must be done in advance. Otherwise, there will be big problems with registration at that time." Qin Wenzheng frowned. Song Ryu's face was gloomy, and she seemed to want to curse, but she held back. At this time, she had to hold back. Otherwise, if Chunghwa Mansion refused to give those certificates, then this brat would be finished, and she would become the eternal sinner of Qin Mansion. Luo Qinzhou bowed his head and said, "Okay, Qinzhou will go tonight." Luo Yu smiled and said, "Okay, second brother is waiting for you. Remember to bring your sister-in-law with you. In addition to the gold bracelet of second brother, mother also has something to give her." Luo Qinzhou did not speak again. Luo Yu glanced at him, turned around, and bowed to Qin Wenzheng and Song Ryu to say goodbye, "Uncle Qin. And then I will go back to prepare first, and I will wait for you tonight." After speaking, he patted the shoulder of the young man in front of him with a friendly face, and walked out of the door gracefully. Wang Cheng and the maid followed him out. Several servants in the courtyard also hurriedly followed behind. Butler Zhou immediately accompanied him, and sent him out of the mansion. "Pa!" After they all left the door, Song Ryu slapped the coffee table next to her, her face full of anger, and said, "Master, is he threatening us? If we don't go tonight? If Qinzhou doesn't go tonight, will they not give us those things?" Qin Wenzheng looked calm, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then slowly said, "According to the rules, we should go." Song Ryu said angrily, "What a bullshit rule. Our Qin family and their Chunghwa Mansion are no longer family, friends, or relatives, and we should have cut off contact long ago. Do they still have any shame?" Qin Wenzheng frowned, looked at her with dignity, and said, in front of the children, "What is bullshit? Speak politely, And don't let the children laugh at you. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the father-in-law and suddenly heard what he was thinking. I'm going to hack their whole family. Men, women, and children. Hack Luo Yinyan's balls. Hack Luo Yu's ass. The Qin family finally has a son-in-law who is a top scholar. If they dare to interfere, I'll kill them. Luo Qingzhou. Song Ryue glanced at him and had to hold back her anger and said, Qingzhou, you don't have to go tonight. I can go with your father-in-law. Don't worry. We will definitely help you get that thing back. And you will cut ties with them in the future. Qin Wenzheng said in a deep voice. Let Qingzhou decide for himself. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said respectfully, Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Qingzhou will go with you tonight. The eldest lady has a certificate left by my mother, and I need to take it back in person. Song Ryue hesitated. Qin Wenzheng nodded and said, Okay. Tell Jinjia that you will go together tonight. Since you are going, don't break the rules. I will make it clear to them tonight that you are a member of my Qin family in the future and have nothing to do with them anymore. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and left. After he left, Song Ryue suddenly said, Master, you seem to have made a mistake. Qin Wenzheng looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Song Ryue was silent for a moment and said, We shouldn't let Jinjia go with that boy tonight. And Jinjia won't go either. Qin Wenzheng frowned and suddenly came to his senses. The two looked at each other. Song Ryue said to the maid standing at the door, Mayor, go and call the second lady over. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately stood up and said, Forget it. I'll go myself. That girl is not in good health and needs to go tonight. I'll go. Song Ryue immediately left with several maids. Qin Wenzheng sat alone in the living room, sipping tea for a while, and then said to the outside, Shou Tong. Butler Zhou immediately walked in silently from the door and said respectfully, Master. Qin Wenzheng said, Are you ready? Butler Zhou walked closer. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and whispered, Master, everything is ready. As long as they dare to come, no one can leave. Qin Wenzheng pondered for a moment and said, If Qingzhou wants to go, Xia Chan should follow. There is only bailing in Jinjia Zhou Tong. Haven't you tried bailing yet? Butler Zhou shook his head. Master, maybe you think too much. That girl may really be an ordinary maid, not very powerful. Qin Wending's eyes flashed, and he said, Maybe. Then remember to guard there in person tonight. You don't have to keep all the people. But there must be no mistakes with Jinjia. Understand? Butler Zhou bowed his head and said, I understand. Qin Wenzheng sighed. A few days ago, I was still telling the second and fourth brothers to quickly shrink the industry. Don't want what they don't want. And call back the children of the Qin family first. As a result, they couldn't let go of those businesses and ignored my words. Now, several more people have died. They are in the dark and kill people with the determination to die. How can we prevent them? As for tonight, it's just my guess. Just be careful. Yes, sir. On the street outside the mansion, Luo Yu and Wang Cheng were sitting in the carriage. The atmosphere in the carriage was depressing. Wang Cheng lowered his head and was silent. The smile and gentle demeanor on Luo Yu's face had long disappeared, and his face was gloomy at this time. That little bastard actually dared to lie to me and said she wasn't there. Humph. He even dared to refuse me to go to his place to see him. I really didn't expect that he would become so bold after not seeing him for a few days. At the beginning, I just glanced at him, and he trembled all over and his legs were weak, and he couldn't stand. Now that he has the Qin mansion as a backer, it seems that he doesn't take me. The second young master. Seriously? Wang Cheng didn't dare to remain silent. So he had to carefully comfort him. That little bastard really deserves to die. But the second young master. Maybe it's because of his embarrassing status. After all, he married into the family. And he certainly can't say anything in front of the master and the lady of the Qin family. I heard that he rarely goes out. And he is probably watched very strictly. And he is probably often scolded and insulted. And the second young master. He secretly went to the brothel that night and was caught by two maids of Miss Qin. It is estimated that he lived in humiliation and oppression in the Qin mansion. And he didn't even have a maid to share the same room with. So he couldn't help but go out to fool around. When Luo Yu heard the news, the gloom on his face gradually faded, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. I have said it before. The eldest daughter of the Qin family is a fairy-like figure. How could she share the same room with him? He is really brave. A mere lowly son-in-law. But he dared to go to the brothel to find women. Wang Chung said with sarcasm on his face. After all, he is an adult. And sometimes his body can't hold it back. Doesn't this show that he is not happy and very depressed in the Qin family? Maybe the Qin mansion is watching him closely. And even the maid he brought from our Chunghwa mansion can't share the same room with him. Luo Yu's mood suddenly became much more comfortable. And he smiled. If this is true, it's really pitiful. Then his eyes flashed. And he said, Uncle Wang, what do you think? If he goes tonight, how about I send him 2 maids? Wang Chung pondered for a moment and nodded. If Qin Wenjung nods in agreement, it would be the best. Then we will have someone to pass the message. But I guess the other party will not agree. Luo Yu sneered. Don't worry. I will bring up this matter in front of everyone tonight. They are so harsh and stingy to my brother. Don't they allow us to send maids ourselves? Qin Wenjung is a face-loving and rule-abiding person. I don't think he will say anything. It's just that Madam Qin. It's disgusting. Wang Chung whispered. Don't worry, young master. They won't be able to jump around for long. Luo Yu glanced at him and said, Uncle Wang, don't take the things you did with my mother as a joke. Because my father doesn't know. He just turned a blind eye. You'd better be careful. If you reveal your true colors again like last time and make him embarrassed, I guess even my mother can't protect you. Wang Chung hurriedly said respectfully, Don't worry, sir. This time, there will be no mistakes. Madam secretly called the cousin over. He is a martial artist. He will act with those people tonight and make sure that the Qin mansion. Wang Zhao. Mother actually called him over. It seems that this time, Mother is really angry. However, Wang Zhao has just broken through the martial artist realm. It is estimated that his cultivation is not stable. He is also a son of the Wang family who is very valued. And he is also my mother's most beloved nephew. You can plan well, and don't make any mistakes. That kid is dreaming. He really thinks that mother will give him that thing, and let him go to the autumn test. Dreaming? The two of them talked in low voices in the carriage, until they reached the gate of Chunghwa mansion. Luo Qinzhou did not return to the courtyard. After thinking carefully, he went out from the back door again, put on a mask, and went to the grocery store near the outer city. Then, he went into each store, and bought 5 large bags of flour and lime, as well as a large barrel of lamp oil. When he returned to the mansion, Shuer was waiting for him in the courtyard. When she saw him coming back, she hurriedly said, Son-in-law, my lady asked you to come over, and said she had something to tell you. Chapter 197. Plum Fragrance Garden. The sun was shining, and the flowers in the courtyard were in full bloom. Qin Weimel was wearing a plain white dress, and still wearing a thick snow-white fox fur coat. She was standing under a peach tree, raising her hands and gently stroking a blooming pink peach blossom. In a daze, Song Ryue stood beside her, frowning slightly, and whispering. Chior was wearing a light yellow dress, holding a snack that had just been baked in the kitchen, and stood quietly not far away. The breeze was gentle, and the fragrance of flowers filled the garden. When Luo Qinzhou followed Juer into the courtyard, he saw the mother and daughter standing under the peach tree, each with a slender hand, stroking a pink peach blossom, and whispering. Both of them were wearing snow-white fox fur coats, with snow-white skin and similar eyebrows and eyes. One was elegant and graceful, and the other was as beautiful as a flower. They looked like a pair of sisters. This scene was as beautiful as a painting. After seeing him come in, the two stopped talking, and their eyes fell on him. Miss Qin Er had bright eyes, and a gentle smile on her beautiful face. She called softly, Brother-in-law. The mother-in-law had a cold face, and rolled her eyes at him, as if he owed her a few taels of silver. Luo Qinzhou stepped forward and bowed his head respectfully. Mother-in-law. Song Ryue glanced at him sideways, ignored him, and said coldly, You guys chat. I'm going back. After that, she left quickly. Mayor and other maids who were waiting at the door immediately gathered behind her. The group walked out quickly. Luo Qinzhou was a little confused, and raised his head and said, Second Miss, what's wrong with my mother-in-law? How did I offend her? Second Miss Qin stood under the peach tree, and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. She said softly, Brother-in-law, guess what mother said to Weimao when she came just now? Luo Qinzhou was slightly stunned by her beautiful appearance and asked, What did she say? Qin Weimao looked at him softly with bright eyes and said, Mother just said that Weimao should accompany brother-in-law to Chunghwa mansion in the evening. After saying this, her eyes were fixed on his eyes, and the expression on his face. Luo Qinzhou was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, and suddenly realized it, and then asked, What about the eldest lady? Qin Weima shook his head slightly, looked into his eyes and said, Sister is not going. The courtyard fell into a brief silence. After a while, Qin Weima approached him and said softly, Brother-in-law, don't be nervous. Weima is just going to have dinner with you. So don't think too much. Sister doesn't like to go out and doesn't like to communicate with people. I believe Changhua Mansion will understand. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said nothing. Qin Weima smiled slightly, changed the subject, and whispered, Brother-in-law, you still have to go to Sister in person to ask. And then ask Beiling and Xia Chan if they want to go. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while. Nodded. Yes. I will go and ask. The courtyard was silent. The two looked at each other. Gentle as water. Brother-in-law? If anyone dares to bully brother-in-law tonight, Weima will never let her go. Brother-in-law, don't be afraid. Although Weima is weak, he is very good at talking. He will definitely protect brother-in-law tonight. Second miss, I'm not afraid. Brother-in-law, they are your elders after all. You don't need to say anything. Weima will help you. Brother-in-law just needs to eat in peace. Everything is left to Weima. Second miss, I don't want to be a gigolo. It's okay. It's only natural for a brother-in-law to be a gigolo of his sister-in-law. Chior and Jur kept peeking at her, which made her feel embarrassed. She had to quietly go into the house and mutter in the house. Chior, it seems that the matter has been set in stone. Even the wife has compromised. Your wish has finally been fulfilled. In the future, you can finally take off your clothes or wear your revealing little underwear to warm the quilt for the uncle and let the uncle love you well. Are you very happy? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to let the uncle hear it. Humph. You are obviously very happy and want to laugh. But you pretend to be serious. TSK. Hypocritical girl. I don't want to pay attention to you. Chior. You and Xiao Dai have such a good relationship. In the future, will you two take off your clothes together to serve the uncle? Do you think the uncle will be weak and unable to get out of bed because of you two little girls? Still talking nonsense. Tear your mouth. Hee hee. The two little girls chased each other wildly in the house. Luo Qingzhou stayed in Meixian Garden for a while before leaving. With mixed feelings, he went to Lingshan Moon Palace. Thinking about things along the way, he soon arrived at Lingshan Moon Palace. Standing at the door, he suddenly hesitated. Squeak. At this moment, the courtyard door opened. Bai Ling, wearing a pink dress, stood in the doorway, looking at him coldly, saying, Son-in-law, is there something wrong? Luo Qingzhou looked at the expression on her face and whispered, Bai Ling, are you still angry about my going to the brothel that night? Humph. Bai Ling did not answer, snorted coldly, and turned into the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the courtyard and followed him in. Bai Ling sat down at the stone table, with her back to him, holding a flower in her hand, pouting her little mouth, and tearing the pink petals on it hard. The petals fell one by one on the ground and on her pink skirt, as if they were withered from her body. She was originally a pink and tender person like a flower. Luo Qingzhou stood behind her and watched quietly for a while, then walked in front of her, squatted down, looked up at her and said, Bai Ling, don't be angry. The uncle apologizes to you. Okay? Humph. Bai Ling snorted, turned around, turned sideways to him, and continued to tear the flowers in her hand. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, then moved in front of her again, stretched out his hand, held her soft little hand, looked at her gently and said, Don't be angry. Uncle kiss you. Okay? I don't want it. Bai Ling turned around again, and the little hand he held struggled for a while, but did not break free. Luo Qingzhou held her little hand, put it to his mouth, kissed it a few times, and said, Uncle swears to you that he will never go to a brothel again. Okay? If you go again, I will be struck by lightning. Bai Ling still pouted her little mouth and didn't say anything. She was not angry about this matter. Luo Qingzhou held her little hand and stared at her angry face for a while. Then he suddenly stood up and walked towards the back garden, saying, Forget it. Since you don't forgive me, I will go talk to Xia Chan. I will ignore you from now on. He walked a distance and saw that there was still no movement behind him. So he had to turn around and look. He stopped immediately after seeing this, and his heart suddenly tightened. The girl, as pink and tender as a flower, was still sitting there angrily. Her eyes, which were originally clear and lively and always had a bright smile, were now filled with sparkling tears. She was looking at him with tears in her eyes and extremely agreed. But she kept her mouth tightly shut and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned around and walked back, holding her in his arms, stroking her soft long hair behind her, and said with pity on his face, "Silly girl, why are you crying? The ant is teasing you. How can I ignore you?" "Woo!" The girl in his arms suddenly cried out, but immediately held back, and her shoulders shrugged slightly. Luo Qingzhou squatted down, hugged her head, and pressed against her forehead and said, "Don't cry. If you cry again, the ant will take you back to the room to bully you." The girl still bit her pink lips, held back her tears, and her eyes were full of tears. Luo Qingzhou helped her wipe her tears, stared at her tearful cheeks and pitiful eyes for a few seconds, and suddenly kissed her lips gently. They had kissed many times before, all of which were caused by pranks and revenge. But today, it was because of heartache and pity. This kiss was full of tenderness and a hint of passion. The girl's crying gradually stopped, and her initial struggle gradually became weak, and soon, she softened in his arms. She raised her beautiful little face, closed her eyes, and opened her mouth slightly, like a blooming flower in her hand, pink and tender, with fragrance everywhere, ready for you to pick. The kiss lasted for a long time, until her little hand couldn't help but reach into his clothes and began to touch him randomly. Luo Qingzhou held her horizontally in his arms, then walked into the house, went directly into her room, and put her on the bed. "Son-in-law, the door is not closed." She lay softly on the bed. Her hair was disheveled. Her pink skirt was slightly turned up. Her cheeks were flushed. Her lips were sparkling. Her eyes were still filled with tears, but she was shy and confused. Her spring waves were rippling, and she was particularly attractive. "Oh, I'll go and close it." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her for a few times, turned around and walked towards the door. The girl bit her pink lips. Her eyelashes trembled, hesitated for a moment, reached out to untie the belt around her waist, kicked off her shoes and socks, revealing her snow-white and delicate jade feet, and whispered softly, "Son-in-law." Bang! Luo Qingzhou closed the door and said outside the door, "Bai Ling. Then you rest. I'll go to the back to see the eldest lady." After that, the footsteps left. The girl on the bed was taking off the hairpin on her head, letting her black hair fall, her face full of shyness and expectation, looking at the closed door. Swish, swish, swish. In the back garden, a cold girl in a light green dress was practicing swordplay under the peach tree. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, walked into the pavilion, and said respectfully to the snow-white figure sitting in the pavilion, "Miss, do you want to go to the Chunghua mansion for a banquet tonight?" Although he already knew the result, they were still husband and wife after all. According to the rules, he had to ask. I thought this cold girl would either keep silent, shake her head directly, or say no. But she raised her head, looked at him and asked, "Do you want me to go?" The sound of sword dancing under the peach tree suddenly became quieter. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, then bowed his head and said respectfully, "If the eldest lady wants to go, then go. I will listen to the eldest lady. The implication is that I am just a son-in-law, and I am not qualified to help you make a decision." Qin Jinjia held the book in her hand, looking at him coldly and quietly. After a moment, she lowered her head and continued to read the book, saying lightly, "If you don't want to, there is no need to ask. Also, you don't need to come to pay respects in the future." Luo Qingzhou looked up at her, not knowing whether she was angry. Qin Jinjia flipped through the book and said, "Don't think too much. I'm not angry. I said these words just to make you understand that some things are meaningless and don't need to be done. Go and accompany Wei Yimou more in the future, and don't come to my place." Luo Qingzhou didn't know how to answer for a moment. The figure dancing with a sword under the peach tree stopped, holding the sword, with a cold face, looking at him coldly. Qin Jinjia raised her head, revealing a flawless face without any emotion, and said lightly, "Go, treat Wei Yimou well." Luo Qingzhou looked at her with complicated eyes, and did not stay any longer. He bowed his head and bowed, and retreated with complicated feelings. He did not look for Bailing again, and left directly from the round door next to him. He needed to think about some words. Of course, there were important things today. He went to Yueting Garden, entered the bamboo forest, soaked the broken trees, smashed them into small pieces, and put them in the storage bag. He packed a lot. Lingshan Moon Palace. Under the peach tree, Xia Chan did not practice sword anymore. She stood there blankly, looking at the figure in the pavilion, holding the sword tightly in her hand, motionless. After a while, Bailing came out of the house, glanced at her, and walked into the pavilion. After a moment of silence, he said, "Miss, my son-in-law just bullied me again. But I didn't let him succeed." Qin Jianzhou was still reading quietly without saying a word. Bailing was silent for a while, and whispered, "Miss, no matter what happens in the future, Bailing will always follow you. No matter where you go, Bailing will be with you." The figure under the peach tree also said, "Chan Chan." 2. Bailing suddenly looked at her and said, "Chan Chan. Miss, I am enough here. Go quickly. The son-in-law needs you. He needs you tonight, and will need you in the future. You work hard to practice swordsmanship, so that you can protect them in the future. You don't have to worry about the young lady here. I will take good care of the young lady. And as long as the young lady passes that catastrophe again, her body will be unrestricted, and she won't need your protection." The girl under the tree clenched the sword in her hand and whispered, "No." Bailing didn't say anything else. The scene of the son-in-law bullying her just now appeared in front of her eyes. She secretly said in her heart, "Stinky son-in-law. Don't think of bullying others again in the future." In the evening, in the hall of Qin's mansion, Qin Wenzheng, Song Riyue, Miss Qin Air and other maids and nannies gathered together and prepared to set off. Song Riyue frowned and asked, "Weima, where is that boy? Why hasn't he come yet?" Qin Weima whispered, "Mother, let's go first. Brother-in-law needs to study for a while, and we'll go with Xia Chan later." Song Riyue was stunned for a moment, and then her face suddenly turned serious. "Studying at this time? Why? Are you afraid that if I go with you, the people in Chunghwa Mansion will laugh at me?" Qin Weimo did not answer, and whispered, "Mother, where is Sister Meiju?" Song Riyue said coldly, "She is practicing in a safe place. You don't have to worry about her. But that stinky boy. Did you tell him clearly in the afternoon? What is his attitude? Did you ask clearly?" Qin Weimo smiled slightly and said, "Mother, it's late. Let's go first." Song Riyue frowned and was about to ask again. But Qin Wenzheng, who was sitting next to her, stood up and said with dignity, "Let's go. You don't have to worry about the child's affairs. Weimo has his own opinions. And there are some things that should not be asked. Don't ask." Song Riyue stood up somewhat unconvinced and muttered, "I want to see what the stinky boy is doing tonight. When he dares to ignore my Weimo when he goes to Chunghwa Mansion, I will make him look bad. Let's go." Led by Qin Wenzheng, the group left the mansion. There was already a carriage waiting outside the gate. After the maids, nannies and guards surrounded the carriage and slowly left from the gate. A figure waited and looked around at the corner not far away before quietly leaving. At this time, in a room in the backyard of Chunghwa Mansion, the windows were closed and the light was dim. Wang stood alone at the window, expressionless. Not long after, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside. And then, the door was opened and closed. Wang Chung walked quickly to her side, bowed and said respectfully, "Madam, let's go." Qin Wenzheng and his wife, and the second lady of the Qin family. It's strange that the boy and the eldest lady of the Qin family didn't come. Hearing this, Wang was silent for a while, and a cold look appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Didn't come? Even better." Wang Chung whispered, "My cousin has just gone out and went there to meet them. If the boy stays in the mansion, he will definitely die. Madam, did my cousin take that thing with him? When the time comes, kill the boy and stuff it directly into his body. Go. Let them Qin family have no way to defend themselves." Wang pushed open the window, looked outside, and said lightly, "Wang Chung, do you think you will blame me?" Wang Chung lowered his head and was silent for a while, and said, "Madam, even if the second young master will blame you, there is nothing we can do. If that woman doesn't die, I'm afraid the second young master will always be worried and unable to practice with peace of mind." Wang nodded slightly. "It's really nothing we can do. It doesn't matter. No matter how Yura blames me. As long as he can practice with peace of mind in the future. Even if I die, it doesn't matter." When the sun was about to set, the Qin family's carriage finally arrived at the gate of Chunghwa Mansion. Luo Yanyan, Luo Yu and others who were waiting at the gate hurriedly walked down the steps to greet them with enthusiasm. But soon, the smile on Luo Yu's face became stiff. He stared at the empty sedan chair, and his heart became empty. At this time, Luo Qingzhou was walking towards Tianxian Tower with Xia Chan, who was sloppily disguised, mixed in the crowd. When they arrived, the night just fell. Chapter 198. It was just getting dark. On the top floor of Tianxian building, various exquisite colored lanterns had already been hung. The woman welcoming guests at the door was wearing a gauze, with a seductive posture, twisting her slender waist and hips constantly, calling out to the men passing by. There were also many women wearing heavy makeup and gorgeous clothes on the railings upstairs, playing and chasing each other, attracting passers-by. But the alley leading to the back door of Tianxian building was pitch black and silent. Few people would go in from here. Suddenly, a snow-white handkerchief floated up from the darkness deep in the alley, as if it was blown by the wind. The handkerchief quickly rose into the air, and under the cover of the night, it flew to the roof of Tianxian building, and accurately fell on the transparent round bead. Under the bright moonlight, a shadow that was hard for mortals to see with their naked eyes, like smoke, suddenly flew up from the roof and slowly passed through the garden behind. One person at the door, one person at the bridge, one person in the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou's soul was floating in the air, carefully observing the entire backyard. At the back door, in the garden, by the pond, at the corner of the wall, in the bamboo forest, in front of and behind the courtyard, etc. He flew back and forth many times, searching carefully, not missing any place. The security tonight was obviously a bit stricter. Not only was there one more person in the courtyard, but there was also one person sitting at the entrance of the underground dark room in the house. Luo Qingzhou did not approach the person at the entrance, but went directly through the floor of the living room and went directly to the door of the underground stone room. Then, he drilled into the wall of the stone room. There were a total of 9 people in the stone room, including the 2 people at the entrance and in the courtyard. There was one more person than yesterday, and the extra person was a young man in a black robe. What surprised Luo Qingzhou was that he actually knew this young man, Wang Zhao, the nephew of the eldest lady Wang. Every year during festivals, he would bring gifts to Chunghua Mansion to visit the eldest lady, and was very much loved by the eldest lady. The eldest lady was always serious, but every time she saw him, she would smile warmly, ask about his well-being, and treat him very well. It is said that this person is a highly valued child of the Wang family. Luo Qingzhou looked at this person, and his heart became colder. Chunghua Mansion was indeed involved, and since they sent this person, it means that Luo Yannian could not have been unaware of this matter. In this case, he had nothing to be polite about. Tonight, he would give them a heavy gift to whet their appetite first. Wait another half an hour, and when the dinner over there starts, we will start. There are only the eldest lady of the Qin family, Qin Chuan, the housekeeper Zhou, 3 guards, the illegitimate son of Chunghua Mansion, and some maids and servants in the mansion. The most difficult one is the maid named Xia Chan. And we will start from here. The middle-aged man of the Song family pointed to the map on the table and whispered. The others listened carefully with excitement. Wang Zhao stood aside with a calm face. After they finished talking, he said, "Leave the illegitimate son of Chunghua Mansion to me. After dealing with him, I will go over and meet up with you to deal with the maid named Xia Chan together." Master Wang, are you sure you really want to go in person tonight? We are all death row prisoners who have committed treason. And it doesn't matter even if we fail. You are the master of the Wang family. If something goes wrong, Uncle Song, no need to say more. Since I'm here, I'll go tonight. I'm not only going to help you kill people, but I'll also have other important things to do. You don't have to worry about me. I'll wear a mask and no one will recognize me. Luo Qingzhou didn't listen anymore. He carefully drilled out of the wall and went out directly from the top of his head. After floating out of the house, he carefully observed the positions of the people outside, and then floated into the dark alley next to him. And his soul returned to his body. His body stood at the corner of the deepest part of the alley. There was another figure standing next to him, with a slender figure, wearing black clothes, holding a sword in his arms, and his pretty face was as cold as ice. "Chan Chan, take action," he whispered and walked to the back door of Tianxian building in front. The girl holding the sword glanced at him and followed him. "There's someone behind the door. It's up to you," Luo Qingzhou whispered. Walked directly to the back door, raised his hand, and knocked gently. After knocking a few times, there was no response from inside. Luo Qingzhou waited for a few seconds and continued to knock. At this time, the voice of the burly man finally sounded inside. "Who? You can't enter here. Enter through the front door," Luo Qingzhou said in a rough voice and impatiently. "What nonsense. Open the door. Miss Louis asked me to come. I paid the money in advance yesterday. My wife sent someone to guard the front door. How can you let me go in through the front door? Open the door. Open the door. He shouted loudly, and knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The burly man guarding the door was stunned for a moment. Then frowned, cursed in his mouth, opened the door, and said coldly, "Next time, you can't enter through the back door. We have our rules." Louis, that damn girl, dared to ask for money from the guests in advance. Does she think she is the courtesan? Tonight? Puff. As soon as the wooden door was opened, a pile of lime suddenly rushed in the face. The man who opened the door was stunned for a moment, caught off guard, and was immediately splashed all over his face. His face suddenly changed, and he was about to draw his sword and retreat. But with a swish sound, a cold light flashed, and a sharp sword instantly pierced his throat. Squeak! The back door closed quietly again. Luo Qingzhou dragged the body of the burly man away and hid it in the lush flowers, and took Xia Chan to the pond and the bridge in front. The man guarding the gate was probably not even a real warrior, but just a gatekeeper in the brothel, so it was easy to kill him. But the man guarding the bridgehead might not be so easy. Chan, please bear with it. When we go back, I will apologize to you, Luo Qingzhou whispered, and directly hugged the slender waist of the girl beside him, and staggered towards the winding bridge. Just reached the bridgehead. Under the big tree at the opposite bridgehead, a figure suddenly stood up and looked at the two with a cold look. Let's go. Let's find a quiet place to have fun. There's a bamboo forest ahead. There must be no one there. I like the wild the most. Luo Qingzhou hugged the girl beside him, talking drunkenly, leaning softly on her, staggering, almost slipping to the ground. The girl put the sword behind her back and walked forward silently. Just as the two of them walked to the middle of the small bridge, the figure under the big tree at the bridge head suddenly walked out and said coldly, "This young man, please stay. There is a private courtyard ahead. No outsiders allowed to enter." The two ignored him and continued to walk forward. Luo Qingzhou said drunkenly, "Hey, it seems that someone was talking just now. Did I hear it wrong? How could there be someone here? Girl, don't be afraid. If there is really someone, this young master will drive him away. Don't let him ruin our good deeds." This young master? Let me remind you again. The figure held the handle of the broad knife at his waist and walked to the bridge. He looked at the two coldly. Just as he was about to continue talking, he suddenly heard the young master who was staggering say, 7 steps. Chan. Swoosh. As soon as the words fell, he suddenly saw a flash of cold light in front of him, and his face suddenly changed. He pulled out the broad knife at his waist with a clang sound. At the moment of pulling out the knife, he had already jumped back. However, when his feet landed on the ground, he suddenly felt a chill in his throat. Looking down, a cold sword blade had pierced his throat. He opened his eyes in despair, opened his mouth, and wanted to scream, but the sword was pulled out from his neck and stabbed directly into his open mouth. Chan. This move is so cruel. Luo Qingzhou came behind the girl. His throat felt cold. Shua. After the man's body fell softly to the ground, Xia Chanfang drew out the sword, with a cold face, without saying a word, and continued to walk forward. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed. The two of them walked silently through the bamboo forest and walked towards the small courtyard in front. Then they separated. The small courtyard did not have a high wall, only a fence made of fences, which surrounded the entire courtyard and the house. A tall and thin man was standing under a big tree in the yard, trimming his nails with a knife in his hand, when there was a sudden sound of light footsteps at the door. He immediately fixed his eyes, stood up straight, touched the bulge on his waist, and said in a deep voice, "Brother Zhang, is that you? Did you drive away the drunk on the bridge just now?" It turned out that he also heard the shouting on the bridge just now. Drive away. Luo Qingzhou walked to the door, and with a bang, he kicked the door directly in. The man under the tree suddenly changed his face. His eyes and attention were all focused on the door. When he was about to draw the weapon on his waist, he suddenly felt a chill coming from the side. Just as he was about to jump up, a swish sounded, and a cold light cut through the darkness and instantly pierced his throat. At this time, Luo Qingzhou had already rushed into the courtyard, but he didn't look at him. He passed by him with a whoosh, smashed the window directly, and jumped into the house. The fist that had been taut for a long time suddenly enlarged, and the sight didn't even see the darkness and people in the house clearly. With a bang, he punched directly at the entrance of the underground dark room. The man guarding the entrance of the dark room heard the noise outside, clenched his fist, and walked quickly to the window, but suddenly saw a huge fist breaking through the window and hitting him in the face. His face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his chest, instantly tightening his membrane muscles, ready to block this fierce attack. Puff, who knew that the huge fist that broke through the window suddenly opened its 5 fingers and scattered a large amount of lime powder. The lime powder instantly spread like flowers scattered by a fairy, covering his entire upper body. He was caught off guard, and hurriedly subconsciously closed his eyes and turned his head away. Boom! With a loud bang, a purple electric arc suddenly lit up in the darkness. Luo Qingzhou's other fist, which was really full of power, suddenly appeared and hit him hard on the chest. Bang! The man's chest suddenly heard a sound of broken ribs, and his whole body was directly knocked out by this punch. Luo Qingzhou almost didn't hesitate, didn't look at him again, and rushed directly to the entrance of the dark room and pulled open the wooden board at the entrance. At this time, hurried footsteps and shouts were heard from below the entrance. Puff! Luo Qingzhou immediately took out the large bag of lime that had been prepared long ago from the storage bag and poured it directly at the entrance. What's going on? Above cough 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 cough. What is it? Back off. Several panicked voices came from below. Then, a series of coughs came. It's lime. Close your eyes. Back off. A large bag of lime powder was quickly poured down, instantly filling the entire narrow space below. Luo Qingzhou took another bucket of lamp oil and poured it down. Then, he took another large bag of flour and poured it down. Then, the second bag of flour, the third bag, the fourth bag. Hua! 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 In the dark and narrow space below, in an instant, both the ground and the air were occupied by fine flour. The entire secret passage was covered with white mist. Then, Luo Qingzhou quickly threw the wet wood down again. At this time, the man whose ribs were broken by his punch was about to get up, but was directly killed by Xia Chan, who entered the room with a sword. The people below were extremely panicked. Wang Zhao's voice sounded, "We can't sit and wait for death. Everyone follow me. Rush out together." Okay. Charge. There were a total of 9 warriors, all of whom were stronger than the warriors who had just been standing guard outside. The 8 warriors of the Song family immediately took out their weapons, closed their eyes, held their breath, and followed Wang Zhao in shock and anger, rushing into the narrow passage full of flour and lime, and rushing towards the entrance. Luo Qingzhou looked down at them at the entrance. Seeing them rush into the narrow space full of flour and lamp oil, he immediately said to the girl behind him, "Chan Chan, get out." Xia Chan stood behind him, holding the bloody sword, motionless. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to hesitate any longer. He grabbed her hand and ran to the window quickly. Then he immediately took out the fire starter from the storage bag, unplugged the cap with a snap, and threw it directly at the entrance. Seeing that the fire starter with sparks was emitting flames in the rapid movement and fell accurately into the entrance of the dark room, Luo Qingzhou picked up the girl beside him and rushed out of the window with a whoosh. Boom! There was a loud explosion, shaking the earth. The whole ground shook suddenly, and then the whole house shook with it. Several rooms collapsed in an instant. In the underground dark room, the 8 warriors of the Song family had just rushed to the entrance behind Wang Zhao, and were suddenly blown away by the huge explosion. Immediately, the entire narrow space exploded with a raging fire. The 9 people who were blown away by the air wave and hit the walls around them were instantly swallowed by the terrible sea of fire. Ah! A series of shrill and desperate screams rang out in the underground dark room. The ground was surprisingly solid and did not collapse. The hair and clothes of the 9 people were burned clean and turned into nothing almost instantly. The middle-aged man who led the Song family stood up with severe pain and fear, and rushed to the entrance with flames all over his body like a fireman. Ah! He screamed miserably, and jumped out of the entrance with a hideous face like a demon in H.L. The collapsed beams at the entrance were directly knocked away by him frantically. Swish! Who knew that as soon as his feet landed on the ground, a cold light flashed, and a sharp sword instantly pierced his throat. Then, Wang Zhao and other people from the Song family also rushed out of the entrance with bare heads and naked bodies, screaming miserably and with hideous faces. Swish! 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 Xia Chan's sword guarded the entrance, as if cutting melons and vegetables. Easily, one sword at a time. A total of 5 people rushed out, all without any resistance, and their throats were pierced. Luo Qingzhou took out the warrior dagger and sack, and stood beside her. Every time someone fell, he went over and quickly cut off their heads. This man and woman, one standing and one squatting, killed people and cut heads. With tacit cooperation, the whole action was as smooth as flowing water. Done in one go, almost in the blink of an eye. 5 heads plus the 3 heads just now were all in Luo Qingzhou's sack. The ground began to get hot. Luo Qingzhou immediately put the sack into the storage bag he picked up in the Blackwood Forest last time, and then pulled the sword-wielding girl beside him and said, "Let's go. Chan. Take a shower and change clothes first, and then go to eat and give gifts." The girl was pulled out by him, and the little hand he grabbed tightly grasped his fingers, and turned her head to peek at him. Under the moonlight, he was still so good-looking after killing and setting fires with 8 bloody heads. Chapter 199: The Second Lady's Dominance. Chunghwa Mansion. The lights were on in the living room. The maids brought freshly baked snacks and freshly brewed hot tea and placed them on the tea table next to the guests. Luo Yanyan sat in the main seat and was talking to Qin Wenzheng with a smile on his face. Qin Wenzheng looked dignified and occasionally said a few words. On the other side, Wang sat next to Song Ryue with a faint smile on her face and chatted with her. But Song Ryue looked cold and ignored her. Fortunately, Yang Pinger, the second lady of Chunghwa Mansion, stood aside and interrupted with a smile on her face to liven up the atmosphere, so that the atmosphere was not too awkward. The second lady of the Qin family was wearing a plain white dress and sat quietly next to Song Ryue. She looked weak and pitiful, and she seemed to have no strength to speak. Yang Pinger occasionally led the conversation to her, but she just smiled lightly and did not speak, until Madame Wang mentioned someone. Sister-in-law. After Qizhou married into the family, did he cause you any trouble? If he doesn't know the rules and doesn't listen, you can discipline him. Don't be polite. If he is difficult to discipline, just tell me. I will discipline him for the master and his mother. Wang looked at Song Ryue with a polite smile on her face. Song Ryue said coldly, "That boy is already a member of our Qin mansion. I can discipline him however I want. How can he be difficult to discipline?" Madame Wang, you don't have to do it. After all, you have nothing to do with him, and it's even more difficult to discipline him. The two families had already torn their faces apart, so there was no need for her to be polite to this hypocritical and vicious woman. Wang frowned, but still smiled. Qingzhou's mother died early. Since he is the master's son, I naturally have the responsibility to discipline him well. Paused. She glanced at the other members of the Qin family and smiled again. Sister Song, I heard a few days ago that Qingzhou seemed to have gone to a brothel and was caught by Ling Qianjin's maid. Is that true? Humph. When he comes later, I will teach him a lesson for the master and Ling Qianjin. As soon as these words came out, the hall suddenly became quiet. Luo Yanyan's face sank. Is that true? Wang bowed her head slightly and said, Master, don't worry about this matter. When he comes later, I will help you and my in-laws to teach him a lesson. As a son-in-law, since he broke the rules, I will naturally not forgive him. My in-laws, for our sake, don't teach him a lesson. But I will not show mercy. Qin Wenzheng and Song Ryue have been busy these days, so today is the first time they heard about this matter, and they were all shocked when they heard it. That kid went to a brothel and was caught by Jianjia's maid? Was it Bailing and Xia Chan who caught him? When everyone's faces were complicated and they were thinking their own thoughts, Miss Qin Er, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said softly, I asked him to go. When these words came out, everyone was stunned and looked at her. Even Luo Yu, who was standing behind Luo Yanyan, looked at her in surprise. The masters and servants of Chunghwa Mansion were all puzzled. You asked him to go? What qualifications do you have to ask him to go to the brothel? You are just his sister-in-law, not his wife. Even if you were his wife, how could you take the initiative to ask him to go to the brothel? Wang couldn't help but say, Wei Mo. I mean Qingzhou went to the brothel. Are you sure you asked him to go? Miss Qin Er was stared at by everyone with strange eyes. But she was still calm. Yes. Aunt. It was Wei Mo who asked my brother-in-law to go to the brothel. When everyone heard this, they all looked at each other. Yang Pinger next to her couldn't help but say, Wei Mo. Qingzhou is your brother-in-law. How could you instigate him to go to the brothel? Your sister would be so sad if she knew. Miss Qin Er looked at her and smiled slightly. My sister also agreed. Everyone. Miss Qin Er paused and explained softly, My sister is in poor health and can't sleep with my brother-in-law recently. Then I made this suggestion. And my sister agreed immediately, and asked me to tell my brother-in-law. At first, no matter what I said, my brother-in-law just didn't agree. In the end, I took out the family rules and forced him to go. And he went. My sister's two maids didn't know the situation, so they misunderstood. But in the end, they made it clear. So, she looked at Wang and smiled, "Aunt, you don't have to worry about this. Brother-in-law, he is a member of our Qin family. If there is any mistake, our Qin family will take care of it. What's more, after my brother-in-law went to my Qin family, he did a good job everywhere, and didn't make any mistakes. We can't praise him enough. So how can we teach him a lesson?" After that, she looked at her father and mother and said, "Dad, Mother, do you think Waymo is right?" The two immediately agreed tacitly, "Yes." She smiled again and said, "Then what do you think, Dad and Mother? Is my brother-in-law doing well in our Qin family?" Qin Wenzheng nodded and said, "Qin Shou is doing very well." Song Ryue rolled her eyes at her, muttered and even cursed in her heart, but had to put on a straight face and praised against her will. "Good. Very good." She gritted her teeth in her heart and said, "It's so good that it's about to take your sister-in-law into the bowl." Miss Qin Air showed a satisfied smile on her face. When everyone in Chunghwa Mansion saw the scene, they all showed a touch of surprise and confusion on their faces and fell into deep thought. At this time, Wang Chung, the housekeeper of Chunghwa Mansion, came in and said respectfully, "Master, Madam, the dinner is ready." Luo Yanyan looked at the sky outside, stood up and said, "Okay." Then he said with a smile, "Brother Wenzheng, please." Qin Wenzheng sat on the chair without moving, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Wang also stood up and said to Song Ryue next to her, "Sister Song, let's go. Eat and chat." Song Ryue also sat on the chair without moving, reached out to take a piece of dessert from the plate next to her, and ate it with some disdain. The atmosphere in the room became awkward again. Zhu, who was standing behind Qin Weima, couldn't help but say, "My son-in-law hasn't come yet." Luo Yanyan and Wang both frowned. Wang showed a faint smile on her face and said to Song Ryue, "Sister Song, let's go eat first. The food will be cold later. Don't worry about him." Song Ryue ate the dessert without speaking. Qin Weima, who was standing next to him, stood up and said, "Dad, Mom, let's go. Let's eat first." My brother-in-law said, "We don't have to wait for him." Qin Wenzheng and Song Ryue looked at each other and stood up, looking at the Qin family's attitude towards the son-in-law. Wang, Luo Yu, and other servants in Chunghwa Mansion were all confused and surprised. "Brother Wenzheng, please." Luo Yanyan said nothing more and led the Qin family to the dining hall. Everyone sat down one by one. Song Ryue took her daughter's hand and whispered, "Weimo, what's wrong with that kid? Why hasn't he come yet?" "He won't come tonight." "Will he?" Qin Weimo paused and said softly, "Mother, let's eat first. Don't worry about my brother-in-law. He will definitely come later." She was a little worried, wondering how her brother-in-law and Xia Chan were doing now, and hoped that nothing would happen. "By the way, Sister Song." After Wang sat down, she suddenly smiled and said, "I heard outside last time that sister is choosing a husband for Weimo. Have you found a suitable candidate?" Song Ryue frowned and said lightly, "Don't bother with this matter, Madam Wang." Wang didn't seem to care about her attitude. With a gleam in her eyes, she smiled and said, "Sister Song, I have a suitable candidate here. That person is a good match for your Qin family. Not only is he handsome, he is also a warrior, and he has a good talent for cultivation. He has just broken through to the martial arts master realm. If he and Weimo form a good marriage, they will definitely be an enviable couple made in heaven." Luo Yanyan interrupted and said, "Is it Wang Jiao?" Wang smiled and said, "Yes, sir. It's Zhaoer." She looked at Luo Yanyan and Song Ryue, smiling, "My nephew is the legitimate son of the Wang family, with a bright future. He just turned 22 this year and has reached the level of a martial artist. Recently, my family has been worried about his marriage. He has been practicing martial arts and has never found a good match. The family has married 2 concubines, and the position of the main wife has been vacant. The last time my brother saw me, he asked me to help look for it everywhere in Maching. Sister Song, when I saw your Weimo today, my mind suddenly became clear. Weimo is beautiful, and she is the most talented woman in my Maching, and she is also the daughter of your Qin family. I believe that even if my nephew has high standards, he will definitely not be able to take his eyes and hard away when he sees her. Luo Yu sat next to him. After listening to his mother's words, the corners of his mouth moved slightly, and he secretly said in his heart, "Mother's move is so cruel. Letting Wang Zhao slaughter the Qin family and asking for marriage for Wang Zhao. If the Qin family really agrees, then this weak and fragile Miss Qin will be pitiful. I guess with Wang Zhao's personality, he would be happy to accept such a good thing. No need." Song Ryue refused directly and said coldly, "Madam Wang, you should find someone else for your nephew. My Wei Mo already has someone he likes." Then he said, "That person is not worse than your nephew. Whether it is appearance or talent, my Wei Mo is very satisfied." "Oh." Wang's face showed a trace of doubt, and she asked curiously, "Which young master is the Song family sister talking about? Is it in RMO city?" Song Ryue ignored her and said, "The most important point is that the man agrees to marry into the family. My Wei Mo is not in good health, and we can't marry her off. That person is willing to give up everything for my Wei Mo. Is your nephew willing?" Wang frowned. Her nephew will definitely not marry into the family, and she mentioned this matter just to discuss the Qin family. Looking at the weather outside, her Zhaoer is probably killing and setting fire to the Qin mansion now. "Right, Sister Song. I congratulate you and Wei Mo in advance. But which family does your son-in-law belong to?" "Sister Song. Is it inconvenient for you to reveal it?" Wang said with a smile on her face, secretly snorting in her heart. "You are so proud now, but you will cry later." At this moment, Wang Cheng's respectful voice came from outside, "Third Master. We are all waiting for you. Go in quickly." The muscles at the corners of Wang's eyes twitched suddenly, and she squinted her eyes and looked at the door. Everyone's eyes were all looking at the door. Miss Qin Air finally put her mind at ease, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Luo Yu, who was sitting next to Wang, stood up directly and looked outside with burning eyes. When he saw only one figure walking into the courtyard, a hint of disappointment suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he sat down again. But soon, a hint of suspicion appeared in his eyes again. "Brother-in-law?" Miss Qin Air stood up, wearing a white dress, her hair swaying, her posture gentle and graceful, and greeted the door with a smile in front of everyone. The hall became quiet. Luo Qingshou, wearing a clean and white Confucian robe, walked into the door accompanied by Miss Qin Air, and then bowed his head and said, "Father, Madam, and young master." Luo Yanyan looked at him coldly without saying anything. Wang narrowed her eyes and said majestically, "Qingshou, you went to inform you at noon. Why did you come so late tonight? We are a rule-abiding family in Chunghua Mansion. As a bastard of our Chunghua Mansion and a son-in-law of the Qin family, everyone is here. But you are still dawdling in the back. Do you think this is reasonable? Do you want to give us an explanation?" Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said nothing. The second Miss Qin took a step forward, stood in front of him, looked at Wang and said, "Aunt, Wei Mo seems to have explained to you just now. My brother-in-law is not feeling well, so he came here just now. And my brother-in-law is now a member of our Qin family. If my father nods, his surname will be Qin. So he is now a guest of your Chunghua Mansion. As the host, do you think it is uneducated to start scolding the guest harshly as soon as he arrives?" The hall was suddenly silent. No one thought that the weak second Miss Qin would defend the son-in-law so much and speak mercilessly. Wang's eyes twitched a few times, and she forced a smile on her face. "Wei Mo, I'm not scolding him. I just want him to know that we are a noble family, and we must abide by the rules. The elders are all here. How can he, a junior, be the last one to come? His mother passed away, and no one taught him or reminded him. As his aunt, I naturally have to teach him well, so that he won't go out to visit guests and embarrass the people of Chunghua Mansion and your Qin Mansion." Song Ryue suddenly sneered. "Madam Wang doesn't seem to understand what my Wei Mo said. My Wei Mo just said, Qingzhou is now a member of my Qin family. If we need to educate and scold him, it is my Qin family who should educate and scold him, even if he goes out to embarrass himself. It is our Qin family who will embarrass him. It seems that it has nothing to do with you. Right?" The smile on Wang's face disappeared immediately. She was angry and said in a deep voice, "Sister Song, he is the child of my master after all, and the illegitimate son of my Chunghua Mansion. How can he have nothing to do with us? It is natural for me to educate and scold him, even if I ask him to kneel down and kowtow to us now. It is also right. You can ask him. Does he dare to say a word more?" Song Ryue sneered immediately, and just as she was about to ridicule, She suddenly heard her daughter say, "Aunt, you said that my brother-in-law is the illegitimate son of your Chunghwa mansion and the child of Uncle Luo. Do you have any evidence?" When this was said, everyone was stunned and looked at her. She said again, "Aunt, if you have evidence, can you take it out and let Wei Ma see it?" Wang looked at her expressionlessly and said nothing. Looking at the frail girl, the expression on her face suddenly turned cold. "If Auntie has no evidence, then my brother-in-law may not be the illegitimate son of your Chunghwa mansion. Therefore, you are not qualified to scold him anymore. And you are not qualified to call him and send him away at will, let alone treat him as a servant, even if you have evidence to prove that he is indeed the illegitimate son of your Chunghwa mansion. So what? He is now a member of our Qin family. Although our Qin family has declined, it is not something that a woman like you can bully. My father also said that my brother-in-law will be the head of our mansion in the future. You are a mere woman of Chunghwa mansion, not even a lady of imperial edict. But now he said he wanted to teach our Qin family's head a lesson, and even said shamelessly that he would make him kneel down and kowtow to you, Madam Wang. Even if your Wang family's head came, he would not dare to speak so arrogantly. Right? You can ask your Lord Luo in person now. Does he dare to say such words in front of my father? Or, I will ask my father, a third-class earl who only kneels to the emperor, to kneel down and kowtow to you, Madam Wang? What do you think?" Miss Qin Air protected her brother-in-law in front of her. At this moment, her body still looked weak, but the words she said and the momentum she showed made the whole hall silent and the air stagnated. Wang's face turned green and white. Her hands and her sleeves trembled slightly. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and the muscles at the corners of her eyes twitched constantly. "Let me kowtow to you." At this moment, Song Ryua suddenly stood up, walked in front of Wang, and said coldly, "Qin Zhou is the head of our Qin mansion, and he must not kowtow to you. I am just a little woman in the Qin mansion, with the same status as you. It is natural for me to kowtow to you. You should dare to accept it. Right?" As she said, she bent her knees and pretended to kneel down. Wang's face changed, and she jumped up from her seat in a hurry and reached out to help. Luo Yanyan also stood up from his chair immediately and said, "Madam Qin." "No!" Luo Yu next to him also twitched his mouth. The maids and servants in Chunghwa mansion were all dumbfounded by the actions of this Madam Qin. Song Ryue just bent her knees, and didn't kneel down at all. Nor did she think about kneeling. Wang held her arms with both hands. Her face became extremely ugly, and her voice trembled slightly. "Sister Song, no eat." Luo Yinyan's face changed, and he also said, "Eat." As for the matter of scolding someone, no one dared to mention it anymore. Chapter 200. In the hall, there was an eerie silence. Song Ryue returned to her seat with a cold face. When she passed by someone, she looked at him and said, "Why are you still standing here? Sit down to eat. Sit next to me. I'll see who dares to give you a cold face. Brother-in-law, sit in Wei Mo's seat." Miss Qin Air did not shy away and let him sit in her seat. The mother and daughter protected him in the middle, one on the left and one on the right. Luo Yu, who was opposite, glanced at the two of them, and her pupils shrank and her eyelids twitched a few times. It seemed that she had just reacted to something at this time, and a look of astonishment and weirdness appeared on her face. After Luo Yanyan and Wang heard what they had just said, and then looked at Miss Qin's gentle and protective attitude towards him, their faces suddenly changed. After everyone sat down and was silent for a moment, Luo Yanyan coughed and said, "Brother Wenjung, do you have anything to announce tonight?" Everyone's eyes were on Qin Wenjung, who looked dignified. Qin Wenjung picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. "No. What can I announce? Didn't you invite us to dinner? You don't have anything to announce. Right?" Luo Yanyan was silent for a while, and had to ask, "Qin Zhou and your daughter, what's the matter?" Qin Wenjung was stunned for a moment, and said with a strange look on his face, "What's the matter, Brother Yanyan? Just say it directly. I don't quite understand what you mean." Luo Yanyan picked up the wine pot and filled it with wine for him personally. He stopped beating around the bush and asked directly, "Brother Wenjung, didn't Qin Zhou get married with Jianjia? Why didn't he bring Jianjia tonight? What is his relationship with your second daughter now?" Qin Wenjung picked up the wine glass and said calmly, "Jianjia is not feeling well tonight, so she didn't come. Didn't I just say that? As for Qin Zhou and Wei Mo, isn't this relationship obvious? Do you still need to ask?" Luo Yanyan frowned, looked at the couple again, and couldn't help but said, Brother Wenjung, can you explain their relationship more clearly? Qin Wenjung picked up the wine glass, drank it all, looked at him and said, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter now. Their family is now deliberately giving face to this son-in-law, and at the same time giving face to themselves. Luo Yannian fell silent after hearing this, and didn't ask any more questions. Wang turned her head with a wooden face, and glanced at Yang standing next to her. Yang Pinger immediately walked behind Luo Qingzhou, and said with a smile on her face, Qingzhou, are you so powerful now? You have become the head of the Qin mansion? Is there any good news to tell second mother? You and Wei Mo. Looking at your relationship, it doesn't look like the relationship between brother-in-law and sister-in-law. We are all family. If there is a happy event, you must not hide it. Tell it out, and let everyone be happy. Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, Second madam, the relationship between the second lady and I is just brother-in-law and sister-in-law. And there is no other relationship. You may have misunderstood something. He could clearly feel the knife in the eyes of the mother-in-law next to him. The hand under the table was less than 3 inches away from his thigh, and the nails were very sharp, as if she wanted to pinch him. Yang's smile froze, and she had to look at Miss Qin and asked, Wei Mo, is that so? You and Qingzhou. Miss Qin was calm. My brother-in-law and I are friends, confidants, brothers and sisters, master and disciple, etc. My brother-in-law is talented and has helped me a lot. I regard him as my brother-in-law, as a confidant and friend, and also as a brother and teacher, etc. What do you think the relationship between me and my brother-in-law should be? Yang. Everyone else was silent. Did they guess wrong? Yang glanced at the cold eyes of the first lady, and had to ask again with a thick face, Wei Mo, that didn't your mother just say that you already have a lover? That lover is Miss Qin smiled slightly, and didn't answer. Let's eat. Luo Yannian looked complicated, and continued to pour wine for Qin Wenjung. Brother Wenjung, I toast you a glass. Luo Yannian picked up the wine glass. Qin Wenjung clinked his glasses with him, raised his head and drank it all. Then suddenly said, by the way, Brother Yannian, I came here today to trouble you with another thing. Luo Yannian put down the wine glass and said with a smile, Brother Wenjung, just tell me what to do. Qin Wenjung pointed to someone who was protected by his wife and daughter, and said, Qingzhou will take part in the autumn exam next year. He needs his birth certificate, as well as Brother Yannian's written statement and seal to prove that he is from my great Yanma city and your Chunghua mansion. Since Qingzhou has married into our family, some information needs to be changed. I hope Brother Wenjung will give the things to me tonight and let me keep them. This should be no problem. Right? Luo Yannian was silent for a while, picked up the wine pot, filled it with wine for him, and said with a smile, no problem. It should be. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Qin family was relieved. Luo Yannian raised his wine glass and said with a smile, Brother Wenjung, I have prepared the identity documents and seals. Since Qingzhou has married into the family, these things must be handed over to Brother Wenjung for safekeeping. If Brother Wenjung wants to help him change his surname and name, then do it as soon as possible, so as not to delay the exam. If there is anything else you need, come to Chunghua Mansion to find me as soon as possible. As he said, he pulled out a letter in an envelope from his sleeve and handed it to him. Qin Wenjung quickly took it in his hand, pulled out the document from the envelope, unfolded it, read it carefully word by word, and then looked at the seal of Chunghua Mansion, then carefully folded it again and put it back into the envelope. Then, he stuffed the envelope into his chest, then bowed and said, Thank you, Brother Yannian. But it seems that there is still something missing. Can you also give me the birth certificate from the village? I can't do without it when I sign up for the autumn exam. Luo Yannian was stunned for a moment and said, The birth certificate from the village? Then, he looked at Wang and said, Do you have that thing? Qin Wenjung's heart sank suddenly. A light flashed in Wang's eyes, and she said expressionlessly, Master, it seems that there is none. As soon as these words came out, the faces of everyone in the Qin family changed immediately. Wang showed a hint of smile on her face, looked at Qin Wenjung and said, Master Qin, the birth certificate should have been in the hands of Qingzhou's mother. I don't know if she forgot it in the village or lost it somewhere. After entering the mansion, she didn't give it to us. We really don't have it here. Luo Qingzhou, who had been silent all the time, suddenly looked at her and said, Madam, my mother told me before she died that you took that thing away. Wang narrowed her eyes and looked at him and said, Qingzhou, Your mother was drowsy before she died. Maybe she remembered it wrongly? How could she give that thing to me for safekeeping? She knew that you were studying hard and would take the imperial examination in the future. That thing was like her lifeblood. So she must have kept it close to her. Didn't you look for it on her body after she died? Luo Qizhou looked at her and said nothing more. Miss Qin Er, who was sitting next to her, comforted her softly. Brother-in-law, it's okay. We will go to the village to apply for another one tomorrow. As long as someone in the village knows you. At this point, she suddenly stopped talking and looked at the woman opposite. Wang showed a faint sneer at the corner of her mouth. Yes. Go to the village to get another one tomorrow. It's very simple. As long as someone knows you. Write a piece of paper under the witness of the village chief or the head of the village. And they will draw a handprint. Miss Qin Er looked at her eyes. And her hands and her sleeves trembled. And her face suddenly became paler. Qin Wenjin's face was ashen. Song Ryua's face was gloomy. And she was shaking slightly with anger. She seemed to want to turn her face and curse. But she was afraid of making things worse. The atmosphere at the table suddenly became quiet and depressed. No one spoke anymore. Even Luo Yanyan just lowered his head and drank silently. Second Madame Yang seemed to want to make a few jokes. But she looked at Wang's face and kept silent. Wang lowered her head to eat the food. And her expression suddenly became very relaxed. She smiled and said, Eat. Eat. Everyone. Eat quickly. Luo Yu, who was sitting next to her, seemed to have let out a breath of anger in his heart, and raised the wine glass and said, Qingzhou, come. Second brother toasts you a glass. And I wish you success in the imperial examination next year. At this moment, there was a sudden noisy sound of footsteps outside. Then, Wang Chung hurried in with a panic on his face, and respectfully reported, Master, Miss Yachan is in. Luo Yanyan frowned and said nothing. Wang suddenly sneered. Miss Yachan is a guard of the Qin mansion. What's wrong with her coming in? Let her in. Can she kill people casually like she did that day? Wang Chung looked up at her, his face pale, and his voice trembling. Madam, she is holding a sack in her hand, and a bloody head just rolled out of the sack. The head seems to be his. Wang's eyelids jumped suddenly, and she said in a deep voice, Whose is it? Wang Cheng's face was pale. His lips trembled, and he dared not say anything. Luo Yanyan suddenly shouted coldly with a gloomy face, What can't be said? Tell me, whose head is it? If another person in my Chunghwa mansion dies in vain today, I will never let it go. Wang Cheng's legs softened, and he knelt on the ground, lowering his head and trembling. Master, Madam, the head was burned a little. But I think it looks like the head of a cousin. Wang was stunned when he heard it. Cousin. Which cousin? After saying that, she suddenly shook her body, stood up with a pale face, her lips trembling. Her face became a little hideous, and trembling. Speak. Which cousin? Tell me quickly. The voice suddenly became sharp. Luo Yu next to him also trembled in his heart and stood up. In the hall, there was a dead silence. Wang Chung trembled all over and touched his head to the ground. Trembling, Madam. It is the head of Mr. Wang Zhao. Buzz. When this name came out, Wang's mind suddenly buzzed, and it was blank in an instant. Then his body suddenly went limp, and he fell down. Chapter 201. It's so cool. Mother. Luo Yu hurriedly supported her. In the hall, there was a dead silence. Bang! Luo Yanyan suddenly slammed the table, stood up, and said angrily, This is too much. Brother Wenjing, if you don't give me an explanation today, my Chunghwa mansion and the Wang family will never let it go. Qin Wenjing was also a little confused when he heard the news. He had naturally heard of Wang Zhao. He knew all the children of the 4 major families in Mo City who had some ability. What's more, Wang Zhao was not just a little capable. At such a young age, he had already broken through the martial arts master realm. It was said that he would go to Kyoto after the new year, and his future was limitless. Why did Xiaochan kill him? That was the most valued legitimate son of the Wang family. Song Ryue was also surprised. At this time, Qin Weima suddenly stood up and whispered to the cold figure in the yard outside, Xiaochan, come in. I'm fine. Don't be afraid. Luo Qizhou also stood up and said, Xiaochan, come in. The figure in the yard walked in from outside, holding a sword in one hand and dragging a sack in the other. The sack had long been soaked in blood, and the blood was dragged all over the ground. The guards of Chunghwa Mansion did not dare to approach. The servants and maids next to them were all horrified. covering their mouths and retreating far away. Xiaochan entered the house and stopped at the door, holding the sack in her hand, looking at the people in the house with cold eyes. Wang stood up straight with a pale face, looking at the sack stained with blood. Her face became ferocious, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Master, you have to make a decision for Zhao." Luo Yanyan shouted angrily, "Come here." The guards of Chunghua Mansion immediately rushed to the door from outside, and the guards of Qin Mansion standing at the door also immediately drew their weapons and confronted them. The atmosphere was tense. Luo Yanyan said with a gloomy face, "Brother Wenzheng, are you here for a banquet? Or to kill people in my Chunghua Mansion?" Qin Wenzheng frowned and remained silent. He didn't know what happened either. At this time, Miss Qin Air suddenly said, "Uncle Luo, how do you know that the person Xiaochan killed was someone from your Chunghua Mansion?" After this, Wang gritted her teeth and said sharply, "That's my nephew." Miss Qin Air said lightly, "Xiaochan, pour out everything and show it to everyone." When Xiaochan was about to pour it out, she hesitated and glanced at Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou actually understood what she was thinking in an instant and comforted her. "It's okay. Miss Air won't be afraid." Clatter. Xiaochan didn't say anything and directly poured out all the heads in the sack. 8 bloody heads rolled on the floor. Because they were all warriors, their skin and flesh had strong protective power. Although they rushed out of the sea of fire, they protected their faces and eyes in the first time. So the burns on their faces were not too serious, and their faces could still be recognized. 3 of them were killed outside the house, and their faces and hair were better preserved. The other 5 people all had no hair. Their faces looked painful and desperate. Their eyes widened, and they were extremely hideous. As soon as the 8 heads fell to the ground, the maids in the hall screamed in fear. Some maids fainted from fear. It was so scary. 8 bloody heads, all with hideous faces, like evil spirits. Wang recognized the head without hair at a glance. The scalp on the head was burned, and the expression on his face was desperate and painful. He was still alive and kicking in the evening, and was still talking in her ear. She burst into tears and said, Master, it's Zhao. It's our Zhao. How can I explain to my brother? Kill this little bitch. Kill these murderers. Avenge my Zhao." "Shut up." Luo Yanyan suddenly shouted angrily. His face became a little distorted, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shut up." His face was burned like that. "How did you recognize it? How could it be Zhao?" Wang opened her mouth and was about to say something else, but suddenly found that his face was a little wrong. She was stunned for a moment and looked at the other heads. At this time, Qin Wenzheng suddenly sneered, "Brother Yanyan, are you sure that the head is your nephew Wang Zhao?" Luo Yanyan looked unhappy and immediately bowed and said, "Sorry, Brother Wenzheng. Butler Wang and the wife made a mistake. There is no Wang Zhao among them." Qin Wenzheng walked to the 8 heads, kicked one of them with his foot, and said, "Song Feng, the second master of the Song family." Then he kicked another head and said, "Song Wang, Song Fu's cousin." Then he kicked the 3rd head and said, "Song Fu's 3rd son." He stopped and looked at the other heads, saying, "They are all traitors of the Song family. Their portraits are everywhere in the inner and outer cities. Brother Yanyan, you should know them all, right?" Luo Yanyan's face turned pale, and he said in a deep voice, "Of course I know them." Qin Wenzheng suddenly walked to one of the heads and stopped, raised his foot and stepped on it, then looked at him and said, "What about this one? It doesn't look like someone from the Song family? Brother Yanyan, do you know it?" Luo Yanyan said, "No." Qin Wenzheng smiled and looked at Wang again. "Madam Wang, do you know it?" Wang looked at the bloody head that was trampled under his feet, trembling all over. Her face was pale, and she said in a trembling voice, "No, I don't know it. I just recognized it wrong." Her eyes were full of tears. Her teeth were trembling, and she almost fainted again. Qin Wenzheng smiled and said, "Madam, don't be afraid. These are all prisoners who have committed treason, and there is a reward for killing them. We came to the banquet today, and we didn't bring any gifts. Why don't we give these heads to you as gifts? Madam, do you think it's okay?" Wang was trembling all over, unable to speak, and looked at her master. The skin on Luo Yanyan's face twitched a few times, and he glanced at the sword-wielding girl on the outside. Then he bowed and said, "Thank you, Brother Wenzheng." Qin Wenzheng waved his hand and smiled. "You're welcome. But Brother Yanyan, I still have to trouble you to go back to the house and look for Qingzhou's birth certificate. Maybe you can find it suddenly. What do you think?" Luo Yanyan was silent for a while, turned to look at Wang and said, "Take someone to look for it, and search the mansion carefully." Wang's face was pale. The 10 fingers in her sleeves clenched. The sharp fingertips sank into the flesh. Lowered her head, gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, master." Luo Yu helped her leave. Before leaving, he looked at the figure and the soft girl beside him again, and the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched non-stop. The hall fell into a long silence. Not long after, Luo Yu came out alone, walked to Luo Yanyan, and respectfully handed over a yellowed paper, saying, "Dad, I found it in the room where Qingzhou's mother used to work." Luo Yanyan took it in his hand, opened it and took a look, then walked to Qin Wenzheng, handed it over, and said, "Brother Wenzheng, the things are handed over to you. From today on, he is a member of your Qin mansion, and has nothing to do with my Chunghua mansion in the future." At this moment, the faces of the two families have been completely torn apart, and there is no need to be hypocritical in socializing anymore. Qin Wenzheng took it in his hand, read it carefully several times, folded it up and said coldly, "It should be so." Then he smiled again, "But Brother Yanyan, I still want to thank you. Thank you for giving me such a good son-in-law. Thank you for being blind. Don't worry. From now on, I will treat him as my own son, and he will definitely live well in our Qin mansion. And next year's autumn exam, he will definitely pass the exam. At that time, I will send someone to give gifts to express my gratitude again." Luo Yanyan had a gloomy face and said nothing. "Let's go. We have eaten and given gifts, and it seems that they are going to see us off. Let's stop being annoying and go home to have a good sleep." Qin Wenzheng waved his hand and left with everyone in the Qin family. No one saw them off. The guards of Chunghua Mansion in the courtyard looked at their master, and all stepped aside silently and made way. Qin Wenzheng led a group of people out of the mansion and got on the carriage. When the carriage drove out of the alley and entered the street of the night market, he saw the lanterns outside and heard the noise on the street, and he suddenly let out a breath, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. "Damn it, I was scared to death." He stroked his chest, closed his eyes, and subconsciously said what was in his heart. He was kicked on the leg by Song Ryue next to him, and he woke up immediately. He opened his eyes and looked at his daughter and son-in-law across the street with a dignified face and said, "It was very dangerous just now. If we want to take those heads away by force, I'm afraid those people in Chunghua Mansion will fight to the death. Moreover, the head of Wang Zhao alone cannot prove that he is with those traitors of the Song family. So I went with the flow and exchanged the head for Qingzhou's identity certificate." "Weima, what do you think? Did Daddy do the right thing?" Miss Jean Eyre sat opposite and nodded. "Of course Daddy did the right thing. Those heads are not as good as my brother-in-law's identity certificate. But Daddy didn't have to deliberately step on those people's heads. They are so dirty." Qin Wenzheng couldn't help but smile and said, "Daddy is relieved," and vented his anger. He couldn't help it. Look at the expressions on those people's faces. Especially Luo Yanyan and his wife. They are dumb and can't say anything. It's so refreshing. Luo Qingzhou glanced at him and heard him say in his heart, "It's so hacking cool. It's so cool that I almost took off my pants on the spot and peed on those dogs. Cool." Luo Qingzhou. "By the way, Qingzhou, where did those heads come from? Wasn't Xia Chan with you? Did you go to kill people together? Where did you find those Song family traitors?" Qin Wenzheng suddenly asked. Song Ryue also looked at someone opposite. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Father-in-law, Miss Xia Chan sent me to the door and left. As for where she killed people, and how she found those Song family traitors, Qingzhou didn't know. Qingzhou only knew that Miss Xia Chan was very powerful, and could do anything." Qin Wenzheng was full of doubts. That girl's swordsmanship is indeed powerful. But her brain. Song Ryue kicked him again from below. "She is much smarter than your mother-in-law." Qin Wenzheng suddenly took over and said, "Qingzhou, you must flatter that girl in the future, and don't provoke her. Our Qin family will rely on her in the future." Song Ryue gritted her teeth secretly. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Yes, father-in-law." Miss Jean Eyre looked at him tenderly and said, "Brother-in-law, Weima will also try to curry favor with Xia Chan in the future. What do you think?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Miss Eyre doesn't need to do that. Right?" Qin Weima smiled and said, "Of course it is necessary." Ahem. Song Ryue coughed and looked at the two people who were almost leaning against each other, and said coldly, "Pay attention to the occasion. Your father and I are two living people. You just pretend that we don't exist?" Qin Wenzheng immediately stood up, opened the curtain, and sat down, the place where the carriage was driven, and said outside, "You can do whatever you want. Just pretend I don't exist." Qin Weima showed a smile in his eyes, looked at the opposite side and said, "Mom, don't you go out to accompany Dad?" "Humph." Song Ryua rolled her eyes, crossed her arms, opened her eyes wider, stared at the two of them, and said angrily, "I must accompany you." Qin Weimo pursed his lips, turned his head, and looked at the side and said, "Brother-in-law Weimo's eyes are itchy. You help Weimo blow." Wow! The curtain was lifted, and Song Ryua ran away as fast as possible. Shameless! Her voice of disappointment rang out outside. Chapter 202. Pa! 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 In the backyard of Chunghwa Mansion. In a room, several loud slaps were heard. Wang's cheeks were red and swollen. She knelt on the ground, her mouth full of blood. But she didn't say a word. Luo Yinyan's eyes were red, like an angry beast. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Idiot! Idiot!" Luo Yu stood in the yard, listening to the slaps and curses in the room, motionless. His whole face was hidden in the shadow of the trees, and the expression on it could not be seen clearly. After a long time, the room finally calmed down. "I will destroy the head. You don't need to go to your brother's place, no matter how they ask. You just insist that you said a few words to him, and he left. As for where he went, you don't know? If anyone in the mansion spreads what happened tonight, I will hold you accountable. I'll tell you one last time. Don't get involved with any criminals who are plotting treason. Isn't the lesson from last time enough? I hope you can regain your calmness and intelligence as soon as possible. Chantian is doing very well in Kyoto, and you will also enter the Dragon and Tiger Academy next year. My Chunghwa Mansion will get better and better in the future. If it is destroyed in your hands now, you can die 10,000 times, and it will be difficult to atone for your sins." Squeak! The door opened. Luo Yanyan walked out with a gloomy face, glanced at the figure in the yard, and left quickly without saying a word. Luo Yu stood in the yard for a while before walking into the house. On the floor of the house, Wang was still kneeling with her hair disheveled, her cheeks swollen, her mouth full of blood, her head lowered, and motionless. Luo Yu stood at the door with a wooden expression. After a long time, Wang raised her head. Her face was ferocious, but she looked at him gently and said, "Your mother promises you that what belongs to you, mother will never let anyone take it away. As long as you like it, as long as you can be happy, mother can pay any price." Any price. Luo Yu did not speak, turned and walked out, and soon left the courtyard and disappeared in the darkness outside. Wang knelt on the ground and murmured, "Any price, any price." Qin Mansion. Luo Qinzhou sent Miss Qin back to Meixiang Garden. When he stopped at the door, Qin Weimo was about to call him in, but after turning her head to look at the figure following 10 steps behind, she just smiled lightly and said softly, "Brother-in-law, you don't need to come tonight. Go to bed early. Father and mother have explained tonight that our Qin Mansion will rely on brother-in-law in the future. Brother-in-law must do his best." Luo Qinzhou said, "Second miss said that. I guess the eldest brother and second brother will be very sad to hear it." Qin Weimo smiled and said, "They don't care about these things. By the way, brother-in-law, you haven't met the eldest brother yet. When we go to Kyoto, we can meet him. The eldest brother is very good and will definitely like brother-in-law." Luo Qinzhou nodded and said, "Okay." Qin Weimo looked at him softly, stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to hold his hand, and then retracted it, smiling, "Okay, brother-in-law, go back quickly." After a pause, he whispered, "By the way, brother-in-law, Xia-chan has made great contributions to our Qin Mansion tonight, and also helped brother-in-law get his birth certificate back. Brother-in-law, remember to thank her well." Luo Qinzhou turned his head, glanced at the lonely figure behind him, and nodded, "I know. Brother-in-law, see you tomorrow." Qin Weimo said nothing more, waved his hand, and went into the house. Chioa helped her into the courtyard. Zhuer closed the gate and chased after her, and whispered with a puzzled look on her face, "Miss, why don't you call your son-in-law in? Won't you let your son-in-law accompany you tonight?" Qin Weimo stopped under the peach tree in the yard, smiled gently, and said with a gentle expression, "Brother-in-law is not mine alone. I can't occupy him every day tonight. Someone needs him more than me." Chiora and Zhuer looked at each other, both with a confused look on their faces. There is no wind tonight. A full moon hangs in the night sky. Luo Qinzhou walked side by side with Xia-chan, turned his head and looked at her several times, and then said, "Don't you have anything to ask me?" Xia Chan held the sword, followed his footsteps, and walked forward slowly, her pretty face still cold, and she didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but say, for example, "How did I know those people were there? Why did I stand still in the alley? Why did the handkerchief suddenly fly up? Why did the dark room suddenly explode? How could I be so powerful? I killed so many powerful warriors at once." Chan Chan, the son-in-law needs your doubts, your inquiries, your shock, and even more your praise and admiration. The son-in-law did so much, and no one except you knows the specific process. Such a wonderful experience of killing and beheading. Don't you show a little shock and admiration? Chan Chan, you will have no friends if you do this. Xia Chan finally stopped, turned her head and looked at him and said, "No. Call me Chan Chan." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Chan Chan, do you think what the uncle did tonight was beautiful?" Xia Chan was silent for a while, continued to walk forward, and said coldly, "Killing people is nothing beautiful." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a while, and then followed him and nodded, saying, "You are right. Killing people is nothing beautiful. But the uncle has done so much. You have no emotional fluctuations, no praise, and the uncle feels very disappointed." Xia Chan ignored him and continued to walk forward. When she arrived at the gate of Lingchan Moon Palace, she did not stop at all, and turned around and walked in directly. The lonely and silent figure soon disappeared. Bailing was wearing a pink dress, standing quietly in the door, looking at him and saying, "Son-in-law, did you just offend Chan Chan?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at the yard, but did not see the figure, and said, "I just said a few words to her." After a pause, he said, "Bai Ling, I also want to say a few words to you." "Oh," Bai Ling responded, then slammed the door, and then inserted the bolt, and said from inside, "Son-in-law, go ahead. I'm going back to sleep first. You stand here and talk alone." After that, the footsteps left. Luo Qingzhou, this girl, she has a strong desire for revenge. Luo Qingzhou had to turn around and leave. Chapter 203. The Green Hat for him. It was late at night, and the room was quiet. In the room, the red curtain swayed, and the fragrant bed swayed slightly. The moonlight fell on the windowsill, and it was bright. It was quiet outside the window, with occasional sounds of the night wind blowing. This is Xia's room. But the little girl who was originally sleeping on the bed, and was kissed by Luo Qingzhou's feet while sleeping, now no one knows where she went. Luo Qingzhou did not leave his soul to practice tonight. Tonight, he eliminated some threats, made the eldest lady suffer a heavy blow, and got the approval of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. He was in a good mood, so he rewarded himself for a night, and had a good rest. And he had to go out of the city to practice tomorrow. The little girl only wore a thin little undergarment when she slept. The undergarment was not only tied with a thin rope that could break at any time, but also transparent, and the snow-white skin inside was faintly visible. It was definitely intentional, in order to prevent her conspiracy from succeeding. Luo Qingzhou slept at the other end, and it was definitely not because of her little feet. A familiar fragrance floated in the dark room. When Luo Qingzhou woke up from his dream, he found that his vision was pitch black. At the same time, it was warm. Next door, in his room, Xiao Dai was wearing a sexy little underwear, sleeping soundly in the quilt, hugging his pillow tightly in her arms, with a sweet smile on her lips. The night passed quietly. At the same time, on the roof of the Yuannong building illuminated by the bright moon, a red figure stood on the eaves. The red halo on her body disappeared, revealing her true face and tall and slender figure, as well as her cold and arrogant temperament. She stood there motionless, her black hair flying, her red skirt dancing, and she had a majesty and domineering temperament that looked down on the world. Until 3 o'clock, a moon-white figure appeared in the bright moonlight and landed on another eaves next to it. "No need to wait. He won't come tonight," the moon-white figure said coldly. The red figure heard this, and a hint of anger suddenly appeared in his eyes. But he snorted coldly. "What are you talking about? I will be like you, waiting for someone here in the middle of the night? No one is qualified to make me wait." The moon-white figure looked into the distance. His expression could not be seen clearly on his face, and he did not speak again. The rooftop fell into silence. After a while, the red figure could not help but say, "He didn't come last night, and he didn't come tonight. What does he want? I have endured humiliation and shame and called him brother. The moon-white figure looked into the distance and said lightly, "Tonight. He wants to accompany his wife." The red figure immediately said angrily, "What's so good about my wife? Are we not as attractive as his wife?" The moon-white figure turned his head and looked at her. The red figure snorted coldly, "What are you looking at? What I mean is that telling us stories is a blessing he has earned in his 8 lifetimes. And he should cherish it instead of wasting his time on his wife. Since she is his wife, wouldn't he get tired of sticking to her all day? If he serves me well, I can reward him with 3,000 concubines in the harem, so that he can have fun every night and never get out of bed." The moon-white figure looked at her silently. The red figure's eyes flashed and said, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy about what I said? You said yourself that you and he are only friends in spirit and soul, and you don't know him in reality. You are not jealous because of what I just said, are you? This is not like you." The moon-white figure was silent for a while, and then said lightly, "You are not like yourself now. In reality, you are calm and introverted. Although you are domineering, you know your limits and will not lose your temper." The red figure turned around and looked at the green mountains hidden in the night in the distance, and said coldly, "I was pretending. Now there are only you and me here. I can do whatever I want. Why hold it in and make yourself uncomfortable?" Then he sneered again, "It's you. Even if you are a spirit, even if no one here knows you, you are so pretentious. Don't you feel uncomfortable? What is ruthlessness? What is the way? What is immortality? If people lose their emotions and feelings, what is the use of these? Senior sister, you have always been smarter and better than me. But I don't know who misled you on this point and walked into a dead end. Now don't you feel uncomfortable?" The moon-white figure looked at the darkness in the distance and fell silent. The red figure turned to look at her and said, "I know some of your thoughts. Your lifespan has increased, and you can even reincarnate at will when your soul is fully developed. The current family affection and emotions are a kind of shackle for you. The deeper you fall, the more painful it will be in the future. Right? That's why you deliberately make yourself ruthless and inhuman. Of course, you haven't reached that point yet. But judging from the situation, it will be soon. By then, there will probably be no intersection between you and me. It's just, what about your soulmate? You gave him the first and most meaningful magic weapon after your cultivation, the moonlight handkerchief. By then, will you forget him?" Moonlight white figure. After another moment of silence, she said indifferently, "To me, it is useless. But it is of great significance." The red figure looked at her and said, "The moonlight handkerchief was made from your own handkerchief. Expensive materials, your essence, blood and hair. I wanted to touch it at the beginning, but you refused to give it to me. Now, you gave it to a man. Senior sister, I am very puzzled by this matter. Normally, you would never do this. Who is he? Is it because of his story that you can practice? Or is it that your soul has begun to be moved and is ready to give your real husband a beautiful green hat?" The moon-white figure did not answer again, and looked at the darkness in the distance, as if he was lost in thought. The red figure said again, "Senior sister, I know that your real husband is actually dispensable. You used him to shut up that person at the beginning, and now it is probably useless. You should not care about him anymore. Right? That person has some talent, and may be helpful to my future major events. Can you give it to me? Don't worry. I will pay you." The moon-white figure still did not answer. The red figure smiled faintly. "Of course, I know that your sister likes him. Don't worry. I can help them and fulfill your last wish. You will be free from worries in the future and can leave at any time to live your fairy life in the end of the world, and never have to care about this mortal world again. This should be the life you want. Right?" The white figure finally retracted his gaze and looked at her and said, "He can't be given to you." The red figure narrowed his eyes. "Why?" "Senior sister, I understand that you can't give me this lover who took your moonlight handkerchief. But why can't that person be given to me? He just has some talent, and he is destined to be abandoned by you in the future. Why can't he be given to me?" The moon-white figure said indifferently, "No reason." The red figure was a little angry. "Senior sister, do you believe that when your lover comes tomorrow night, I will tell him about your husband?" The moon-white figure looked at her. Still indifferent, if he knew. The eldest princess called him brother. The red figure. "You are cruel. I wish you will always be ruthless and righteous. No one loves you. No one loves you. Even your lover will cheat on you in the future and finally abandon you." The red figure was angry, and the figure flashed and disappeared. The roof fell into silence again. The moon-white figure stood silently on the eaves for a long time. And then the figure flashed, like the moonlight, covered by the clouds, and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in the Qin mansion, in a small courtyard, standing in the air, looking at the swaying curtains and small beds in the window, for a while, and then looked at the pink figure outside the window, and disappeared again like the moonlight. After dawn, when Luo Qingzhou woke up, Xiao Dai was washing clothes in the courtyard. Xiao Dai, where were you last night? Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, as he walked out of the room. Didn't the little girl sleep next to him last night? Xiao Dai hung up the last piece of clothes, turned around and looked at him, puzzled. I slept in the bed last night. Didn't I sleep with the young master? What happened? Luo Qingzhou looked at her confused expression, hesitated, thought for a while, and said, Nothing. Serve the food. It's probably useless to ask. The little girl was either taken away or fainted. Oh, Xiao Dai agreed, and immediately left the courtyard to serve breakfast in the back kitchen. Luo Qingzhou washed up, ate breakfast, and went out after telling the little girl. He still jumped out from the back door of the courtyard wall. The alley was quiet and deserted. He put on the mask, took out a black robe from the storage bag and put it on, then walked out of the alley and went to the Jubao Pavilion. Upstairs in Jubao Pavilion, Dao Jia, Wu Kuei, the young man named Zhou Boyue, and Nandong Meiju all came. There was also a cute girl with a petite figure, a short ponytail, and a leather armor skirt. Hello, Brother Chu. My name is Chu Xiaoxiao. We have the same surname. I am now practicing tending cultivation like Brother Chu, and I hope Brother Chu will give me more guidance in the future. The petite girl took the initiative to introduce herself, with a smile on her face, when she saw him coming up. And she looked a little familiar. Luo Qingzhou nodded and introduced himself again. Okay, let's go! Daojia stood up with her broadsword and went down the stairs first. Nandong Meiji was wearing a black skirt today, and her slender and sexy legs were wrapped in black silk, which matched Luo Qingzhou's black clothes quite well. My name is Qiu Dai today. Don't call me the wrong name. When she went downstairs, she glanced at him coldly, twisted her slender waist and hips, walked in front of him, and took the initiative to speak coldly. Oh! Luo Qingzhou had never thought of calling her Qiu Dai, Xiao Er and Xiao Dai. I'm afraid that by then, the names of the entire Qin mansion will be randomly pieced together by her. Several people got on the carriage, except for the girl Chu Xiaoxiao who kept chattering all the way. The others rarely spoke. Soon they arrived at the Blackwood Forest. After getting off the car, Sister Dao repeated her previous words again, but still no one paid to hire her. But Chu Xiaoxiao took the initiative to ask to form a team with others. She first asked Nandong Meijio, who was called Qiu Dai today, but was directly ignored. Then she asked Wu Kuei and Zhou Boyue, but they were all ruthlessly rejected. Finally, her pitiful eyes looked at Luo Qingzhou again. But at this time, Luo Qingzhou's eyes and attention were on another carriage that had just arrived not far away. A figure got off the carriage. Very familiar. A closer look revealed that it was Luo Yu, the second son of Chengwen Mansion. Chapter 204. Luo Qingzhou's pupils shrank slightly. Just as he was about to make some moves, two more people suddenly got off the carriage. The first one was an old man in a gray robe. He had a white face and no beard, a thin body, thin arms that were longer than his knees, and a bright light in his eyes. Luo Qingzhou had seen him in Chengwen Mansion before. It seemed that his last name was Mei. The other person was a maid. She was tall, with rough features, slightly dark skin, and her hands and feet looked big. When Luo Yu went to Qin Mansion at noon yesterday, she was one of the people he brought with him. Luo Qingzhou had some impression of her. These two people did not look ordinary people. They were obviously warriors and Luo Yu's guards. Sister Dao and the others also looked over. The son of Chengwen Mansion often goes to the depths of the Blackwood Forest for training. He is the most popular candidate for enrollment in our Marching Dragon and Tiger Academy next year. Sister Dao introduced in a low voice. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he looked at her and asked, Sister Dao, do you know what his current cultivation level is? Sister Dao shook her head. I haven't seen him take action. I guess Wuxing's last realm has been broken through, and even the realm will be higher. The two people next to him are very powerful, both martial artists. They killed several blind warriors in the Blackwood Forest. Wu Kuei sighed in a low voice with envy on his face. 3 martial artists can really walk sideways in this Blackwood Forest. Chengwen Mansion is indeed a big family, and they are willing to give him 2 martial artists as guards. Sister Dao looked at the burly maid and whispered, I heard that the woman came from Kyoto. His brother in Kyoto sent her back to him. She has amazing defense, and is specially designed to resist any harm for him. Several people whispered. Luo Yu and the other two looked at this place. But their eyes did not stop. And they went directly into the depths of the Blackwood Forest from that small road. Martial artists like them, who only dared to walk around the periphery of the Blackwood Forest, would naturally not be taken seriously by the other three. Luo Qingzhou looked at the figure gradually going away. And then he retracted his gaze. Brother Chu, let's team up. If we encounter a monster, you have 6 and I have 4. Okay? Chu Xiaoxiao begged again. This was her first time here today, and she had no experience. So she wanted to team up with someone. Luo Qingzhou, like everyone else, also ruthlessly refused. Sorry. I like to be alone. You should look for Sister Dao. After that, he left directly. Chu Xiaoxiao pouted immediately, with a face full of disappointment, and had to turn around and look at Sister Dao again. Sister Dao shrugged. Sorry. I've said it before. I don't accept teaming. I only accept hiring. Okay. Then I'll be alone. I'm so poor. I don't have the money to hire you. Chu Xiaoxiao was very disappointed, and had to leave alone. Others dispersed one after another. Sister Dao carried a knife, and continued to wander around the periphery, waiting for business to come to her door. Anyway, every time she came out to take on a task, she would get paid. If teammates hunted monsters, and sold them to Jubao Pavilion, she would get a commission. So she usually would not risk going into the forest herself. Luo Qingzhou still took the same path as before. He first searched the nearby woods carefully, and after seeing no traces of other people and monsters, he began to roughly refine the fascia. First, he did various fascia stretching movements according to the pictures in his mind. Then, he began to run and jump in the open forest, tightening his fascia to accumulate energy, and then suddenly ejected. The fascia and muscles began to heat up. Slowly, they began to heat up and beat, and began to absorb and consume a lot of internal energy and physical strength. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. His body was like a monkey, accumulating energy and ejecting on each towering tree, jumping swiftly, dodging left and right, and moving forward and backward. Soon, his clothes were soaked and he was sweating. He practiced until noon. He stopped on the big tree, took a short rest, ate beef, and drank water. Half an hour later, he jumped off the big tree and searched the surrounding woods again, but did not see any monsters or other people. Then he went to the call last time and began to practice the mountain shaking fist. Boom, boom, boom. His punches were fierce and domineering. Every time he punched, a terrible airflow was generated, and at the same time, a sharp sonic boom sounded faintly. While practicing, he suddenly felt a slight fluctuation in the air way behind him, and at the same time, the leaves on the ground also made an unusual sound. Schwa. With almost no hesitation, he turned around and scattered a pile of lime. Then his legs bounced back with a swoosh sound, and his whole body instantly shot out like a sharp arrow. Schwa. 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 A series of whipped shadows suddenly appeared where he was standing. At the same time, a figure continued to retreat, but caught off guard. A lot of lime was still sprinkled on his hair and face. After Luo Qingzhou landed 10 meters away, he could see the person approaching quietly behind him. She was wearing a black dress, tall and sexy, with a pair of slender legs wrapped in seductive black silk, and looked delicate and beautiful, holding a black whip. It turned out to be the little cousin named Nangong Meiju. Shameless villain. Nangong Meiju waved the whip to disperse the lime powder, but some of it was still on her face and hair, and she was immediately furious. Luo Qingzhou stood not far away and said, Miss Chiu Dai sneaked up behind me. Isn't that shameless? Nangong Meiju didn't say anything else. Her figure flashed, and she rushed towards him with a whoosh. Needless to say, the speed of the bone refining realm. Luo Qingzhou almost didn't hesitate, turned around and ran, jumped directly onto a big tree, and began to move and jump in the forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nangong Meijia's tall and graceful body also jumped up, quickly caught up with him, and the whip in her hand suddenly became longer and slapped at him. The moves were fierce, and the whip was fierce. Every time the whip was whipped out, a harsh sound broke out. After the whip hit the tree trunk, the bark of the hard tree trunk exploded, and the wood broke. Some small branches were actually directly broken. The whip was like an iron whip, and began to chop and cut on the big trees. It was so sharp. The branches snapped, and the leaves rustled. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to breathe. His mental power was highly concentrated. His fascia and skin were tense. And he ran and jumped between the trees at the fastest speed. And his speed was getting faster and faster. And Nangong Meiju behind him was faster than him. At the same time, the whip in her hand closed the distance between the two of them. And several lashes almost landed on his head and thighs. If he was hit, even if his skin and flesh had been trained to be as tough as iron, it would probably leave a deep blood mark immediately. What was even more terrifying was that the whip had a dense array of sharp barbs on it while it was being whipped. If this whip was used, it would not only cause his skin to be torn apart, but in serious cases, a large piece of flesh might be gone. What a cruel woman. When she whipped him in the alley, there were no barbs on the whip. Now she was probably irritated by the lime powder. And she was merciless and lethal. Seeing that he was not as fast as her, Luo Qingzhou had to use the surrounding trees to jump left and right, front and back. After more than 10 minutes of fierce pursuit, he immediately felt the fascia and muscles of his whole body heating up and throbbing again. This kind of muscle training effect seemed to be much faster and better than his own practice. This was a practice between life and death. And if he was not careful, he would be beaten to death. Whether it was his body, mind, or soul, he tried his best and squeezed out the greatest strength. Snap! After chasing back and forth in the forest for half an hour, Nangong Meiju whipped out a whip and directly broke a branch thicker than an adult's thigh. The broken end was neat, as if it was chopped by a sharp weapon. As soon as the whip fell, she stopped panting. Her long legs spread apart, standing on the branch of a big tree. Her cheeks flushed, her hair messy, her towering breasts heaving violently. A charming and seductive look. The whip in her hand fell below her body, shaking gently. She was almost exhausted and exhausted. Bitch. If you have the guts, don't run. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully. Luo Qingzhou was also very tired, sweating all over, his clothes soaked, and he stopped on another big tree 7 or 8 meters away. He turned around and looked at her, his fascia and muscles aching all over his body. And he panted and said, "If you don't do it, I won't run away." Nangong Meijiu's whip flashed and wrapped around her slender waist. She looked at him coldly and said, "This lady won't do it. You stand still." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her long legs and feet and said, "Where are your legs and feet?" Nangong Meijiu gritted her teeth and said, "Don't move either." Luo Qingzhou looked at her mouth again. Nangong Meiju was immediately annoyed and said, "Do you think this lady will bite you?" "Probably not." Luo Qingzhou jumped a few times and fell from the tree to the ground. He stepped on the thick fallen leaves and looked up at her. Shameless. Nangong Meijiu held her fluttering skirt with both hands, jumped a few times, and landed on the ground. She looked at him coldly and said, "I just approached you because I was curious about the boxing you practiced. I am more skilled than you and stronger than you. Do you think I need to sneak attack you?" As she spoke, she walked towards him. Luo Qingzhou's legs were tense, ready to escape. Nangong Meiju immediately snorted coldly and said, "Coward. Don't worry. I have already said that I will not touch you, let alone bite you with my mouth. What are you afraid of? I just want to ask you a few questions." Luo Qingzhou's tense legs gradually relaxed. Nangong Meiju's eyes flashed a light, and she took a few steps closer, stopping only 2 meters away from him, looking at him coldly and said, "Chu Feiyang. Right? Now you can tell the truth, hey? Monster." She suddenly pointed behind him, her face full of excitement. Schwa. Almost at the moment when she pointed her finger behind him, the whip wrapped around her slender waist instantly appeared in her hand. A hideous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Wow. Almost at the moment when she stretched out her finger, and the whip was not in her hand, Luo Qingzhou suddenly threw a large pile of lime at her. This time, all her attention was on his face, and the whip around her waist. She was caught off guard, and was immediately splashed all over her face. The vision blurred instantly. Bang! There was a loud bang. Luo Qingzhou's fist suddenly enlarged, and without hesitation, he punched her flat belly heavily with a bang. Nangong Meijiu's tall and slender body was immediately beaten away like a leaf in a hurricane, and fell heavily more than 10 meters away. She lay on the ground for a few seconds, then closed her eyes and suddenly jumped up. Ugh! She bit her waist, covered her stomach, and cried out in pain. Her face and hair were covered with white lime powder, and she looked miserable. When she opened her eyes and looked, the figure had already disappeared. Bitch! Wait! I will fight you to the death. The angry voice spread throughout the empty woods. Luo Qingzhou ran all the way out of the Blackwood Forest. It was already evening, but it was still a little early for Sister Dao to leave. He told Sister Dao, who was waiting outside, that he wanted to leave early. Sister Dao found him another carriage and asked him to pay a gold coin. Luo Qingzhou happily paid and left first. Today's practice was quite effective, especially when he was chased by the little cousin with a whip just now. The effect felt faster and better. If he could practice intensively in danger like this every day in the future, he would probably be able to break through soon. He had to think of a way to let the little cousin chase him tomorrow. Such a delicate, fragrant, and sexy cultivation tool is much better than the motionless stone and wooden man at the bottom of the lake. After returning to Jubao Pavilion, he left directly. He bought a few strings of candied haws on the street, walked around a few streets, and then turned into the alley next to Qin Mansion. Seeing that there was no one in the alley, he left his body again, floated to the entrance of the alley to observe, and after confirming that no one was following him, he returned to his body, took off the mask, and entered the mansion. Just returned to the courtyard. Zhu'er hurried over and said, "Son-in-law, go to my lady quickly. The second lady of Chunghwa Mansion is here. Her face is swollen so high. It seems that she was beaten by the first lady. She said she wants to see you and talk to you in person." Second lady? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard the words. And then he went out without taking a rest. And his expression became solemn. The second lady actually came to Qin Mansion privately, and was beaten by the first lady. With her intelligence and tactfulness, how could such a thing happen? Did something happen to Xiaolu? Luo Qingzhou felt heavy-hearted and immediately quickened his pace. Zhu'er trotted behind him and said, "Son-in-law, there are nail marks on the neck of the second lady. She looks so pitiful. Is she a good person?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, hesitating to speak, and finally said nothing. Chapter 205. Plum Fragrance Garden. In the courtyard, Miss Qin, dressed in a plain white dress, was accompanying a young woman, comforting her softly. The young woman's cheeks were red and swollen. Her eyes were bloodshot. The corners of her mouth were purple, and her neck was full of nail scratches. In this look, it was no longer possible to tell that she was Yang Pinger, the second wife of Chunghwa Mansion. Zhu'er brought a chair. Miss Qin helped her sit down. Yang Pinger's face was full of anxiety and panic. As soon as she sat down, she stood up again and said in a hoarse voice, "Miss, where is Qingzhou? Let him come over quickly. I have something to say to him. I have to go back quickly. My little building is waiting for me at home." Qin Weimao looked at the door. At this time, Luo Qingzhou walked in hurriedly with a solemn look on his face. Miss Qin Air said softly, "Second madam, my brother-in-law is here. You can talk to him directly if you have anything to say." Then she turned and walked into the house, and said to Zhu'er beside her, "Zhu'er, you and Zhu'er also come in. Don't eavesdrop." "Yes, Mississippi." Zhu'er agreed and immediately called out to Zhu'er, who had just entered the door. Miss Qin Air was about to leave, and Yang Pinger hurriedly said, "Second miss, don't leave. This matter may require your and the Qin family's help. Qingzhou is just a scholar, and he can't do it alone." Qin Weimao stopped and paused, and said to Zhu'er beside him, "Zhu'er, you and Zhu'er go in first." "Yes, Mississippi." Zhu'er and Zhu'er, who had just returned, immediately entered the house and closed the door. There were only 3 people left in the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou walked up to Yang Pinger, stared at the scars on her face and neck, frowned and said, "Second madam, what's going on?" Yang Pinger showed a bitter look on her face and shook her head, "Nothing." Then, she looked around anxiously, approached him, and whispered, "Qingzhou, listen carefully. This morning when I went to deliver morning tea to the eldest lady, I heard her whispering with an old man in the room. I don't know that old man, and I don't know where he came from. I heard him talking about graves, bones, feng shui, and I also heard the eldest lady gritting her teeth and cursing the little bastard, saying that you will have bad luck and will not pass the autumn exam next year. She also said that you will have no children or grandchildren." After speaking, she suddenly grabbed his arm and whispered in horror, "Qingzhou, she may dig your mother's grave, and then use your mother's bones to perform some vicious evil magic." Luo Qingzhou's face was gloomy and his eyelids were twitching. Yang Pinger quickly turned around and said to Miss Qin Air behind her, "Miss Qin Air, I may have to trouble you with this matter. Qingzhou's mother died early, and there was no place to bury her at that time. She could only be buried in the wilderness far away from the city. Now he is the son-in-law of your Qin Mansion, and has been recognized by you. I think if you are willing, you can help his mother find a better place. After that, she said with an embarrassed expression on her face, of course, I know that Qingzhou, as a son-in-law, is not qualified second madam. Qin Weimao interrupted him softly. In fact, since my brother-in-law came back from the grave last time, Weimao mentioned this matter to my father, saying that the bones of my brother-in-law's mother should be reburied in our Qin family's ancestral tomb cemetery. At that time, my father and other uncles mentioned it, and everyone felt that it was against the rules. But now don't worry. Weimao can guarantee that the bones of my brother-in-law's mother will be buried in our Qin family's ancestral tomb cemetery. There are 3 villages surrounding it, and the ancestors are in charge of the tombs there, and no one will steal the tombs. Okay. Miss Qin Heir. Qingzhou can marry into your Qin family, and get you. I believe his mother's spirit in heaven will be very pleased and happy. Yang Pinger smiled and wiped her tears, saying, okay, I should go. I can't stay here any longer. If I'm discovered, Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked, second madam, what's the matter with these scars on your face? Yang Pinger smiled bitterly and waved her hand. No more talk. Qingzhou, you and Xiao Dai live well here. I'm leaving. Qin Weimao suddenly pulled her and said, second madam, tell us what's the matter with the scars on your face, and when did they happen? This is very important. Luo Qingzhou looked at her. Yang Pinger hesitated for a moment before whispering, after you left last night, I went to get water for the madam to wash her feet. She was washing well, but she suddenly splashed the water on my face. And then at this point, she suddenly showed a trace of fear and lingering fear in her eyes. Then she was like crazy, hitting, scratching and scolding me. I was so scared that I knelt on the ground, not daring to hide or say a word at this point. She trembled slightly, and continued in a trembling voice. It took a long time before she gradually calmed down. Then let me continue to wash her feet. Qin Weimao looked at her with pity and said softly, have you been washing her feet all the time? Yang Pinger said bitterly, yes. Always. I was originally a maid, and became a concubine after being favored by the master. In fact, I am not as good as the maids around her if it weren't for Xiaolu. She shook her head, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said, no more. Second miss. Qingzhou, I should go. Xiaolu is still waiting for me at home. After speaking, she wiped her tears and left in a hurry. Under the setting sun, the thin back was full of fatigue and heaviness. The small courtyard became quiet. The breeze blew, and the peach blossoms fell. The girl in a plain white dress approached Luo Qingzhou and whispered, brother-in-law, don't worry. Your mother's body will be fine. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, does the second lady suspect something? Qin Weimao was silent for a moment, and said softly, brother-in-law, Weimao doesn't know what the second lady is like, and doesn't dare to guess or comment casually. However, if the eldest lady of the Luo family wants to discuss such things with others, it must be very secretive, and it is impossible for people to hear it casually. And the eldest lady should know that the second lady actually sympathizes with brother-in-law. Weimao can see it from some details last night. Not to mention that the eldest lady, she paused and said, also, although the eldest lady was furious last night, she shouldn't have been so cruel to her personally. After all, the second lady is the second lady of Chengwu Mansion. The one who, if the concubine of Master Luo had such a wound on her face, the servants would point fingers at her, and Master Luo would be angry when he saw it. The first lady is a person who follows rules and wants to save face. Even if she wants to vent, she will not vent on her face. Luo Qingzhou said, so, the second lady thinks this is a trick of self-torture? Qin Weimao frowned and said softly, brother-in-law, Weimao thinks that the second lady should be innocent, and she doesn't know that she has been tricked. The first lady beat her first, making her resentful, and then deliberately told the old man to harm you, which was heard by the second lady. The second lady sympathized with you, and because she was angry about what happened last night, she came to you. When you saw that she was beaten so badly, you naturally wouldn't doubt her. What's more, brother-in-law should trust the second lady in his heart. Right? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, in fact, the second lady has always been very good to me, and my mother behind the scenes. Qin Weimao looked at him and said, brother-in-law, Weimao thinks that this should be the conspiracy of the first lady. Your mother's tomb is buried in the deserted mountains outside the city. As long as you hear the news, you will definitely rush out to protect it, and even move the tomb overnight. By then, It will be in the wilderness, late at night, and far away from the city. Even if brother-in-law goes, he may not be able to bring many people. That time may be the time for her to act. Last night, brother-in-law killed her nephew, ruined her conspiracy, slapped her in the face, and forcibly took back the birthplace. According to the evidence, she is probably so angry that she has lost her mind. So she wants to take revenge on her brother-in-law at all costs. There are still a few people left in the Song family. I guess she has already contacted them. She may ambush outside the city tonight. Just waiting for my brother-in-law to leave the city, Luo Qingzhou said, second miss. Although I know it is a conspiracy. But as a son, my brother-in-law has to go. Miss Qin looked at him softly and said softly, brother-in-law. Of course I have to go. My brother-in-law's mother was buried carelessly at the beginning. And my brother-in-law must be sad. Now, my brother-in-law will definitely not let her suffer any harm again. Brother-in-law, bring everyone in the Qin mansion. Go ahead. Wei Mo will go and inform the second brother that there are still people there. Then, Wei Mo will ask Dad to call all the warriors from the second and fourth uncle's homes. Luo Qingzhou shook his head. If the people of the Song family are not outside the city, but are lurking nearby, waiting for us to take the warriors out of the city, then the people left in the mansion will be in danger. I can't let all the people of the Qin family go out of the city for this matter. And according to the city rules and laws, it is impossible for all the people in our Qin mansion to leave here at once. So, miss, don't worry about this matter. I will solve it myself. Brother-in-law Miss Qin frowned. She raised her head and looked at him worriedly, saying, Wei Mo knows that my brother-in-law is very powerful. And she also knows that my brother-in-law will never let those bad guys succeed. But that lady may have gone crazy. And crazy people can't be judged by common sense. Wei Mo is worried about my brother-in-law. Really worried. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said softly, second miss, don't worry. If they really want to kill me, they will never go to dig graves tonight. I will go to investigate the situation tonight, and then act according to the situation. Second Miss Qin said, brother-in-law, it is also dangerous to investigate. Will you take Xiaochan with you? Luo Qingzhou shook his head. The two stood in the courtyard and talked. The golden sunset fell on the two of them, coating them with a layer of beautiful brilliance. The sunset glowed like brocade in the sky. The evening breeze blew across the courtyard, and pink petals fluttered and fell on the two of them. Song Ryua walked to the door with her maid, and saw the scene. She stood quietly at the door for a while before leaving silently. The sunset glowed all over the sky, and the fragrance of flowers filled the garden. In the Meixiang garden, flowers bloom in every season. Chapter 206. The sun sets. The night falls, and lanterns are hung in the mansion. In the small garden of plum blossoms, Miss Qin, dressed in a plain white dress, is sitting in front of the desk in the study, shaking her white hands and writing stories of the three kingdoms with a pen. Her two thin eyebrows seem to be frowning. Her slightly pale cheeks are filled with worry, writing to calm her mind. But at this moment, she can't calm down. Only she and her brother-in-law know the news brought by the second lady of Chunghua Mansion. She didn't tell anyone. Before leaving, her brother-in-law also told her not to tell others for the time being. Although she believes in her brother-in-law's ability, this matter is too dangerous after all. How can she not worry? Unfortunately, she is too weak to help her brother-in-law in person. Ah, she sighed softly. If I had the ability of the eldest princess, my brother-in-law wouldn't have these troubles. For my brother-in-law, I am just a burden after all, and I could fall down at any time. The night breeze blew outside the window, bringing the fragrance of flowers in the courtyard. You can only smell it, but you can't touch it. She put down her pen and was frowning and thinking about it. Chior knocked on the door softly outside and said, Miss, the lady is here. Then, a sound of footsteps came into the house and knocked on the door. Wei Mo, can mother come in? Song Ryua's gentle voice came from outside the door. Miss Qin woke up, waved away the complicated and messy thoughts in her mind, and said softly, Mother, come in. Squeak. The door opened. Song Ryua walked in gracefully in a purple dress, frowning her thin eyebrows like hers, and said unhappily, Where is that brat? Why isn't he here with you? Miss Qin smiled slightly and said softly, Brother-in-law went back to study. It's almost the new year, and the autumn exam is not far away. How can he have so much time to accompany me? Song Ryua walked to her side, lowered her head to look at the writing on the rice paper on the table, then looked at her and said, In the evening, Yang Pinger from Chunghwa Mansion came here. What did she say to you? Miss Chin. She rolled up the rice paper on the table and said softly. We just chatted for a while. Nothing much. Song Ryue was a little angry and said. Wei Mo. Do you treat mother as an outsider? She hasn't even married yet. And you're already treating her like spilled water? Miss Chin Air turned her head and looked at her. Smiling. Mother. You came at the right time. Wei Mo just happened to have something to discuss with you. Song Ryue was slightly startled. And immediately said seriously? You say. Miss Chin Air put the rolled rice paper away. Then looked at her and said. Mother. The bones of my brother-in-law's mother. And buried in the barren mountains. Since you and Dad both recognize him. Wei Mo wants Dad to agree to move the remains of my brother-in-law's mother to our Qin family's ancestral tomb. Do you think it's okay? As soon as these words came out, Song Ryue's face changed. And she immediately said, this is not possible. It's against the rules. Even your second grandmother, third grandmother, and your third uncle and fourth uncle's mother, after they died, they were not qualified to be buried in the Qin family's ancestral tomb. You also know that whether it is a big family like ours with a title, or those families in the village, the rules are the same. And people with other surnames are not allowed to be buried in the Qin family's ancestral tomb. Unless she is the legal wife. It is impossible to bury her in the family ancestral tomb. That kid's mother has nothing to do with our Qin family. And her family background Wei Mo. You can't be willful about this matter. No matter how good you are to that kid. You can't joke about the rules of our ancestors. Your father loves you, and doesn't like to observe etiquette. He may respect your opinion. But our Qin family is a big family. Not just ours. The ancestors of the Qin family are buried in the ancestral tomb. Even if that kid passes the imperial examination and becomes a high official in the future. This matter is absolutely impossible. You don't even have to think about it. Miss Chin Air was silent for a moment. And said softly, Mother. Wei Mo remembers that there is a lot of land next to the ancestral tomb. If someone from the villagers there dies, they are sometimes buried there. Can my brother-in-law's mother be moved there? This should not be considered a violation of the ancestral rules. Right? Song Ryue frowned, looked at her and said, Wei Mo, why did you suddenly bring up this matter? Is it related to what Yang Pinger said today? Or did that boy take the initiative to bring it up? Miss Chin Air said, when my brother-in-law went out to visit the grave and did not return for a night. Wei Mo mentioned this to my father. After all, my brother-in-law married into our Qin family. And it is not appropriate to bury his mother's bones in the wilderness. There are so many plots of land next to our ancestral tomb. And it is okay to give one to my brother-in-law's mother. Dad agreed at the time. But it ended up in vain. It should be the second uncle who refused. Mother. So Wei Mo wants to ask you for help today. Go and tell Dad again. After a pause, she whispered, after all, my brother-in-law has done so many things for our Qin family. Just the fact that he defeated the Song family's conspiracy at the princess's banquet last time is worth it for our Qin family to do something for his mother. Mother. What do you think? Song Ryue was silent for a while, nodded and said, if it is buried next to the ancestral tomb, I naturally have no objection. But after all, your second uncle is in charge of the Qin family now. Even if I tell your father can't decide on his own. Wait until your father discusses it with them. Miss Chin Air said softly, Mother, hurry up. Song Ryue stared at her for a while and said, Wei Mo, your father asked me to ask you if you want to put. Did you tell your second uncle and the others about this matter in advance? Miss Chin was slightly startled. What's the matter? Song Ryue rolled her eyes and said unhappily, what else is there? It's just about you and that boy. Your father meant that if we go to Kyoto, it will be difficult to handle this matter. So he wants to help you get it done before going to Kyoto. When you get married, no one will say anything after you go to Kyoto. Your father wanted to tell the rest of the Qin family in advance so that they can be mentally prepared. So that they won't be shocked and unable to understand. That day, your father held a family meeting and announced to everyone that he would choose a husband for you. In fact, he had already given them a hint. And the hint was very obvious. Your second uncle probably guessed it a long time ago. And probably told your fourth uncle and the others. Otherwise it's impossible that no one has come to propose marriage for such a long time. Your father now means that we should tell them directly so that they can prepare in advance. What do you think? Miss Chin Air was silent for a while and said, Mother, wait a little longer. I haven't thought about it yet. Haven't thought about it yet? Song Ryue was puzzled when she heard it. What haven't you thought about yet? Qin Weimao looked at her with a complicated expression and said, "Mother, are you going to let my sister divorce my brother-in-law? And then let my brother-in-law marry me?" Song Ryue nodded and said, "Yes. Anyway, Jianjia doesn't like that boy. And it was Jianjia who took the initiative to propose this matter. It just so happens that you and that boy are in love with each other. Jianjia divorces him, and he follows you." "Perfect." Qin Weimao lowered his head and was silent, and didn't say anything else. After Luo Qizhou went back, he took a bath. Then he told Xiao Dai, and his soul left his body. Just as his spirit rose to the sky, he suddenly discovered a figure standing at the entrance of the alley behind the back door, looking towards the gate and the alley from time to time. Sure enough, he was waiting for him to go out. Chapter 207, A Meeting Gift? It was late at night, and the streets were deserted. The night market a few days ago had consumed the enthusiasm and excitement of most people in Imo City. So tonight's night market was closed early. Luo Qingzhou did not alarm the man at the entrance of the alley. He floated out of the Qin mansion and continued to fly forward, carefully searching the streets and alleys in front to see if there were any other people watching. In the alley not far away, he found another person. In addition to these two people, no other watchers were found. It seems that those people had left the city long ago. He could see clearly in the dark that the faces of the two people were unfamiliar. They were not from the Song family. They might be people invited by the eldest lady from somewhere else. The remaining 5 people of the Song family were probably out of the city and ambushed long ago. But no matter what, he had to go out to see his mother's grave tonight and find out those ambushing people first. He rushed all the way and flew out of the city. But when he flew over the inner city wall, he suddenly felt 2 dangerous auras coming. Swoosh, he retreated hastily without any hesitation. Then he looked carefully. On the top of the 2 adjacent arrow towers on the city wall, each was inlaid with a huge round bead. The 2 round beads were emitting a strange red light, which looked more powerful than the 2 round beads on the Yuannong Tower and Tianxian Tower. His heart sank suddenly. Then, he flew up to a high place and looked at the arrow towers on the other sections of the city wall. The tops of those arrow towers were actually inlaid with this kind of magic weapon round beads that restrain the soul. He only had a handkerchief on him, which could only cover one of the round beads at most. If he wanted to go through, he had to cover both at the same time. The other party might be lying in ambush outside the city tonight, waiting for him to go out. Or he might really want to dig his mother's grave. So, he had to go out to see the situation. After a moment of hesitation, he turned back and flew towards the Yuannong Tower. At this time, he could only ask Senior Yu for help again. The other party's soul is strong, and he must have a lot of good things on him. Just lend him one more thing, or take the initiative to help him. However, judging from the previous situation, it is estimated that tonight will be a bit difficult. Senior Yu has a cold personality. He also said last time that he would not help him do anything except help him practice in exchange for his storytelling. How should he convince the other party tonight? Or, what should he use in exchange for the other party's help? Thinking all the way, riding the wind, he soon arrived at the Yuannong building. From a distance, he saw a tall and arrogant figure standing on each of the 2 eaves on the roof of the attic. A moon-white figure. A fiery red figure. Looking at the fiery red figure, he suddenly had an idea. If Senior Yu rejected him, could he ask this soul master who called him brother for help? Maybe she also has another handkerchief. Or she can personally help him cover the round bead magic weapon. After all, he told her stories and taught her how to practice. And she called him brother, who he didn't even hear. He should have paid her some extra money. Thinking of this, he immediately increased his speed and flew over. You're so late. You haven't been here for 2 nights. Tell more stories tonight. As soon as he landed on the roof, the red figure turned around from the eaves and looked at him, saying coldly. Luo Qingzhou ignored her for the time being, and looked at the moon-white figure and said, Sister Yu, I have something else I want to ask you for help tonight. The moon-white figure looked into the distance, and said in a cold voice, You and I owe each other nothing. I have already given you the handkerchief. I will not help you with other things. Sure enough, hearing this, Luo Qingzhou was secretly disappointed, and his eyes had to look at the red figure next to him again, saying, Can you help me? The red figure was stunned for a moment, as if he had not expected that he would suddenly ask him for help. The depression and humiliation in his heart for many days were swept away, and he said coldly, Okay, call me sister first, then go back with me and tell me stories for 1 night. For 3 consecutive nights. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment, and when he was about to speak, The moon-white figure suddenly turned his head and looked at him and said, "You are her brother, and it is right for you to order her to do things." The red figure said angrily, "I didn't talk to you. You're too talkative. And I didn't admit it. Even if I did. He has no right to order me." Then he looked at him and said, "If you agree to my conditions, I can help you now." Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, "Why should I go to your place to tell you a story? Can I tell it here?" The red figure said coldly, "No. I don't want to listen to it with someone. And I will feel better if I go to my place. I'm not her. I don't like to listen to the law under the moonlight." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the moon-white figure under the moonlight again. She seemed to be looking at him. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment. And when he was about to speak, the moon-white figure suddenly said, "Tell me, what do you want me to help you with?" After speaking, she turned her head and looked into the distance. As at the previous sentence, "You and I don't owe each other. I won't help you anymore," was not what she said. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment when he heard this. And then, he was delighted. Just as he was about to speak, the red figure hurriedly said, "I said I would help you first. In this way, you don't have to go to my place. Just tell it here. Just don't let me call you brother in the future. And tell me stories every night when you have time." Luo Qingzhou said directly, "Sorry. I'll let sister you help me." After that, he bowed to the white figure on the eaves and said, "Sister you, I want to go out of the city. But the arrow tower on the city wall is equipped with many magical instruments that restrain the soul. I only have the handkerchief you gave me, which is not enough." The moon-white figure looked at the dark night in the distance, was silent for a while, and said lightly, "I don't have it here. I have it. I have it here." The red figure immediately took out a red handkerchief from his body, as if afraid that he would not want it, and threw it to him directly, saying, "You can borrow my flame handkerchief first," which is no worse than her moonlight handkerchief. Flame handkerchief? Moonlight handkerchief? Seeing the fiery red handkerchief floating over, Luo Qingzhou subconsciously reached out and took it in his hand. It was soft and silky to the touch. It was just the opposite of the coldness of the snow-white handkerchief. With a hint of warmth, Luo Qingzhou grabbed it in his palm and rubbed it with his fingertips. Looking at the moon-white figure, the white figure still had his back to him, looking at the night in the distance, and said lightly, "Take it. She called you brother, and it's only natural for her to give you a gift." Red figure? Hey. I lent it to him. I only let him use it once. What gift? That was my first time. How could I give it to him? The red figure suddenly became anxious. The white figure turned around and looked at her and said, "He has already touched it. For you. It is already dirty. Give him the handkerchief. I can guarantee that after your breakthrough this time, the next promotion will be easier. And as long as he teaches you the method, you can keep advancing and will soon catch up with me." The red figure fell silent after hearing this. His face changed for a long time. He looked at her with burning eyes and said, "Are you sure?" The white figure nodded, "Sure." The red figure turned around and took another look at the figure in front of him and the fiery red handkerchief in his hand. He seemed to be a little hesitant and said, "Then, do I still need to call him brother?" The white figure was silent for a while and said, "It's okay not to call him brother." The red figure felt relieved and was about to speak, but she said lightly, "You can call me master." The red figure. Luo Qingzhou saw that the atmosphere was not right, and the two seemed to be fighting again. He quickly bowed and said, thank you for your handkerchief. I'll leave first." He didn't know how to address this person. The red figure said angrily, "Leave? You took my magic weapon away. And you're leaving without even telling me a story? I've been waiting for you, Humph. Tell me a story." "Sorry. I have something to do tonight. If I can make it, I'll come back later." After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He bowed to the two of them, flew up immediately, left quickly, and soon disappeared into the darkness in the distance. The attic fell into silence. The red figure suddenly turned around and looked at the moon-white figure next to him and said, "Senior sister, you are really cheating on me and falling in love with this guy. You are so shameless that you forced me to give him a magic weapon. With your personality, you can't do such a thing." The moon-white figure looked into the distance, silent for a while, and then said lightly, "I owe him." "What do you owe him?" "The nightly teachings? Didn't you also help him practice?" "Humph." The red figure snorted coldly, "Are you still trying to quibble? Do you really think I can't see it? I said I would help him just now, when I said I was going to take him back. You were so nervous that you almost came to fight me." You were so arrogant and said you would not help him. But when I said I was going to help him, you immediately became jealous. Uh-huh. Very you. This is the first time I see you nervous and jealous for someone. It's so rare. The white figure turned her head and looked at her and said, If I say I am thinking about you, do you believe it? The red figure was stunned for a moment. Then sneered. You are lying. The white figure did not explain. If he really agreed to her just now, and she really took him back, he would definitely recognize her true identity, because his physical body had been to her place. And then also, he does not belong to her, and he cannot belong to her, but to that girl. So, she must keep an eye on him to prevent him from being snatched away by anyone. Sister, if you really care and are really jealous, I'd be very happy. After all, if that's the case, it means you're still a person. You still have feelings. And we can still be friends. Although I'm jealous of you, I like you too. Don't get me wrong. It's just a friendship. The moon-white figure looked at the darkness in the distance, silent and without response. Schwa! Schwa! At the inner city wall, 2 handkerchiefs, one white and one red, fell silently from the sky and covered the 2 round beads on the top of the arrow tower. Luo Qingzhou immediately took the opportunity to fly out, take the handkerchief back, float at a constant speed in the air all the way, looking down from a high place, carefully searching every place on the ground. Finally, at the foot of Zhixiao Mountain, he found several sneaky figures, scattered and hiding in the forest. Chapter 208. Wu. The dense forest was silent, with only the sound of the wind. Occasionally, there would be a few sounds of night owls, which sounded particularly creepy in the quiet night. There were 8 people in total, divided into several directions, hiding in the lush bushes. 2 of them were on the 2 big trees in the front, looking at the road in the distance without moving. The others were all silent. Luo Qingzhou's soul was suspended in the tree canopy, looking down from a high place, and could clearly see everyone's face and their expressions. The remaining 5 people of the Song family were indeed here. The other 3, an old man in a gray robe, short in stature, with arms over his knees, was the guard who followed Luo Yu during the day. The other 2 were both strong young men. I don't know if they were assassins hired by the Song family or sent by the eldest lady. There was no communication between the 8 people. The night passed quietly. It was almost dawn when the 2 people standing on the tree and staring at the road in the distance finally jumped down, walked back quickly, and said, They probably won't come tonight. The gates of the outer and inner cities are locked at this time. Even if they want to come out, they can't. Another person said, Maybe tomorrow daytime. Will the Qin family have noticed it? So they dare not come out again. Don't worry. Even if they notice it, they will still come out. After all, it is the body of that boy's mother. Now the Qin family trusts that boy so much that they can't ignore his feelings. And that boy will take the exams for Jiren and Jinshi. If his mother's tomb is dug up, it will ruin the feng shui and luck and affect the exam. The Qin family probably doesn't want to see it. So the Qin family will definitely send someone to move the tomb. That boy will definitely come. And there will be other people from the Qin family, the guards of the Qin mansion, and even the daughter of the Qin family when the time comes. Let them investigate first. How many people have left the city to come here? Several people stayed in the house. And we were good at acting. They may also be secretly coming. So we must not stay here for a moment. Bait, what are you digging at? There is a cut firewood here during the day. And there are those who go up the mountain to worship. Maybe someone from the Qin family is mixed in it. At that time, the grave was dug, and they did not come directly. One less place. So as long as the grave is there, we will definitely have a chance. Luo Qingzhou was floating high up. After seeing the silence here, he flew up the mountainside to take a look at his mother's grave before returning to the city. Since they were not in a hurry, he was not in a hurry for the time being. After living in the open air and being highly focused, they will probably be exhausted in a few days. Then he will wait for them and attack them suddenly. Let's observe for a few days first. Let them wait tomorrow. Anyway, they won't touch the graves on the mountain for the time being. Luo Qingzhou returned to the city and saw that it was still early. So he went straight back to the Yuannong Tower. Since he took someone's handkerchief, he should at least tell her a story. When he arrived at the Yuannong Tower, a white and a red figure were still standing on the eaves, not knowing whether they were talking or thinking, their bodies motionless, like 2 statues in the moonlight. Do you want to start from the beginning tonight? Or continue from the last time? Luo Qingzhou floated on the roof and asked the two. Without waiting for the white figure to answer, the red figure immediately said, "Let's continue with what we said last time. Tonight, you took my handkerchief. So you should ask me, not her." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the white figure, and seeing that she didn't say anything, he directly said, "You call me brother, and I call her sister. So, we should listen to her. Right? Red figure. By the way, how should I call you in the future? At least say your name. Or surname. Right?" Luo Qingzhou saw that she seemed to be angry again, and quickly changed the subject. The red figure's towering chest rose and fell for a while, and calmed down the emotions in her heart. Fawn looked at him coldly and said, "I am the same as her. Both called you. You can call me the same as you call her. Call me Sister Yu." Luo Qingzhou said, "Oh, Sister Yu." Seeing that Senior Yu didn't say anything, Luo Qingzhou continued to talk from where he talked that night. "I would like to ask the great and benevolent Jade Emperor, the High Lord of the Mysterious Sky." One day, he was sitting in the Lingsha Palace of the Golden Palace, gathering the civil and military officials for the morning court, when suddenly Qiu Hongji came to report. After telling the first story, he told the second story. When he was about to tell the third story, the red figure hurriedly said, "Wait, I have a few questions." Luo Qingzhou said, "You can ask Sister Yu. I am only responsible for telling the story, not explaining it." In fact, he only knew the story, and could not see through the cultivation method in it. And he had something to do tonight. The two monitors outside the Qin mansion, whether they were hired by the Song family or sent by the eldest lady of the Chunghua mansion, he would never show mercy. Look at the sky. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning, on a dark and windy night. It's time to kill with a knife. You too. I should go back. He bowed and said goodbye. The white figure still stood motionless on the eaves. After he returned, she did not say a word, nor did she turn her head to look at him again, as if she was thinking about something. The red figure frowned immediately. "Why go back so early?" Luo Qingzhou said, "To accompany my wife." The red figure snorted coldly. "What's there to accompany my wife? Aren't you tired of it? If you like beautiful women, go back." The white figure finally spoke, and her voice was still cold and ethereal. "Sister Yu." Luo Qingzhou bowed to her, hesitated for a moment, and bowed to the red figure next to him. "Sister Yu. Goodbye." After speaking, the figure flashed and floated away. The red figure immediately shouted angrily at his back, "Don't call me Sister Yu anymore." Luo Qingzhou pretended not to hear, rode the wind, and left quickly. "Damn it!" The red figure turned to look at the white figure next to him, and said with shame, "It's all your fault. Why do you force me to call him brother? Does he deserve it?" The white figure finally turned around and looked at her coldly. "If he doesn't deserve it, you won't call him, even if it's your elder who taught you the Dharma. I'm afraid he can't teach you the Dharma like this and let you break through. Right? Even if you call him master. It's right." The red figure's fist clenched and the wide sleeve slowly loosened, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly looked at her and said, "He has helped you break through. And he is so good to you. Not only does he teach you the Dharma every day, but he is also so gentle to you. Senior sister, I think you should call him master. If you are willing to call me, I will call him immediately. We will still be sisters in the future. Do you think it's okay?" The white figure withdrew his gaze from her, looked at the night in the distance, and stopped talking. "Humph. I knew you had bad intentions towards him. You don't dare to call me master. Are you afraid that he will destroy your ancestors?" The red figure snorted coldly, as if he saw through her. The moon-white figure still did not respond. When Luo Qingzhou returned to the Qin mansion, he glanced at the two figures in midair again. The two men were still guarding the alleys at the front and back doors. Seemingly tireless, Luo Qingzhou returned to the small courtyard, his soul returning to his body. Then he went out and went to Lingshan Moon Palace. I wonder if Xia-chan is asleep. When he arrived at the gate of Lingshan Moon Palace, he was about to knock on the door, but the gate suddenly creaked open from the inside. But the door was ajar, and no one appeared. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, stretched out his hand, and pushed the door open. There was no one in the door. The girl in a pink skirt had already walked up the steps on the eaves, then entered the house and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and walked in quickly. The front yard was empty, and there was no one. He followed her into the house, and walked to the door of the next room. Seeing that the door was closed, he reached out and knocked on the door, and whispered, "Bai Ling, what's wrong?" The room was quiet, and no one responded. He stood at the door for a while, and without wasting time, he went to the room opposite. Just as he was about to raise his hand to knock on the door suddenly opened. Xia-chan was wearing a light green dress, holding a sword in her hand, and wearing the hairpin he gave her on her head. She stood in the door and looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou whispered, "Chan-chan, do you have time?" Xia-chan didn't say anything, just tightened her sword in her hand and went out. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled and hurriedly followed her out. When he reached the door, he looked back at Bai Ling's room again. "Chan-chan, there are bad guys outside. Continue to cooperate with the uncle later. The uncle will take you to kill people. Okay?" Walking on the road, Luo Qingzhou said softly. The girl next to him still had a cold face, walked in silence, and didn't speak. She didn't ask why she wanted to kill people, nor did she ask what level of cultivation the other party had, or even how many people there were. When he just saw her, he just asked her, "Do you have time?" And then she came out holding the sword. She didn't even think about whether it would be dangerous to go out, or whether she would lose her life. This girl's unreserved trust in him suddenly made him feel inexplicably distressed and guilty. He always felt as if he had done something to let her down. Was it because he had to be with the second young lady and leave the three of them? Thinking of this result, he was indeed a little uncomfortable. "Chan-chan." He looked at the girl's still green face with tender eyes, and said softly, thank you for trusting me so much." Xia-chan clenched the sword in her hand, did not speak, and continued to walk forward, secretly replying in her heart, "Thank you too, for accompanying Chan-chan last night." The two walked towards the back door. When they were almost at the door, Luo Qingzhou suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at her and said, "Chan-chan, after killing people later, I will take you to the lake to take a bath. Okay?" After a pause, he hurriedly explained, "Well, don't get me wrong. There is a lot of fog there. We can stay away. I can turn my back. Don't worry. I swear, I won't." "Okay." Before he finished explaining, the cold girl beside him actually agreed. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and looked at her. Chapter 209. Puff. In the dark night, blood splashed. A moment later, the two observers guarding the alley fell to the ground. Luo Qingzhou dragged the body away and threw it into the overgrown mansion of the third master of the Qin family, burying it with the dead souls inside. Although neither of them was stained with blood, Luo Qingzhou still looked at the cold girl beside him and said, "We agreed to take a bath together before. You didn't regret it, right?" Xia-chan still didn't speak, holding the sword, and continued to walk forward in silence. Luo Qingzhou walked side by side with her and whispered, "I knew you would regret it. You are afraid of water, and even more afraid of your son-in-law, right?" On the street, there was only the sound of the wind passing by. The lanterns in front of the shop swayed gently in the dim night, making a creaking sound. The lights inside had gone out. Neither of them spoke again. When turning into the alley, Xia-chan suddenly stopped, turned her head, looked at him coldly and said, "I'm not afraid of you." After a pause, she said, "You're afraid of me." Luo Qingzhou's mouth moved. He glanced at the sword in her hand, and then looked into her cold eyes and said, "It turns out that I am indeed afraid of you, especially when I first saw you kill someone when I returned home. At that time, I was really afraid of you, afraid that you would kill me with a sword if you disagreed with me. Now, I am no longer afraid of you." Xia-chan didn't say anything else, and continued to move forward. When the two returned to the mansion and walked to Lingshan Moon Palace, Luo Qingzhou was about to say goodbye, and she turned around and said, "Wait for me." After that, she pushed the door and entered the courtyard. Not long after, she came out of the door with a change of clothes. In the other hand, she still held the sword. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and said, "Let's go." The two continued to walk side by side towards Yueyetingyu Garden, silent all the way. No one spoke. After entering Yueyetingyu Garden and coming to the lake, Luo Qingzhou pointed to the corner and said, "It's shallow there. There are many rocks and pebbles under the water. You can wash there. Don't worry. You won't drown. I'm here." Then he pointed to the mist in the lake and said, "Look, there's so much fog. Even if you stand very close, you may not be able to see. If I wash here, I can only vaguely see your shadow, not your body. So you can go down without worry." Xia-chan stood by the lake, looking at the lake below. Her lips moved slightly, and she was about to say something but stopped. It's okay. It's very shallow. If you stand up, it's at most up to your chest. There are still many rocks there. You can sit on them. Or lie on them. It's very comfortable. Luo Qingzhou thought she was afraid. And comforted her softly. Xia Chan clenched the sword and clothes in her hand. And was silent for a while. And then whispered, "You can. Come closer." After that, she walked quickly to the corner over there. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled. And without hesitation, he quickly took off his clothes and put them in the flowers. Then, with a plop, he jumped into the lake. He swam forward for a distance, about 5 meters away from the corner, and said to the slender figure on the shore, "Is this all right? I can't see you clearly, but I can come over to save you at any time. Come down quickly. Don't be afraid. It's very comfortable." Xia Chan stood on the shore and hesitated for a while before putting down the sword and clothes in her hand, looking at him and starting to untie the belt around her waist. "I'll turn my back." Luo Qingzhou turned around quickly. The belt was untied, and the light green dress slowly fell off. Under the black hair like a waterfall, a snow-white, slender, young and tender girl's jade body was revealed. Slender, beautiful, and straight, ups and downs, graceful and graceful. She looked at the misty lake, and then looked at the figure in the water not far away. She hesitated on the shore for a long time, but still didn't dare to go down. Luo Qingzhou turned his back and never heard the sound of going into the water. He couldn't help but turn his head to look. Under the bright moonlight, the girl on the shore had black hair like a waterfall, snow-white like jade, straight and slender, beautiful as a dream. Chan, are you coming down? The fog is so thick that I can't see you." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, then quickly retracted his gaze and looked around. After a few seconds of silence, the girl on the shore suddenly picked up her dress and sword from the ground, turned around and ran away from the lake. She still didn't dare. When Luo Qingzhou looked again, she had disappeared on the shore. After a while, she was dressed neatly, with her hair loose, holding a sword, and walked out of the flowers, standing on the shore looking at him. Luo Qingzhou met her eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Chan stood there, looking at him quietly. After a while, she said, "Bai Ling said that you are a bitch." Luo Qingzhou, don't listen to her nonsense. She is slandering me. But in fact, she is the most perverted person. Luo Qingzhou felt that he was telling the truth. That girl is much more powerful than him. She said one thing in front of him and another behind his back. She played all kinds of tricks, and he couldn't compare with her. Xia Chan looked at him silently and didn't say anything. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to rub his body and say, "Forget it. Forget it if you don't come down. Anyway, I have no other intentions towards you. I just feel comfortable in this water, and I want to take you to enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, it's your own loss." Xia Chan stared at him blankly for a while, and said, "Do you want to call Bai Ling to join you? Take a bath together?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, nodded and said, "Yes. It's so boring to take a bath alone. And it would be best if there is one more person to accompany you to take a bath." As soon as he finished speaking, the girl on the shore suddenly turned and walked into the flowers behind, and then stood there, lowered her head, looking inside, motionless. Luo Qingzhou was confused, and when he was about to ask, a familiar voice suddenly came from the flowers. Chan, spare me, I was just peeking. And I didn't disturb you, you continue." Xia Chan stood there, motionless. After a while, Bai Ling, who was hiding in the flowers and peeping, finally couldn't help but stand up, looked at the lake pitifully and said, "Uncle, I didn't mean to peek at you taking a bath. I couldn't sleep, and I was thinking about something. Suddenly I found myself squatting here. It's all because of these legs and feet. They brought me here without my consent. It's so hateful." Luo Qingzhou didn't bother to pay attention to her, and continued to scrub his body. "Uncle, Chan, you guys are busy. I'm leaving first." Bai Ling turned around, and was about to run away. Luo Qingzhou said quickly, "Bai Ling, you can take Miss Xia Chan down to take a bath. Let her get familiar with the water here, and it will be much more convenient to take a bath in the future." Bai Ling turned her head and looked at him and said, "Is it convenient for the uncle to peek?" Luo Qingzhou, "Uncle, why do you call her Miss Xia Chan in front of me?" Bai Ling suddenly looked at him again and asked, "When I was not around just now, didn't you call her Chan?" Luo Qingzhou said, "How did you hear it when you were not around?" Bai Ling snorted, if you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Uncle and Chan Chan sneak around. Go out in the middle of the night every day. What are they doing? They must be doing something bad. When there is no one around, he calls her Chan Chan. And when there are people around, he calls her Miss Xia Chan haha. Uncle is so playful. Not as playful as you. Luo Qingzhou retorted. Bai Ling snorted again, turned around and left, saying, I won't bother you to call Chan Chan Brother Zhou. Just call me whatever you want. No one will hear it. I'm going back to sleep. After that, he left quickly, and soon disappeared at the round door not far away. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, looking at the sword-wielding girl on the shore, wondering, Brother Zhou? Xia Chan turned around and left without saying a word. 2 light blushes had been stained on her fair cheeks, and she was as beautiful as a flower under the moonlight. The night quietly retreated. The eastern sky had begun to turn white. Luo Qingzhou washed himself casually again, went ashore, put on his clothes, and returned to the courtyard. Then he entered Xiaoda's room, got into her quilt, hugged her petite and soft body, and fell asleep. He had a dream. This time the figure in the dream was particularly clear. The girl's body was white as jade, and she stood tall and graceful. After jumping into the water, she hugged him tightly. Chan Chan. Zhou. Brother. Be good. I'm here. Don't be afraid of water. It's warm here. Isn't it? Yeah. Hot. Under the bright moonlight, ripples appeared in the warm lake with fairy mist. This dream was not long, but it was clearer than previous dreams, even than the scenes of having sex in the past. He seemed to have a strange feeling for the cold and warm girl. When he woke up, it was already bright outside. Luo Qingzhou changed his clothes, washed up, had a simple breakfast, and then left the mansion through the back door, put on the mask and walked on the street. Soon he came to Jubao Pavilion. Everyone from yesterday had arrived. Nandong Meiju showed a hateful look after seeing him, but did not take action immediately. Led by Sister Dao, several people got on the carriage and drove out of the city. Along the way, only the petite girl named Chu Xiaoxiao was still chirping, and few people paid attention to her. After leaving the city, Luo Qingzhou opened the curtains and looked outside. Zixia Mountain in the distance was hazy in the morning mist. Those people from the Song family should have gotten up by now, hiding in the woods and waiting for the rabbit. Then let them stay. And he continued to seize the time to practice. When he got up in the morning, he felt that the energy in his body was a little restless. After dripping 2 drops of spiritual liquid, the energy quickly began to flow to the fascia deep in the muscles. At this time, the tendons in all parts of the body are still heating up and beating non-stop. The internal force in the abdomen is ready to move. According to the description in the book, this is a sign of an imminent breakthrough. Therefore, he will continue to practice intensively in the Blackwood Forest today. When he has finished tempering the fascia of his whole body and has broken through to the bone-refining realm, his explosive power, strength, and speed will be greatly improved. By then, the power of his thunder fist and mountain-shaking fist will be even more amazing. Give him another 3 days, and he will definitely break through. By then, none of those who are eyeing his mother's body and grave will be able to leave alive. Chapter 210. Swoosh. In the ancient and deep jungle, a nimble figure, like a monkey, quickly jumped and moved between the towering trees. The speed was getting faster and faster, and the figure was getting more and more blurred. I don't know how long it took. Just as he was tightening his muscles and fascia, accumulating strength to jump from one tree to another, a huge python head suddenly stretched out from the dense branches and leaves of the tree in front of him, and opened its bloody mouth directly to greet him. A huge suction force, with a strong stench, immediately enveloped his whole body. Luo Qingzhou's face changed. But at this time, he was already in midair, and couldn't change direction. He had to force his arms, shouted angrily, and punched the python head. Bang! With a loud bang, the punch suddenly enlarged, with a hint of blue electric arc. The huge python head was instantly smashed into a bloody mess and burst open. Wow! The branches shook. The thick body that was coiled on the branches behind suddenly softened and fell from the dense branches and leaves. With a snap, it fell heavily to the ground. There was a crisp sound of dead branches and fallen leaves on the ground. Luo Qingzhou stood high on the tree, panting heavily while looking down. It was a giant python about 10 meters long, dark green, and as thick as a barrel. Although the giant python's head exploded at this time, its thick body was still twisting and swinging violently on the ground. whipping the leaves around it and rustling. After struggling for a long time, it died completely. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and then jumped a few times and landed on the ground to observe closely. This giant python was obviously a new monster. Apart from its huge body, it did not have other characteristics of monsters. As for the monster pill, it was even more impossible. Luo Qingzhou took out the storage bag he had picked up in the Blackwood Forest before, coiled up the giant python and threw it in. This giant python has a lot of flesh and blood, so it should be able to sell for some gold coins. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and face, and saw that it was almost noon. So he walked towards the valley, took out the beef and started eating. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, in the valley, the sound of boxing was heard. The fallen leaves on the ground were spinning, and the air was surrounded by air. The punches were fierce and domineering, with a harsh sonic boom. In the morning, the fascia was tempered, and in the afternoon, the mountain-shaking fist and thunder fist were practiced. At the same time, a figure came to the place where the giant python fell just now. Smelling the smell, "Humph! You are so lucky. You hunted another monster. But today, this lady will not only take away your monster, but also break your life and make you live a life worse than death." Nandong Meiju, who was tall and sexy in a black dress, held a whip and quickly rushed to the valley yesterday. Die, bastard. She gritted her teeth and quickly came to the valley, then hid behind a big tree and looked forward. The leaves were falling in the forest, and the hateful figure was practicing boxing very seriously. Hate appeared in her eyes, and she waited patiently for a while, then tightened the whip in her hand and approached silently. Take a few steps and pause. Behind the big tree and in the bushes were all places where she hid. Soon, she came to a place only 5 or 6 meters away from the bastard. She bent her body. Her slender and sexy legs were tight. She first accumulated strength. Then with a whoosh, she suddenly shot out, and shot towards the bastard's back while raising the whip in her hand. On the whip, the barbed swish stood up, sharp as a blade. Her eyes were full of cold hatred. Bastard. Die. Who knew that she had just rushed out 2 steps, and the ground under her feet suddenly collapsed with a whoosh. Plop! She was caught off guard and fell down. She reacted quickly. At the moment of falling, the whip in her hand was swung out suddenly, and it became longer with a whoosh and wrapped around a big tree outside. Before her feet fell to the bottom of the pit, she suddenly exerted force on her arms, and her body flew out of the pit lightly. Who knew that just as she flew out, with a puff, a pile of flour suddenly fell on her face, head, and chest. Luo Qingzhou scattered one pile, then the second pile, and then turned and ran. Nandong Meiju thought it was lime powder just like yesterday, so she was frightened and closed her eyes and whipped it. When she found out that it was just ordinary flour, she was shocked and angry, and chased after him with a whoosh. Asshole! If you have the guts, don't run. The girl behind him gritted her teeth, and the whip in her hand whirred. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to look back, and tightened the fascia muscles of his whole body again. With a jump, he jumped out of the call and continued to practice in the woods to escape for his life. Snap! 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 The whip behind him swung, and the branches and leaves beside him flew, and the murderous aura was full of energy. Luo Qingzhou turned left and right, jumped up and down, dodged, and jumped and ran away. The girl behind him was obviously trying her best to catch up with him. Her speed was getting faster and faster, and the whip in her hand was swinging more and more fiercely. She passed by him several times and almost hit him. Seeing that it was getting more and more dangerous, Luo Qingzhou immediately began to throw flour backwards to block her speed and vision. Bitch! If you have the guts, cough cough cough. Nandong Mei's arrogant nose almost fell off, and she swung the whip in her hand more fiercely, and every whip was fatal. It was still only half an hour. Her physical strength began to decline, and her speed began to slow down. The high-intensity running and jumping and the continuous waving of the whip had consumed a lot of her physical strength and internal strength. After chasing for more than 10 minutes, she finally stopped panting, sweating all over, her cheeks full of charming blush, her chest rising and falling violently, and the black stockings on her legs were scratched by the branches, revealing a touch of snow white. Bitch! If you have the guts, don't run away. Fight me for 300 rounds. She stood on the tree, panting, furious, and just shouted a few words. But her legs became weak. Her feet suddenly slipped, and she screamed awe and fell from the tree. Luo Qingzhou heard the scream, stopped, and turned to look. Bang! Just saw her fall heavily to the ground. Her head moved, and then she fainted directly. Luo Qingzhou was covered in sweat, standing on the tree and panting heavily. After waiting for a long time, he jumped off the tree, stepped on the thick fallen leaves on the ground, and walked over. He stopped about 5 or 6 meters away from her, and was observing carefully when the fallen leaves under his feet suddenly flew up with a whoosh. Then a black shadow, like a poisonous snake, jumped out from under his feet and wrapped around his ankle with a whoosh. Bang! He was caught off guard and was pulled to the ground and dragged over in an instant. Bitch! This time. Puff! A large bag of lime powder suddenly flew over his head, and then poured down like flowers from heaven. The figures of the two were immediately covered by the lime powder. Nangong Meijio's face changed, and she hurriedly closed her eyes and wanted to retreat. Who knew that at this moment? Luo Qingzhou hugged her thigh and exerted force. Bang! Nangong Meijio lost her sight and balance, and fell to the ground in a mess. The two were immediately submerged in the lime powder, and instantly turned into 2 white lime men. Bang! Luo Qingzhou almost didn't hesitate, and suddenly punched down, hitting her stomach hard. Then, bang! Boom! Boom! The second punch, the third punch, hit her stomach one after another. Without mercy, Nangong Meijio closed her eyes and clenched the whip in her hand. The moment she fell to the ground, she was about to use the whip to wrap around his whole body and strangle his neck. However, her Danhai was suddenly shaken by his first punch, and her internal force collapsed then. The second punch, the third punch, 3 consecutive punches directly hit her eyes and made her eyes black, her body limp, and she almost fainted from the pain. Bang! Just as she opened her mouth to vomit, Luo Qingzhou punched her chin hard again. She immediately blacked out and fainted. Bang! Luo Qingzhou was afraid that the force was not enough, so he hit her chin hard again. Nangong Meijio's body was limp. The whip in her hand had been loosened, and she lay on the ground with her eyes closed, motionless for a long time. Luo Qingzhou lay on her soft body, panting heavily for a while, then closed his eyes, reached into her clothes, fumbled around, and saw no handkerchief. So he tore off her innermost underwear with a swish. Then he wiped off all the lime on his eyelids and face, took out the oil that had been prepared long ago from the storage bag, washed his face, and wiped it dry with the other side of the underwear, and then slowly opened his eyes. Fortunately, the lime powder did not enter his eyes. He looked at the girl under him. The noble person who was clean, cold, and beautiful when he came here has now become a white and miserable lime man. And even his face can't be seen, and his hair has turned white. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, poured some vegetable oil on her face, and used the underwear to help her wipe off all the lime powder on her eyelids and face. Then he began to slowly wipe the lime powder on his neck and all over his body. After wiping almost everything clean, he put away his things, untied the whip still wrapped around his ankle, and stood up to leave. The circle of whip wrapped around his ankle was already bloody. After walking a few steps, he stopped again, turned his head to look at the girl lying motionless on the ground, looked around again, hesitated for a moment, walked to the big tree next to him, and sat down. After waiting for about a few minutes, the little cousin lying on the ground finally moved, and then slowly opened her eyes. After a while, she suddenly sat up, touched her chest with both hands. Her face changed drastically, then lowered her head and looked, and touched her skirt and legs with both hands, her lips trembling. Luo Qingzhou, who was sitting not far away, stood up and said, "Don't worry. Nothing happened to you. I just touched you a few times, then pulled out your underwear and wiped off the lime powder on my body." Nangong Meijio looked up suddenly. "Remember to rinse quickly with water. If there is oil, it is better to wipe it with oil first. You made me bleed. I touched you and used your underwear, and we owe each other nothing." After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he ignored her terrible eyes and turned away. The woods fell into silence. After an unknown period of time, a trembling voice suddenly rang out in the forest, "Chu Feiyang, this lady will fight you to death." Luo Qingzhou did not stay in the Blackwood Forest any longer, nor did he sell the python to Sister Dao for the time being. After going out, he spent a gold coin to hire a carriage and drove towards the city. Today's training is enough. My body has reached its limit. It's time to go back to take a potion bath and use the sunset to train my soul. The carriage drove for a while, Suddenly, he had an idea. He saw that he was the only one in the carriage, and there were few other warriors on the road. He opened the curtain and looked in the direction of Xixia Mountain. He decided to go there to see his mother's grave. He lowered the curtain, calmed his mind, and his soul left his body. His soul quickly penetrated the roof of the car, flew out, rose to a high place facing the sun, and flew all the way to Xixia Mountain. Because he was flying high, he could clearly see the carriage driving on the avenue as soon as he turned his head. So he was not worried. The speed of the soul was very fast. Not long after, he came to the halfway point of Xixia Mountain and looked down. His mother's grave was still quietly located there. There was no one around. It was silent. And there was nothing unusual. He did not dare to stay any longer, and immediately returned at the fastest speed, caught up with the carriage, and his soul returned to his body. Those people would definitely not easily touch his mother's grave, and they would definitely continue to wait tonight. He would come to see it again tonight. After returning to the city, he spent some change to take a bath in the bathhouse, washed his hair, rinsed his clothes, then changed into clean clothes and returned to the Qin mansion. It was just evening. He sneaked into the Yu garden and hid in the bamboo forest in the corner. Then his soul left his body and flew to the roof of the moon viewing tower in the center of the lake, and began to practice with the help of the sunset and sunset. According to Senior Yu, as long as he persisted in practicing like this, and then assisted in practicing with the soul and mind method she taught him, he should be able to break through soon. When the body breaks through to the bone refining realm, and the soul breaks through to the control of objects realm, the strength will naturally be greatly enhanced. The sunset in the evening gradually disappeared into the green mountains in the distance. Before the night fell completely, Luo Qingzhou, who was practicing with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the round door not far away. A tall and familiar figure suddenly walked in from the door in a hurry. Then, she quickly came to the corner of the lake, untied the belt around her slender waist, and began to take off her dress. She was tall and sexy, with curvy curves, and she turned out to be the little cousin named Nangong Meijio. Chapter 211. A huge amount. Not a small amount. Night fell. A silver moon rose in the sky. Wow! The water splashed. Nangong Meijio, who was bathing in the lake, finally came ashore. The snow-white and delicate jade body was shining white in the moonlight. Beautiful and attractive. Damn! It's grown up again. She gestured with both hands and muttered. Then, she took out a clean dress and put it on. Then, she left quickly with her wet long hair. In the moonlit night, Tingyu Garden suddenly became quiet. Luo Qingzhou's soul flew up from the top of the attic, floated into the bamboo forest, and returned to his body. When he returned to the small courtyard, Xiaodai was cooking beef in the kitchen. Sir, this is sent by the second young lady. Sister Zhuer just came and said that the second young lady coughed again today. She asked if you have time tonight. If you have time, you can go to see the second young lady. After hearing this, Luo Qingzhou secretly said in his heart, I'm afraid that seeing her is fake, and sleeping with her is real. Well, I know. The master and servant had dinner in the kitchen. Luo Qingzhou now has an amazing appetite, and ate 2 more pieces of beef. The remaining cooked beef was put into the storage bag. After dinner, he boiled hot water, put the bathtub into the room, dripped the tendon refining potion into the bathtub, and then took off his clothes and took a bath. While taking a bath, he practiced the internal skills. Xiaodai stood behind him, rubbing his back and shoulders with her tender little hands, her eyes still wide open, and peeking into the tub from time to time. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but ask, Can't you see enough every day? The little girl blinked her curved eyelashes, opened her eyes wide and looked inside and said, Can't see enough. Your hands are too small. As Luo Qingzhou said this, he took out his clenched fist from the water, stroked it and said, It seems to be the same as before. The little girl couldn't help but stretch out her delicate and white little hand, clenched it into a small fist, put it next to his fist for comparison, and chuckled. Sir, look, compared with your hand, my hand looks like a child's hand. When the 2 fists were compared, the difference was obvious. Luo Qingzhou raised his other hand, opened his 5 fingers, held her small fist and said, You have small bones and a small body, so your fist is naturally small. With a small fist like yours, I guess I can't feel it when you punch me. Will you laugh at me? I'm unhappy. I won't help you to scrub my body. The little girl pouted. Is it not okay to tell the truth? Humph. My hands are small anyway, so I won't feel anything if I rub them. That's right, how about using your feet? Ah? After taking a bath, Luo Qingzhou changed into a loose Confucian robe and went out. The little girl sat in the wooden tub for a while, and when the water was almost cold, she got up to dress, pour water, and clean up the room. Thinking of just now, she couldn't help laughing. Very happy. When Luo Qingzhou passed by Lingchan Moon Palace, he wanted to go in and say hello, but thinking of what Miss Jean said that night, he had to give up. Miss Jean told him not to pay his respects in the future. To be honest, every time he came here, it was not for her. The courtyard door was closed. The courtyard was silent. Luo Qingzhou walked forward a few steps, but couldn't help but turn back. He knocked on the door and called out, "Bai Ling." No one responded from the door. "Miss Xiaochan," he called out again, but still no one responded. No one came to open the door. He was stunned for a while, then turned and left. After he walked away, the courtyard door creaked and slowly opened. Bai Ling, wearing a pink dress, appeared in the door, stuck her head out, looked outside for a while, and then went in and said, "Chan, the stinky son-in-law really left. Why don't you open the door for him?" Xiaochan stood under the eaves, silent and silent. Bai Ling walked up to her, looked at her and said, "Although the lady said that the son-in-law didn't need to come to pay respects in the future, the son-in-law came here not just to pay respects to the lady. The son-in-law came here to watch you practice sword." Xiaochan looked at her and said, "Obviously, it was to be naughty with you." Bai Ling, Plum Fragrance Garden. As soon as Luo Qingzhou entered the courtyard, he suddenly saw the window of the study open. A familiar figure stood in front of the window, frowning and thinking about something. She was wearing a purple dress, tall and graceful, and charming. It was the little cousin named Nangong Meiju. The two looked at each other. Nangong Meiju looked at him with a cold and arrogant face. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and entered the house under the guidance of Zhuor. Chior whispered at the door, "Son-in-law, the cousin is here. She seems to be in a bad mood. She was angry and scolded in the house just now. It seems that she was bullied by others today. My lady is comforting her. Son-in-law, be careful." As she said, she squatted down and hugged his calves, and helped him take off his shoes obediently. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the door and whispered, "Chior, how about I come back later?" As soon as he finished speaking, the gentle voice of Miss Jean Eyre came from inside, "Come in quickly." Chior helped him take off his shoes and opened the door. Luo Qingzhou had to bite the bullet and walk in, stepping on the snow-white soft carpet, smelling the incense in the room and the medicinal fragrance of Miss Jean Eyre. He looked at the window. In front of the desk, Miss Jean Eyre was wearing a plain white dress, with black hair like a waterfall, sitting there elegantly, holding a pen in her hand, looking at him gently. Nangong Meiju stood in front of the window and turned around, still with a cold and arrogant face. "Miss Eyre, Miss Meiju." Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands. Qin Weimao put down the pen in his hand, stood up and said, "Sister Meiju has something to ask you. Come here." Luo Qingzhou walked closer without looking sideways. Nangong Meiju stared at him coldly for a while, and then said, "You read a lot of books. Let me ask you, do you know what can be used to restrain lime powder?" Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, bowed his head and said respectfully, "What does Miss Meiju mean by restraint?" Nangong Meiju had a cold face and did not answer. Qin Weimao beside her explained softly, "Sister Meiju has met a bad guy recently. Not only does that bad guy often follow Sister Meiju, he also carries a lot of lime powder on him. And he always suddenly attacks Sister Meiju with lime powder. Sister Meiju wants to know what can be used to deal with that bad guy." Luo Qingzhou looked up and asked, "Does that bad guy want to rob? Or?" Qin Weimao whispered, "Maybe he thinks Sister Meiju is pretty, so he keeps pestering her." Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, "Lime will boil in water and release high temperature. But if it is only a small amount of lime powder, it is actually afraid of water. As long as it does not enter the eyes, it will be fine after a wash with water." Nangong Meiju suddenly said coldly, "It is a huge amount, not a small amount." Luo Qingzhou. The room fell into silence. Nangong Meiju waited for a while, and when he saw that he could not answer, he turned a cold face and prepared to leave. After thinking for a while, he suddenly looked at him and said, "I am not qualified to meddle in the Qin family's family affairs, but I will not turn a blind eye to Wei Mo's affairs. If you dare to deceive her and dare to play with her feelings, I will never forgive you." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and did not speak. He looked at her slender legs under her skirt. His mind emerged with the black silk on her legs being scratched by branches during the day, revealing a touch of white. He secretly thought that if he used her for a few more days, he should be able to break through. For him, this little cousin is just a tool for cultivation. However, the other party's realm is one level higher than his, so he will be merciless every time, using the greatest strength to attack her at the fastest and most fierce speed to make her lose the power to resist instantly. The other party is already in the bone refining realm, and her resistance and defense are naturally stronger than his. As long as he hesitates and softens his heart, he will probably be crippled. After all, he knows that she is his little cousin and will not kill her. But the other party does not know who he is. As long as there is a chance, she will definitely not show mercy to him. I heard that the princess admires you very much. Nangong Meiju suddenly asked coldly again. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, the princess just likes to listen to my stories. Nangong Meiju snorted coldly and said, don't contact her in the future. You should refuse everything you should refuse. Don't let Wei Mo and the entire Qin mansion get involved. After that, she turned to Miss Qin Air and said, Wei Mo, I'll leave first. Luo Qingzhou listened to the footsteps and walked out of the door. When he heard Chior talking outside, he raised his head and looked at the weak girl in front of him, whispering, Miss Air, is the princess's ambition known to the world? Qin Weimo frowned slightly and said, it shouldn't be. Sister Meiju said this because she used to have frequent contact with the princess. The reason? You are worried that the princess will the 36 stratagems, and the 3 kingdom stories you gave her will become evidence of her crime. Right? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, I am indeed a little worried. Then he comforted her softly. But it doesn't matter. No one else knows. We just don't admit it. Even if we really want to investigate, the worst that can happen is that we will leave Dian. The world is big. Miss Second. Don't worry. I will definitely protect you. Brother-in-law. Miss Second. Call me Wei Mo. Miss Second. Did you cough again today? Yes. I coughed up blood. In the study, the smoke curled up and it became quiet. Chapter 212. In the room, the lights went out and the curtains fell. There was only one red candle left on the candlestick at the head of the bed, emitting a dim light, adding a warm glow to the room. Miss Qin too was lying in the quilt. Luo Qingzhou sat by the bed, took out the porcelain bottle, and dripped 2 drops of spiritual liquid for her. The two watched silently, without speaking. It was close to midnight. The girl on the bed had fallen asleep. Luo Qingzhou walked out and lay down on the couch directly, concentrating his mind and spirit. After leaving the room, he first took a look at Zhuer and Chior outside, searched the whole house, and then rose to the air and searched the whole mansion. After seeing nothing unusual, he left the Qin mansion. No more surveillance was found in the alley at the back door and the street at the front door. He continued to fly in the air. Finally, a suspicious figure was found next to the arch bridge in and out of the inner city. The figure sat under the tree at the end of the bridge, with ragged clothes, disheveled hair, and a dirty face. There was a broken bowl in front of him, like a beggar, but his neck exposed from his collar was clean, and the fingertips of his hands were clean and neatly trimmed. When he looked up at the street, his eyes were also shining, and his body was very strong. Luo Qingzhou floated in the air, stared at him for a while, and ignored him, and went out of the city directly. He rushed all the way, searching below. When he came to the foot of Zixia Mountain, he found that the figures were hiding in the woods last night. This woods is the only way to his mother's grave on the mountain. There were only 7 people tonight. The old man surnamed Mei in a gray robe was not here tonight. I don't know if he didn't come tonight because of something, or he was hiding in the city. Luo Qingzhou observed for a while, and then flew up the mountainside. Under the shadow of the big tree, his mother's grave was quietly sitting there, without any signs of being dug. He was relieved and went down the mountain. He waited for a while, and when he was about to leave, one of the figures hiding behind the big tree suddenly said, could the news from Chunghua Mansion be wrong? That kid may not know that we are going to dig up his mother's grave? It shouldn't be. But why is there no movement? Don't scholars attach great importance to filial piety? If his mother's grave is dug up, it will not be good for his reputation. Right? Let's wait and see. Maybe the Qin family is still discussing it. Okay. Wait for 2 more days. If there is still no movement by then we will not be polite. Just dig it up and throw it out to feed the wild dogs, regardless of whether it can affect his luck. as long as this matter is spread, saying that he and the Qin family ignored his mother's grave. Naturally someone will scold them. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and when he saw that it was quiet below, Fang Chumfeng left. There are still 2 days. He must break through to the bone refining realm as soon as possible to make his strength further. In that case, it will be easier to do things. Back to the city. He did not go home, but went directly to the Yuanyang Tower. On the eaves of the roof, the moon-white figure and the red figure had already stood there, seemingly waiting for him. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou had an illusion. He seemed to be a teacher, and these two seemed to be 2 students, waiting for him to come to class on time every night. Of course, he didn't want to be a teacher tonight. You're here so late again. Let's get started. As soon as he landed on the roof, the red figure turned around and said coldly. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and looked at the moon-white figure and said, "Sister Yu, when can my soul be promoted now?" The moon-white figure was silent for a while, and then said in a cold voice, "It will take at least half a month." Luo Qingzhou frowned. "Is there any way to be faster?" Then he pointed to the red bead behind him and said, "Sister Yu, when I was promoted from the night travel realm to the day travel realm, you used this magic weapon to help me. Can I still use this magic weapon to practice now?" The white figure of Yu paused for a while, then turned around and looked at him and said, "Are you in a hurry to advance?" Luo Qingzhou frowned and nodded. "Well, the sooner the better." The white figure of Yu stared at him coldly for a moment, then said lightly, "It's indeed okay. However, the pain this time is more intense than the last time. If you can't hold on, there is even a danger of your soul flying away. Are you sure you want to use it?" Soul flying away. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou's heart sank, and he fell silent. The red figure next to him looked at him, and couldn't help but say, "It's only half a month. And it's gone in a blink of an eye. I don't think you need to be so anxious to advance. No matter how urgent it is. You can't joke with your soul. If your soul is scattered, even if you want to reincarnate, it's impossible." The moon-white figure was silent for a while, and said, "She's right." Luo Qingzhou pondered for a while, then raised his head and said, "Sister Yu, is there no way to reduce the danger? I'm not afraid of pain. As long as there is no danger of soul flying, as long as I can advance as soon as possible, I can endure any pain." The moon-white figure stared at him for a while, then said, "There is indeed a way, and you need a magic weapon to help you." Luo Qingzhou's expression moved, and he hurriedly said, "What magic weapon?" The moon-white figure did not answer immediately, turned his head, and looked at the red figure next to him. The red figure was stunned for a moment, and suddenly his face changed, and he hurriedly said, "You guys chat. I'm going back. I won't listen to the story tonight, and continue tomorrow night." After that, the figure flashed and was about to leave. "You may not see him tomorrow night," the moon-white figure suddenly said. The red figure suddenly appeared in the night sky more than 10 meters away, turned around and said, "Are you threatening me?" The moon-white figure said lightly, "If his soul is scattered, what you lose is not comparable to that magic weapon." The red figure snorted coldly, "He can be not anxious." "I am anxious," Luo Qingzhou said immediately. The red figure looked at him coldly and said, "You are anxious. What does it have to do with me? You have taken my flame handkerchief. Don't think about taking anything from me again." Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Then I call you sister. You can lend it to me." "Okay." The red figure was slightly startled and looked at the moon-white figure. The moon-white figure did not speak. The red figure suddenly sneered, "Do you know what you want to borrow from me?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and looked at the moon-white figure. The white figure was silent for a moment, and said, "Spiritual silk stockings can increase the speed of soul condensation. If you want to use that kind of magic weapon to practice, your soul will definitely be shattered. The faster you condense and repair, the less danger of your soul flying away." Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, "Spiritual silk stockings? Are they socks?" The white figure did not speak, and looked at the red figure. The red figure sneered, "Of course they are socks. And that pair of socks is now on my feet. Do you think I will lend them to you?" Luo Qingzhou. The scene fell into silence. After another moment, Luo Qingzhou still couldn't help looking at her and said, "Lend them to me for a few days. I promise not to dirty them." He suddenly remembered something, and looked at the white figure next to him, wondering, "Sister Yu, do I just need to hold the spiritual silk stockings in my hand? Or do I need to?" The white figure remained silent. The red figure sneered, "Will it be useful to hold it in your hand?" Of course you need to wear it on your feet. And both feet. So, do you think I will still want my socks after I give them to you? Can I still want them? And, are you sure you want to wear women's silk stockings? Luo Qingzhou. Sister you. Is there any other magic weapon that can help me? Luo Qingzhou had to look at the moon-white figure for help. He didn't want to be a pervert. He could barely accept touching and smelling a girl's socks. But, you must not wear them on your feet. And in front of these two people. The moon-white figure heard his words. But before she answered, the red figure immediately said, of course. Her body is the best magic weapon. No. It's the best magic weapon. As long as she keeps holding you, your soul will be safe. Sister, you don't want to see your lover's soul fly away, right? The red figure suddenly sneered. And a hint of gloating expectation suddenly appeared in his eyes. Chapter 213 Brother. Brother. The night was silent. The moonlight fell. And the white figure on the eaves looked at the darkness in the distance. Still silent. The red figure stood in the void not far away. And also did not speak again. The two seemed to be confronting each other in another way. Luo Qingzhou knew that it was inappropriate and impossible for this senior Yu to hold him. So he had to float up and flew in front of the red figure. And said again, lend me your socks. And I will come to tell you stories every night in the future for a month. Do you think it's okay? The red figure looked at him coldly and said, why don't you ask her to hold you? Maybe she will agree. Luo Qingzhou said, men and women should not be intimate. Even the soul is the same. The red figure sneered, didn't you hook up with each other a long time ago? Why are you pretending again at this time? Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly. Frowning. He had no patience to argue with her. And his tone suddenly became tough. Just say whether you will give it or not. The red figure snorted coldly. No. What do you want? You don't need to come in the future. The few times I told you should be enough to exchange for your flame handkerchief. Luo Qingzhou didn't talk nonsense with her anymore. Turned around and returned to the Yuannong Tower. And bowed to the moon-white figure and said, Senior, I won't tell you a story tonight. I will tell you a scripture. The moon-white figure was slightly startled and said, okay. The red figure stood not far away. Hesitated for a moment. Did not leave. Held his breath and concentrated. And pricked up his ears. The Tao that can be told is not the Tao. The name that can be named is not the name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. As soon as these words came out, the moon-white figure's mind suddenly buzzed. And then suddenly turned around and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou said in a sonorous tone, so, always be nothing. In order to see its wonders, always be something. In order to see its boundaries. These two, from the same source, but with different names, are both called mysterious. Mysterious and mysterious. The door to all wonders. The long hair behind the moon-white figure suddenly moved without wind. And the snow-white dress on her body also began to flutter. The moon-white light flickered all over her body. The red figure standing in the virtual space, not far away, after being stunned for a few seconds, suddenly flashed and came closer. With just a few words, she suddenly felt the soul power in her body stirring. At the same time, a strange force emerged out of thin air and poured into her entire soul. Everyone in the world knows that beauty is beauty. And this is evil. Everyone knows that goodness is goodness. And this is not good. Existence and non-existence are interdependent. And difficulty and ease complement each other. Luo Qingzhou continued to speak. And there was silence on the roof. The two figures stared at him, their heads buzzing. And suddenly they felt a sense of enlightenment. As if they were listening to the Dharma for the first time. As if they were entering the Tao for the first time. At the same time, the soul power in the two people's bodies could not help but start to flow rapidly. The moon-white light and red light on the two people began to flicker, as if they echoed those mysterious words. But at this moment, Luo Qingzhou's words stopped abruptly. Continue. The two were stunned for a moment, and suddenly urged in unison. As soon as the words fell, the two reacted and looked at each other, both stunned, and then fell silent. Luo Qingzhou also walked to the back and sat down in silence, and began to cross his legs to practice the soul and mind method. It seems that his guess is correct. Since Journey to the West is useful, then this Tao Te Ching is even more useful. In this case, he is not in a hurry. On the roof, there was a long silence. The red figure suddenly spoke first. Senior sister, is this a method of cultivation? The moon-white figure was silent for a moment, and said lightly, is it? You have already felt it yourself. Why ask me? The red figure suddenly asked in confusion. How does he know so many advanced methods of cultivation? Who is he? Then her heart suddenly moved, and a hint of excitement appeared on her face. Is it the reincarnation of some great power? The moon-white figure did not speak again. As if acquiescing, the red figure was shocked and excited, and his eyes looked back at the mysterious figure sitting in front of him. His eyes were uncertain, as if he had met him for the first time tonight, and he no longer dared to despise or underestimate him in his heart. If the previous story was just something he heard by accident, or got from somewhere else, then what about the scripture just now? He actually set out such a profound and powerful cultivation method casually, looking relaxed and without any discomfort. Ordinarily, only a great and powerful person with extremely high cultivation can recite this kind of profound Taoism casually and pass it on orally easily. Ordinary people simply cannot remember it in their minds, let alone recite it casually, because this kind of practice method, the words are as heavy as 1,000 pounds, even as heavy as a mountain. Every word and sentence contains the secret method of the Great Way, which is mysterious and profound. Without a thorough understanding, without penetrating into the bone marrow and soul, and without a certain level of cultivation, it is absolutely impossible to pass on the method to others so easily. So the person in front of him is definitely not simple. Brother. The red figure struggled for a while in his heart, and suddenly gritted his teeth, blushed, and called out crisply. She felt that calling such a person brother would never be a disadvantage for her. If the story and the effect of the scripture just now were spread, there would definitely be countless geniuses coming to learn from him and beg him to pass on the method. So, calling him brother was definitely her advantage. The man in front of her will definitely not achieve simple success in the future. If he soars to the sky and becomes famous, let alone calling her brother, she will not be able to call him master or uncle at that time. So, she can't hesitate any longer and must seize this opportunity. The path of cultivation is ever-changing and opportunities are fleeting. Once missed, it will be too late to regret. Suddenly, her heart moved again, and she looked at the Yubai figure beside her. A look of astonishment and complexity gradually appeared on her face. Is the senior sister helping her? Yes, it must be. The senior sister must have seen that she couldn't break through for a long time and left the sect. She was practicing alone. If there was no one to guide her, it would be difficult for her to make progress in the future. So she felt pity and forced her to get close to the man in front of her and practice with him. Senior sister has always been cold and never takes the initiative to help anyone. So she must be embarrassed to directly say that she is thinking about her. But if you think about it carefully, senior sister has actually hinted at her many times. Worship him as a master. Or call him brother. If you want to advance and break through. If I say it's for your own good, do you believe it? At this moment, she suddenly recalled what her senior sister said to her. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her guess was correct. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she was so stupid and regretful. At the same time, a warm current surged through her heart. Sure enough, the senior sister was helping her, and it was really for her own good. Senior sister, she called softly. This call was a kind and touching call from the heart. The white figure frowned slightly and looked at her with some doubts. Brother. Brother. The red figure suddenly looked at the person sitting in front of him again, and called twice in a row. And he called more and more skillfully and smoothly. The first call was still blushing and hot, and there was a little shame. Now the two calls were already familiar and very natural. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and looked at her in surprise. So soon to give in? But judging from her previous personality, even if she gave in, she wouldn't be so flattering and so relaxed and natural. Right, brother. I was just joking with you. Do you want more socks? Without waiting for his answer, the red figure suddenly sat down next to him and started to take off the socks on his feet. Soon, two soft and cute red stockings stretched out from the red halo and were handed to him. Here, brother. In fact, you don't have to wear them on your feet. Just hold them in your hands. But they may fall off, because when the sole is broken, it will be very painful, and it will repeat over and over again. So it will be better if you bite something in your mouth. I suggest you can bite these socks in your mouth. Luo Qingzhou. The White Figure. Chapter 214 Sister Xiaoya. Schwa. The night was silent. The round bead embedded on the top of an unguarded arrow tower on the inner city wall suddenly shot out a dazzling red light. This red light is hard to see with the naked eye. Even if it shines on the body, there is no feeling. But for the soul, it has a terrifying destructive power, enough to tear their bodies apart and make them fly away. At this time, Luo Qingzhou is using it to practice. Close your eyes. Recite the formula silently. Activate your soul power. And guard the spirit platform. The white figure stood not far away to guide. The red figure stood shoulder to shoulder with her, watching silently. The red light instantly enveloped Luo Qingzhou's whole body. And then, the whole soul suddenly felt a terrible pain. Ka! Many cracks appeared on his body, and it was shattered. At the same time, the red light seemed to turn into thousands of knives, piercing into the depths of his soul, and began to cut his soul with force, as if it was cut into pieces. The pain came. He opened his mouth wide, and almost fainted from the pain. He immediately clenched his teeth, silently recited the formula, kept his spiritual platform clear, and held the red stockings tightly in his hands. Soon, the whole soul was torn into pieces and shattered. Only the two hands holding the red stockings tightly remained intact. The broken body, under the continuous attack and cutting of the red light, began to slowly drift around like smoke. Once they were allowed to drift away and separated by a certain distance, the entire soul would completely disappear. Luo Qingzhou immediately activated the last soul power in the spiritual platform, silently recited the formula, and guarded the last soul in the center. At the same time, the stockings in both hands began to flash. The broken soul that was about to scatter suddenly closed up like smoke, and then slowly merged. Soon, it condensed together again and became a complete soul. Shwa! But the red light bursting out from the red round bead on the top of the arrow tower increased its power again. Luo Qingzhou's soul, which had just been condensed, was torn into pieces again. This time, it was still extremely painful. His entire shattered soul began to tremble violently, and his hands tightly grasped the red silk stockings in his palms, clenched his teeth, and tried his best to maintain the last clarity of his spirit. His broken body slowly dispersed like smoke blown away by the wind. Then, under his desperate persistence, it slowly closed, merged, and condensed together again. When the soul was cut and shattered for the third time, the severe pain suddenly hit him. He finally couldn't bear this terrible pain, bit the red silk stockings in his hand into his mouth, and then trembled all over, biting it tightly, and desperately held on, with the last bit of clarity and strength. Pain. Extremely painful. The soul was torn apart, cut, chopped into pieces, and repeatedly tempered and ravaged by the terrible red light. Senior sister. He bit my socks. The red figure not far away turned his head and looked at the moon-white figure beside him. His face was hidden in the red halo, and his expression could not be seen clearly. That was my personal belonging. He held it tightly in his hand between life and death, and bit it tightly in his mouth. Are you jealous? The moon-white figure looked at the figure, who was suffering great pain in the red light. After a moment of silence, he said lightly, Are you willing to call him brother now? The red figure said, Of course. In this world, the strong are respected. I didn't want to do it before because I couldn't see that he would become a strong man. Now of course I am willing. The moon-white figure didn't say anything else. The red figure also looked at the broken figure biting her stockings painfully, and said, He has a strong will, a strong heart, and so many secrets. He is definitely not an ordinary person. I'm afraid it will not be as simple as soaring into the sky in the future. Senior sister, have you considered killing his wife and then replacing him? If you don't form a Taoist partner with him before he takes off, I'm afraid you won't have this opportunity in the future. The moon-white figure couldn't help but turn around and look at her. The cheek hidden in the moon-white halo couldn't see the expression on it. Sister, do you think what I said is right? The red figure's mouth curled up slightly. Those who do great things don't care about trivial matters. You just saw that I call brother so naturally and kindly. This is the mentality and attitude that must be possessed to do great things. Sister should learn from me. Sister is determined to become an immortal and cultivate the great way. Why should I care about the flesh and innocence? The moon-white figure turned her head and continued to look at the figure who was painfully tempering his soul, and ignored her. The red figure was silent for a while, looking at the figure, and said, It's a pity that I haven't seen his appearance and true body, and I don't know what his identity is. Otherwise, I can help you at that time and let his wife leave or die quietly. Sister, I know you can't do it. Tell me his true identity. I will help you. The moon-white figure still didn't speak. The red figure looked at her and said, It seems that you really just met by chance, and you don't know his true identity. The fluorescence on his body is a bit strange. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as hiding his appearance and identity, senior sister. This person has a lot of secrets. If you don't have time or don't want to care too much, you can hand him over to me. I will take him back and train him well. I will definitely help you dig out more of his secrets. Senior sister, since you don't say anything, it means you have tacitly agreed. When he finishes his training later, he will be the weakest. At that time, I will take him away directly. Call him brother a few times, and then let him see my true identity. He. Believe him, you buy. The figure suddenly said indifferently, if you don't want to be too embarrassed. If you still want to continue practicing, then shut up. The red figure narrowed his eyes and sneered. Are you afraid that I will snatch him away? Senior sister, I seem to hear the anger in your tone. It's really rare. Are you really tempted? The moon-white figure was silent for a while and said, if I say it's for your own good, do you believe it? You are lying. The words in the mouth of the red figure suddenly stopped again. He looked at her with flickering eyes for a while, and then snorted coldly, you don't have to pretend. You just can't bear it. Just afraid that I will snatch him away. The moon-white figure didn't speak again. Swish. The round bead on the top of the arrow tower seemed to have exhausted its energy after emitting the fourth wave of light, and finally began to dim. At this time, Luo Qingshou, after his fragmented soul was recondensed, was too weak to stand up straight. He still held the red stocking tightly in his mouth. His originally solid soul had now become translucent, and was about to break apart in the wind. The white figure of Yu suddenly flashed and appeared beside him, and then took him away from the range of the round bead. Thank you. Sister Yu. Luo Qingzhou spit out the stockings in his mouth and held both in his hands. His body was still trembling with pain, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. That's all for today. After returning, take a rest for a night. Tomorrow morning, noon, evening, bathe in the morning sun, the scorching sun, the sunset and continue to practice. The white figure of Yu said in a cold voice. Luo Qingzhou looked at her. How many days will it take? The white figure of Yu was silent for a moment and said, at least 7 days. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and frowned. The red figure said at the side, brother, 7 days is actually very short. Many people need half a year, or even longer to break through from daily travel to controlling objects. Some people do not have opportunities and talents, and may not be able to break through in their entire lives. Brother is already very powerful. Don't worry. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and heard her calling brother more and more smoothly and intimately. The tone and attitude were also very different from before. He was stunned for a moment, raised the 2 stockings in his hand and said, thank you for your spiritual silk stockings. They are really useful. Lend me a few more days, and I will return them to you after I break through. By then, brother. The red figure interrupted him and said crisply, I call you brother. We are a family, so let's not talk about different things. This pair of spiritual silk stockings is given to brother. It is made of special materials, and the flesh can touch and see it. But after the soul is brought out, it becomes a void, and mortals cannot see or touch it with the naked eye. In addition to allowing the soul to condense quickly, it also has a strong defensive power, and carrying it on the body, you can also hide the soul. So it is difficult for others to find you, and you can't see your real cultivation. Hesitated, said, brother, you can call me Xiaoya in the future. Sister is to you. I am Xiaoya. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her again and said, thank you, Xiaoyu sister. The red figure flashed and laughed. Brother is polite. That where is my brother live so weak? Let the sister send you home. Without confused, I still kept awake in my mind. I heard the words and rejected it directly. No. I can go back by myself. After that, I arched my hands to the 2, and said, then I will go back first, and let the 2 tell stories tomorrow. Yu-Bai figure did not respond. The red figure did not force it anymore and smiled. Well, brother, go slowly on the road. Xiaoya will be waiting for you here tomorrow night. Luo Qingzhou turned and left. He did not fly directly to the Qin mansion, but flew to another direction, landed, and walked through the wall from the ground street. In this way, they could not see him. The red figure floated in the void. After seeing him leave, the smile on her face gradually faded. Senior sister, I just suddenly remembered. Did you deliberately force me to call him brother or master, and then make it impossible for me to have that kind of relationship with him in the future? The moon-white figure looked at the dark night in the distance. Still without speaking, the red figure snorted coldly and said, if that's the case, then senior sister looks down on me too much. Any rules are meaningless in front of me, as long as I am strong enough. I will destroy them if I want to. And I will never have any psychological burden. So, even if I call him brother or master now, if I want to have a relationship with him in the future, I will still do it. Do you think I will let these worldly things bind me? The night wind blows, and the clouds float away. The moonlight falls down. The moon-white figure disappeared at some point. The red figure looked at the place where she just stood, and was quiet for a while. The red shadow flashed and disappeared. The palace next to the city lord's mansion. In the luxuriously decorated study room with swaying red curtains, a figure in a fiery red dress got off the bed, walked to the window, and stared at the night outside for a while. Then she returned to the desk, picked up the scroll next to her, and slowly unfolded it. The rolling Yangtze River flows eastward, and the waves wash away all heroes, right and wrong. Success and failure are all in vain. The green mountains are still there, and the sunset is red several times. The white-haired fisherman and woodcutter on the river bank are used to watching the autumn moon and spring breeze. A pot of muddy wine is a happy reunion. So many things in ancient and modern times, all in jokes. She looked at the opening words above and read them softly. Then, she whispered softly, "Success and failure are all in vain, the mountains remain, and the sunset's a red senior sister. You are indeed pursuing higher goals, but they are too illusory. What fun is there? What I pursue is much more exciting than you. Yuewu." She suddenly shouted to the outside, "Go and call Miss Qin Er and Mr. Luo tomorrow afternoon. I want to hear their stories." "Yes, Your Highness." Yuewu's respectful voice came from outside. She pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, "Forget it. Just call Mr. Luo. And Miss Qin Er is not needed. I have something to say to Mr. Luo, and it is not appropriate if Miss Qin Er is here." "Yes, Your Highness." Yuewu walked out directly, and sent someone to notify in advance. Chapter 215 Mini Vixens. It was dawn. Luo Qingzhou had gotten up from the couch. After returning last night, his soul was extremely weak, and he felt a tearing pain. But after a good night's sleep, he had recovered. At the same time, he felt sharper, and his soul became stronger. After getting dressed, he went to the inner room to wrap Miss Qin Er with a blanket. He went over and quietly opened the door and walked out of the room. Chior had already gotten up. When she heard the noise, she immediately came over and squatted on the ground to help him put on his shoes. Then she whispered to him, "Son-in-law, Miss Yuewu sent someone to bring a message last night, saying that she would come to pick you up this afternoon, and asked you to wait at home in the afternoon." Luo Qingzhou frowned when he heard this. He was going to go out of the city to practice in the Blackwood Forest today. Now time is tight. So how can he have time to chat with the eldest princess? By the way, where is the second lady? Didn't you say you would pick her up? He suddenly asked again. Chior wiped the dust off his shoes with a silk cloth, stood up and said, "No one said to pick up the young lady, only to pick up the son-in-law." Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned, pondered for a moment, and nodded. "Okay, I know. The second young lady is still sleeping. She didn't cough last night and slept well. Let her continue to sleep." "Okay, son-in-law." Chior nodded obediently. As Luo Qingzhou just walked out of the door, she suddenly called out softly, "Uncle." "That." Luo Qingzhou stopped and turned to look at her. "What's wrong?" Chior's cheeks suddenly turned red, and she shook her head. "No, nothing." Zhuer suddenly came out of the next room and said, "Uncle, Chior wants to say that my lady is weak. When you come to accompany my lady every night, you must restrain yourself and don't bully my lady. If you really can't help it, you can ask Chior to serve all." Before she finished speaking, Chior rushed over, covered her mouth with one hand, and dragged her into the room. Her cheeks turned red in an instant. She stuck her head out of the door and said shyly and annoyedly, "Uncle, don't listen to Zhuer's nonsense. I didn't mean that." "Well, that's uncle. She meant that she hugged me and called me uncle last night, and clamped her legs, ha ha ha." Bang! The door was closed. Suddenly, Zhuer's loud laughter and begging for mercy were heard from the room. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door for a while before walking down the steps and leaving quickly. Back to the courtyard. Xiao Dai was wearing a green floral dress and sweeping up the fallen leaves and dust in the courtyard. Seeing him coming back, she hurried to the kitchen to serve him breakfast. After Luo Qingzhou finished his breakfast, the sun had just risen. He immediately went to Yueyedingyu Garden and entered the bamboo forest in the corner. Then, his soul left his body. His soul floated out of the bamboo forest and flew to the roof of the moon viewing building. bathing in the rising sun and running the soul and mind method in his body. The fiery red sun rose slowly from the distant green mountains. The golden light instantly covered the earth. Luo Qingzhou's soul seemed to have turned golden, and a white airflow appeared in his body, which began to flow from bottom to top and from top to bottom, repeatedly throughout his body. The light on his body flickered continuously. He could clearly feel that there seemed to be a mysterious power in the morning sun, which turned into a trace of heat flow, entered his body, and began to flow rapidly along the soul acupoints. Time passed quietly. When the morning sun rose from the distant green hills and slowly rose to the middle of the sky, he opened his eyes and felt refreshed. His eyesight seemed to be able to see farther, and his whole soul seemed to be refreshed. He flew back to the bamboo forest, and his soul returned to the acupoints. Then he dived to the bottom of the lake and entered the dark room. He took out the 2 bottles of spiritual liquid from the storage bag, dripped a drop on each fingertips, and then began to do the strange movement of tendon training. The big tendons of the whole body began to accumulate power and pull up, from slow to fast, and then from fast to slow. It was repeated continuously until the fascia of the whole body became hot and began to beat non-stop. It stopped until it started to ache. After a short pause, he left the stone room again, walked into the middle passage in front, and began to split the stone to open a way to temper the fascia. The fascia accumulated power, contracted, and then suddenly ejected and burst out. Boom! A punch hit the stone blocking the passage in front, and there was a loud bang, and stone chips flew. Boom! 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 In the underground passage, the sound of fists rumbled, and stones fell to the ground one after another. At noon, he opened a distance of about 7 or 8 meters again. The ground was full of broken stones. The passage in front seemed to become wider, and at the same time, an animal corpse appeared on the ground again. Looking at its bones, it looked like a huge crocodile. However, the tailbone was extremely thick, and there were dense bone spurs on it. It should not be an ordinary giant crocodile, but probably a powerful monster. This skeleton alone looked fierce and terrifying. If it was a living thing, it would be even more fierce and terrifying. Luo Qingzhou became more and more curious. What exactly was this place? And there were so many animal and monster skeletons buried there. So many underground passages. Where do they lead to? This lake is like spring all year round. And even in the coldest winter, it is warm like a spring, making the surrounding flowers and trees full of vitality and colorful all year round. What secrets are buried underground? While thinking in his heart, he walked out of the passage, entered the bottom of the lake, and began to scrub his body covered with sweat stains. After washing, he went ashore and entered the bamboo forest in the corner, and his soul left his body. At this moment, the sun has risen to the sky, and it is the time of daylight. The soul greeted the sunlight and flew to the top of the attic. According to the breathing method taught by Senior Yu, he began to slowly absorb the energy from the sunlight. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes and felt a little hot and painful all over his body. The ghost is always the ghost. Even if it reaches the level of day travel, it cannot be exposed to the scorching sun all the time. Fortunately, it is winter now, and even the sunlight at noon is not too strong. If it was a hot summer day, he might not be able to hold on for even a quarter of an hour, and his soul might burn. He stood up from the top of the attic and was about to float back to the bamboo forest when he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking in from the round door. She was wearing a purple dress, tall and graceful, and walked quickly to the lake with a pair of long legs. Swoosh! She suddenly jumped onto the willow tree by the lake, and then began to jump back and forth between the willow trees, while throwing white powder in her hands. At first, she was not very skilled in throwing, and sometimes she threw against the wind. After a while, her head and body were covered with white powder. Damn it! I must practice better than that bastard, and then I will fight back and take revenge. Puff! 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 She gritted her teeth and encouraged herself, and continued to practice. Another moment passed. She finally couldn't stand the white powder all over her body, so she jumped down from the tree and walked to the corner of the lake. She looked around and the door vigilantly, then untied her belt and took off her dress. Luo Qingzhou was stunned on the top of the attic for a while, and then quickly floated into the bamboo forest, and his soul returned to his body. When he returned to the courtyard, Zhuer had been waiting anxiously in the courtyard. Son-in-law, hurry up. Miss Yuewu has been here for a long time, and is waiting for you at the young lady's place. Why are you back now? Xue hurriedly urged. Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses, waved off Man Yufeng's snow-white brain, followed her out of the courtyard, and walked towards the Meixiang garden. When passing Lingchan Moon Palace, Beiling was leaning against the door, holding a flower in her hand in a daze. After seeing him, she snorted and turned into the courtyard. The courtyard door was not closed. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, asked Xue to wait for a while, and then entered the courtyard. Beiling was sitting in front of the stone table in a pink dress, pouting her little mouth, tearing the pink petals in her hands one by one. Xia Chan was wearing a light green dress, holding a sword, standing quietly under the eaves, looking at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou wanted to say a few words to Beiling, but seeing that there was not enough time, he had to give up and walk directly to the eaves and said, "Miss Xia Chan, I have to go out for a while to the eldest princess. Do you want to go with me?" Xia Chan did not speak, standing there without moving. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, without saying anything more, and turned to walk towards the door. Xue was standing at the door, looking anxiously. As Luo Qingzhou just walked to the door, Beiling, who was tearing petals, suddenly said, "Son-in-law, is the second lady going with you?" Luo Qingzhou turned around and said, "No, it seems that I am going alone today." As soon as these words came out, Beiling's brows suddenly frowned, and then she looked at the girl under the eaves and said, Chan, there is something strange. Son-in-law can't go out alone, let alone meet other women alone. That Yuewu looks very seductive, and there are probably many vixens there. If son-in-law goes alone, I'm afraid." Before she finished speaking, Xia Chan had already walked out from under the eaves. Her pretty face was cold, and she walked towards the door. "Son-in-law, Chan will accompany you. Go early and come back early," Beiling said crisply. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her again and said, "Yeah." After a pause, he said, "Bai Ling, I'll come back tonight to come and pay my respects to the eldest lady." Bai Ling snorted, turned her face away, and continued to tear the petals in her hand, muttering in a low voice, "Who cares?" Luo Qingzhou said nothing more and took Xia Chan out of the door. Plum Fragrance Garden. In the courtyard, under the peach tree, a graceful woman in a goose-yellow dress was looking up at the peach blossoms blooming on the branches with her beautiful face, talking to Miss Jean Eyre beside her with a smile on her face. Miss Jean Eyre was wearing a plain white dress, standing softly and weakly by the side, against the backdrop of the sun and peach blossoms. She was elegant and soft, with a pure beauty that was spotless and spotless. When Luo Qingzhou came in, the two girls looked at him together. Yuewu suddenly smiled. "Mr. Luo, the peach blossoms are so beautiful. Can you write a poem for me with the peach blossoms as the theme?" When Luo Qingzhou was about to refuse, Yuewu suddenly smiled and said, "I can tell you some news." She didn't say what the news was directly, but with her identity, these news must be not simple. Luo Qingzhou's eyes moved. He pondered for a while, looked at the peach blossoms blooming above her head, looked at her again, and chanted, "Last year on this day, in this door." The face of the person and the peach blossoms reflected each other. I don't know where the face of the person is gone, but the peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze. As soon as this poem came out, the smile on Yuewu's face gradually faded. The courtyard suddenly fell into silence. I don't know where the face of the person is gone, but the peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze, she murmured softly, looking up at the beautiful peach blossoms blooming above her head, repeating it several times in her mouth, then lowered her head and looked at him with complicated eyes. For a moment, she didn't speak. Miss Jean Eyre stood aside, also with complicated eyes, mumbling softly in her mouth. Her thin willow eyebrows slightly frowned, and a trance appeared on her slightly pale and beautiful face. The breeze blew, and the peach blossoms on the branches swayed gently. A few pink petals fluttered down, landing on the hair, dresses, and hearts of the two people, causing ripples. Chapter 216. The Treasure of the Qin Mansion. Outside the Qin Mansion, a team of guards, a carriage, and a white horse, with Xiao's support. Miss Qin too personally sent them to the door. In front of Yuewu, she gently told Luo Qingzhou, "Brother-in-law, come back early in the evening. Weima is waiting for you to have dinner together." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Okay." Yuewu walked down the steps with a smile on her face, personally lifted the curtain of the carriage, and whispered, "Mr. Luo, please." Luo Qingzhou got on the carriage. Yuewu followed. Miss Jean Eyre suddenly spoke softly on the steps. Miss Yuewu, don't you ride a horse? Yuewu turned around in the carriage and smiled. Riding a horse is a bit tiring. And I want to talk to Mr. Luo. Miss Jean Eyre, do you allow it? Miss Jean Eyre smiled slightly. Miss Yuewu is joking. The carriage is not our Qin mansion. Yuewu's mouth moved slightly, and she looked at her with a smile and said, but Mr. Luo is from your Qin mansion. Miss Jean Eyre smiled and said, it's okay. Brother-in-law can talk to Miss Yuewu. I think he is also very happy. Luo Qingzhou lifted the curtain, quietly poked his head out, and shook his head silently at her, indicating that he was unhappy. Miss Jean Eyre pursed her lips and said nothing. She suddenly looked at the lonely figure holding a sword under the big tree opposite. As soon as Yuewu entered the carriage and had not yet sat down, the curtain behind her suddenly moved, and a cold figure flashed in, and then, holding a sword, sat next to Luo Qingzhou, looking at her coldly. Yuewu looked at her, stunned, and laughed. Sitting down opposite, the two looked at each other. One had a pretty face like frost, and the other had a smile in her eyes. In the carriage, there was silence. The carriage slowly drove away from the gate of the Qin mansion and entered the street outside. Miss Jean Eyre stood at the door, looking at the back of the carriage going away, and she stood there until the carriage disappeared. Jura pouted her lips and couldn't help muttering, that woman is so shameless. She knew that the son-in-law was ours, but she wanted to sit alone in the carriage with the son-in-law. Shameless. Chiora frowned slightly and said nothing. At this time, a cold voice suddenly came from behind the three of them. She is indeed shameless. I have long discovered that she has evil intentions towards that boy. Weima, you have to be careful. Don't let her kidnap him. Song Ryue walked out of the door in a plain white dress with a cold face. Qin Weimo turned to look at her and smiled slightly. Mother, Xia-chan is watching, and Weimo believes in brother-in-law. Song Ryue rolled her eyes. You believe him in everything. Don't be sold by him, and count the money for him happily. Qin Weimo smiled softly and said softly, even if brother-in-law sells Weimo, Weimo will run away secretly and find brother-in-law again. Song Ryue frowned, looked at her in silence for a while, and then said earnestly, Weimo, no matter how good that boy is, he is just a mortal. The desires of mortal men are nothing more than money, power and beauty. Our Qin mansion can't compare with the eldest princess. I believe that any man will be moved if he is actively recruited by the eldest princess, and that boy will be no exception. The eldest princess can give him something that our Qin mansion can never give. Weima, do you understand what mother is saying? Qin Weimo was silent for a while, and then said softly, Mother, actually the princess has already tried to recruit my brother-in-law, but he just rejected her. I don't know if my brother-in-law likes all the money, power, and beauties that mother mentioned, but I know that my brother-in-law will never abandon us. Mother, my brother-in-law is a man who values affection and gratitude. Even if my sister treated him like that, he still couldn't bear to break off the engagement with her. So I believe that my brother-in-law will not abandon our Qin mansion. After a pause, she said softly, if there really is such a day, Mother, Weimo will also be happy for my brother-in-law, as long as my brother-in-law is doing well, living happily and happily. Weimo felt that nothing mattered and everything was worth it. To like someone, you don't have to tie him to your side. Just like the bird that his mother bought for Weimo when he was a child. Weimo liked the bird very much, but he still opened the cage and let it fly away while his mother was away, because it would be happy if it flew into the blue sky. It originally belonged to the blue sky. Not Weimo. Weimo hopes that his brother-in-law can find the blue sky that truly belongs to him in the future. Even if that blue sky is not in our Qin mansion. Even if that blue sky does not have any place for Weimo. Song Ryue fell silent. After a while, Fong asked, did he touch you? Miss Jean's cheeks were stained with 2 light blushes, and she whispered, Weimo touched him. Song Ryue. The carriage drove slowly on the street. The carriage was silent. Xia-chan, holding a sword, sat next to Luo Qingzhou, cold as ice and imposing. Yu wanted to speak several times, but didn't dare to speak. When they were almost there, she couldn't help but explain, Miss Xia-chan, you may have misunderstood. I only admire and worship Mr. Luo. I just want to chat with him as a friend. I don't have any other thoughts. Xia-chan looked at her coldly and didn't respond. Yuewu looked at the young man next to her and said softly, Mr. Luo, I like that poem very much. Thank you. Luo Qingzhou said. Miss Yuewu, you are welcome. That poem is not written for you. I just read it out for you. Yuewu. Mr. Luo, that poem may be used by you to express the feelings between men and women. But it reminds me of many relatives and old friends. Now everything has changed. I didn't know how to cherish it at that time. Now that I have lost it, I know the loss and sadness. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Miss Yuewu, what news do you want to tell me? Yuewu frowned and said sadly, Mr. Luo, I feel a little uncomfortable. Can we talk about these things later? Luo Qingzhou said, Miss Yuewu, you should talk quickly. We are almost there, and may not have time later. If Miss Yuewu is really uncomfortable, she can bear it first. After returning, she can go to the room alone to feel uncomfortable slowly. I think it may be better to feel uncomfortable alone in silence. Yuewu. Xia Chan turned her head and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou urged, Miss Yuewu, what's the news? Yuewu stared at him in silence for a while, then said, Recently, a monster appeared in the inner city. I don't know where it came from. 5 people were killed or injured. Mr. Luo should be careful when he goes out in the future. According to the news from Kyoto, Mr. Luo's poem Ode to Plum Blossoms was favored by several teachers in Hanzhan Academy, who highly praised it and said that they would make an exception to recruit the person who wrote the poem into the academy. Lord Qin has already submitted a letter to resign his title, and Lord Luo of Chunghua Mansion has also submitted a letter to resign his title. Lord Luo's eldest son Luo Chantian killed an assassin who sneaked into the palace and was promoted to a lieutenant in the Imperial Guard. At the same time, the emperor issued an edict to confer the title of Lady Wan of Chunghua Mansion as a royal lady. When she talked about the last piece of news, she carefully stared at every expression on the face of the young man in front of her. However, he was very calm, which made her feel a little surprised and confused. Is that all? Luo Qingzhou asked. Yuewu was stunned, nodded, and stared at him for a while, and then couldn't help but say, Mr. Luo, don't you care about the affairs of Chunghua Mansion at all? Luo Qingzhou said calmly, I am now a member of the Qin family. I have nothing to do with Chunghua Mansion. There is no need to care about other people's affairs. Yuewu frowned and said, but Mr. Luo still has the surname Luo. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, the name given by my mother? I dare not change it without permission. And the surname Luo is not necessarily the Luo of Chunghua Mansion. Yuewu said, that's true. There are also several officials with the surname Luo in Kyoto. Luo Qingzhou didn't speak, and slowly digested the news in his heart. We're here, Mr. Luo. The carriage stopped at the door of the city lord's mansion. When getting off the car, Yuewu suddenly said, by the way, Mr. Luo, there is another piece of news. City Lord Meng Jinan may collude with the Song family and other families to harm your Qin mansion. Therefore, Your Highness sent soldiers to guard this place, which can be regarded as a reward for Mr. Luo's hard work during this period. But Your Highness can only do this for the time being, and there is nothing else you can do. Luo Qingzhou heard this, and his heart sank. It was indeed so. The Song family escaped so many warriors so easily, and then went to kill the Qin family. How could it be possible without the help of the city lord's mansion and other families? Does Miss Yuewu know what the reason is? It shouldn't be because of resignation, right? He suddenly asked. Yuewu hesitated for a moment and said, it has nothing to do with resignation. They were planning before Lord Qin resigned. It is said that the Qin family hides a treasure. Treasure? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and his face was full of confusion. Yuewu lifted the curtain and shrugged, saying, I don't know the details, and neither does Your Highness. Mr. Luo, this matter may be related to previous generations, so Your Highness hopes that Mr. Luo will not be in danger and should leave as soon as possible. Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. Mr. Luo, please. Yuewu lifted the curtain and stood outside looking at him. Luo Qingzhou took Xia Chan out of the carriage, thinking about the treasure she had just mentioned. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the secret passage under the lake in Yueyatingyu Garden. If the Qin mansion really has a treasure, it should be there in the end, right? But what treasure is it? Mr. Luo, His Highness will leave after the new year. Once His Highness leaves, there will be no one guarding here, and your Qin mansion will be in greater danger. Now His Highness has no evidence to overthrow the city lord's mansion, and His Highness's identity is sensitive. The city lord's mansion is directly under the court, so His Highness can't directly manage the affairs here. Mr. Luo has strategies and talents, and he shouldn't stay here to live an ordinary life and live in fear. If Mr. Luo is willing, Miss Yuewu, If the princess summoned me here today to recruit me to leave the Qin mansion, then I won't go. Luo Qingzhou suddenly stopped and said seriously, I am from the Qin mansion. No matter what happens to the Qin mansion in the future, I will never leave the Qin mansion. Xiaochan followed behind, raised her eyes, and looked at him silently. Yue stopped talking, smiled faintly, and didn't continue talking. She walked in front and said softly, Mr. Luo, go in. The prince is looking for you for something else. Chapter 217 Beauty Trap. Palace. In the study, Nandong Huiyue, wearing a fiery red dress, was sitting quietly in front of the desk, practicing calligraphy. Her long black hair was lazily draped around her waist. Her tall and graceful figure was faintly visible under the loose long skirt. Under the skirt, there was a pair of snow-white and delicate girl's jade feet without stockings. Her delicate face still had a calm look, but she was also majestic without anger. The wind blew over the windowsill, bringing the scenery of the courtyard. The red curtains in the room swayed, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. A slender maid in a tube-top tulle was kneeling beside her, lowering her head and grinding ink silently. The slender waist, the tender skin and the concave and convex figure that were faintly visible in the gauze, as well as the white jade legs and delicate jade feet exposed under the gauze skirt, all added another charming scenery to this red room. The whole room was silent. Not long after, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door. Then, Yue's voice sounded at the door, Your Highness. Mr. Luo is here. Nandong Huiyue put down the wolf hair in his hand and turned his head to look. Outside the bead curtain, a tall figure in a wide Confucian robe was standing there with his head bowed. Although he had not spoken yet, he gave people a gentle, wise and profound atmosphere. Let Mr. Luo in quickly. Nandong Huiyue stood up, moved his long legs under the red skirt, and walked over to greet him in person. The bead curtain rang. Luo Qingzhou took off his shoes, bowed and walked in, bowed his head and said respectfully at the door, Greetings, Your Highness. Sir, you are welcome. Nandong Huiyue walked in front of him, showing a gentle smile on her face, staring at his face for a few times, and said with a smile, Today, I disturbed you from studying and preparing for the exam again. I apologize to you first. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, I dare not. Nandong Huiyue turned sideways, stretched out her hand and said, Sir, please come in. Today, I came to see you. In addition to listening to your wonderful stories, I also have a few questions to ask you. I hope you will be generous with your advice. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and walked in. Nandong Huiyue glanced at him again, walked to the table and said, Sir, please sit down. After Luo Qingzhou sat down, she followed him, pinched her wide sleeves, picked up the teapot, poured him a cup of tea, and said with a smile, Sir, do you want a drink? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said respectfully, No. Nandong Huiyue put down the teapot and said with a smile, It's good to drink a few cups occasionally. It is said that many masterpieces left by talented people were created after being drunk. With your talent, you can also give it a try. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, What story do you want to hear today, Your Highness? Nandong Huiyue looked at him calmly, and her slender jade fingers tapped lightly on the table, as if thinking about something. After a while, Fawn said, Sir, it's getting late today. I'll listen to the beauty trap in the 36 stratagems. Do you have such a story? Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this. He glanced at the maid next to him, who was grinding ink with her head down, wearing a thin gauze, with her breasts half exposed and her jade skin faintly visible. He was silent for a while and said, Yes. Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, Sir, please tell me. Luo Qingzhou calmed his mind, looked straight ahead, and said, If the soldiers are strong, attack their generals. If the generals are wise, attack their emotions. If the generals are weak and the soldiers are weak, their power will naturally wither. If the enemy has strong soldiers and smart generals, we cannot defeat him. We must use preemptive tactics. To serve him with land is the worst strategy. To serve him with money and silk is also the worst strategy. Only to serve him with beauties to appease his ambition is the best strategy. And we can turn defeat into victory, Nandong Huiyue said. Sir, you mean that the enemy is powerful, the soldiers are brave, and the generals are smart. So we can only surrender to him temporarily. Bribe him with benefits to disintegrate his ambition. Right? Yes. Then why are land and money the worst strategies, and only beauty's the best strategy? Your Highness, Using the method of offering land will inevitably strengthen the enemy's strength. For example, the 6 countries competed to serve Qin with land, and there was no good result, and using money, jewelry, silk and satin to please the enemy will inevitably increase the enemy's wealth. At the same time, will show too cowardly and incompetent. Like the previous dynasty serving Daluo Kingdom and Baiwa Kingdom, there will be no effect. And in the end it will still be bullied and plundered. Only the beauty trap is the most suitable, which can wear down the will of the enemy generals and even the ruler of a country, weaken his physique, affect his emotions and judgment, and thus increase the resentment of his ministers and troops. In the spring and autumn period, King Go Jian of Yu was defeated by King Fu Chai of Wu. So he used the beautiful woman Shi Shi to please Fu Chai, making him greedy for enjoyment and lose his vigilance. Later, Yu defeated Wu. There are many such examples in the previous dynasty. Nangong Huiyue held her breath and listened to him talk about the past and the present, talking freely, and suddenly her eyes were burning, staring at his handsome and confident face in a trance. The maid who was grinding ink on the side couldn't help but look up, looking at the elegant and talented young man in front of her. Her eyes were watery, as if overflowing with water. This conversation lasted for 2 hours. Outside the window, the sun was setting. Luo Qingzhou stopped talking, picked up the teacup, and drank it all. Nangong Huiyue's eyes were still fixed on his cheek and his bright eyes. After a moment's pause, she came back to her senses, picked up the teapot, and poured tea for him, saying with a smile, "Sir, you are so talented. I am convinced." After a pause, she suddenly said, "However, the examples you gave, those generals and kings, are all men. Since ancient times, men have been unable to resist the temptation of beauty. But what if it is a woman? A woman is a general. A woman is the ruler of a country. How can the other party use the beauty trick?" As soon as these words came out, the air in the entire study seemed to stagnate suddenly. There was silence for a while. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Your Highness, I am just one person's opinion. I say it only for your reference. It is not the truth, nor is it really useful." Nangong Huiyue still stared at him with her beautiful eyes and said, "Sir, can you answer me directly? If the general is a woman and the ruler is also a woman, then the enemy's strategy will be completely useless? If this strategy is useless, does it mean that many other strategies used on men are actually useless for female commanders? Right?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and was silent for a while, then said, "Not really." "Oh." Nangong Huiyue narrowed her eyes. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked into her eyes, saying, "Your Highness, the beauty trap is indeed used on male commanders. But if you deal with female commanders, you can actually use the beauty trap or other emotional strategies. As long as you are a human, you will have emotions. Whether you are a man or a woman, you will have physical needs and emotional needs. And you will have desires. As long as you grasp these, no matter whether the opponent's commander is a man or a woman, you will have the opportunity to use your strategy." At this point, he paused, still looking at her, and continued, "Your Highness thinks that a woman as the commander may avoid many mistakes and may ignore many of the other party's strategies. This assumption is not true. If your Highness really thinks so, he may pay a heavy price in the future." The atmosphere suddenly became more tense and depressing. The ink block in the hand of the maid next to her trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked at the daring boy in front of her with surprise. The room was silent for a long time. Nangong Huiyue smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your explanation and insight. I will definitely keep your words in mind." Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze, turned his head, looked at the sky outside the window, stood up and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, it's getting late. I should go back." Nangong Huiyue smiled and said, "Originally, I asked you to come today because I wanted to say a few words to you. But now it seems that there is no need. I already understand your intention. But I still want to ask, what is your purpose?" Luo Qingzhou remained silent and did not answer. Nangong Huiyue did not ask any more questions, stood up, and smiled. "Sir, I heard that there is only one maidservant in your room. You have helped me so much, and I have nothing to give you. Even if I want to give you, you dare not take it. So, I will give you a maidservant." As she said, she looked at the girl who was grinding ink next to her. The ink-grinding girl lowered her head and slowly stood up. Then she turned around and faced Luo Qingzhou. She suddenly untied the belt around her waist. The gauze on her body slipped off instantly, revealing a pink and attractive perfect jade body. Nandon Huiyue said indifferently, her name is Huagu. She is a saint of a sect in Baiwa country. Her body is naturally fragrant and warm in winter and cool in summer. She grew up eating nectar and spirit juice. Every part of her body is pink and sweet. Even tears, sweat, saliva and other liquids are as sweet as honey. However, her lifespan is only 20 at most. Just like flowers. They bloom at their most beautiful time and wither at their most beautiful time. Sir, take her back. She also wants to have her own home and someone she can accompany. It's a complete waste for her to follow me. In fact, since the first time you came, her eyes have never left you, even if there is a wall or a curtain between them. The girl lowered her head, and her pink cheeks were full of blush. Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked, Your Highness, did you really kill the 100,000 surrendered soldiers of Baiwa country? Nandon Huiyue smiled faintly and said, Sir, you can take her back and ask her, or you can ask Yuewu. They will tell you. Luo Qingzhou said nothing more, bowed his head, and said, Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness, but I have a wife at home and many maids to serve, so I can only appreciate it. Your Highness, goodbye. He did not stay any longer, and bowed and left directly. The bead curtain rang. He left the house, put on his shoes outside, and left alone. When he walked to the courtyard, the sword-holding girl under the tree came over silently and followed him with a cold face. The evening breeze blew, and the whole yard was full of flower fragrance. Luo Qingzhou suddenly turned his head and asked, Chan Chan. When I asked Beiling, she said that as long as the eldest lady agreed, she could be my maid. What about you? Can you? The girl behind him suddenly stopped. Chapter 218 Chan Chan's Fist. In the evening, the setting sun was slightly drunk. The exquisitely decorated carriage, surrounded by guards, drove slowly on the busy street. In the carriage, it was quiet. Luo Qingzhou and Yuewu sat opposite each other. Xia Chan still held the sword, with a cold face, sitting next to him coldly. Yuewu stared at his dark circles, her eyes full of unconcealed smiles, and finally couldn't help asking, Mr. Luo, who hit you? Asked knowingly. Luo Qingzhou had a blank expression. I did it myself. Yuewu suppressed her smile and said, Why did you hit yourself? Luo Qingzhou said, You are a bad mouth. It is indeed a bad mouth. He teased the wrong person, and he shouldn't have mentioned Beiling first. Just now, he rejected many temptations of the princess in a row, and he was too proud for a while, or a little melancholy for a while, so he couldn't help teasing the only girl Xia Chan around him. And then, bang! He was hit in the eye by a pink fist. It's what she deserves. Yue's eyes moved, and she glanced at the cold girl next to her, and suddenly asked, Mr. Luo, is your wife very strict? Luo Qingzhou did not answer, and looked at her and asked, How old is Yuewu this year? Are your parents still alive? Yuewu smiled politely, and asked again, Mr. Luo, is there always someone following him when he goes out? I heard that Mr. Luo doesn't even have the freedom to make friends. Right? Luo Qingzhou said, By the way, Miss Yuewu, you are from Baiwa country. I remember that the eldest princess defeated the army of Baiwa country and visited the holy city of Baiwa country. Was Miss Yuewu brought back by the eldest princess at that time? Mr. Luo, Miss Yu is homesick? Mr. Luo, let's talk. Is Miss Yuewu free now? Can she make friends and go out to play at will? The smile on Yuewu's face gradually disappeared, and she didn't speak again. Luo Qingzhou also calmed down. The carriage swayed gently. The three people in the carriage were all silent. Soon, the carriage stopped at the gate of Qin's mansion. On the steps, Miss Qin, who was wearing a plain white dress and a snow-white fox fur, was supported by Chior and had been waiting at the gate for a long time. Seeing the carriage carrying someone slowly returning under the golden sunset, her slightly pale and beautiful face showed a smile that was more moving than the sunset. The curtain of the carriage opened. Luo Qingzhou came out of the carriage and got off the carriage. Xia Chan went down from the other side, walked silently to the opposite side, and stood under the big tree 10 steps away, holding the sword, motionless. Yuewu also got off the carriage and looked at the delicate and elegant girl on the steps and said, Second Miss Qin, I think there is something you can do for Mr. Luo. He is married into your Qin mansion, so it is difficult for him to speak and make decisions. So I can only tell you. Second Miss Qin. Qin Weimo's eyes moved, and he said softly, Miss Yuewu, please speak. Yuewu stood at the bottom of the steps, looked up at her and said, I think that for an excellent man like Mr. Luo, your Qin mansion should not be too strict. You should give him more freedom, and take care of his life and needs. At this point, she paused, and then continued, my prince wants to give a maid to Mr. Luo. The other party is a woman of great status in Baiwa country, and is also a maid that my prince likes very much. His Highness thought about it for a long time before deciding to give it to Mr. Luo. But he was rejected by Mr. Luo. Miss Qin heir. Mr. Luo is the son-in-law of your Qin mansion. Of course, he dare not accept any woman without authorization. So I thought about it, and decided to tell you. The prince will definitely not keep the person he decides to send away. If Mr. Luo does not want it, then he can only give it to someone else. She looked at the young man who walked up the steps and said, Mr. Luo, you have also seen Hua Gu. If she is given to someone else, I think it is a pity. In fact, there are many generals under your highness who covet Hua Gu. By the way, your Lord Imo City Lord took a look at her that day and should have been moved. If Mr. Luo doesn't want her, I think your highness should give her to Lord Jiang City. Lord Jiang City is almost 50 years old, and Hua Gu is thinking of you, Mr. Luo. So if she receives this order, I am afraid she will. Miss Qin heir suddenly said, Miss Yuewu, in fact, my brother-in-law can make the decision on this matter, as long as he likes. It doesn't matter how many women he brings back. No one in our Qin mansion will obstruct him, and my sister will not say anything. Yuewu looked at her and said, Is what Miss Qin heir said true? Qin Weimao looked at the young man beside him and nodded. It's true. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of clang. A sword sounded, and then there was the sound of the sword returning to the sheath. The eyes of several people looked at the big tree opposite together. Xia Chan held the sword and stood there silently. Her pretty face was as cold as ice, her body motionless, as if she had done nothing just now. The scene was silent for a moment. Luo Qingzhou said, Second miss, I have already refused. Miss Yuewu, I have made it clear to His Highness that I have everything at home, and there are countless maids, so I don't need them. Yuewu retracted her gaze to the big tree opposite, glanced at him, and said softly, Mr. Luo, Hua Gu is very pitiful. After saying this, she said no more, walked to the white horse, got on the horse lightly, turned around and bowed, Second Miss Qin. Mr. Luo, I'm sorry to bother you. After saying that, she patted the horse and left with the carriage and guards. At the gate of Qin's house, it was quiet. After a while, Qin Weimao said, Brother-in-law? Luo Qingzhou said quickly, Second miss, I swear, I didn't agree to anything. The princess gave me a lot of hints, and I rejected them all, including the honey trap. Qin Weimao looked at his dark eyes and said softly, Brother-in-law, Weimao wants to ask, what's wrong with your eyes? Are you hurt? The girl holding a sword under the opposite tree turned her face away and looked elsewhere. Luo Qingzhou explained calmly, On the way there, I knew that the princess had no good intentions towards me, so I punched myself in the carriage to keep myself very sober, so as not to fall into the princess's trap if I was distracted for a moment. Now it seems to be very effective. Qin Weimao chuckled and didn't ask any more questions. He looked at the girl under the opposite tree and whispered, Chan, it's time to go home. Xia Chan looked at her and still stood there without moving. Qin Weimao whispered, Brother-in-law, you accompany Chan to dinner. Weimao will go in first. After that, she entered the gate first with the help of Chiu'er. Walking into the courtyard, Zhu, who was following behind, couldn't help asking, Miss, you waited for the son-in-law for so long. Didn't you say you wanted to have dinner with him? I have asked someone to prepare the food. Qin Weimao smiled slightly and didn't answer. After the master and servants left, Xia Chanfan left the tree, walked up the steps, and looked at someone coldly. Luo Qingzhou pointed at his eyes and said, That's good. My uncle is disfigured. Everyone is laughing at me. Xia Chan ignored him and walked into the door quickly. Luo Qingzhou followed behind and said, Chan, my uncle apologizes to you, but you should have seen my uncle's performance today. You relied on her beautiful face and good figure to seduce your uncle, but your uncle was cold and didn't give her any chance to get close. Do you think my uncle performed well? Shouldn't you give him a reward? Xia Chan still ignored him and walked quickly in front. Luo Qingzhou followed behind and didn't say anything. When they arrived at the door of Lingshan Moon Palace, he said, Chan, do you want to eat together? Xia Chan stopped at the door. Luo Qingzhou said again, Go in and call Bailing. You all go to my uncle's place to eat together, and my uncle will cook for you. Squeak bang. Before he finished speaking, the girl at the door suddenly entered the door and closed it directly. Then, the sound of the bolt being inserted came from the door. Luo Qingzhou, rubbing his eyes, he returned to his own courtyard. Xiao Dai saw him like this and asked with concern, "Young master, what happened to you? Were you beaten?" "Yes." Luo Qingzhou nodded. When the little girl heard this, she was immediately filled with righteous indignation and said angrily, "Who beat you? Who dares to bully my young master? Young master, tell me quickly. I will help you fight back now." Luo Qingzhou said, "Xia Chan." The little girl went into the kitchen and brought out the dinner, saying, "Young master, eat quickly. It's still hot. You bear it. I will help you rub it, and you will be fine after a night's sleep." Luo Qingzhou sat down at the stone table in the courtyard, looked at her and said, "Xiao Dai, go and help the young master fight back." The little girl stood beside him, gently rubbing his eyes with her soft little hands, and pouted her little mouth and said, "It must be that the young master said something bad to Sister Xiachan again, or did something bad. The son loves to play people. It is estimated that Sister Xia Yin will be accidentally tuning. So beautiful. The son is afraid of Sister Xia. Little girl, you want to look good tonight." "Son, really? There are more things to do tonight." "Yes. The new year is coming soon. After the new year, many things are getting closer and closer. Some things are imminent." After dinner, he went directly to Yuetingyu Garden. Then he entered the bamboo forest in the corner, flew to the roof of the attic, and began to practice in the golden sunset and sunset. When it was getting dark, there was a sudden sound of water splashing in the lake below. Then, a familiar voice sounded, "Chan Chan. Don't be afraid. Come down quickly. My uncle asked me to teach you how to take a bath. But you didn't listen? Didn't you hear that my uncle actually wanted to wait until you learned how to take a bath here, so that he could come and play in the water with you every night?" Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and looked down. In the misty lake, a snow-white figure stood in it, with a head of black hair hanging in the water, talking to the shore. On the shore stood a slender figure in a light green dress. Chapter 219. Do you like him too? The night gradually fell. Luo Qingzhou stood on the top of the attic, absorbing the rising moonlight to cultivate his soul while watching the movements below. Bailing was very happy in the water. She swam on her back, swam sideways, doggy paddled, and went in and out of the water, tempting and persuading the figure on the shore in various ways. The lake was misty, covering her body. You could only see a touch of snow-white, hazy, laughing and tossing in the water. Xia Chan stood on the shore for a while, and seemed to be afraid of water. She didn't dare to go down, and finally turned around and left. Bailing shouted in disappointment in the water, "Chan Chan, my uncle said that girls are made of water. How can you be afraid of water? My uncle is not afraid of water. How can you be afraid of something my uncle likes?" Xia Chan paused, stood there for a while, and left quickly. Bailing calmed down. After washing in the lake for a while, Fang swam to the shore, put on her top in the water, and went ashore. After putting on her dress, she hummed a song and jumped away. When she walked out of the round door, she seemed to look back and soon disappeared in the night outside the door. Luo Qingzhou flew up from the roof of the attic and fell into the bamboo forest, his soul returning to his body. Back to the house, Xiao Dai was sewing clothes in her room. Luo Qingzhou took out the Jianwu stone from the storage bag, held it in his palm, and checked the data. Strength, 2,500. Speed, 20. Resistance, 1,100. Spirit, 50. Seeing these data, he was surprised and thought that there was something wrong with the Jianwu stone. This data increased too fast. Strength increased by 500. Speed increased by 3. And spirit power increased by leaps and bounds, increasing by 10. Only resistance increased by only 100. It seems that the training in the past few days has been quite effective and has made rapid progress. Judging from these data, whether it is body training or soul, it is not too far away from a breakthrough. He must continue to work hard and must not slack off. He opened the window and looked at the moonlight outside. He took out the sun and moon treasure mirror from the storage bag and placed it on the desk in front of the window, facing the moonlight that was inlaid on the side. He glanced at the mirror and was about to leave when he suddenly had an idea and picked up the sun and moon treasure mirror again and pointed it at his face. The mirror was gloomy and dim, and his face appeared. Even with the moonlight shining, it was still dark and weird. Just as he put down the mirror suddenly made a pop sound, as if the calm water surface was suddenly broken. Rippling circles, and the face in the mirror suddenly broke open, becoming even more weird and terrifying. He was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt a sharp pain on the fingers holding the mirror. He hurriedly wanted to put it down, but suddenly found that the mirror seemed to be stuck to his fingers. At the same time, his whole body was fixed in place and could not move. The ripples in the mirror slowly spread, reached the edge of the frame, and disappeared. About a quarter of an hour later, the mirror surface gradually returned to calm. At the same time, his face appeared in the mirror again, still looking gloomy, but it always felt different. Looking closely, the pupils seemed to become darker and brighter. Looking in the mirror, it was deep and unfathomable, like the night sky. At this time, he found that his fingers could also move. So he quickly loosened his fingers and put the mirror on the desk. After carefully looking at the place where his fingers had just hurt, he found a small wound there, and blood was overflowing from it. He was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the place on the mirror where he had just held it. There was no blood there. He hesitated for a moment, and dripped the drop of blood that overflowed from his finger on the mirror and laid with the moon. As soon as the blood fell into the mirror suddenly seemed to be scattered by raindrops like calm well water, and a ripple was created. The drop of blood disappeared in an instant. The mirror quickly returned to calm. Luo Qingzhou was full of doubts, and observed carefully for a while, but did not find anything unusual. The cold moonlight fell from the window and fell into the dark mirror. Everything was as calm as before. Strange? He was full of doubts, and waited for a while, and saw that there was still no abnormality. So he had to leave. He went out and walked towards Lingshan Moon Palace. Today I promised Bailing that I would go to pay respects to the eldest lady tonight. Although Miss Qin didn't care at all. Of course, he went to pay respects to Miss Qin. Not really to see Miss Qin. Came to Lingshan Moon Palace. The gate was open, and the bright moonlight fell on the small courtyard. The small courtyard was empty. Luo Qingzhou entered the door and went directly to the backyard. At the gate of the garden, surrounded by vines, green leaves and red flowers, Bailing was wearing a pink skirt, holding a flower in her hand, and was leaning there, kicking her feet, breaking the petals, and counting in her mouth. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Why don't you count to 4? Luo Qingzhou walked closer and asked. Bailing looked up after hearing this, with a hint of doubt on her face. 4? Is there such a number? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, raised his 5 fingers and counted them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Isn't this 4? Bailing was stunned, raised his fingers, counted them. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Luo Qingzhou. Bailing, how many fingers do you have? He asked. Bailing thought about it, counted his 10 fingers very seriously several times, and said, 6. Luo Qingzhou? Bailing counted her fingers for him to see. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Look, sir. 6. Luo Qingzhou said, 6 on each side. Add up to 6? Bailing nodded, as if it was a matter of course. Yes, it is 6. Luo Qingzhou looked at her in a daze. I thought she was teasing me on purpose, but looking at the serious expression on her face, it didn't seem like that. After hesitating for a moment, he asked softly, Bai Ling, don't you know how to count? As soon as these words came out, Bai Ling was immediately angry, with her hands on her waist, stamping her feet and saying, Son-in-law, you insult me. Shua, shua, shua. Suddenly, the sound of Xia Chan practicing swords came from the garden. Luo Qingzhou glanced inside and said, Wait a minute. I'll go greet the eldest lady and say hello to Miss Xia Chan, and I'll be out soon. After that, he entered the garden. Bai Ling pouted and muttered, Miss Xia Chan, do you think I don't know? Chan Chan. Chan Chan. She has already called you, and she calls you better than me. Luo Qingzhou entered the garden and walked towards the pavilion. Under the peach tree by the pond, a slender figure in a light green dress was dancing with a sword silently, with sharp and deadly sword moves. That beautiful little face was still as cold as ice, as if she didn't see him coming in. Luo Qingzhou walked into the pavilion and bowed to the snow-white figure in the hall and said, Mississippi, Qin Jianjia's eyes lifted up from the book and slowly fell on him. She looked at him quietly on her face and eyes for a while, and then said in a cold voice, "How are you studying recently?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard the words, and felt flattered. Miss Qin actually cared about him for the first time. He bowed his head quickly and said, "It's okay. Thank you for your concern, Mississippi." Qin Jianjia stared at him for a while, then said, "Study hard and strive to get into high school next year." Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and said, "Qingzhou will not disappoint Miss." Qin Jianjia didn't say anything else, lowered her head, and continued to read. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more, bowed and said goodbye. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The pale green figure under the peach tree moved faster, and the sword in his hand became more fierce. Luo Qingzhou stopped, turned his head and looked, and praised, "Miss Xia-chan is so powerful. The sword dance is so beautiful." After praising, he left quickly, out of the garden. Bailing was no longer at the door, but stood at the corner of the wall in the front passage, leaning against the wall, squinting her eyes, sniffing the flowers in her hand, and her feet under the pink skirt were still kicking. Luo Qingzhou walked over, hearing the footsteps. Bailing came back to her senses and looked at him and said, "Uncle, don't tremble. I'm..." Luo Qingzhou pressed her against the wall and kissed her little mouth. The dark passage was quiet. After a long time, Luo Qingzhou finally let her go, hugged her slender waist, and whispered, "Bai Ling, don't be angry. Uncle will come to tremble with you every night in the future. Okay? No, don't." Bai Ling's cheeks were pink, delicate and lovely, like a pink flower in her hand. She lowered her head shyly, and her long eyelashes trembled. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her pink face again, then leaned against her forehead and said softly, "Wait a few more days. When I have dealt with the things outside, I will apologize to you and bully you for a few nights. Okay?" "No, no," Bai Ling said with a trembling voice, and suddenly pushed him away, retreating towards the garden, and said with a red face, "Uncle, don't be so coquettish to me in the future. I don't like it if you want to be coquettish. You can find." She suddenly stopped and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the cold figure who appeared at the round door behind her at some point, and did not dare to say anything more, and turned and left. When his back disappeared around the corner in front, Bailing stood there for a while, calmed down her emotions, raised her hand to wipe the moisture off her lips, turned around, looked at the cold figure at the garden gate and said, "Chan, I didn't say anything, and I wasn't kissed by my son-in-law. I swear." The figure at the gate held the sword, was silent for a while, suddenly walked towards her, stopped in front of her, and looked at her calmly with dark and cold eyes. "Chan, I swear." You like him too, right?" I don't." Bai Ling hurriedly shook her head, raised the pink flower with only a few petals in her hand, and said, Chan, I swear, I will always be a pure and innocent, pink and tender." Bai Ling. Just now? Miss, you care about him." Bai Ling was stunned for a moment, staring at her in a daze. Luo Qingzhou returned to the house, and went directly to the back garden. He practiced the plum blossom flying boxing for a while. Seeing that the time was almost up, he returned to the house and explained to Xiao Dai. Then he locked the room and left his body. Just as he put on the mask and was about to leave, he suddenly found a trace of purple light like a living thing in front of the window. Looking carefully, it turned out to be the moonlight that fell from the window. When it fell on the mirror of the sun and moon treasure mirror, it was suddenly decomposed. The traces of light purple light rushed into the mirror. Chapter 220 Mutated Sun and Moon Mirror. Who? The soul penetrated the roof, flew out of the city against the night wind. The sun and moon mirror seemed to have changed. Now, even if he left the courtyard and the Qin mansion, he seemed to be able to feel that the sun and moon mirror was lying quietly on the desk in front of the window. There seemed to be a mysterious connection between him and the mirror, just like him and the storage bag. Thinking of the pain and blood on his fingers just now, he secretly guessed that the sun and moon mirror might have successfully recognized its master by dripping blood. But I don't know what other functions the mirror has besides the spiritual liquid. Facing the night wind, while thinking about things, he searched in the streets and alleys below, under the big tree at the bridgehead entering and leaving the inner city. The beggar was still sitting there, looking at the road ahead from time to time. Puff. At this moment, a bird with black feathers suddenly flew up from the big tree above the beggar's head. The bird flew into the air and flew quickly out of the city. Luo Qingzhou's eyes moved, and he immediately sped up and followed, running all the way. The bird really flew straight to the foot of Zixia Mountain, and then landed in the woods below. Luo Qingzhou followed quietly and landed on a big tree. The bird landed on a woman's shoulder and chirped a few times. The woman frowned and whispered to the two figures in the bushes next to her, "No movement. The city gate is closed, and no one is coming out." At this time, several figures hiding in other places also surrounded them. The Qin family really doesn't care? Didn't the news from Chunghua Mansion say that the boy is very important to the Qin family? What's going on? No matter how important it is, life is more important. How could they just come here knowing it's a trap? Even if the Qin family doesn't come, the boy shouldn't be indifferent. Right? He is just a son-in-law. No matter how important he is to the Qin family, he can't act on his own. He is probably under the control of the Qin family. What should we do? Just wait. Eat poorly, sleep poorly, freeze every night, and help the boy guard the grave. Wait another day. Tomorrow night. Let's talk about it later. If they don't come again, we will think of other ways. By the way, why didn't Mr. Mei from Chunghua Mansion come tonight? It is said that there is a happy event in Chunghua Mansion, and he went back to help. Happy event? What happy event? He is busy preparing for the banquet. It seems to be related to Mrs. Wang and her eldest son. Hurry up and let Ajiang find out. If it is really a happy event, other families in Maching may be invited to the banquet. The Qin family may also be invited. At that time. Okay. The few people discussed for a while before separating. Luo Qingzhou listened on the big tree for a while. After seeing no sound below, he flew into the air and flew towards the middle of the mountain. In the woods, his mother's grave still sat there quietly, safe and sound. According to what Senior Yu said, it would take at least 7 days for his soul to break through. And his current body refining seemed to be about to break through. Originally, he was going to find a way to delay these people for a few days. But now it seems that Chunghua Mansion seems to have a chance to help him delay these people. The happy events that those people were talking about just now were probably the two things that Yue told him. The eldest son of Chunghua Mansion, Luo Changtian, was promoted, and Madame Wang was canonized as a royal lady. For such a happy event, Chunghua Mansion would naturally hold a banquet to invite other nobles in Mo City. Especially when Madame Wang was canonized as a royal lady. It was a great honor for Chunghua Mansion. Even the eldest princess might go. Although the Qin family had cut off contact with Chunghua Mansion, they would definitely go this time. After all, this was a canonization by someone from the court, and they had the face of the eldest princess. Moreover, the Qin family's title had not been resigned, and it was impossible for them to be criticized because of personal grudges. Then, it might be time for the Song family to take action. He decided to go back and find out when the banquet of Chunghua Mansion would be held. He hoped that it would not be too soon. In this way, he would have time to break through and prepare. Thinking about things all the way, he returned to the inner city. He did not return to Qin Mansion, but went directly to Yuanyang Tower. These days, day and night, he had to practice hard and strive to break through quickly, and he could not waste any time. When he arrived at Yuanyang Tower, the two figures were already waiting on the eaves. As soon as Luo Qingzhou landed on the roof, the red figure said sweetly, "Brother, you came so early tonight. Has my wife gone to bed at home?" The moon-white figure slightly turned her face. Luo Qingzhou said, "She has gone to bed." When the red figure wanted to ask more indirectly, Luo Qingzhou said directly, "Start telling stories. Tell twice tonight, and talk about scriptures tomorrow night. I still have to practice later." Neither of them had any objections. Luo Qingzhou did not delay any longer and continued to tell the story from last time. A section of Yunlin is full of pine flowers, and I listened to the orioles singing silently, with a clever tongue like a tune. The red is thin, and the green is fat in the spring. And suddenly the summer solstice has passed. On the two eaves, the moon-white figure and the red figure both held their breath and listened attentively. This story is wonderful. But you must not just look at the surface, because almost every chapter in it hides the secret method of cultivation, which is difficult for ordinary people to detect. They need to carefully ponder every word. When Luo Qingzhou was talking, the red figure suddenly interrupted and said, "Brother, what does it mean that people born under the dragon sign clash with people born under the tiger sign? Although the yin, chun, si and hai signs are considered a good combination, the only thing we are afraid of is that the sun offends the yearly lord." Is it true that people born under the dragon sign clash with the yearly lord in this world? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, if you don't understand, you can ask Sister Yu later. I will only tell you the story. The red figure held back for a moment and said, oh, brother. Continue. Luo Qingzhou continued to talk. Soon, both chapters were finished. The two stood on the eaves, motionless and silent, as if they were both reluctant to finish. Another moment passed. The red figure suddenly looked at the moon-white figure beside him and asked, Senior sister, the remnants of the termite array are illusions, and the cuckoo's cry makes me want to turn back. In ancient times, good deeds can prolong life, and good deeds will be rewarded by heaven. What does that mean? The moon-white figure said lightly. It should refer to good deeds and good deeds. The red figure was silent when he heard it. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Sister Yu, please help me practice. Let's go! The moon-white figure floated away from the eaves. Luo Qingzhou immediately flew up and flew towards the arrow tower in the inner city. The red figure watched the two people fly away one after the other, hesitated for a moment, and followed them, muttering, Does cultivation also require good deeds? Then will the things I do in my physical body affect the cultivation of my soul? Shua! As soon as Luo Qingzhou approached the arrow tower, the red light of the round bead on the roof burst out and instantly enveloped his entire body. Then, it began to cut his entire body like 1,000 knives. This time, the severe pain was more intense and more terrible than last night. The sudden pain made Luo Qingzhou open his mouth and almost screamed. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out a small red stocking, stuffed it into his mouth, and bit it tightly. Then, he held the other one with both hands. The severe pain hit him violently, and he trembled all over, and his entire soul was instantly cut into pieces. He bit the stocking in his mouth, closed his eyes, tried his best to keep his mind clear, and silently recited the formula in his heart. The soul shattered, and then slowly condensed and merged. It was as if he died, was reborn, died, and was reborn again. Sister, how do you feel now, when you see him biting the stockings I took off my feet every night? Do you regret not hugging him? The red figure raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and turned to look at the moon-white figure beside him. Unfortunately, there was no response. The red figure was silent for a while and said, Sister, how about giving one to me? From the time I met you until now, all the good things I see in my eyes are yours. Do you know how I feel? What makes me most depressed is... She turned her head and looked at her again. I am not worse than you, whether it is birth or talent. Sister, I am not worse than you. I am just not as lucky as you. I can't figure out why your luck. She suddenly stopped talking, and suddenly remembered the story just now. Her face changed for a moment, and she murmured, Hidden virtue good deeds cause and affect senior sister. Are there really such things in this world? You accumulated good deeds in your last life, and in this life you are just lucky? The moon-white figure was silent for a moment, and finally said, I don't know. The red figure didn't speak again, frowned, and fell into deep thought. I don't know how long it took. The red light emitted by the round bead on the top of the arrow tower finally began to dim. At this time, Luo Qingzhou in the red light was dying, but he still held on, with the red stocking in his mouth. The moon-white figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of him, taking him away from the range of the red light. Thank you, Sister Yu. Luo Qingzhou spit out the stocking in his mouth and said weakly, feeling that his whole soul was light, as if it was gone, and the severe pain still came in waves. The red figure immediately went up and said, Brother, you are so brave. Most people can't bear this kind of pain. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and silently put away the stocking in his hand. The red figure said sweetly, Brother, give me the stockings. I'll take them back and wash them for you, and give them to you tomorrow night. Luo Qingzhou weakly refused. No need. Who knows if you will wear them a few more times, or really wash them after you take them back. He knew in his heart that the person in front of him was just practicing, and he was yielding to him verbally. But in fact, he was very unconvinced in his heart, and he might even have resentment and humiliation. So he would definitely not return the stockings to her, and let her take them back to Vint. Sister Yu, can I break through within 5 days? He asked again. The moon-white figure stared at his soul for a moment and said, It may take another 7 days. Luo Qingzhou, didn't you say last night that it would take 7 days? 7 days and 7 days? The red figure on the side helped explain, Brother, your soul is very strong, so it will take longer to break through. 7 days is already a short time. When you break through, Your mental power will definitely be much stronger than other souls in the controlling objects realm. Luo Qingzhou frowned. How much mental power is generally needed to break through? The red figure thought for a while and said, everyone's innate physique and soul elixir C capacity are different. So the mental power required is also different. However, about 90 mental power is enough. I remember that when I broke through from the day tour to the controlling objects realm, I had 95 mental power. The moon-white figure said lightly, your soul is stronger, and you may need 100 or more mental power. 100? Luo Qingzhou was secretly shocked. His current mental power is only 50, which is a full 50 short, and 100 may not be enough. Even if the black spirit liquid is powerful, it is impossible to increase so much mental power in a short period of time. Brother, in addition to mental power, your soul power and the physical fitness of your soul also need to be increased. So, 7 days may be about the same, or a little less. But brother, don't worry. You will break through anyway. There is no use in rushing for such things. The red figure comforted. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and nodded. He was very weak and painful now, so he didn't dare to stay any longer and bowed to say goodbye. Well, brother, go back and rest quickly. The city is not peaceful recently. Maybe there are other souls sneaking in. Otherwise, sister will take you back? The red figure said with concern. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, no, I can do it myself. After that, he turned and left. Although the speed was a bit slow, it was still relatively stable. The soul power that was consumed was recovering quickly, and the pain was slowly decreasing. Seeing him gradually going away, the red figure was silent for a while, then turned his head to look at the moon-white figure next to him and said, sister, give me one. How about that? The moon-white figure did not speak, and turned to leave. The red figure had to chase after him and said, okay, let's not talk about this. I didn't quite understand the story just now. Can you help me explain it? Just think of it as my reward for giving him the spiritual silk stockings. Luo Qingzhou returned to the house. And just as he was about to return to his mind, he suddenly found that on the mirror on the table in front of the window, there was a drop of black liquid flashing with purple light. It came out so soon? He was stunned for a moment, and then stared at the black liquid for a while. And then his mind returned. He had a headache and was very tired. He rubbed his head, then got off the bed, walked to the window, and looked at the drop of black liquid on the mirror. From the physical body's perspective, the purple light on the black liquid had disappeared. But this drop of black liquid was obviously different from the previous liquid. He hesitated for a moment, stretched out his fingertips, and gently touched the drop of black liquid. It was still the same as before. The black liquid instantly penetrated his fingertips and disappeared.